Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
And we had a really good day today at practice. I saw very competitive periods on both sides. Like, we had a tough physical short yardage period today, and it was a lot of back and forth. Guys did a great job up front, D-line, O-line. Those guys were competing and battling. That's what you see every day. Our receivers and DBs, those guys competing. Receivers making plays, DBs making plays on the football. We have a really competitive team. That's my takeaway from our camp thus far, and that's how it should be. So I'm excited just to see these guys go play again. And someone else where it's going to be a little more chirpy. You're going to see fights and scuffles happening, but it's just you get tired of hitting the same person. You get tired of going against the same schemes over and over again. So it's that time for us to go play a game.
Yeah, it was chippy yesterday. It was good. Day 3 here today. Texans training camp live at the Greenbriar, and we are literally live at the Greenbriar Sports Performance Center this morning. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne, we're sitting on the 25-yard line right next to the practice field underneath the tent. This is how it's supposed to feel. The Airbnb studio was nice. It worked great. It served its purpose. But now we're out here. We got the lawnmowers going. Yeah, we got the few stragglers, like not stragglers, but like the few early risers coming out here and doing some things.
Yeah, it's certainly not stragglers. It's mostly coaches and others that are out getting their workout in. Yeah. I judge, and then I judge them for it.
They're running barefoot over there in the grass.
That's the big thing these days.
That looks delightful.
Sean, proprioception.
Yeah,
and all
Mac
that.
Hollins.
Yes, this is all true. We can see the fog filling the valley off in the distance.
Yeah.
We have a lightly traveled interstate to our left, and but no toaster. I don't have a toaster the way I had back at the Airbnb.
That is true. That is true.
It is.
Bring your own bagels, baby.
It's been a competitive camp. Obviously, anybody that's been paying attention the last couple of weeks knows that the defense has largely been getting better than the offense. The offense has showed progress in fits and starts. I think yesterday the biggest promising sign was that you saw movement by the offensive line in the run game. There was some physicality there that showed up. And lo and behold, when Nick Chubb can see good block, still got a little something in him. Nick coming off of that really, really bad knee injury from a couple seasons ago. It's going to be an ongoing process, and we really won't know until we see him in live action, just maybe where he is. But you want to see him do it in an environment where he's got good blocking in front of him. And this Texans offensive line, if they can improve in one area right now from last year that I think is going to be a real thing, I think it's the physicality and getting push in the run game. I think they're better suited to that.
They're definitely better this year than they were this time last year, for sure. It was a disaster at training camp last year. Haven't been great this year, but we're kind of grading on a curve because they're putting in, it's a completely new offensive line. Titus is back at right tackle these last couple practices. That's the only commonality. They're installing a new system. They're going against a really good defense. You guys know all the caveats that go with the Texans' offensive performance here. But let's start there. We'll give you our kind of summary of day 2 and what we saw out here, your eyes and ears out here at the Greenbriar. And let's start where Seth was just talking about. Nick Chubb had his best day in training camp so far. As of right now, Nick Chubb is a really important component to the 2025 Houston Texans because we don't know what the situation really is with Joe Mixon, other than he's going to be out probably for training camp and they're going to reevaluate him before week 1. And everybody behind Nick Chubb is either injured. Dameon Pierce came back to practice yesterday, but really just working out on the side, and inexperienced. Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan. J.J. Taylor's been around a while, but going to factor in when everybody's healthy again.
Yeah, and then Gumbawale, British Brooks can play both fullback and running back, and then so much of this, and it's the hardest part to evaluate. is the special teams aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because when you're talking about guys running down on punt team, running down on kickoff, being on punt return and kickoff return, there's a lot to sort through that the coaches and Frank Ross obviously are going to be weighing heavily in the decision. But we're relatively blind to that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. So Nick Chubb had his best day yesterday, highlighted by, I think, what would have been about a 25 or 30-yard run in a regular game. You know, in practice here, they blow the whistle and they stop when the guy gets in the clear. But Chubb had some other good runs too. Had a little bit of wiggle in the hole. It wasn't bad. Here was D'Amico Ryans after practice yesterday. First question right out of the chute was about Nick Chubb.
Nick has been consistent. He's done a really good job. Like I said, I see a very physical runner when he has the football in his hands. He does a really nice job in protection schemes of staying square, picking up the blitzes from the defenders. He's just overall all around solid, consistent. He's gotten better every day that he's been here.
One of the first elements that a football player needs to have, and this never really makes it to the motivational posters or anything, but it's really just, don't bleep up my drill, man. Don't bleep up my play call. Don't screw up whatever I'm trying to run on this play.
Yeah.
First, do no harm. There's a Hippocratic oath of making a football team, and it's at first do no harm, and that is where the advantage is in the pass protection. It's in running the play that's executed. I think that's called and executing it properly. I think if there's a difference between Chubb and Mixon, if you take both of them at their prime, I think Chubb is a little bit less of a freelancer. And that can be an asset. Mixon, he'll kind of bounce it outside sometimes where he should be hitting it upfield, and it's not a huge deal because he's really good at it. Chubb's more of a just hit the hole and go and create a bunch of mayhem afterwards. So I like that complement of those two. And I think when it comes to if he can be 80 or 90% of what he was at his peak, he's a guy that can consistently churn out positive yardage. And he can be an asset in pass protection. He can do all those things that might not be peak Nick Chubb, but are still really valuable to a team if you want a consistent offense.
D'Amico's not afraid to pay really high compliments to people when they look really, really good out here. I think he's very forthright and honest. He's never going to throw a player under the bus and say they're bad. He'll find some way to maneuver around that. I felt like with Chubb right there, he wasn't describing somebody who's really like popped out here at camp, like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
But it's like if you were describing an automobile, and D'Amico, if you were describing like Derek Stingley or Will Anderson, he's describing a Lamborghini. And with Chubb, he was describing like a Toyota Camry. You know, it's going to get you to where you want to go. It's reliable. You can get plenty of miles on it.
Well,
it'll get you 5 yards on 1st and 10.
He said it earlier in camp. He basically conceded that Chubb right now isn't the guy he was when he was just an absolute monster. And it's not saying that he can't get back to that place. But you got to live in where we are now.
Yeah.
And what do you yesterday? And again, it's all predicated on is there actually good blocking in front of him. You saw some examples of actually good blocking, not just on his long run, but on some of the inside runs. That's where I was more encouraged because those interior offensive linemen are very much in flux and big question marks right now about who's going to start, other than Lake and Tomlinson at left guard.
Yeah.
If they can get push like that, if they can get movement, then you can be an offense that's not routinely stuck in the mud if you try to run the ball on first down.
So it's good seeing Chubb do some things yesterday, and that run game is going to be really important. Let's skip over to the defense. Ben, let's skip down to Kamari Lassiter here because we got to get the props in for Kamari Lassiter, who was he was the best player on the field yesterday. And during this camp, he might be the best defensive player, not named Will Anderson. Will Anderson's been the star of this camp, in my opinion. But Kamari Lassiter was excellent yesterday. Had an early interception. The very next play after that Nick Chubb run that we were describing, the very next play, C.J. Stroud took a deep shot to Nico Collins, and Kamari Lassiter basically kind of ran the route for him. Like it looked like the pass was intended for Kamari Lassiter. Great hands, came down with it. Later in team drills, C.J. was trying to find Xavier Hutchinson on a pass, kind of, linebacker level, about 8 yards in front of the line of scrimmage. Kamari Lassiter comes in, physical, bump, like legal play, tips the ball goes up in the air, intercepts it, probably would have been a pick six. Another play, stride for stride with Nico Collins later in practice, almost a carbon copy of the interception, except it was a pass breakup, not an interception. Kamari Lassiter was and has been in camp. Here's D'Amico Ryans on Kamari Lassiter.
Kamari continues to improve just his details. And that's what sticks out about him. Like a year two player who doesn't feel like a year two player. He's continuing to ascend, continuing to make plays, continue to push himself to be in those tough spots, going against Nico, going against Higgins. Like, those are tough guys to go against, and he battles every single day, and he finds a way to make a play. And I think he made two picks today on the football. So it's impressive to see such a young player who's always dialed in, always bringing great energy and great emotion to our defense, and the guys, they really vibe with that, and he's a spark plug for our team.
The thing about Kamari, it's interesting in camp. We were talking yesterday about who have been the bright spots in camp, and Kamari has very much been one of them. And we don't mention Derek Stingley. I think because Derek Stingley has now entered that phase of his career that you see with good cornerbacks, where early in their career, a lot of picks, a lot of PBUs, and then as they become a known quantity and they become true masters of their trade, they don't necessarily see a whole lot of action. Mm-mm. And Kamari, I think in games this year too, is going to be the guy that quarterbacks are going to test more. And he's probably going to end up making even more plays than he made last year, partly just because people have learned their lesson about Derek Stingley.
That's a great point. I sit here and say Kamari's been the second best player out here to Will Anderson. He's been the second best guy in terms of the amount of plays he's making.
Right.
The chances are Derek Stingley Jr. might be the best player out here, just nobody tests him ever.
Yeah.
He doesn't see the ball.
He's got things on lockdown.
Yeah.
So you're not going to go great cornerbacks. They've got a slew of interceptions in their first few years, and then they kind of trail off, even as they become better players.
Yeah, that's Stingley. In fact, D'Amico was asked about that after practice, about Kamari. Is Kamari Lassiter prepping for more targets this season because Derek Stingley Jr. had such success last year?
We prepare all of our guys the same. I don't try to go in predicting exactly who they're going to try to attack or what they would do schematically. You just know that I want to have two great guys on the edge of our defense that's up front rushing and also in the pass coverage who can make a play. If you go to any side, we want it to be tough. So they want to challenge Kamari, great. They want to challenge Stingley, great. We feel good about both of those guys being able to make a play versus any one-on-one matchup.
It's nice to be a head coach, and you can honestly say that about your two cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Sure, if they want to challenge D'Angelo Ross, great. If they want to challenge Derek Stingley, great.
Well, remember when D'Amico was in San Francisco, it was Lenore who was the cornerback.
Yeah.
The kind of the lesser cornerback. And D'Amico, the pep talk he gave him was in the playoffs, hey, this is your opportunity. They're going to test you. This is your opportunity. And I don't know I think Kamari played well enough last year that that's not the same situation. The upside of Lassiter is a lot higher than the upside of Lenore, obviously. So trying to plan for that or scheme for it or anything, that's getting on the verge of trying to be too clever.
Yeah.
You just got to play the game as it comes to you, and you start trying to outsmart everybody on every level. Just go out and play good, fundamentally sound defense. The defense has played well enough. Last year, the defense was destroying the offense, and you'd find out, okay, the offense was worse than we maybe thought it was.
Yeah.
I mean, this year, because of what the defense did last year, and because of some of the known quantities that are struggling on offense, the way that defense has been able to take away Nico Collins a lot, that's where I feel like this defense might really ascend to an extreme level this year.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of back in 2002, 2001, 2001 was the year before the Ravens won the Super Bowl, right?
No, they won in 2000.
They won in 2000. So 99. I'm thinking in 99, the Ravens they did some really impressive things defensively, but then 2000, all of a sudden, it just they hit the nitrous, and it just kind of feels like they might be about to hit the nitrous.
And won a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer as their quarterback.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Which is what I was telling myself yesterday. I'm like, listen, okay, the offense might take some time to gel.
Yeah.
All right. But I know for damn sure that C.J. Stroud is a better quarterback than Trent Dilfer. Okay,
Thank you.
I don't. It doesn't have to be a scenario like the 2000 Ravens. It can be a little bit more balanced than that. And as long as if the defense can be that good, it gives you a little bit of a grace period while the offense figures things out.
No doubt. All right, we're off and running on a Wednesday. We are live, as you can see on YouTube and Twitch. We're live out here.
We'll be up live on YouTube in a second.
Okay.
If you bear with us, everybody.
Okay.
Look at the camera there.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll be up live momentarily. We're live at the Greenbriar. Up next, let's circle back to the last night. We didn't hit one thing in the open. We got the first of these at Texans training camp. We'll tell you what it was yesterday, coming up next.
Get your first retirement plan that you feel awesome about.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
He hits one deep. He hits one all the way out and gone. A three-pointer for Yainer Diaz deep into the seats in Miami. And the Astros lead this game 7-1.
That was the swing that we needed there to put kind of the game in a different spot for us. Once he cleared the bases there, we were okay. Here we go. But quality at bats, Carlos Correa's at bats there, walking and getting those singles the other way. Altuve, that 2-run in the first. Those are big, especially when we're trying to kind of piece it together and trying to get some innings out of our guys. So I thought that we play really well.
That was Joe Espada, and we'll circle back to Texans training camp in just a minute, but we should acknowledge the Astros and their win yesterday. I'm going to check the standings right now. We went to bed before.
The fun thing about last night was I'm trying to figure out how I feel about Jesus Sanchez smiling all the time. It's kind of intoxicating. I feel like as soon as he goes into an extended slump, though, I think I might get tired of it.
Until he starts costing us games. That's when I'll stop liking it.
It got to the point, and then I started to wonder and worry a little bit. You know, Mauricio Dubon almost got murdered by Cam Smith as he waited for a fly ball in center field.
Yeah.
And Cam came flying in and snatched it from in front of him.
I'm like, I thought we were over this. Remember in the early in the season when everybody was almost running into each other out there?
Now, there was never a danger of a collision because Dubon was set up. But Cam Smith appeared out of nowhere right in front of him to the point where Dubon actually had to check his glove to see whether the ball had landed in it or not.
Yeah.
And it was, I think I've ever seen Mauricio Dubon. He has like a look of being slightly perturbed, which is his version of rage.
Yeah.
But that was, I don't know. I feel like the happy-go-lucky, congenial personality balance has been disrupted a little bit with Jesus Sanchez on the team.
A little, yeah, maybe.
There's just too many nice guys now.
Yeah. He's infected Cam Smith with that kind of spacey attitude that he's got a little bit.
I'm talking about Dubon getting peeved.
Oh, Dubon getting, yeah.
I mean, maybe he doesn't have to feel the weight of being the guy who's always happy and positive.
That's
now
true.
that Jesus Sanchez
he can offload
is there.
some of that on Sanchez, yeah. So they get a win last night, 7-3. Altuve had a 2-run home run before you could even go get a sandwich. Yainer Diaz, the big blow there that you heard, 3-run home run. That was another moment. There's going to be a few of these, Seth, with Carlos Correa back here. We're like, oh, God, this is still kind of weird that Carlos is on this team.
Yeah.
Joe Espada, in that cut that we just played, going, Carlos Correa had a couple good at-bats. I'm like, Joe Espada saying Carlos Correa's name for some reason. Like, okay, it's still a little weird.
And kind of saying it almost like in a way that he might as well have been talking about Bryce Matthews or something.
Yeah, just
hey, Carlos he'll figure things out.
Yeah, it's still a little weird, man. It's still a little weird. So that was good last night. You get a win. You got 2 wins now against a team that was red hot coming into this series. The Marlins had been one of the hottest teams in baseball, and you've taken them to the woodshed back-to-back nights. And last night was a night where you had Okert, who I had no idea had such a bad history as an opener in his career.
Mm-hmm.
They were hitting that on the broadcast.
Such a bad history that when he was pulled after 5 outs, he got an ovation.
Like standing ovation.
And they like a funny smile out of him, too.
Yeah.
I was all up last night.
It was good.
Look at these nice, happy guys.
It was good. And Blue Ball came in and gave you 3 good innings.
Oh, yeah, Blue Ball.
Blue Ball, baby.
Blue Ball came in. They simplified it for him, Sean. He's got 6 pitches, and they said, listen, man, let's not overcomplicate things.
Yeah.
Let's simplify, whittle it down to 3 pitches. He's hitting 98+ on the gun.
Which surprised everybody.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
I think that's where you can hey, you got a changeup, you got a fastball, there you go, son. There's no book on you yet. Just go out there and just keep it simple.
3-game lead on the Mariners, 4.5-game lead on the Rangers. So they're kind of keeping these teams at arm's distance.
Yeah.
We get Spencer Arrighetti back today. Excitement level on a scale of 1 to 10 to see Spencer Arrighetti again out.
1,700.
Really, that much? Okay, I was a 12.
No, honestly, realistically, I'd say an 8. I'm going to say an 8. I don't want to, I try to adopt a baseball player's mentality.
Yeah.
Not a kill, die.
It's a long season.
And pitchers, it can take a little while sometimes to settle their feet and all that. Yeah. So, but an 8. I'm excited to see him as some of the replacements start coming in from the rear here. That you might. This has been a strange season in that the surge that they made wasn't as dramatic as last year's surge. Mm-hmm. And you knew really in the back of your mind that they couldn't sustain that freakishly long stretch they had with the guys they had on the roster. But it still hurt when they started to fall again and when they started to lose a little of the ground they'd gained. But then we knew also that, all right, there's these guys on the IL, and they're theoretically they're going to – Correa was going to come back.
No, we did not.
Not a single clue that was going to happen.
For a minor league pitcher.
Yeah, so I'm riding the waves. I'm not keeping an even keel this season. I felt kind of a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if our listeners feel the same way, but I felt a little bit bipolar this entire season.
Oh, yeah. It's been weird, man. Yeah. It's been totally
weird.
I'm
on a manic level right now, though.
Yeah.
I'm just entering the manic phase.
Good.
Okay?
I can't wait.
You're going to get phone calls from me at 2 a.m.
I'm going to be great.
I'm going to get 3 chapters to my autobiography that I'm writing until which I just started this morning, but then at some point it's going to all crash.
Yeah.
So
and just so you know, when
don't
Seth
let me burn the autobiography.
When Seth says you're going to get calls at 2 in the morning, he's not just talking to me. He could call any one of you at 2 in the morning.
Because I have your number from the text line.
That's right. That is true. We should just pick 5 random texters.
If somebody annoys me on the text line, I'm going to call them at 2 a.m.
2 in the morning, yeah.
Hey, wake up. We got to talk about this.
Got to talk Stros. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, hey, we got our first fight yesterday.
Yeah.
We got our first fight.
Was it the first one?
It was, well, there was a dust-up in Houston that was not really a fight.
Yeah.
It was just some pushing and shoving. And then we haven't had anything here until and this is not the fight, though. Cade Stover and C.J. Gardner-Johnson got into a bit of a dust-up yesterday.
Yeah. Cade Stover caught a pass in the flat.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson gave him a hard contact, and it was kind of driving him.
They went to the ground, though.
Right. But I don't know if they were going to go to the ground, but Cade Stover kind of put C.J. Gardner-Johnson in a headlock.
Okay.
And then they ended up going to the ground. It was kind of a scrum. It got broken up, but then Cade Stover was PO'd. And he's going back to the huddle, and he's got a pretty badass bunch of tattoos on his arm.
Does it true? When you point and you have tattoos, it looks more badass.
Yeah, as long as your arm's not too flabby like mine are these days.
Right.
And he's got a beard this year too.
Yeah.
He looked like a Grizzly Adams type about to fight a grizzly bear.
So that was good, but that was just it was a lot of talk, a lot of pointing. And at that point I turned to Mark Vandermeer, who I was sitting with at practice. I said, "Well, if we're not going to get a fight out of the farm boy from Ohio and the perpetual line stepper in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, if that's not going to turn into fisticuffs, then nothing is."
Yeah.
And then 2 plays later, Dalton Schultz and Russ Yeast happened.
Yeah.
And what happened there was Dalton Schultz, something about tight ends and safeties, I guess. Dalton Schultz catches the ball kind of going to the ground. Yeast kind of launches himself missile style at Dalton Schultz, and looked like we're kind of far away from our vantage point, but it looked like he came up above the neck. It looked like he came towards his head. And they both got up, stared at each other. Dalton Schultz took the ball and threw it at Russ Yeast's feet. Russ Yeast clearly said something because there was a long pause where they were looking at each other.
Yeah.
Because he said something, and Dalton Schultz just started sprinting. He was sprinting at him like Roman Reigns getting ready to spear a guy, man. It was, and they went to the ground, and there was a scuffle. There were arms moving in that one.
There were fists being thrown,
fists of
punches
fury.
being thrown.
Fists of fury.
I didn't. That one I was off to the side, and I couldn't see it as well.
Yeah.
I missed all that one.
Yeah, so
I missed the best thing that's happened in camp this year from the offense.
Yeah.
The
fight. Well, he took them out after that, to cool off, and I'm like, no. This might be the shot in the arm that the offense needs. Like, there was a lot of chirping going on.
Get back in there and call 10 straight runs.
Yeah. I wanted that to turn into something football.
You wanted D'Amico to completely lose his composure and all sense of responsible stewardship of this football team.
That would be
You wanted
unique.
7 guys on the IR just so you could prove a point.
No, I don't want anybody to get hurt. I just wanted it. I wanted the offense to, running like 3 or 4 running plays where hopefully that disrespect that Yeast and C.J. Gardner-Johnson are showing them. And I don't know if it's disrespect, but that's how they should internalize it.
Maybe they'd already had some good inside runs before that, so I'm not going to give it credit there, but I think maybe it's a little bit of a testament to maybe the offense coming out and having a little bit of a chip on their shoulder yesterday. And just that
they were bad on Monday, man.
Yeah, they were bad. They were bad in a lot of respects. You could see it just in the way their body language after practice. You could see it. I'm guessing that they got a pretty hard talking to and got challenged by their coaches before that. You know, that you're watching film that night and guys are saying, look, man, if that way you want to put it on film tomorrow? Yeah. You want to put that on film tomorrow? And to their credit, I thought the offense came out and played a more physical brand of football the next day.
Christian Harris and Dameon Pierce were working out off to the side yesterday. They were in pads. They looked like they were ready to go do stuff. Instead, they did stuff off to the side. Here was D'Amico Ryans when he was asked about the two of them after practice yesterday.
Yeah, Christian and Damon, they're chomping at the bit to get out here. I have to hold those guys back because they're ready to go. They want to practice. They want to be out here. And they're staying in a great spot. It's cool to see them out, in their pads finally. I know it's great for them. Anytime you're on the side, you're rehabbing, those type of things, just mentally, like you want to get back out with the guys. And so today was a big day for them to get back out here, go through some of our walkthrough periods, put the pads on. It was a great day for them.
So, I mean, if we're being honest, it was largely the same for them yesterday, just in pads.
Yeah.
They were wearing football uniforms and pads yesterday.
They're easy. I'm guessing at this point it's that they're being very cautious about how they're handling
That's
them.
what it sounds like, just based on that cut from D'Amico.
Yeah, and if they could have put, they didn't put Christian Harris on the PUP because, as Nick Caserio had said, they just want him to be able to participate in some things. So I think when we've learned this from various Astros injuries and whatnot, when it's a mysterious injury, you kind of almost have to say, all right, we're stepping way back. If this calf injury didn't heal over the course of a couple months last year, we're going to take every ounce of time, and we want you feeling really good for 2 or 3 months before you go back out there.
It might be kind of like with Jordan, the hand thing with Jordan. I don't know, man. I
forgot about Jordan.
Well, and we forgot about Christian Harris last year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's out of sight, out of mind. Here was D'Amico Ryans. He got asked about each guy individually as well. He's saying Christian Harris has been dialed in.
No, it's not a challenge getting Christian back. It's just a matter of him being in a good spot where he can come out and play well. He's been dialed in. He's been in a ton of meetings, a ton of walkthroughs on the side, even though it hasn't been live, full-speed reps. Coach Davis and putting him in positions, getting him mental reps, and he's done a great job of handling that. So when he comes back, it's nothing new to him. It's just a matter of getting back into playing football. So there's no challenge there.
That becomes an interesting room when he comes back.
EJ Speed has done some impressive things. He's been running with the ones at times at practice. So the linebackers with EJ Speed, Christian Harris coming back, Henry To'oTo'o, Azeez Al-Shire. Jamal Hill is intriguing.
I didn't even have him written down.
Well, he's a young guy drafted last year. But Jamal Hill was a guy who was a safety in college, much like Fred Warner was.
Yeah.
And it was very, very raw. Safety played linebacker, I think, just his final year at Oregon.
Yeah.
And
he's done some things out here,
He was very raw. He's very athletic.
Yeah,
he's put together well.
So you named 4 names, though, that are like Azeez is making the team, obviously. Henry To'oTo'o is making the team, obviously. If Christian Harris is healthy, he's on this team.
Yeah.
EJ Speed, I feel like, is like 85% chance to make the team. He's running with the ones yesterday.
I'd be really, and he's a good special teams player, like depending on how they use him as a linebacker.
Not the lock those other guys are, but he's close to it. But then, like you say, Jamal Hill. The other 2 names I had written down. Nick Neiman is a guy they signed who is a special teams ace, and Jake Hansen's a guy who's been on the team for 3 years now, and he's been doing some good things.
And he's another guy, too, that gives you a lot of versatility because he's not necessarily ideal size, but he's very,
They're
very fast.
not all going to make the team.
Right, right. Yeah, Neiman, at least so far in his career, has been almost exclusively a special teams guy.
Yeah.
So, but they might see upside him as a linebacker. That's EJ Speed's story.
Yeah.
EJ Speed was just a special teams guy in Indianapolis his first few years. Ended up becoming so they might think that Neiman has that potential as well.
Here was D'Amico on Dameon Pierce and how he's been doing.
Dameon has played a lot of good football in his career. He's rushed for over 1,000 yards. He's made those home run plays. He's done it as the kick returner. So he's just a well-rounded player who is not new for him. The game isn't too big for him. And when the lights are on, Dameon, we know he can go out and perform well. So whenever that time comes for him to get back out there, it's just exciting to see him out there.
Okay, and similarly, with the running back room, we know Joe Mixon's making the team. It appears as Nick Chubb is on track to make the team. He's running with the ones, and he ran well yesterday, and he's Nick Chubb. Dario Gumbawale is sort of a wild card because of how they view him as a special teams guy. He gets third down reps with the ones. He's their third down back right now. I think ultimately that's going to be Woody Parks. who also is making the team. You drop Damian in there now, and then you got these other guys who've been, Jawar Jordan's done some good things in camp. I don't think J.J. Taylor's making the team. He's done some good things.
The other thing you got to keep in mind with Damian as well is that he's been injured a lot. He's had
every year.
Yeah, and so how much do you use that when you're planning and building out your team? I do get a little bit nervous if they feel like, okay, Nick Chubb's at a point where we can rely on him to do at least a certain amount at the beginning of the year, but Joe Mixon's coming off of injury. You're still not 100% certain exactly what Nick Chubb's health is going to be like or where he is in terms of getting back to his peak or how much he can handle. Mm-hmm. Dameon Pierce's injury history gets me a little bit nervous. But I guess the flip that between Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks, and not to mention just British Brooks and just other guys that are potential options, they will have options. It's not your ideal option, obviously, but if your top two running backs are out, nobody's got ideal options.
That's correct. All right, we are live at the Greenbriar, just outside the Sports Performance Center, sitting at the 25-yard line of the Texans practice field, and we've got you covered here all day long on Sports Radio 610, so keep it tuned here. Seth and I will be bumping on with the other shows again today, as we've been doing throughout the week. 1240 today within the Loop. We switched it to 520 today with The Drive. They've got Robert Flores coming on at 340, and then 740 with Area 45. So keep it tuned. We are your eyes and ears here at Texans training camp. Up next, headlines. We will dive deeper into practice yesterday with the Texans here at training camp. Also, the Astros win. We'll circle back to that. The NFL was busy spending money yesterday. Not the NFL, sorry, ESPN. ESPN was busy making deals yesterday with the NFL and with another entity that 10 years ago you would have said, these guys are partnering up. We'll tell you who that is in headlines. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I got to get you guys feeling right again. Men's T Clinic can do that.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, it is today's headlines. What's so funny, Seth Payne?
So we're out here at the Greenbriar. Yeah. It's just right next to the field. It's beautiful. The weather is awesome. Our view is incredible, but I just realized that for our viewers, what they see behind us is a power transformer, a shed.
Trust us,
it's a bunch of. And I was thinking we should turn the camera around, but the team would probably frown on that.
The guys running behind us.
But we could do it. We could do it until the guys show up for practice.
We could.
We'll do that in the next segment.
Okay. Yeah. We want to turn around and do the show from that side?
Yeah, and then at some point, Brent, the security head, is going to come around and
smash your laptop on the ground.
Right. Yeah, he's going to demand that I delete my hard drive.
Grab your laptop and break it in half with his bare hands. Yeah. If you're looking behind us on the YouTube, there's a chain link fence behind us. And Seth, before the show, why were you running around inside that fenced-in area right there?
Oh, well, because I don't want to, honestly, when you're out here this early in the morning, the security guys they're kind of, keeping an eye on things for what is and is not normal.
Right.
And I didn't want to, stray off into some area where a security guy was going to have to come get me.
Yeah.
So I was just getting my steps in by pacing around the jail yard right there.
It was funny because you're inside a chain link fence. I'm sitting there doing a selfie video of teasing the show, and I'm looking behind me. I'm like, oh, there's Seth inside a steel cage in there getting ready for the show.
It looked like I had my 1 hour alone in the yard.
Yes.
That I was in solitary, and I get 1 hour by myself in the yard.
Just walking in circles.
Yeah.
It was great.
Should have done some push-ups.
So we're here, day 3 of the trip here to the Greenbriar Eve of training camp. We finally get a game on Saturday against the Vikings. That'll be fun. Offense, better day yesterday. Hoping they can build on that today out here. The Texans released their first depth chart yesterday, Seth. That's always a fun. That's always a fun day for the media. I don't know that there's something in the NFL. And this is saying something. I don't know if there's something where there's a bigger chasm of relevance and importance between media and the coaching/front office people than the first depth chart of the preseason.
So this is the thing that the fans need to know about that depth chart. D'Amico Ryans learned of the existence of that depth chart that's put out by the media department
from the media
only a couple hours before you, the fan, did.
Yeah.
And basically, either metaphorically or literally, just tears it up and throws it on the ground.
Threw it in Omar's face.
So it's probably fun for the media department because they're kind of guessing at it the same way we as fans would.
Okay. How well do you think they guessed at these things based on what we've seen so far here at training camp? Jarrett Patterson is listed as the number 1 center.
I don't think it's impossible, but as of right now, based on how the reps have been doled out,
it's inaccurate.
Jake Andrews has been the starter most of the time.
100%, yeah. And all the time of late.
Yeah.
Ariante Ursary is listed at right tackle right now. My guess is this may have gone to the printers before Cam Robinson got hurt.
Right.
Or his injury just isn't anything that's
It's not that big a deal.
Enough,
And I'm
Cam's listed as the left tackle.
I'm guessing that it's still Cam. I don't think Cam Robinson has looked now, I wasn't here when Cam Robinson was still healthy, but just from talking to people, it's not like Cam Robinson has been blowing people away with his performance or anything. No. So that might be more of a competitive situation. It would be if Blake Fisher were playing well at all, but he's not, because then you might want Blake Fisher at right tackle and Ursary at left. I still think it's likely that at the beginning of the season, it's Titus Howard at right guard, Ursary at right tackle, and Cam Robinson at left tackle.
Yeah, if Cam gets healthy again, I could see them going back to that. I'm not going to run the truth filter on all this stuff. Just know that Jaden Higgins is listed as a starter, as in a 3 wide receiver depth chart. That kind of matches what we've been seeing. He's been running a lot with the 2s also, which would make sense. Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are easily your top 2 guys right now. But Jaden Higgins had a hell of a practice yesterday.
He did, to go along with a hell of a practice by Davis Mills.
Correct.
Davis Mills has done some really nice things. And with Davis, I think the question is always, all right, there's the practice version of Davis Mills, and then there's the game version of Davis Mills. And can he operate the same way in the game with the fluidity and the confidence and all of that? But he's turning into that guy without having had to be on a bunch of different teams, because he's been with so many different offensive coordinators. Some of those backup quarterbacks become really valuable just because they can pick up a scheme really quickly.
Yeah.
They've been into multiple concepts. You can trade for him mid-season, and you know that he's going to be able to pick up your system. He's obviously a Stanford guy. up. He's had some really nice throws. Yesterday, couple to Jaden Higgins, one to Xavier Hutchinson.
Nice one to Jalen Knoll, too, yesterday. Yeah, he was really good.
So of those two rookie receivers, Jaden Higgins has probably spent more time with the ones with Jalen Knoll, which makes sense because Christian Kirk's going to be your starting slot receiver.
Yep.
It's not like Jalen Knoll hasn't looked good. It's just that the depth chart shakes out differently.
It's fun, though, man. I'm sure they've got some plays in that playbook that have 4 wide receivers out there, empty with 4 wideouts out there.
Yeah, no, I think Jalen Knoll is going to get reps during the regular season, but not going to be listed as a starter.
Let's do the run and shoot. Screw it. Let's just crumple it up. CJ out there empty, and you got Jalen Knoll and Christian Kirk in the slots, and Jaden Higgins and Nico Collins on the outside.
You might as well give a loaded revolver to your toddler, Sean.
Let's go.
This is Let's go. No, this is a bad.
That was wrong when I gave Sammy a loaded revolver.
That's a bad idea.
Okay.
This is
all right.
They're not
just spitball.
They're not in a position yet. They made a little bit of progress yesterday, Sean.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
they're not ready to have 5 offensive linemen out there with CJ naked in the backfield, naked and afraid.
They're dead.
Yeah. They should send CJ out there without a helmet on.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You're reckless. You're wantonly reckless.
I know. I'm just spitballing. The Astros win yesterday, 7-3. This got us off to a nice start here.
This ball hit well to left field. Back goes Stowers to the wall, looking up. It's gone. Into the Marlins bullpen. Jose Altuve, number 19, tying Isaac Paredes for the team lead.
And Altuve's going to wind up leading this team in home runs this year because everybody else who hits him gets hurt.
Yeah.
So Altuve, that was before I went for a walk yesterday. At the end of the day, I said I'll be back in time for the start of the Astros game. I get back 5 minutes late. It's 2-0 already. That was nice.
Yainer hits a 3-run homer.
Yep.
And a majestic 3-run homer. Christian Walker, both Yainer and Christian Walker in this last month have really shown more of their good version of themselves.
Definitely.
Yainer's got about a 1,000 OPS over the last 14 days.
Yep.
The month of July, he had an 800-plus OPS. Yes. Like, he's been way, way, way more solid and consistent. He's not chasing the ball as much.
Nope.
He's being a better professional hitter.
Everybody in the starting lineup had a hit last night.
Yeah.
You know, it was really good to see. They got a nice opening from. I won't call it a start. I'll call it an opening from Okert. And then Bluebaugh came in shortly thereafter and pitched a few good innings. Here was Joe Espada on the bullpen bringing this thing to the shore.
Yeah, Okert went out and gave us, wanted 6 outs. He gave us good 5 outs, and Ort came in, did a nice job, and then Bluebaugh came out of the pen, up to 98. Breaking balls were effective. He attacked the zone. It's exactly what we needed out of him. But he looked really, really good, confident. Ball was coming out hot.
That's 98-mile-an-hour fastball that Bluebaugh threw is like the biggest story of the game.
They did. I'll credit Espada with just simplifying the game plan for him. Yeah. But they reduced it down to his fastball, his sweeper, and his changeup, and he could just kind of focus on executing pitches. It was a smart thing to do with a young guy in his second appearance. People don't have a book on him yet, and he could just go out there and kind of blow people away with his speed. It was a nice, pleasant surprise.
I said 4:40 earlier. That's the time we're in, where the Astros are starting. 3:40 back in Houston. The game starts today. It's an afternoon game.
Sorry, everybody. You guys are going to have to operate on East Coast time now.
Live on Eastern time for the next 2 days.
It's like we're listing sitcom times.
That's right. That's right. Spencer Arrighetti returns for the Astros today. Hey, quick note in the sports business world, the NFL and ESPN completed that deal that they've been talking about for a long time. We could talk about it more a little later maybe. But ESPN is acquiring the NFL Network, Red Zone, NFL Fantasy, and in return, the NFL is getting a 10% stake in ESPN, which I'm sure will not affect reporting at all. That was the big reaction
I know. That was
last night.
We're
already in this world.
The state of sports reporting and journalism, and how journalism has just been chopped down at the knees in so many regards when it comes to sports.
That was the funny part. Everybody is like this is the thing now. Like, have you been looking around for the last 10 years?
I feel bad. I mean, it's kind of like, like Jonathan Alexander is still a journalist, and he tries to conduct himself in a certain way and operate a certain way for the Chronicle. And he's at a disadvantage because of it.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't do some of the things that other guys do. Yep. And this will just be more of that, I suppose. He's competing with people that just have free reign to
mention too, ESPN doing a deal with WWE where now, whereas WWE's all their premium live events are carried on Peacock, moving over to ESPN for $325 million a year.
Boy, that's
WrestleMania is going to be on ESPN. The E does stand for entertainment, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
What's funny is I see a lot of people understandably and accurately saying, wow, boy, this is an indication of where ESPN is right now. What the hell? I miss the old ESPN. No, this is the old ESPN.
Yeah.
They were in the early days of ESPN. It was anything and everything.
Australian rules football.
Oh, you're looking for caber toss action? You go to ESPN.
I don't even know what that is, but yes.
That was a Scottish Highland Games.
I remember that.
This is a lot more like this is just a higher budget version of the initial ESPN.
Yeah.
The very early days of ESPN.
All right. Coming up next, those are your headlines. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud sat down right out here, right in these very chairs yesterday with Evan Washburn from CBS. Evan Washburn is the sideline reporter on what is going to be the J.J. Watt crew on CBS this year. He's J.J. Watt.
Evan Washburn is the guy that whenever he's around a training camp or a practice or a game, you're like, oh, that guy's on television.
Yeah, he's somebody.
Like, without knowing that he's on television, you're like, all right, that guy, I don't even know if he's any good, but he's definitely got to be on television.
He sat down with C.J. Stroud yesterday. I thought it was an interesting answer C.J. had when he was asked, how do you view last season? We'll have that for you from the Texans quarterback coming up next. But first, I am hungry right now.
Ooh.
And then I look and I see Beck.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, before we go any further with this show, it's 7 o'clock back in Houston. We're into the 7 o'clock hour. Should mention 9:30 today on the show, Mike Tolman, team president. Not new team president anymore. He's been here since February, so he's gotten his feet plenty wet. So he'll join us at 9:30 today. We'll talk about new practice and headquarters facility.
I've got a list of demands for the practice facility.
Good.
From a player's perspective. Okay. I'm going to tell them the things that the players might be afraid to tell them they need.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I like that. So he'll join us at 9:30. The McNairs are going to join us tomorrow at 9:30 on the show out here, so that'll be fun. I need to get a review from you, Seth. During the break, not to put too much of your business out there, but Mother Nature called, and you had to go handle some business. There's a portalet over in the far corner of the end zone.
I just had to do a number one. It wasn't anything embarrassing or anything.
No. But I had no idea. You didn't realize that in these particular facilities, in the portalet, that there existed not just the toilet, the sit-downer toilet. The hoop. But to the left, normally to the left in these, there's also somewhere where
a urinal. There's a urinal.
There's a urinal. They could just a little receptacle
with a little
there.
tube that goes around to that. I had no idea that existed.
I couldn't believe that when I said that.
Because I told you that I hate the thing I hate about urinals is peeing onto other people's.
In portalets, you mean?
Yeah. And porta potties.
Yeah.
Is portalet sounds a little too fancy for my liking.
Okay.
So the porta potties that I don't like peeing onto other people's excrement. And you said, well, why don't you use the urinal?
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, Sean?
Right.
And they have those in almost all of them?
I can't remember the last time I didn't use one in there.
I had no idea.
I mean, we're talking decades.
Oh, this changes everything for me.
It's huge.
It is so much nicer.
You might go buy a porta potty for your backyard now.
That's so much nicer.
Oh, dude, are you kidding me?
Yeah. You don't even have to look at it. You can pretend that the hoop doesn't even exist.
You walk in, you go straight to the left, man, and just do your thing and get out.
Oh.
Yeah. Life-changing, huh?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
How long have they been doing this?
You're welcome. For a good long while.
You have. I've had a couple moments this trip that have made up for the time that we were doing the pregame show, and a 9-foot tall person walked in front of the stage, and Sean is staring at him and says, "Is he on stilts?" And I looked at him slowly. I was like, "Yeah, Sean, he's on stilts."
Yeah.
So
that embarrassed my family.
I made up for that because twice now you informed me about the urinal in a porta potty.
It was a stilts moment, yeah.
And also, the other day,
the other
one we got home and it had gotten kind of sunny and warmer out. I was like, I want to go work out on the patio out back, but it's kind of hot out. And Sean says, well, you could just raise the umbrella on the table there. As I was staring at the table, I'm like, yeah, you don't say. I could do that. And I would have been out there. It would have taken me a half hour. I would have been like creeping in behind just the shade from the pole of the umbrella. And I couldn't figure it out.
Oh,
so
my God.
You're +1 now on idiotic things that
I'm not going to flaunt
the two
it.
of us.
I'm not going to gloat. I'm not going to gloat for now. I'm not going to gloat. That's why we make a good team. Like I see things like stilts and don't know that they're stilts.
Yeah.
You don't know how to get shade in the backyard. And
That's
I find
the thing too. Like Sean, if the guy hadn't been on stilts, you shouldn't have been remarking not at just how tall he was, but by his odd body proportion. He's like 3/4 legs.
How does he find pants?
He was wearing like a Stars and Stripes top hat and everything. Everything that would tell you that he was wearing stilts.
Okay.
That kind of stilts. No, I realize that, though. This is what I realized, that I think you've got a habit of sometimes just stating the obvious.
Yes.
Because when we were in Florida for spring training, Parker, our boss, was driving. You were in the back with Adam Spolane. I was in the passenger seat. And we stopped at a railroad crossing because a train was coming by. And, Sean, you looked up from your phone and said, what do we got, a train? Like, it's not a steamship, Sean. It's certainly not a bulldozer. That's a train.
I'm constantly talking, man. I'm just constantly talking, and stupid stuff is going to come out sometimes.
No, but when you said that, I was like, oh, he just says obvious stuff.
I do. All right. I do. You know what? And it's kind of annoying, actually, now that I think about it.
Form of a question.
Yeah.
Because I bit my tongue. Because I was almost like,
you know what?
Yeah, it's a train,
no,
Einstein.
Next time, don't. Don't bite your tongue next time. All right, so let's get to C.J. Stroud.
I'm pretty sure it's a horse and buggy.
C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud sat down with Evan Washburn yesterday. Evan Washburn of CBS, sideline reporter. His crew this year will be himself, Ian Eagle, and one Justin James Watt. They're the number 2 team on CBS. So he was out here kind of scoping things out, which tells me that crew might get a disproportionate number of Texan games this year. Mm-hmm. I don't know. They're in that sweet spot for the Texans. Texans aren't quite the Chiefs, the Bills, or the Ravens in the AFC.
As long as
they're right in that sweet spot.
Yeah, appointment of a season or something. They've got some marquee games on the schedule.
We're going to get Spiro Didi's to hell
versus AFC opponents and everything. So that there are going to be a lot of times where their number 1 non-primetime crew is going to be with the Texans. Yeah. Number two crew is going to be with the Texans.
And that'll be fun. We'll get J.J. Watt on some games. That'll be cool. Evan Washburn sat down with C.J. Stroud yesterday and said, what do you see, talking about the new offense and all the New England wrinkles in it and all the watching that C.J.'s done of Tom Brady this offseason, said, what do you see as your strengths in this offense?
Yeah, I would say, the ownership of, running the show of, run checks, mic IDs, pass protections. He really bought into it. But one thing that I try to tell myself is like, I have to fight to get to that point where like it's comfortable and it's like like writing ABCs, but I'm not there yet. So I just got to keep going and. Be hard on myself, but also, try to give myself a little bit of grace. But everybody's depending on me and, this offense and how we're going to roll. So, I'm really hard on myself about it, which I think is a good thing, but also, try to learn as much as I can while in that.
There's a lot that goes into operating the offense this way compared to how CJ was doing it the last couple of years. And that's another thing where I'm urging myself to be patient with some things with the offense because it has nothing to do with how intelligent somebody is or is not. It's that it just takes time and reps to get all of those things down to where they're automatic. And there's a process to what the defense is showing, what they could rotate into. What are my options versus what I think I'm seeing? Do I need to change the mic point or just basically without getting overly technical about it, just do I need to change exactly where the pass protection is going to be or how we're going to run the run play or if I need to check to a run? It's a lot, and you got to do it all in the course of 20 seconds. The really positive thing so far is that the pre-snap operation has looked smoother and more hitchless than I thought it would at this point of the process. Talking to a couple guys yesterday, Pat Kerwin and then Ben Solak from ESPN. He was out here too. And Solak's been to a bunch of camps already. And he said, these guys before in their pre-snap operation are a lot smoother and crisper than a lot of these other teams that are operating.
Oh, did he tell you which teams?
He did. I don't think he'd probably want me saying specifically which ones. Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yes. I'll tell you one that was a clown show. So I'll see if he writes about it or whatever.
Yeah,
and I think, but that part of it, I know it sounds like a attaboy for something that you should be doing. I've been through this before. I've seen offenses either just that I've watched with the Texans or teams that I've been on that usually with a new offensive coordinator, and especially if you're adding some complexity to what the quarterback's asked to do, it's a lot clunkier pre-snap than it's looked so far out here. So there's an element now where the offense is trying to really nail down and get the basics and the fundamentals right. And they're going to be kind of vanilla while they're doing that. But they're going against a defense that's really ready. And I told Clint yesterday, it's almost like the defense showed up at the offense's bedside, shakes him awake and says, hey, we're about to have a fist fight, you and me. Mm-hmm. It's just like the offense just isn't ready for it in some regards. And the defense is ready to go. The defense has been drinking whiskey since 7 a.m. and they want to fight.
Yeah.
And the offense just isn't there yet. So I take some of these small victories, like the offensive line showing some physicality in the run game yesterday. That's a positive development. That's something that I don't know if I would have expected to see last year going against this defense. So some of these things and the pre-snap operation being crisp. CJ, I don't think, CJ, it's going to take a while of reps, doing it this way to where he looks like the best version of CJ. But in the really critical pre-snap process, they're doing a lot of things well right now.
He's had an alarming number of interceptions in this camp that have been like, oh, he just didn't see that guy.
Yeah.
Does the newness of him being in control of having so much on his plate more than anything else, does that explain away some of that? Because he threw 5 interceptions his rookie year. He threw more last year. I don't know. There are some that he's been throwing in this camp that, like, oh my God, that's like Sam Darnold seeing ghosts kind of interceptions.
Like Bobby Slowick flat out said in a press conference last year that they don't spend a lot of time with the quarterback assessing things before the snap. That in the old West Coast version, the old West Coast offense, the philosophy is, hey, whatever the play call is there, and the problem is the defenses have gotten so good at disguising their coverages and disguising their blitzes that it's not quite so simple anymore. And the quarterbacks who can identify things before the snap and tweak things really have an advantage. But again, that's a lot. And you're changing your process for what you're looking at as the play goes on. I was talking to John Harris about this yesterday. There's a play last year in the Patriots game where the safeties were showing a single high safety look, and then right before the snap, they rotated to a cover 2 look, a 2 deep safety. And the easy answer and option in that play for the play they were running is they had 2 routes on the outside that are going to take a while to develop if CJ wants to go there. And they only had 5-man pass protection. Meanwhile, Dalton Schultz was open immediately over the middle. And it would have been an easy 7-yard gain, possibly a first down, and as the offense was on their own 10-yard line. So you're backed up. At that point, you just got to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that, if CJ had more time at the line of scrimmage and was operating a little bit differently, I think he feels that more quickly and immediately and understands the game management side of it more. And it's an easy reception to Dalton Schultz and possibly a first down with no risk to anybody, no risk to interception or anything. But CJ sits back and he's kind of waiting for Stephon Diggs for this deep route to develop behind an offensive line that isn't all that great, and he ends up having to check the ball down to Dameon Pierce for no gain. So with a different process pre-snap being just an easy reception to Dalton Schultz, and it's just gonna take some time.
Yep. CJ Stroud with Evan Washburn of CBS was asked, how do you view, and keep in mind the lead up to this question by Evan Washburn, it was a long lead up, but it was, hey, it was all the negatives. It was like, hey, your stats went backwards, you got sacked a bunch, all this stuff. How do you view last season?
I thought it was great.
Yeah,
I thought it was great. Not in the point of winning or losing or success or failures, but it's what I learned, as a person, as a man of God, as a teammate, as a citizen in society, in Houston, so I learned just a bunch. And I think, some of the best things that could ever happen are, expectations not being met, because then you really see who cares and who doesn't. And that's where you you can still extend love, but you don't have to give people access. So it just taught me a lot on just who's really there for me, who's not. And I thought, with what I had and what we dealt with as a team, I thought we did great. We're down on linemen a lot, changed a lot in the receiver room, with Tank getting hurt, Steph, and Nico going down early. So, with what we had, I thought we did a good job weathering the storm. But, at the end of the day, everybody has entitled to their opinion, and I always like criticism and stuff. I think it always makes me play better.
I need to know who he cut off.
Well,
found out who my friends were.
When he talks about, you be a good person and do the right things, but you got to be careful about who you give access to and everything. This is why sometimes this is why jerks succeed. This is why a-holes are sometimes very successful people, because they're unencumbered by trying to do the right thing all the time. Mm-hmm. As an NFL quarterback, you've got so many people with, honestly, like requests of your time or demands or whatever else, that these people might all have the best intentions, and whether it's charitable appearances or helping somebody out here or there, whatever it might be, but you can't do it all. And you got to kind of create a silo for yourself. And you can't return every phone call. You cannot be all things to all people. So for people that are conscientious, and it's the curse of the conscientious, there's a certain hardening that you have to go through where CJ realizes, like, yeah, I can't be all things to all people, and I just kind of got to create a silo and keep my inner core, and I think he's learned that over the course of these last couple of years.
You learn it faster too, I think, when you're going through adversity.
Right? Yeah,
people are still asking, they're because it comes across as less sympathetic to whatever it is you're.
Yeah, when all of a sudden somebody is still really being. Pushy about something, yeah, and you're like, hey, man, look, dude, I just threw 3 interceptions and a loss.
I just got sacked 6 times.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure I'm going to keep both my kidneys.
I can't breathe.
Yeah.
So
I was like, they're calling CJ up. Well, he's on the dialysis machine.
Yeah, we got
he's got internal bleeding in it, yeah.
Here, one more from C.J. Stroud sitting down with Evan Washburn. By the way, C.J. is going to do media today, so we'll have some more from C.J. Stroud, I'm sure, this afternoon on the station here. How do you feel about your weapons? Team went out and got you a bunch of new guys. How do you feel about your weapons this year?
We got different backs, different receivers, different tight ends. And I thought, we put, a lot of resources into that. And, I think it's been great. And I think, we got this, at the end of the day, it's about getting everybody going. Mm-hmm. And I think, we just got to get everybody around us to buy into what we're doing. And I think we've done that in this short point in camp and just continue to do that. It wasn't very easy, going through, some of the things we went through last season where guys getting hurt and, having to bring guys up and, then we, Laramie gets traded and things like that. So, it's a lot of questions on, why. But at the end of the day, it's like you can only do what you can control what you can control. And I think, we've done that and trying to be as best as we can. So, I'm really excited for this year. It's a new challenge for me, new challenge for our coaches, our team. And I think, we're going to try to do as best we can. But the guys we brought in, they love ball, play really hard, effort's there, the mentality. So I think, we're going to be fine.
So a lot of questions as to why, and obviously he says that after he talks about the fact that they traded away Laramie Tunsil. I'm going to tell you this thing, and this is after talking to Pat Kerwin yesterday from Sirius NFL, who goes around. He was a scout in the NFL, for a personnel guy in the NFL for a long time, and then he covers all the teams on Sirius, a boatload of camps. I don't know if they hit every camp, but they go to a lot of camps during training camp. And the one thing Pat Kerwin said is that very much so this year, there's teams that are looking around the league and seeing how defenses are playing, and they're in nickel all the time. They got 5 defensive backs on the field. The linebackers are light in the ass, and there's a lot of teams that are just flat out saying, you know what, we're going old school, and we're going to physically punish these defenses, and we're gonna have 3 tight end sets and 4 tight end sets and multiple. We're going to use a fullback. He said he went to 6 camps in a row with teams that are planning on using a fullback this year. So all of those, listen, all these little freaking nerds, offensive coordinators, that think that they're going to reinvent football and redefine expectations with the passing game, who have zero clue about actually how to engineer a run game. Like, that's the answer versus a lot of what you saw in the NFL last year defensively.
Beat people
Teams
up.
should have just been beating the crap out of people with the run, except none of these guys like Bobby Slowick and these damn nerds. They're nerds, Sean.
Yeah,
they're nerds. And they're so enamored of the passing game, which was the right way to go for a long time, but the pendulum always swings back. There's an element of physicality that's going to pay dividends. If you're a team like the Ravens, for instance, there's an element of physicality that's going to pay dividends. And I think that's what this Texans team wants to be. Laramie Tunsil is not that guy. Laramie Tunsil is a brilliant pass protector, but he is a finesse guy. And I think for what they really want to do on offense is of a physically punishing offense, that Laramie Tunsil, for the amount of money he's making, probably wasn't. He could be a part of really good pass protection, but he wasn't going to be part of a physically punishing offensive attack and a rushing attack. So It's still a gamble and it's a risk because you're trading away. He's still your best offensive lineman, despite not being the ideal guy for that type of a system. He's still a really good pass protector.
I don't know if I can ever think of a player who was not a problem like off the field.
Yeah.
Where there's been it's been more confusing is not the right word because I'm not confused by it at all. But it's just like it's very polarizing. You could hear. And I'm talking about trading Laremy Tunsil, taking your like intuitively having one of the worst pass protecting offensive lines and trading your best pass protector is totally counterintuitive. And yet we all know from covering the team that there's a lot of layers to this whole thing. And just listening to CJ there, you can tell, and that's not the first time he's commented. Sort of sidebar comment, not going deep on it, but just mentioning unprompted in a way because the question was about your weapons, not about the offensive line.
Yeah.
Mentioning the Laremy Tunsil trade and how he had questions about it. I mean, it sounded like there needed to be some level of convincing with C.J. Stroud that this was the right thing to do.
It was, and I go back to that one clip of C.J. telling the story on the pivot about how Laremy Tunsil is a vet. He's not doing nothing extra. Yeah. It's bad for your young quarterback to think that that's what a vet is supposed to look like.
Totally.
It just is, and I think there's a lot of other veterans on this team that are kind of practice junk, are constantly working on everything, and they've done a good job of getting a lot of those kinds of guys. And just Laramie's, he's just not that kind of guy. Doesn't like to practice, basically.
Doesn't like to practice.
Well, and that's where the selfish part of it comes in with the offensive line too. As an individual, did Laremy Tunsil need more practice to be a really good pass protector? No. Could Laremy Tunsil have used more practice when it comes to things like understanding the snap count and not false starting or working in conjunction with other guys in the run game? No, which is a selfish attitude to have. So that's the element of, hey, Laremy Tunsil as an individual might not need practice to be a really good pass protector, but you're going to tell me that being out there for practice every now and then might have helped him get a better feel for the snap, might have helped him get a better feel for the snap count? Yeah, I don't think that's a big leap.
Being out there with your teammates, this not having some sort of meritocracy involved with Laremy Tunsil. You brought up Bobby Slowick. Bobby talked to at least one media member in Miami over the course of the last day or so. For those who don't know, Bobby Slowick's on Mike McDaniel's staff in Miami now. I'm not sure what his title is. I think
he's a passing game consultant or expert or something.
It's not a position coach. This is a re-entry back into trying to get back onto the coaching carousel. So Bobby Slowick is in Miami. And got talking. And Miami, of course, has Tua there. They've got Tua. They drafted Quinn Ewers. They brought in Zach Wilson. It's kind of an intriguing quarterback room from that standpoint.
He's the senior passing game coordinator.
Oh, he was able to get a little pay bump by getting that senior on there. So Bobby Slowick, this is a quote who covered the Dolphins, and he said in a tweet, I asked Bobby Slowick if he's able to use Tua's film with the anticipation as teach tape for the other QBs, given how hard it is to play with that kind of foresight. Okay, here's the quote from Bobby Slowick. He's special, talking about Tua. Yeah. How in tune he is. It's almost an art. It sounds great to tell Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers, let's throw it before he breaks. But there's a lot of math that goes into that. How soft my ball has to be or how firm it has to be, where that spot is. Tua does it at a level I really haven't been around. End quote.
The great thing about what the Texans defense did last year was they used that. They turned that strength into a weakness. Kalen Bullock's interception on that, you remember, like they basically knew that if they showed Tua that look, that Tua was going to pull the trigger. But meanwhile, the Kalen Bullock is lurking up as a safety,
spot,
and ends up getting he had two shots at it because he missed the one earlier in the game. He has really. Tua does some things with the RPOs and makes some really, really fast decisions in that part of the game they're really impressive. It takes a lot of processing really, really fast. But at the same time, because it's the only thing he's good at, good defenses can start to game it.
Yeah.
And it's but remember when Mike McDaniel said he throws the most catchable ball in the NFL?
Yeah.
He did in that game. Like Derek Stingley caught it twice.
Soft hands.
Those balls were, I don't know.
Perfectly thrown.
I don't know if Derek Stingley would have actually come down with the ball if Josh Allen had been through some catchable ball.
Stingley would agree. Is that shade at C.J. Stroud right there, or is that just Bobby trying to make nice with his new people?
I think that's Bobby just trying to give an honest assessment of his guy,
Okay. All right. Tua does it at a level I really haven't been around.
The
last part. Okay?
Yeah,
Tua does it at a level I really haven't been around. He was around CJ like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
All right. It feels like it's shade to me, but I don't know.
Well, I think the big difference between CJ and Tua is that Tua has no problem just throwing short stuff. Whereas CJ
likes to launch it.
There's a little bit of his youthful aggressiveness that I think still, like a lot of young quarterbacks, Pat Mahomes was the same way. You just got to learn how to balance that, and that there's sometimes where you got to follow the cliches. Don't go broke taking a profit, all that other stuff.
Did you see Jonathan Grenard was named the 48th best player in the NFL by NFL.com?
I feel like he's earned
NFL
it.
Top 100. I do too.
He had a really good year last year. He had a great year the year before that. That's a rare one where I don't think anybody in Minnesota or Houston is saying like the other team was an idiot for they basically. It was in free agency, but you basically swapped defensive ends.
You traded Jonathan Grenard for Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Danielle Hunter is his influence on Will Anderson, and I think sometimes the veteran leadership is overstated, but I think that what Nick has done and what D'Amico have done on the defense especially is that they've put older veterans in each position group that can kind of be meant. Jimmy Ward was that guy in the secondary.
Yeah.
But Derek Stingley, I almost think of as like a 7th or 8th year vet at
well,
this point.
some of the guys are evolving. I think Nico is that guy in the receiver room now.
But as far as like on the defensive line, they really did it with Will Anderson.
No doubt.
Danico Autry, Jerry Hughes was still there the last couple of years.
He couldn't stop talking about Sheldon Rankins.
And then Danielle Hunter, obviously. Like they've got all these guys who are over 30 that it creates a really good environment. And I said this once before, and one of our listeners said, "Oh, come on, Will's going to work hard. He doesn't need an example of how to work hard." Yes, he does. You can work hard. Being a good worker is different than knowing how to work and seeing a template for what to work on.
Yes.
And what's most effective. And then not to mention, with a guy like Daniil, who's such an intelligent pass rusher, just kind of learning to come into your own in what works for you and what I need to lean into. And we heard Will Anderson say earlier this year about how, Daniil's a guy he's got an arsenal of moves, and he's going to do a bunch of different things, but Will realizes that he needs to be a little bit more simplistic in his approach. He's not a guy that's going to have this gigantic arsenal, and I agree with him. But that's also something that when you're talking to Danielle Hunter about stuff, a lot of young guys might be like, "Hey, Daniil, I want to try this. Oh, now I'm going to try that," and try to emulate everything he does. I would imagine there have been some conversations with Daniil and Will where he's like, "Hey, well, try it out, see if it's comfortable, and just work on it and
practice it."
Yes, I am.
You can find out
either
firsthand
today or tomorrow. It might. Yeah,
it's today.
sometime. Oh, it is today.
It's today.
For sure.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it's today. I'm talking to Titus
I
Howard.
knew that it was probably going to be today, Sean. I am not completely out to lunch. It was just like a 3% chance.
No, it's today. They confirmed that last night. It's today. So, by the way, on the NFL Top 100, still none of the Texans that we've been talking. They're down to 47 now. Tyreek Hill was 47 yesterday. Mm-hmm. He was number 1 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He's 47. So we still have not seen Nico, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, or Derek Stingley Jr. Presumably, the Texans are going to have 5 of the top 46 guys in the NFL Top 100.
There's about 8 quarterbacks left that people think should be.
Sounds about right.
Who isn't in there just yet?
The most recent
Baker
Mayfield was just named the 50th best player.
Okay.
He is the top quarterback right now, counting down. So we're still waiting for a few more, including CJ. I think. Okay, this is an interesting question. I think there's a 0% chance that Derek Stingley Jr. didn't make the top 100, that Danielle Hunter didn't make the top 100, and that Will Anderson Jr. did not make the top 100. I think all 3 of those guys are in the top 46 here that we're about to see. CJ and Nico are interesting ones because Nico missed a big chunk of last year. Mm-hmm. He missed 5.5 games. And C.J. Stroud didn't have a great season like he did his rookie year.
Yeah.
Can you make any explanation that those two might not have made this?
I don't think – well, if I go by with Baker Mayfield, the way that it works is they have the players just list their personal top 20.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of 10 quarterbacks because that's the most important position and then 10 more guys.
Yeah.
I'd find it really hard to believe that enough guys put Baker Mayfield in their top 20.
Yeah.
That didn't, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Baker Mayfield, but that there weren't as many guys that also put C.J. Stroud in their top 20.
There's 1,000 guys that vote.
Yeah.
Literally 1,000 guys that vote. So, so I think of those 5 that we're still waiting to hear, I think if CJ didn't make it, it would be because too many people looked at his regression and said, okay, the rookie year was maybe a fluke or something.
I was just thinking about the way that it operates too, is when it comes to player voting on anything. There's a little bit of just guys who played on the same team in college or have an allegiance or played against them in the conference, either in the Big Ten or the SEC and what have you. And CJ's got a big leg up in that regard. CJ came into the league with a certain amount of respect from former opponents and from Buckeyes and what have you. So I'd say there's a 1.3% chance
that he didn't make it. Yeah. With 1,000 guys voting, it usually ends up matching what the eye test is over the course of it. So there's that. Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones apparently haven't talked to each other since Micah Parsons' trade request. Yeah. If you were in a company and one of your best employees said, I need to get up and out of here, I know I'm under contract, but I got to get out of here, I don't want to work here anymore, would you at least go talk to that employee and find out what their issue is?
It gets tricky, though. I think it's probably more common than not that there isn't actually any direct conversation between the GM and the player, or the owner, and now the owner/GM and the player, because at this point in the process, usually the player, the professional that I'm paying a lot of money to handle it, and that it becomes more notable, like when Irsay had the meeting with Jonathan Taylor a couple years ago.
In his trailer.
Yeah. In his RV, wasn't it?
It was whatever. It was,
a special bus.
Yeah.
It's not, it doesn't alarm me, or it's not, I think that's more common than people might realize.
Here was Jerry Jones.
There was a story, I mean, back when Laramie Tunsil and Bill O'Brien weren't getting along, there wasn't a conversation. I think there was.
Laramie had one of his guys speaking for him to Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
I don't think it was an agent either.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones spoke with the media yesterday, and he was asked, "Are you confident that Micah Parsons is going to be there in Week 1 in the opener?" This is a season opener for the NFL. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys are in Philadelphia to face the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles, and Micah Parsons, inarguably one of the 10 or 20 best players in the league, might not play in that game. We'll see. He's out at Dallas camp right now, but Jerry Jones has asked, are you confident that he's going to play in Week 1?
Again, your definition of urgent is not necessarily, I don't believe you gave a definition of urgent. Okay,
and so, when does it get urgent?
So I stay urgent.
Okay. Any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no, absolutely not. That has to, a big part of that is his decision. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urgent.
He's the least urgent owner in the NFL.
I don't know. He said he stays urgent,
He
Seth.
stays urgent.
Yeah.
I think he stays probably.
What you're listening to.
He urgently needs to empty his bladder these days, I'm guessing. That's just the way it goes at that age. No, he does not stay urgent. The hallmark of the last 10 years of him as a general manager has been that he waits and waits and waits.
Right.
And eventually gets really – he is an habitual – he writes his term paper 20 minutes before it's due.
Oh, yeah.
And
I used to do that too.
Or he would pay somebody to write it 20 minutes before he did.
I couldn't afford that.
He kicks the can down the road over and over again. He's the opposite of urgent when it comes to general managers.
My favorite part of that answer is right in the middle there, where he's talking about how urgent he is, and I stay urgent and this and that. And the guy asks, well, are you confident Mike is going to play in Week 1? Oh, God, no. Oh, no, not at all.
I think that is almost maybe where he was going with that is that I thought where he was going with it would be like, I've been through this before, and people get disgruntled, and it works itself out, or it doesn't. But if anything, I would have thought he was saying that, like, hey, I don't need to be urgent here. That I've got the leverage. It's just it is what it is.
Jerry's probably emboldened a little bit by the fact that the last 2 big contracts that he's done. I'm not counting Jake Ferguson getting done a week ago. I'm talking about Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons. He kicked the can down the road, and eventually they did get done.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like David Mulligetta is an interesting fly in the ointment. He's the agent for either Dak or CeeDee Lamb. And this gets very interesting. We know firsthand here, David Mulugheta not afraid to be part of a client relationship where they're asking for a trade.
Yeah.
And Mike has already done that. He's asked for a trade. Like, how dug in is he? Does this thing just get solved by making Micah Parsons eventually the highest paid non-quarterback in football?
Yeah.
Or is Micah and Mulugheta so bent out of shape about this? Jerry Jones has disrespected Mulugheta throughout this process too. Like, I don't know.
Said he
I mean, at least
know his
it's come
name.
across as disrespect, right? So yeah, this is a tricky one,
The
man.
thing you need to remember is that a lot of times what people say in situations like this is like, well, the player doesn't have any leverage. No. The person with the most leverage in any situation is the person who gives the least damns about it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how much leverage you have on paper. Like Trent Williams with the Commanders a few years ago, he just flat out said, "Oh, okay, no, I'm just not going to play.
Yeah.
I'm not going to play football this year." And it worked out for Trent Williams.
Yes.
Usually it doesn't when the player does that.
Right.
Usually at Le'Veon Bell, for instance, it probably wasn't the best move, but he did have leverage.
Yeah.
In that he did ultimately get his way and screw the Steelers weren't happy about the situation.
Yep.
You just got to be willing to go all the way through it, and very few players are willing to go all the way with it.
All right, we are live at the Greenbriar in West Virginia. Folks starting to make their way out here. Players are in the big white breakfast tent over there. We've seen some of the players.
Is that what it's
coming
called,
in
the
and out.
breakfast tent?
That's what I'm calling it, the breakfast tent.
Oh, just had a flashback to breakfast at summer camp back in the day.
Not training camp, like summer camp when you were a
like
kid.
4-H camp.
Yeah. I went to 4-H camp
You
also.
4-H camp?
Yeah. I hated it.
I loved 4-H camp.
Did you? I was not a big fan.
I was a little disappointed that I thought there was going to be actual like farm type stuff and everything, but
Really?
there wasn't.
Yeah.
It's all arts and crafts and hiking and things, which was fun.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. There was no. I thought we were going to get to shear sheep or something.
Right.
Yeah.
It's right about that age, too, where, you had the girls camp on one side and the guys camp on the other, and, occasionally you try to sneak over there.
That's right.
That part was fun.
We had a couple kids. There were a couple older kids in my cabin that taught me how to talk to girls. Kind of. They tried to help me talk to girls.
They just shook their head like, oh.
Yeah, I usually ended up with me being like, why are you so stupid? Yeah.
Go shear your sheep or
read
whatever
a book,
it is you want to
sister.
do.
Yeah.
All right, Astros get a big win yesterday. So let's talk about that. What did we like that we saw? And a big return for the Astros coming today. What are the national media saying about the Astros right now? Where are they in the power rankings? We'll get to that coming up next. I'll tell you where Dr. Ben Salento is. Tippy top.
Now, Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
He hits one high. He hits one deep. He hits one all the way out and gone. A three-pointer for Yainer Diaz deep into the seats in Miami. And the Astros lead this game 7-1.
That was the swing that we needed there to put kind of the game in a different spot for us. Once he cleared the bases there, we were okay. Here we go. But quality at bats, Carlos Correa's at bats there, walking and getting those singles the other way. Altuve, that 2-run in the first. Those are big, especially when we're trying to kind of piece it together and trying to get some innings out of our guys. So I thought that we play really well.
All right, that was Joe Espada, manager of the Astros, talking about Yainer Diaz. 3-run home run last night. And Seth, as you pointed out earlier in the show, Yainer really, really solid. OPS over 1,000. The last month or so, he's been back in that 800 range OPS. He's been really, really good. The Astros win last night 7-3 over the Marlins. They anytime you're having one of these games where you're using Okert as an opener and you got Blubaugh throwing 3 innings, against a team that's been playing very, very good baseball.
And going against a pitcher who's been pitching really well as of late.
Quantrill, yeah. And it was really interesting, the numbers for him that they were showing the third time through the lineup, which came to fruition yesterday.
That was Pena got up and really took advantage of him.
Dude, it's crazy. The third time through the lineup, people are basically the other team turns into Ted Williams. You know, 400 batting average.
I know.
It's wild. It's wild.
It was. It could have been a really uncomfortable night, and then you come out and Abreu and Hader pitch with it wasn't a save situation, but neither of those guys have pitched in 4 games.
Yeah.
You start to feel now that Arrighetti is coming back, it feels like you've weathered the storm in terms of having to play with all these minor league replacements. You add guys to your team at the trade deadline. You've got Arrighetti coming back. Yes, you built that big lead. You squandered some of it, but it was all for very understandable reasons. And now the fact that Yainer and Christian Walker, I think, have settled into, at the very least, what Yainer's high bar is. Maybe he doesn't have to stay at 1,000 OPS for the next few weeks or anything like he has for these last few weeks, or his old self the last month or so.
This was my thing yesterday when they, you're on Twitter during the day and you're working, you're doing your thing, and all of a sudden, at about the same time, Chandler Rome, Brian McTaggart, and 2 or 3 other people are posting the lineup for the Astros that day. It happens. It's a daily ritual. And yesterday, I'm looking at the lineup and I'm going, okay, this is starting to look more like a lineup you can head into October with.
Yeah.
This is 2 weeks ago or a week and a half, whenever it was they were getting swept by the A's, you look at the lineup and you're going, oh, my God, I can't believe Cam Smith is not even through his rookie year. He's barely played 100 professional baseball games, and you're moving him around like a Swiss Army knife. He's batting leadoff. He's batting cleanup. The only spot he hasn't batted in the lineup yet this year is in the 3-hole. And now you look at the lineup yesterday, you go, okay, Jeremy Pena, all-star, leading off. Jesus Sanchez, okay, capable, big league hitter, 740 OPS. We will take it with Jesus Sanchez. You got Altuve batting third, Hall of Famer. Carlos Correa's batting cleanup. Hadn't had a great year, but he's Carlos Correa. That's a name you can put in there credibly. He's not Victor Caratini batting cleanup. He's Carlos Correa batting. Christian Walker has been batting well lately, batting 5th. Yainer Diaz batting well, hitting 6th. Now, all of a sudden, Cam Smith is batting 7th where he should be. Mauricio Dubon is batting 8th, and then you got Urias batting 9th. This looks more like a lineup you could actually go to battle with.
Well, and then, another nice thing last night, Urias made that really nice snag in the first inning at second base.
Yeah.
And, that's okay. You've added to a team that's already really good defensively. You've added other good defense, based on the first few games. But Jesus Sanchez is actually a good outfielder. He's had some sketchy moments as he gets himself acclimated.
Yep.
While smiling the entire time.
Absolutely. So the right now I like the power rankings, Seth, when it comes to any sport really, but particularly baseball and football. Right now, the experts, I've got 4 of them. The Athletic, I'm not going to do a power ranking of the power rankings just because we're up against it a little bit. But the Athletic has them 9th. MLB.com has them 8th. SI.com has them 10th. USA Today has them 9th. I would say this feels about right for where they should be. That one stretch they had at the end of June where all of a sudden they're at the top of the power rankings with everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, even the most diehard of Astro fans that I interact with, and I think even you and I are looking at those going, all right, they're not the best team in baseball. They just happen to be one of the best stories in baseball at the time, given how they were winning with makeshift rotations and makeshift lineups. 9th, 8th, 10th, and 9th. I will say this. I think once they get back to full strength, they are better than the 8th best team in baseball.
Yeah.
I think you get your pitching, full complement of pitching back, and you get a good version of Yordan Alvarez plunked down in the middle of this lineup, and this is a top 5 team in baseball.
The Athletic, who had the Astros as 9th, they're followed by the Yankees at 10th, by the way.
Take that,
the Yankees, it's funny, the Yankees added 3 relievers at the trade deadline, and then the very first game, they had a 6-run lead going into the 9th.
Yeah.
They bring in their new reliever and just make it destroyed.
The Yankees are a really talented team that are really, if you don't like them, they're fun to watch this year, or fun to follow.
I like exactly. Well, honestly, I'm not even ashamed to say this. I kind of enjoyed losing to the Red Sox game after game after game because I knew it was screwing the Yankees.
Yeah.
They are inevitable. The Astros are inevitable when it comes to screwing over the Yankees.
That's a good way to look at it.
All right, so I like the Athletics right up. They have the Astros at 9th. They said a less loaded word would be comfortable.
Oh, their word is, the deadline in a word is the category, and it's snuggly is the word.
So he says a less loaded word would be comfortable, but I like the extra warmth that snuggly provides. Carlos Correa is back, and the dude is like a human blanket for owner Jim Crane and the Astros. Can he still be effective? Is he physically compromised now? Why is he chasing pitches out of the zone more often? Doesn't matter. Pull the soft wool of Carlos Correa up to your chin and take a deep breath.
Dude, this
it's
is
all
so
going
accurate.
to be fine.
This is so, for a lot of Astro fans that really wanted Carlos back. And I was cool with him coming back, especially for what they got him for.
Yeah.
They didn't trade anything for him, and they got the Twins to pay a lot of the freight. But there were people, like, they didn't care. Like, they would have paid the full contract and given up prospects to get him. That's these people. Like, that's who they're describing. Like,
is he a regular third or second baseman moving forward? Shh. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Correa is back, and he'll help fix everything.
This is funny.
And then he says, not even sure if this is snark at this point. Much, much sillier ideas have worked. I know that. Silly? Oh.
Hey, 5 games in?
Yeah.
Correa's been fine so far.
I don't know. Yeah, to call it a silly idea, I think, is ignoring really the biggest element of all of this is Correa in the postseason.
Yeah.
And which is a very real thing. I think Sean, amongst baseball fans and writers, don't understand what it's like to actually have some kind of a, like, almost a verifiable it factor in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, that it factor sustained that golden era window probably 2 seasons longer than they really should have been.
Super golden
just because
era, yeah.
they were so experienced in the playoffs.
Yep.
We saw this with the Patriots back in the day. There was an element to them having played so many playoff games that other teams would just kind of crumble under the pressure and the weight of the playoffs. And the Astros got to that point where they didn't, where other teams would crumble. They just stayed the course, and they figured out ways to win. And I think Correa is 100%. You can document it with Correa. Yeah. He's a freakishly, consistently good player from series to series in the playoffs.
He's made of that stuff, man. Like, he's made of that type of material, for sure.
You know what? He's a bright lights guy.
Yeah, he's a bright lights guy. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, if you're watching on the YouTube or Twitch, you're actually, for this segment, you got to see. We should probably flip the camera
turn it back around.
Yeah, you got to see if you watch. You got to see what the Greenbriar looked like behind us here. So we'll see. Maybe we get it for another segment, but we like to give a little peek in for the people.
Let's try to keep it for another. You guys might see us being told to turn our cameras around at some point.
Yeah, we want the people to see. There's nobody working out. There's literally 0 people out here.
The first time an actual football person shows up in the frame, we'll spin it around.
We will spin it around. But if you're just listening on the Odyssey app, you want to pop open your YouTube.
And just hope for our sake that it's not like Christian Harris doing an Oklahoma drill,
well,
and dominating and devastating people. I mean, sure, you kicked off.
Yeah. We need to get. If you haven't noticed, 4-hour show. So
they turn around and Christian Harris is power cleaning 500 pounds and then running a wind sprint into a tackling dummy.
They're literally doing a surgical procedure behind us on Christian Harris's calf. Yeah.
Well, that's the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah, it's just anything that would be voyeuristic. All right, Payne and Pendergast, heading into the 8 o'clock hour, let's talk about what we saw yesterday at the Greenbriar. 5 big things that we saw yesterday at Texans practice. Practice number 2. We got practice number 3 today. That is coming up next.
What's Coach D'Amico's goal for the Texans? KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
It is indeed. It is summer practice at the Greenbriar, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Good to be with you.
This is so nice out here.
It is great. Okay, so that's the view we've got right now. We're looking if you're okay. So Seth's got the camera going here. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can kind of see what it looks like in the background here.
We were trying to keep it away off the fields completely in case anybody comes out to do rehab or something.
I'll give him a quick little look at the mountains.
Yeah,
okay. Spin it around. Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Oh, not my head. I got to get
okay.
out of there.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah.
A little bit of that.
Look at that, man.
This is. I'm sorry to the radio people. That's
radio,
awful. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well,
Sean and I are taking.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, just let the
picture do the talking.
Let the camera do the talking for us. Yeah.
Okay,
no, but it's beautiful up here, and the weather is. I don't know. What do you think it is right now? About 60?
It is in the mid 60s. If I had to guess, I would guess 63.
It's
61.
It's overcast.
61 degrees and overcast. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
I haven't had a single swig of liquid this morning. I haven't felt.
I drank a Powerade.
Well, I had
I'm
my
okay.
coffee, but that's about it.
I feel good, man.
Yeah.
I feel good.
This is incredible. If they wanted to spend 4 weeks up here, I wouldn't object, but I do feel guilty saying that because I know a lot of people really like going to training camp.
That is true.
But if you wanted to plan a trip up here, this is a gorgeous state.
It is,
oh
but the practice this week at least is not open to the public. We should make
right. But if they would make it open to the public,
if they came here that long
for the full, it's just a beautiful state. I drove down through from the north part of the state. I crossed the Potomac River, as we discussed. I was a little less impressed with Washington crossing the Potomac.
You're basically one of our founding
I drove
forefathers.
across in like 27 seconds.
Yeah.
And but like I was just going through nothing but state parks and national forests the whole time, and it was incredible. It was just awesome.
It's really
no
pretty.
cell service.
Yeah.
I got to just be alone with myself and nature.
Can you imagine being alone with Seth Payne's brain? That would be incredible.
It's hell is what it is. I've spent a lifetime doing it. It's ridiculous.
All right, let's get to what we've seen on the field here. Seth and I have been here 2 days. Day 3 today. We've not gotten word. We should check and see if we're getting pads today.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday after a couple.
Sending it to the Omar
after a
group
couple.
text.
The tight ends were particularly frisky yesterday. Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz both involved in a couple of skirmishes. It was fun to see. Never felt like you're on the verge of an all-out brawl or anything. But guys are getting a little testy. And we wondered, I wonder if D'Amico will kind of pull back a little bit. You got the preseason game coming up. Then you've got a combined practice against Carolina next week before the preseason game. And my thought was, no, I think that it's for one, you come up here.
You got to maximize your minutes, man.
Right.
The team spent a lot of money to bring these guys up.
Yeah,
here.
no, and you get to the end of the practice yesterday, and you can tell the energy level's different. And it's the one thing is you can have crisper practices with fewer mental errors and all of that, and it's like a soft talent or anything. I think D'Amico likes those first couple weeks of having to be out in the heat and push through it because it's as close to a Junction Boys environment that you're ever going to get these days.
Yeah.
You can kind of just create some mental toughness by having to battle the heat. But then there's the side of it where you don't want to wear guys down. You don't want them to get injured. You gotta get good, crisp physical practices in, but you don't want guys being injured. I think that's why you come up here.
No doubt.
My forecast is pads today, and then tomorrow, because you got a preseason game on Saturday, tomorrow becomes like a normal Friday practice, that they probably go in just uppers or no pads at all.
Yeah.
You just have kind of a three-quarter speed practice.
Glorified walk-through / three-quarter speed practice kind of thing. Yeah, I can see that. So we'll find out if there's pads today. But there were pads the last 2 days, and it's been really, really good. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday assessing day 2.
And we had a really good day today at practice. I saw very competitive periods on both sides. Like we had a tough physical, short yardage period today, and it was a lot of back and forth. Guys did a great job up front, D-line, O-line. Those guys were competing and battling. That's what you see every day. Our receivers and DBs, those guys competing. Receivers making plays, DBs making plays on the football. We have a really competitive team. That's my takeaway from our camp thus far, and that's how it should be. So I'm excited just to see these guys go play against someone else. It is that time of camp where it's going to be a little more chirpy. You're going to see fights and scuffles happening, but it's just you get tired of hitting the same person. You get tired of going against the same schemes. It's time for us to go play a game.
I thought yesterday was, and we'll get into some of the details of yesterday in a second, I thought it was almost the ideal practice if you're a Texan fan. I thought each side, that's to the side that's going to be the linchpin for your team, the defense, had enough plays yesterday. We're like, yeah, these guys, this is backing up everything we've seen in camp. They're really, really good. I thought the offense got just enough yesterday, both in the ground game and through the air, to feel good about the direction it's going. Maybe the overall results you want better, but there was enough that they did out there well to where you feel like, okay, this thing's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, the physicality is the thing that this offense, I think the way Nick Caley wants to operate, you're going to have that. And you can't be a finesse offense the way that Nick Caley wants to run things. That was encouraging because that's also where you don't have to have 5 all-pros on your offensive line. If you can operate that way, you just got to have blue-collar, lunch pal type of guys that are willing to just get gritty and get their pads low and root guys up and out of there. And you saw some evidence of that yesterday. The cool thing about that is that you also saw when Nick Chubb has good blocking in front of him, all right, that vision is still there. And he's got strong legs. I don't know if he's as explosive as he used to be, but he can grind out some yardage. And you can see the appeal there. He had one nice run of probably 15 to 30 yards or so, depending on whether or not a tackle was made here or there.
Yeah.
But that part of it, that looked good. And the pass protection remains a work in progress. The blitz pickup remains a work in progress. But it's early in camp where you've got a new defense that's really dialed in. And it's going to be difficult. And yes, the Texans are going to face other good defenses this year. But that's where, they got to get better sometime between now and that point. But it's not. After yesterday's practice, I felt a lot better than I did. It wasn't a great day for the offense, but I felt better about their progress yesterday than I did after Monday.
They made some plays at least, man. Like Monday was rough, and Tuesday there were at least some wow moments that if you were just here watching casually as a fan and you had to pick a day to come, yesterday would have been the day way over Monday because you want to come to see at least a little bit of offensive fireworks.
Well, and I think the encouraging thing, too, is at times the quick game has looked really good.
Yes.
And you didn't really feel like you could rely on the quick game last year, especially at times where it felt like, all right, if defenses are trying to take away the deep ball, why are you not carving them up short and running the ball? And it turns out it's because hopefully the explanation is simply that Bobby Slowick was not scheming it that way.
When the ball...
Don't worry, Mark. We're clear to do this. Mark Vandermeer just walked by and saw our different setup, and we just told him.
Hovering over us like a gargoyle.
Yeah.
Why are you faced this way? No, I'm just joking. Danny's not doing that. When the ball gets out quick, CJ looks like 2023 CJ.
Yeah.
You know, like when it's boom, first read, boom, some quick game, like you said, that looks really, really good. The fact of the matter is, by and large, he doesn't have time to do much more than that going against this first-team defense right now.
I think the other thing that would happen, though, today, too, Sean, that might make sense, is if they go no pads but then end up doing, you know what? They can't go 4 days in a row of pads.
Well, it's only been 2 days.
I know. But if they wouldn't go tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I could see them maybe going no pads today and then pads tomorrow.
Maybe.
That's my prediction now.
Okay. We'll see.
Good physical day of practice yesterday, and then probably maybe no pads today, but then they still might go pads
We
tomorrow.
get fights today with no pads. That's how you know things are chippy.
Yes. It's like it feels like that's the bare knuckles version of it somehow.
You know guys are sick of each other. No pads fights.
Dalton Schultz comes out with with Ultimate Warrior bands around his biceps.
Tassels. Yeah, that'd be great.
Wearing a bandana.
That'd be great. Jaden Higgins' show yesterday. He had some big plays. You know, people are always asking how the rookie's doing, how guys looking. Jaden Higgins had a huge day. Like 3. If these were Astro catches in center field, those would have been like 4-star and 5-star catches.
And I think that's what you hope to see out of the guys that you're planning on. And remember, Jaden Higgins is a second rounder. Jalen Knowles a third rounder. It's not like they're top 10 picks or whatever. but you want to see those guys come in and
on him, man.
dominate the twos. And I think when they're in against the twos, they're doing really, really well. It gets more competitive for the offense in general when the ones are going against the ones. But there's really – it's hard to find anything to pick out negative about Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel right
Agreed.
now, other than just the flat-out generic saying, hey, they're rookies, they got to prove that they can do it in the regular season, et cetera, et cetera. But they're right on pace and on schedule right now.
Kamari Lassiter has been one of the best players out here. He was the best player out here yesterday. He had 2 picks, one on a deep ball to Nico Collins early in practice, another one on kind of an intermediate route to Xavier Hutchinson where he just kind of outfit tip ball. Grabbed it, might have been a pick six if we were playing a real game, and then had a nice pass breakup on almost an identical route to Nico that he got the pick on, going the other way down the field. But it was he knocked that ball away. Kamari's been excellent this camp, and D'Amico Ryan said so after practice.
Kamari continues to improve just his details, and that's what sticks out about him. Like a year 2 player who doesn't feel like a year 2 player. He's continuing to ascend, continuing to make plays, continue to push himself to be in those tough spots, going against Nico, going against Higgins. Like, those are tough guys to go against, and he battles every single day, and he finds a way to make a play. And I think he made two picks today on the football. So it's impressive to see such a young player who's always dialed in, always bringing great energy and great emotion to our defense, and the guys, they really vibe with that, and he's a spark plug for our team.
He had another pass breakup, too, on a deep ball intended for Nico Collins that just – I mean, he was running pace for with Nico, but I think it wasn't a great ball by CJ.
Yeah.
That CJ was probably trying to put that ball – I thought at first it might have been maybe he was trying to go back shoulder, but it makes more sense that he was trying to put it between Nico and the sideline, and it just didn't get there.
It was a great catch by Lassiter. I mean, for him.
Well, I was thinking about the pass breakup.
Oh, the pass breakup. Sorry. Okay. I thought the interception was really good hands by Kamari. By the way, confirmation on your hypothesis about practice, Seth, today.
Oh, okay. No pads.
No pads today. Light practice today for the exact reason you cited. Violate rule.
I was speculating because I didn't know whether I was allowed to divulge it or not.
You knew exactly.
That was faux speculation.
Gotcha. Come on, act smart.
I can't. I'm too honest.
Point. I don't know if I can put that out there.
Too honest about being honest about how I was kind of lying.
I don't feel like telling the world that they're going to be in a light workout today is going to lose the Rams game for them in Week 1. I think we're okay. Offensive line. We've not talked much about the offensive line today, so let's talk about them right now. Ariante Ursary still with the ones at left tackle yesterday. Titus Howard still right tackle. How much, in general, are you surprised that Titus Howard is getting run at right tackle right now?
No, I was more surprised that he was only playing right guard early on, because I think the plan is right now that they're going to continue to use Titus Howard the way they have in the past, which is what Nick always says is get the 5 best guys on the field.
Yeah.
I think that Titus is more psychologically for it now than maybe he was in the past, and part of that is also that they tweaked this. Part of it might be, hey, they kind of gave him some insurance with the way they tweaked his contract and guaranteed some more of the money, but that I think Titus understands now that being a guy who can play guard is way more of an asset these days than it was in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Like being exclusively a right tackle isn't as good these days as being a guy that can be a versatile offensive lineman.
The guard pay scale is pretty good out there.
Yeah, that
days.
Part of it too.
Yeah,
and it's just psychologically though too. It's almost kind of like there's always been more. There's been more of an aura about being a tackle than being a guard. And with extra game added, and because offensive linemen just aren't as durable as they used to be, it's that you've got to versatility. Versatility will get you the recognition and respect just as much as just being a really good right tackle. You got Larry Allen's a prime example of that. I mean, Larry Allen's a Hall of Fame offensive lineman who played every position on the offensive line other than center.
Yeah.
And that's what he gets a lot of respect still to this day for, was how good he was at all those positions. Bruce Matthews, too, had a lot of versatility to him.
Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans on that, on the offensive line. This is D'Amico on the offensive line physicality.
Today from our run game, you saw the level of physicality and intensity that it takes to run the football from our offensive line. So that's where it all starts. They had the right mindset. You got the right mindset, you're going to move people off the line of scrimmage. So that's where it starts. So they're ready to roll from that standpoint. They had a good day in the run game.
Okay, so that was D'Amico on that. Now here's D'Amico on what we were just talking about, which is kind of the versatility that's needed. The question was about Ariante Ursary, the rookie, moving over to left tackle, but D'Amico says anything can happen.
During this time of camp, so I tell the guys everything is an evaluation. And I mix it up on coaches like the morning of the practice, right, to see how coaches handle it, to see how players handle being moved into a different position, because as we know, we line up in a game, anything can happen, right? Guys are injured and your plans change very quickly. So how do you adapt? How do you adjust on the fly? So coaches have to be able to adapt and adjust well. Also players. Tay has done a really good job over at left tackle. We bump tight, mix it up as much as possible, and that's not the only position. I mean, we move the guys around, linebacker, D-line. Guys are moving all over the place just to see, what can guys handle, and that's the point of camp. We wouldn't be able to do this any other time throughout the season, so I put a lot on guys mentally in camp to see what they can handle.
D'Amico's a pop quiz guy.
Yeah.
Basically a pop quiz. Hey, here, head coaches, guess what? Titus Howard is right tackle.
You got to be ready for anything.
Ready for any kind of action.
He feels like he's the kind of coach that would all of a sudden shut off the hot water in the showers.
Yeah.
See how you guys are going to adapt.
Now what?
Head on a swivel.
Now what?
All the time.
You ever been to Arrowhead Stadium? That place is a dump. The showers could go out at any time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've come kind of 180 on this. That I used to be the first guy to say, listen, offensive linemen need to be able to practice their position and their position alone and get good at it, especially when they're rookies. Going back to various disappointing offensive line selections from the past with the Texans, where Xavier Su'a-Filo, remember, was the guy they had him playing like right guard, left guard, right tackle his rookie year, and then I would get very frustrated because I'm like, just let him play one position. I've switched on that just because I think there's a lot to be said for I'd rather have 5 guys who are versatile and can play multiple positions than have 2 stud all-pros and then 3 jamokes that you just can't trust.
Yeah.
Because of everything we talked about earlier. So I've had to think hard. I've had to take meditation retreats to come to this point and be comfortable and cool with it. But I'm at a spot where I'm pretty cool with it.
If you have the right coach, coaches in the right try to do that, then it's not going to work.
That's true.
So it's not working with Xavier Su'a-Filo and a Bill O'Brien staff. Different than these guys and a D'Amico Ryan staff.
A part of it is I think because I've had so many orthopedic surgeries, I just felt good. It was like, okay, I'm going to go to a knee specialist.
Yeah.
Or, okay, I'm going to go to an ankle specialist.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go into some country doctor.
I do everything.
/ veterinarian.
Yeah.
You're like, of course, yeah. I'm better because I can do it all. Those other fancy lads, they're trying to just focus on one little body part.
Yeah.
You got brain issues?
Yeah.
Let me tinker around up there.
I'll let you choose which buck knife I use to do the procedure. Pick. I got 10 of them right here.
I'm not much of a fan of this antiseptic environment. I like to feel your body got to learn to fight off the infection from the get-go.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with
get
you.
up on my kitchen table and let's have at it.
Payne and Pendergast. By the way, Arrowhead Stadium, I had a good time.
You want any more chillins or not? I'll snip the Vas deferens in a heartbeat. Use toenail clippers for that one.
There you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We are live at the Greenbriar in West Virginia, and we are acting like it right now. All right, up next, D'Amico Ryans yesterday did name the most consistent player on the Texans. I would have guessed several players just based on depth chart before I got to this one. And we got some Pettycast leftovers we didn't get to yesterday.
Good, because I'm still feeling petty.
I know, I am too. So let's do a few of those. We're live in West Virginia. Stay there. Payne and Pendergast.
Ready? Texans football is back. Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are live in West Virginia. Just got done chit-chatting with Texans sideline reporter John Harris. He's getting his game face on over there, getting ready to scope out practice.
John and I were talking about nerdy offensive coordinators and how it's kind of, okay, so this is my prediction for the league this year. It's that defenses have spent a decade adjusting to aerial attacks, and offensive coordinators have gotten jobs because they're these brilliant whiz kids that understand the passing game in a way that nobody else does. And a lot of us that have watched the NFL for a long time, we know that the pendulum swings back and forth. And we're watching last year, and we're saying, like, we're watching, and people on television, some of them former quarterbacks, are talking about, I don't know how we handle all of this cover two. And they're acting like it's a modern innovation or something. And guys that have been around a long time are like, there's so many answers right now. You guys can't do it because you don't understand anything about the physical element of football. And you're just, everything in your mind is a problem to be solved with the passing game, not the run game. And then you look and you see the Ravens or the Eagles or any of the teams that can really major in the run game, what they were able to do last year. So there's a lot of teams that are realizing, okay, we got to get back to some old school punishing.
So you
physical,
and Johnny were over here talking
punishing
about
and physical
beating
football.
people up and punishing. Yeah. Like I was sitting next to Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds.
And it isn't. And that's a problem, though, too. It's that there is a lot of mental work that goes into having a good rushing attack.
For sure.
It's not like you just – but a lot of these nerd offensive coordinators think, like, well, you just put a body on a body and then you have the running back go die, you nerd.
Ogre.
Yeah.
Ogre. You are Ogre.
So there's an element to – it's going to be interesting to watch some teams this year where I think you're going to see – you're going to see a lot more multiple tight end sets. You're going to see more fullbacks. You're going to see a lot of teams start to take advantage.
Do you
of some
feel
of that.
like this is what the Texans are trying to become?
I think that's what they're trying to do. Yeah, I think that's what they like to be.
Yeah.
And, and it's not. But part of that is you got to be committed to actually being able to run the ball. And you got to know how to create and be an architect of a run game. And I don't like Bobby Slowick never really had any experience in that world. He was the consummate pass game guy. He'd been a passing game coordinator. He had never been a position coach. So when it came to the actual fundamentals of doing that stuff, I don't think he really got it.
He was a pass game guy who had no problem handing the ball off on first and second down.
Hey. No, I was talking to you this morning before the show. I was talking to you at 4 a.m. about this. It does feel – these last few years, I felt like, and I had a conversation with a young guy yesterday where I kind of felt the same way. It was like in the late 90s during the internet bubble, stock bubble, where all these kids, all these 20-somethings were saying, like, brick and mortar is dead. No, you got to buy Perfumania. Cisco, that's where it's at. And all this.
Perfumania.
And it's like, all right, there's a tiny element of truth to what you're saying, but you really don't know what you're talking about because you haven't lived through the wars.
Yeah.
You know? You need to go bankrupt in this bubble so you can learn the lesson about bubbles to come.
You need to have a bubble pop from underneath you.
Yeah, so there are a lot of guys out there right now that genuinely don't know what the hell they're doing when it comes to being a complete offensive coordinator. I think Nick Caley has seen he's come up in a different environment, and I think he sees the world a little bit differently.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Exactly an hour from now, Texans President Mike Tolman will join us out here. We'll get the latest on where things are with the new headquarters, with the stadium, how the first 5-6 months been going as the team president here. Exactly how much does it cost to send the team to the Green? I don't know. He's going to tell us that. But we'll bring up the expense of the Greenbriar and see if he starts to squirm a little bit because he's in charge of the business side.
Adjusting for fuel prices and all that stuff, I think just a charter. I want to say a charter for a road trip used to be back in the day like $250,000, and I'm sure that's gone up more.
Dude,
I
have no idea.
That's a lot of money, though.
It's a lot of money,
to rent a
resort. You
Yeah.
know, you got however many rooms you're renting, and then all the resources here.
I was just thinking, though, if the baseline is $250,000 just for the travel, and then you go up on top of all
millions.
that.
Yeah. D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday about a specific player and said that this was the most consistent player on the team. And his name, I would have had to guess a lot. Tommy Togiai.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle. Here's why. Here's D'Amico Ryans on Tommy Togiai.
With Tommy, when I talk about being consistent, growing every day, Tommy, if I had to bet, he's our most consistent player probably on our team. This guy he was in our building working, like the first player in February. He's in the weight room working out, and he's never missed a beat. Like, he's always working. He's always doing it the right way. I can always highlight Tommy in a meeting because his technique, effort, fun, everything is going to be on point every single time. And it's not by happenstance. Like, this guy is working in the background to be where he is. And so it's cool for younger guys to see a guy like Tommy who's bounced around, but man, he's stuck here with us because it's a guy you can trust. And that's what we build here in training camp. You got to show your teammates that, man, you can trust me. I'm going to do it exactly how the coaches are asking me to do it. So Tommy is a guy who has all of my trust in the world.
Yeah, no, Tommy Togiai is a classic. He's a good test for coaches because when you watch him or you look at him, he's not like a combine hero type of guy, and he doesn't necessarily look all that fluid athletically. But he just keeps making plays, and his technique is really good. And those are the kinds of guys that sometimes slip through the cracks because coaches see him or scouts see him and they feel like they already got the book written on him. So to have kind of a little bit of humility and watch the scene, he had some nice reps yesterday.
He did
in the one-on-one pass rush, and you've seen him show up in the backfield relatively consistently. So that type of guys, when you're talking about a defensive line that's going to rotate a bunch of guys, he's a really intriguing one.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's a guy. He's bounced around. Like he was. He's not some guy they signed as an undrafted free agent last year. He was a fourth-round pick in 2021. He's going into his fifth year in the league.
Cleveland to Jacksonville to Cleveland to Atlanta and then Houston.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's in the Jacksonville. He was there. That was the thing. He spent his first 2 years with the Browns and got released at the end of camp. And then went to the Jags practice squad and got released 4 days later. That's when you probably feel you're like starting to get on that gerbil wheel.
That's got to be scary,
man.
Like
you get drafted in the fourth round, you make a team, you probably feel like, all right, well, this will be where I am, and then I'll get to my end of my contract, and we'll see where my career goes. You get a wake-up call 2 years in, you go to the Jags, and you're cut a week in from the Jag, and then, like you said, back to Cleveland, to Atlanta. And I say it seems like he's found a home here, except – there's a lot of bodies on that defensive line.
The defensive ends.
He played well for the Texans at the end of the year last year.
People were asking about Micah Parsons. I think mostly jokingly because, obviously, for the Texans to bring on Micah Parsons right now, sure, he would help the team. Irresponsible because they've already got they're a lot of money invested in Danielle Hunter. They're gonna be spending a lot of money on Will Anderson very soon, and then they've just got a lot of depth at defensive end with guys that you feel good about, and some of whom you've already paid a good chunk of money to.
Yep.
So it's in defensive tackle they don't have as many top level or like high ceiling types of guys, but I think for the rotation. They got a lot of guys that they feel good about. So to be a guy like Tommy Togiai, it's going to be hard to displace guys with experience like Fadakasi and Rankins and Mario Edwards and Tim Settle Jr. Like right there, you've got a 4 deep already. So guys are fighting for that, 5th or 6th spot that they might keep with an extra defensive tackle.
It is the depth on this team.
Well, Kurt Heinisch is as well.
He's one who's still on the PUP list here too. So it's like Heinisch. It goes to show you, those are barometers for where this team is from a depth standpoint. Like, Heinisch, as an undrafted guy, kind of easily made the team in the Lovie Smith year.
Yeah.
And now you got guys like Togiai and Heinisch that are really battle. It's an uphill battle to make the team. Yeah. So it's a good thing for the Texans for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast. All right, let's do this. Let's take one here. I got the Pettycast leftovers from yesterday that I want to hit, but I want to make sure we're doing it in a time slot in a time frame of more than 2 minutes. So we'll take one here. We're going to circle back to Texans training camp. Certainly the 9 o'clock hour will be Texans heavy, highlighted by Mike Tolman, the president of the team, who's going to join us out here at 9:30. Callahan on the show tomorrow as well. Seth's talking to Danielle Hunter today after practice. I'm talking to Titus Howard today after practice. We got you guys covered on social media and on here with everything. And we'll be on with the In the Loop guys at 12:40, 5:20 today with the guys on the drive, and 7:40 tonight with the guys on Area 45. Right now, I want to tell you about Berkeley Eye Center. Get you that.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are live at summer practice at the Greenbriar, thanks to Flight by Yingling. So today, some of the players are starting to come out. They are not in pads today, so it's. I think it's going to be a lighter practice today. C.J. Stroud is scheduled to meet with the media after practice today. I'm looking forward to that press conference, seeing where CJ's at. We're probably not going to see much today that's going to alter where he's at with the offense.
Well, when he was on with Evan Washburn on CBS yesterday, he gave some good answers about just kind of he didn't say difficulty, but just, I guess, the challenge of adding all of these things to his plate in terms of how much he's going to be directing the offense. And it's not an excuse. I think it's an explanation when I say it that it is a lot. And it's a matter of there's a lot of muscle memory in just getting the reps to where you should expect some clunkiness from the offense at this point. But I'm also not saying that, hey, you should feel great about the fact that the offense hasn't looked good. Like, no, you should be uneasy until you see the offense and C.J. Stroud and everybody else looking the way that I think that C.J. Stroud is capable of looking. But there's very rational explanations for it. It's just that at some point you got to get over that hump and start, making noticeable progress.
I agree. So we got that today. And then Seth's going to be talking to Daniil Hunter after practice. I'm going to talk to Titus Howard after practice, and we'll have some of the audio from that as we roll on here this week. It's been a great week here.
I'm going to try to pass block Daniil Hunter.
Okay, let me know when that happens.
I'm going to say, by the way, it's hard, though. Pass blocking is hard.
Yeah.
You do that. No, we would mess around like it's crazy. No, you think like, hey, a defensive lineman should be able to pass block a little bit. No, not a lick.
Yeah.
It's different about the way you move and everything. So just even when you're messing around in drills and everything and you try to pass block one of your teammates, you're like, I suck at this.
This is why I'm a defensive tackle.
Awful, yeah.
Yep. Hey, we did a petty cast yesterday, and we didn't get through. We were so petty that there were leftovers that we didn't get to. I figured this would be a good segment to do some petty cast leftovers.
And you guys should appreciate our professionalism in this regard, because do you know how hard it is to be petty when you're in a beautiful natural environment like this?
Oh, yeah.
There's fresh air.
It's not easy.
Barely any cell phone service or data anywhere, so you can't even, your mind isn't all cluttered.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
And Seth and I are poetry in motion. We do it so easily.
That's right.
Yeah, man. All right, so
muscle memory.
The two that were left over, yes, from being petty all the time, every day. The two leftovers, the big ones I wanted to get to, because these are always fun. Nick Turturro. Noted actor, and what was it? NYPD Blue back in the day. One of those cop shows he was on.
I only know him as the brother of Nick Turturro.
Of John Turturro.
John Turturro.
Yeah, John Turturro. Yeah. Well, or as an angry Yankees fan. That's probably what he's best known as these days. If you're on social media, he's back to. He liked the Yankees for a little bit, but no, he's back to hating them again.
Where's the pride on this team? Where's the f***ing pride? Guys taking strike threes, looking like. Swing the f***ing bat. The other guy can't hit him. Swings at everything. What the f*** happened to this guy Wells? What happened to him? They look like they're going through the motions. I don't know. Maybe they're not, but they look like it. And these f***ing beards, get rid of them. We got to get Yankee pride back. We got to restore something with this team, with this organization. Something is so wrong. It's really just. It's like someone just said, pathetic. This is pathetic. And I continue to watch because I'm an addict. I have a sickness watching this.
He went full Steinbrenner.
Dude,
never go full Steinbrenner.
He's 3 days away from exhuming Steinbrenner's corpse.
These guys with their facial hair,
their beard,
looking like a bunch of damned hippies,
and their 7-figure salaries.
The Aaron Boone. I like it because Nick Turturro very aggressively asked the same questions we've always asked about the Yankees.
Yeah.
Like, why does Aaron Boone still have a job? You know how I am with baseball managers.
Yeah.
I'm very careful to. I don't like blaming a baseball manager because there's only so many things they can do, and by and large, it's you've got professional baseball players executing their job on the baseball baseball diamond. And yet, I can't sit and watch the Yankee. I mean, I can totally do it and enjoy it.
Yeah.
But watch them underperform year after year after year, spending boatloads and boatloads of money, trading for 3 relievers, and then blowing it a 6-run lead the very first day they come.
Great.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. And
it's at the very least, it's a little bit of it should make you feel good because at the very least, the Yankees are the best demonstration of that. It's not as simple as just buying yourself a championship.
Right.
The Mets, actually, in the last couple of years, too. Good example of, look, now, the teams that are the best in the league most of me. But it's not as simple as just buying a championship, Yankees.
Man. Yeah, different champions every year for the last however many years.
There's 12-year-old Yankees fans that have no clue that their team was actually once an incredible force.
They were the gold standard for a long time.
Their parents and grandparents tell them stories about it, but they don't believe it.
It's getting harder and harder to believe, for sure,
It's like believing in well, I won't say this.
Don't spoil it.
Believing in various things that sometimes kids believe in. And
yeah.
You know, like that that their parents love each other.
Come on. That was uncalled for. That was uncalled for. In 55% of the homes, they actually do love each other. Kids, if you're in the car right now, your parents are part of the 55%.
Well, there's some that are some parents get divorced and they do love each other, but it's just not right.
Yeah.
But then there's other parents that stay together, but they don't love each other.
Yeah, that's not good.
They're just committed to the cause.
Right. Yeah.
There's like a 25% chance your parents love each other.
Why are you together? Tax purposes. All right. We continue with our Pettycast leftovers. Colin Cowherd. This got a lot of run, including actually getting recognized by the person who he was targeting with this take.
Yeah.
Colin Cowherd, not a fan of guys wearing ball caps backwards or visors backwards in prominent positions.
Yes.
Presidential type positions like quarterback and NFL head coach.
Yeah. And then Colin Cowherd does this thing where you take something that you agree with and then murder it. Even like to the point where no, you're agreeing with this for all the wrong reasons.
By the end, you're agreeing with the other side. Here's Colin Cowherd on Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer, who everybody calls Shotty.
Yeah.
Wearing a backwards visor at his press conference, which, mind you, is in front of a backdrop that has a bunch of Bank of America symbols on it. Kind of like the Texans have the Xfinity on theirs.
That's right.
So keep that in mind when you hear this take.
You know I don't like backward hats. What's worse is a backward visor. That's a 2-win team. I'm taking away 4 wins. So when you sit in front of a podium, you're representing the Cowboys, you're representing Bank of America, you're representing a $12 billion corporation. I think you got to do better as a head coach than a visor backwards. There's a reason at country clubs and private clubs you have to wear collared shirts and jackets. There's a reason for that. There's a standard. I don't want to look like a guy that's here to move my couch. I want you to do better than that. That's awful. That is so bad.
Someone needs to ask D'Amico the next time he does a press conference, how do you feel representing Xfinity?
You know what? Colin Cowherd is the classic, the person in the sports media industry who still there's got to be a part of him that's conflicted because he feels like I'm in sports. He wants it to be something other than what it is.
Yeah.
He wants it to be a higher elevated status or whatever it might be. Representing the Bank of America, what the hell are you talking about, coach? It's a blue-collar job. It's one of my favorite things Tom Coughlin ever said in one of our team meetings. He's look, at the end of the day, this is a blue-collar job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look, we make a lot of money, and it's an awesome living, but never forget it's a blue-collar job.
Yes.
Now, I do not like the backwards visor. I'm not a fan of that
I
look.
bet Tom Coughlin wouldn't like it either.
Right. And yet, it's for none of the reasons that he cited right there.
No.
Yeah, he just butchered me not like. Now I'm forced to like backwards visors.
I know why you don't like it, and I know very simply, it looks stupid.
It's got a little bit of that suburban cocky dad look to it.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Also a little bit of the the guy that takes a country club a little too seriously. I don't know. There's a vibe, and that's not fair. That's not fair.
Takes country club a little too seriously. Is out at games only coaching his kid from the sidelines.
That
guy's the worst.
Yeah.
That guy's
his
the worst.
kid's got all the best gear, but he's like the 8th best kid on the baseball team.
Yeah. And it's one thing to do that in baseball, which is kind of like a team sport with a bunch of individuals doing things.
Yeah.
When they're out there doing it like in a true team sport where you actually like lean on your teammates and you're telling, hey, Tommy, just run up there and go kick the ball. Like
there's some TikTok account where it's, I don't know, it's hockey dads or it's like suburban dads or whatever, but it's all
I didn't need you telling me this.
A bunch of guys walking around almost like robots, and they've got their sleeveless fleeces on and everything.
Dude, you just ruined the rest of my week.
Holding their Starbucks up high, with a big grin on their face.
That's
what it reminds me of.
I was already wasting time on ChatGPT last night, having ChatGPT describe things in the voice of Jim Rome.
Yeah. Those are pretty good.
They were funny. Yeah, especially the one where he described herpes in the voice of Jim Rome.
So I didn't want to stick up for Brian Schott. I didn't want to wake up this morning sticking up for Brian Schott.
And yet.
Yeah, look, Colin, I'm sorry. You chose to be in sports.
Yeah, man.
This is not – don't make it something that it isn't. It's not a corporate job.
No.
It's not a Fortune 500 executive suite type of deal.
Can you imagine at the next Bank of America stockholders meeting, there's like 5 guys in suits up at the desk, and then Brian Schottenheimer with his backwards visor on, explaining the EBITDA
comes
and
up, and talking about the importance of a diversified portfolio. No, that's not what it is.
Still
Colin.
sweaty coming off the practice
Right,
field.
it's a blue collar job.
Yeah.
Tom Coughlin can tell you that it's a blue collar job.
Yep.
What makes you better than Tom Coughlin?
That's right.
That's
right. Yep, 100%. All right. I'm glad we did that. That was good. It felt good.
Got the petty out.
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right. 9 o'clock hour coming up. We shifted the clock around a little bit for those of you that are into that kind of thing. So we get a nice long
those
segment.
Of you who like routine and order.
Who like routine. Who like listening to the show.
You guys
can
go take your successful, productive lives and shove it.
That's right.
This is a blue collar radio show.
Seth, let's get our visors and put them on backwards.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right. 9 o'clock hour coming up. We'll talk to Mike Tolman, president of the Texans, at the bottom of the hour.
We got to spin the camera.
And we're going to spin the cameras around. There's actual football things going on.
You guys can't. You're not privy to these secrets.
You're on the YouTube and Twitch. Be ready. We're going to go on a big spin right here. CJ from CBS Sports, sideline reporter for CBS. How do you view last season? I thought this was an interesting answer from CJ Stroud. We'll get into that in the 9 o'clock hour. Live from West Virginia, it's Payne and Pendergast. Stay there.
Live from West Virginia.
supplies last.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Practice players out on the field doing a little stretching. Going to be a light workout today here in West Virginia, but we'll keep you up to speed on everything going on.
We had to. There's players on the field now, so we had to spin the camera around for anybody watching on YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah,
you've got the view of the meth shed.
Well, I think we got to give everybody every flavor of West Virginia. You know, for a couple of hours, you had the beautiful rural background of the Greenbriar, and now for the 9 o'clock hour, you're going to get to see what it's like to be. With the wonderful whites of West Virginia on that show.
This is look, the Greenbriar's meth shed is unlike any other meth shed.
It's the nicest meth shed in the state.
Nothing but blue. What they call it on
Crystal Blue Persuasion?
Is that what
on Breaking Bad?
Yeah,
that was the song they played underneath it.
But it was the blue. His was so good because
blue.
It was blue.
Yeah,
didn't it have a name for it though?
I don't know. I don't know if they did or not. Yeah, I don't know.
So anyway, that's the kind of meth you'll
not
get
like
here.
they got a commercial during the Super Bowl or something like that. It's just it's meth. That's what
honestly, I drove through. As I told you, I crossed the Potomac. Like George Washington.
Very patriotic
himself.
moment for you.
And
I
I drove down through just all rural parts of West Virginia, and it wasn't. Honestly, people make jokes about West Virginia and everything. Every town I drove through was delightful.
Yeah, a little small town Americana, man.
The landscape is just incredible.
It's
and
amazing.
The geography. It's a beautiful state.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll
talk. And the meth.
So we'll take Cook's kiss on the meth. We're going to talk to Texans President Mike Tolman at the bottom of the hour here live out in West Virginia. In the meantime, C.J. Stroud, in these very chairs that we're sitting in right here, talked to Evan Washburn of CBS Sports yesterday, sideline reporter for CBS Sports. He was here observing Texans practice and asked him, Ben, we're going to skip down to 2 here, and we'll go back to 1. How do you view, keep in mind, a season where most pundits and experts said C.J. Stroud regressed and the offense struggled, and undeniably and factually, C.J. got his butt kicked physically last year. How do you view – they preface this question with all this stuff.
He was assaulted.
How do you view last season?
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was great. Not in the point of like winning or losing or success or failures, but it's like what I learned, as a person, as a man of God, as a teammate, as a citizen in society, in Houston, so I learned just a bunch. And I think, some of the best things that could ever happen are, expectations not being met, because then you really see who cares and who doesn't. Sure. And that's where you you can still extend love, but you don't have to give people access. So it just taught me a lot on just who's really there for me, who's not. And I thought, with what I had and what we dealt with as a team, I thought we did great. We're down on linemen a lot, changed a lot in the receiver room, with Tank getting hurt, Steph, and Nico going down early. So, with what we had, I thought we did a good job. At the end of the day, everybody has entitled to their opinion, and I always like criticism and stuff. I think it always makes me play better.
It's weird. Overall, my concern level on C.J. Stroud, and if, was his rookie year some sort of mirage and it's never going to be that way again, my concern level that that's the case is very, very low. Let me be clear about that before I say what I'm about to say. I have more cause for concern of some of the things I'm seeing out here at training camp than I have from what I saw from CJ last year.
Yeah.
Just there have been some accuracy issues here at training camp that are uncharacteristic of him, even from last year. The year that a lot of people saw as mediocre. His accuracy issues. It was more he threw more picks. And
he had last year he had some curious throws and misfires that you wouldn't see before. A lot of times, though, even watching in real time from the sideline, there were plays last year where it felt like his accuracy wasn't there, and then you'd watch from the end zone on the coach's film, and you realize, oh wow, he actually had a guy's arm around his leg as he was throwing the ball, or it was a tighter window than it looked. But yeah, I think the same touch that we've seen in the previous 2 years, you haven't necessarily seen out here this year.
He's just sailing some balls this year, and even some of the ones, even some of the quick hit plays on completed passes, they're behind guy. You know, like they're just it's not as crisp and okay, at the end of the day it's a completed pass. But with CJ Stroud, I mean, you're the expectation is that the ball is going to be on the face mask.
Well, and I think again to go back to how the offense is different this year and how the quarterback has more on his plate as he's also the line who are all learning a new defense or a new offense, and they're facing this defense in day after day. That's really taken to the offensive line to the woodshed at times. That everything's just a little uncomfortable, and it's to be expected to a certain point. So it's not an excuse, but to put things in context, there's no way you should have expected this Texans offense with everything that's new and changing to come up against this defense and just like be on the same level as them. It's not that way. It reminds me of like in college wrestling when a kid that's a 4-time state champion comes up in his first year, his first month in practice, he gets the snot beat out of him by the dudes. There's an adjustment period, and I think that's what they're going through right now. Yesterday, some of the positives were really on the physical side of things. That Nick Caley is a guy that has talked about bringing more of a physical element to it. The offensive linemen will come in and talk about how the importance of just having physical double teams matters this year, and they want to be able to hang their hat on that. We saw some of that yesterday, and I think in a way that they would have struggled to do last year. So if that's going to be part of the basis of this offense, and there's a little bit of an old school smash mouth mentality to them, you're seeing evidence that they're making some progress in that regard. With CJ, the quick game, I think at times has looked a lot more precise and a lot more automatic than it did during the season last year or in camp. And it comes and gets in arts right now.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing, if you look over the course of the first 2 weeks of camp, what I'm encouraged by is that the defense will come out, and a couple days ago they tweaked some things with their coverages and some of the looks they showed, and the offense really struggled with it. But we've seen a few times now, the offense comes out the next day, and they look like a cleaner operation. And they look like they've figured some things out. And so for a unit that's trying to catch up to the level that the defense is at right now, they've shown progress.
Yeah, for sure. I guess one of the things is, as Seth and I are here live in West Virginia, we're now looking out on the field here. The guys are all stretching. The quarterbacks are just kind of chit-chatting with each other. CJ's throwing a ball around with one of the assistant coaches. And I just saw Dameon Pierce walking around, and it made me think, I guess one of the things we won't get an answer on today, Seth, because the team isn't in pads. It's reportedly going to be a very light practice today, probably over in an hour and 15 minutes. We probably won't get an answer on where exactly Dameon Pierce and Christian Harris are in terms of, are they ready to come back and play football?
But it also might be a nice day to ease them back into action more so and do more of the actual football activities.
If they're going to do just some skeleton stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, by that, if they're doing more than they have in the other non-padded practices, that's a step in the right direction. I feel pretty confident that right now they're just being super careful with them. Yeah. And especially Christian Harris. I think once you have a mystery injury, especially if it's a soft tissue mystery injury that takes way longer to return from, that you take every bit of time you can in trying to come back from it the second time around. Yeah. I'm hoping that Christian Harris has felt awesome for 3 months.
God, it'll be so nice to get him back.
They're being hyper conservative and bringing him back.
That is something. I mean, it has been out of sight, out of mind, and the difference that the version of Christian Harris that we saw in the postseason in 2023 could make for this team. I mean, I say that it's already a defense that, from the time Christian Harris has been injured, really we haven't seen him since the end of that Ravens game in the playoffs. Since then, think of all the things that have happened with this team. Derek Stingley's become the guy at cornerback. They've drafted Kamari Lassiter. They've drafted Kalen Bullock. They've signed Daniil Hunter. They've signed Azeez Al-Shaair. Will Anderson's taken another step. Now you're plunking Christian Harris back down into all that too, potentially.
The big question with Christian Harris really is that, yes, he made so much progress in the second half of 2023, but he still has work to do in coverage, in terms of coverage, as all the linebackers do. And, Azeez Al-Shaair, I think, at this point in his career, he's what he is. With Henry To'oTo'o and Christian Harris, a lot of it isn't, I don't expect those guys to be able to run step for step with a tight end down the seam all the time consistently. but they've just got to become more veteran in their ability to anticipate routes and their ability to diagnose play action. You know, so you go back to that Lions game last year and the Laporta touchdown.
Yeah.
You know, Toa just bit hard and got dusted by Laporta. Some of that's just a matter of recognition.
Yeah.
And Harris has been able to work on that and watch film and be in it and everything. It's a lot of it's mental, but that's the next step for him. We know that he can be a force in the run game, and he's a little bit of an erase sideline, but those guys. And in this defense, there's a lot of stress on the linebackers because of the way they structure their front for them to be able to play the run, but then also get to their pass coverage responsibilities. That's one of the less marquee items. It's kind of a big deal for this team being a genuine top 3 defense.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're live at the Greenbriar at Texans practice. Mike Tolman, Texans team president, going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Coming up next, the Texans' Week 1 opponent is the Rams. One of the bigger news stories around the NFL going on right now has to do with the Rams. How is it impacting the Texans' matchup with them in Week 1? We've got that for you coming up next.
The Astros needed bat. Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia. Courtesy Keys, Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're live at the Greenbriar in West Virginia. Day 3 of practice. Going to be a light one today. No pads today. It's been pointed out that I have an obsession with the players practicing in pads. I've been peppering Omar, our media relations guy, the guy who heads up all the media relations guru here for the Texans. I'm the one who's hitting him all the time with, are they in pads? Are they in pads? Are they in pads? Apparently. And it's true. He's nodding his head. They'll be in pads tomorrow. I just want everybody to know that. Joining us right now, a little bit early, but it's good because we'll get to watch a little practice here. But Texans President Mike Tolman, who's been on with us before and out here in West Virginia. Mike, it's great to see you.
Hey, guys. Good to be back. Thank you for having me.
Of course. I was just thinking as you were sitting in that chair, when we have Nick Caserio come on, he's got theme music when he comes on. He's got walkout music, D-Generation X from WWE. You're a big walkout music person. We need walkout music for you, don't we? For whenever you come on the show with us?
Yeah, I was hoping for that, but you know where I want to try to separate myself a little bit.
Okay.
So I was thinking more like Dry Ice.
Oh, okay.
Can we go that route, maybe?
Yeah.
I thought
for the visual.
I figured that was some band I didn't know about. I was like, oh yeah, Dry Ice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw him in Newport. Yeah.
Have you? Is this your first trip to the Greenbriar for something like this?
It is.
How's it gone so far for you?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great setup. Great place for the guys to be together. We ordered in some great weather, as you know.
Yeah.
So I think everyone's really enjoying it.
Yeah, it's been so much. They come off the field, they're in a great mood. Yesterday I got a little chippy at the end of practice, so the mood was kind of a moving scale. But this has been great. Is there any way, we asked you off air, is there any way we could do this for 3 weeks next year?
Yeah. I think we'll start with the weather. We'll see if we can get that, and then keep moving on this. But no, I mean it's great. I mean the guys are competing hard.
Yeah.
And it's great for them to maintain the crispness when you do have a change in the weather like this and the environment overall.
Yeah. That the whole traveling for training camp and everything, it's funny because for a long time it's what every team did, and then in the 90s teams started just practicing at their own facility, and it made sense because a lot of stadiums had their own locker rooms and everything, and now it almost feels nostalgic to go away for camp, but I see the value in it and just being isolated, and you can avoid distraction, all that old school football stuff, and yet at the same time we're also at a stage where the Texans are talking about, hey, there's a good chance that maybe the headquarters and the locker rooms and the practice facility are going to be away from the stadium where they play the games. And I'm guessing for training camp that might end up in some of the things that you guys are looking at. Do you think about, okay, wow, if we could do training camp a lot differently for the fans if we have a separate headquarters and practice facility?
Yeah, I mean, well, first and foremost, what drives, I mean, there's a theme between everything you kind of laid out, which is how do you put the team in the best environment to compete? Like, how do you give them the competitive advantage? And a lot of those things that we've just been talking about, it's for it. It's kind of our North Star on, is there an optimal way that we can get everybody together, that they can compete, that they can be together and focus in on getting better. And for us, that means the team, that means all of our teammates, the organization overall. And so those are the things that really drive us as we start thinking about where a training facility is. What's the optimal way to approach that? And then certainly, we always think about the fans.
Yeah.
But our driving light is, can we get better as a team? What's the best way to do that?
Have you guys seen, as you look around the league and look at the way some teams do it, is there any team that stands out that has a kind of facility that looks pretty intriguing and looks like maybe it has a lot of things that you guys might like?
There's a lot. I think, especially if you look globally, to focus in on really the player and how the player individually gets better. You really start thinking about the functionality of the team and what's the easiest way to move from place to place and the overall organization. I think one thing that we know right now, we're not in an optimal spot at this point, just because we're separated in a lot of different places. The guys are crossing Kirby to get from the locker room back to the training facility. So we see a lot of opportunities for us to improve that experience overall. But certainly, you can look across the globe, from Europe to here, where they're really focusing in on what is the functionality of the day for the player in the organization.
That's the one that I visited once led up this way was the Falcons and Flowery Branch, where they have the locker rooms and the weight room. It's all right on the end of the practice field. The practice bubble is right off to the side. But the cool thing that I was impressed by there was that you can go immediately from the weight room out onto the practice field. So whatever the workouts you're doing or everything are super efficient. But then Sean, they had dorms for the players. So like some of the practice squad guys and everything, they had like dorms set up right there, which I thought that's the coolest thing in the world. Plus, you can keep an eye on them that way.
Yeah.
You don't tell them that part, Mike, but you can keep an eye on them. But it's like cheap, affordable housing, but guys can kind of be around the guys if they choose to.
Seth was actually putting a list of requests together for you for the new facility that I think he's still formulating. Right?
Yeah, that's that was the big one.
Yeah.
Player dorms.
Yeah, player dorms.
Yeah. I mean, I think we probably have to think about the wordsmithing on how we present on that.
Yeah. Branding is a big thing. Mike Tolman, Texans team president, joining us. Along those lines, even when you're at a beautiful facility like this, as you're thinking ahead to what your vision of what that might look like, that the new headquarters with the practice facility, are you walking around a facility like this making mental notes of things of this would make a lot of sense, or even getting feedback from guys of things that they like at a place here like the Greenbriar?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think was talking with Nick the other day on just how much the guys like the experience here, and it really comes back to that functionality, like what makes it easy for them to go compete and go through their day. And as you can see, the proximity for the training facility and the ability to work out, and the actual training rooms butting up right against the field, that takes a lot of friction out of your day.
Absolutely.
So you can really kind of focus on what the most important thing is.
Yeah. Mike Tolman, Texans team president, joining us. So as far as the the stadium goes, are we still same pattern here, where it's the option number one, renovating NRG Stadium?
Yeah. Our focus remains on renovating NRG. I mean, I think I would share we're really happy with the progress we're making with our partners. We have a great partnership with the rodeo and the county, and we feel like there's been a lot of progress made on it. And our focus is the renovation of the stadium. The county's done a great job, I think, in running a process on studies to really see how that comes about, the viability of it. It's been a very thoughtful and dare I say, exhaustive process. So we can feel really good that when those studies conclude, we'll have the right direction on what the best step is. And so they're coming to an end at this point, and we're looking forward to seeing what the outputs are and taking the next appropriate step.
Is there anything this year in terms of just differences in the game day environment, or just whether it's promotional or just the actual fan experience that you've got planned, or that's going to be different for fans?
Yeah, I'm excited for the fans to arrive. We're all excited for the fans to get there. I think when they arrive, to upgrade. They'll have better visuals. They will have upgraded video boards. Really, one of the impacts that we're excited for the fans to receive is the audio. We have an significantly upgraded audio system. So there'll be a great amplification on the experience when you come to NRG.
Oh, really? Okay. Does that make it almost feel more like a basketball environment? Or?
I mean, the crispness of the sound, for sure. Yeah,
okay.
I think you could point to that. We've been playing it out a lot at this point, and it's a great venue when you start thinking about how crisp is the sound and how do you amplify that. So I think that's a good analogy.
What are the things when you get feedback from the fans? What's the biggest thing that they say that they want to see improved, or they want to see you guys focus on? Maybe even what NRG looks like down the road. But what's the biggest thing that the biggest touch point the fans have?
Some of it's about ingress and egress. Some of it's about ease through the different concourses. And, a lot of the feedback that we'll get, certainly from a corporate perspective, is the premium offerings, how we stack up against other venues when you have, some of our corporate partners who travel to other venues and see how, the corporate community can engage. Those are places that we're all behind.
Mm-hmm.
So, those are all noted, and those are things we think about as we go through this renovation.
And then you've talked about that in terms of the renovation and how much it's what you can do without major structural changes when it comes to getting people in and out of the stadium faster.
Yeah, I mean, we're approaching 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of this lease, it'll be 30 years old. So the world evolves over the course of 30 years.
For sure.
There's something. I like, maybe I'm just a child. I like riding those really, really long escalators, and yet at the same time, you realize like this is not an efficient way to move people. But it's kind of cool to go up like 4 stories in an escalator.
It is. But
so my request is that you have like 10 of those.
Yeah.
So I can still get the amusement park element of riding on a really long escalator.
Yeah. No, I think that, and we'll talk with the team. We'll talk with the league. We'll talk with the media on having longer breaks for people to get back to their seats.
Yes, there you go.
20-minute break back to your seat.
Well, I mean, that's a big thing. It's just the bathroom experience in general for sports.
Longer half times, too. We need to load up on more food up in the press box at halftime. See what you can do about that. So these 12-minute half times, a little too short. Mike Tolman, Texans President, joining us here live out of Texans training camp. When it comes to some of the stuff that you're looking at right now, Mike, when it comes to the headquarters project, whatever ends up happening with the stadium, from your background, you've got a lengthy background in all this stuff. Is there a certain stop along the way for you that mirrors what it is you're looking at here with the Texans? And if so, what was it, and what makes it similar?
Experience-wise, I think this is like one of those unique spots, and you and I have talked about it a little bit, where it's the perfect storm. You have this in the past. You have a great foundation here in Houston. You have the best canvas as you think about in Houston. So it's tough to draw like, hey, here's one thing that I think these things exactly apply. But what I do love to point out is it's a special time right now, and you can pull things from a lot of different experiences in the past and pull them forward and say, like, this one really applies and this will be great. There's a uniqueness to Houston. We're going to do some stuff that's just unique to us that hasn't been done before.
Yep.
And then you've learned from mistakes in the past too, where you're like, let's make sure we don't go down that path.
Yeah, for sure. How's the family acclimating to Houston?
They love it.
Yeah, they do?
They do.
Okay.
I mean, it's funny. My wife and I were talking the other day, and, been here about 6 months and have lived in other places much longer, lived in North Texas for, 9 years, which is great. That all being said, Houston just feels like home. It has this unique feeling of being so large, but not acting that way.
Yeah.
And being a pretty easy place for the family to wrap their arms
around.
That
was my I remember, 25 years ago, my first impression of Houston after the first 6 months was it's got a lot of the appeal of a bigger city in terms of just it feels like it has an energy to it, and yet it still has the friendliness of the Deep South, but without just all the idiocy.
Yeah,
like a just slack-jawed yokel nature to it is in some ways. So it's kind of like a good. Yeah. You don't run into that many slack-jawed yokels in Houston, and if you do, they're usually just imports from Indiana or something. Indianans. Yeah.
There you go. Welcome to the Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that one.
I know you guys in the Notre Dame thing and everything. You don't want to mess with the townies.
Exactly. So the countdown begins here to the start of the season, and we get a joint practice next week. So this is going to be a whole lot of fun coming up here for you, Mike.
Yeah, no, couldn't be more excited. I mean, it is the summer is officially over.
Yeah.
And we are diving into it.
Yep. It's going to be good. All right. Well, listen, the drills are starting up out here, out of practice, so we will let you get over to that. We appreciate you as always, and looking forward to a big season and hanging out with you out here.
You guys are the best. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Mike Tolman, Texans team president, joining us
t-shirt
on the show. I know. I want to get one of those. Yeah. Let's see what we can do. Do you know anybody, Mike?
I think we can get Omar over here.
Okay. Yeah. Omar, I'm bothering Omar enough with my padded practice questions.
He's taking notes.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Appreciate you, Mike. Good stuff. All right. When we come back, we'll hit what we talked about before. We'll hit what we talked about before. The Texans' Week 1 opponent. News coming out of there that could impact the Texans in Week 1. We will get to that coming up next.
If you have been injured in an accident,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Big thanks to Mike Tolman joining us on the show. Got text from a few people saying thank you for bringing up the escalator, Seth. You're the hero they need.
Did they like the escalator?
They like that you brought up the escalator. Well, they don't like the log jam at the escalator.
Yeah, they could tell that
You're treating it like it's a Disney ride, and it kind of is, because in Disney you got to wait a really long time to get on the good rides.
It feels like from the books you read as a kid, like some of those like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory type things or something. It feels like I'm on a magic glass elevator or something.
Yeah, the great glass elevator.
And yeah, when you're a kid, you didn't pay $400 for tickets, and you're the kickoff.
So that's exactly right.
Yeah,
that's exactly.
So usually when I'm riding the magical escalator, I'm not in the same city. I'm not having the normal fan experience.
No,
I've been at the stadium for 5 hours already.
Yeah, you ain't in no hurry.
It's a break in my day.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. This is pleasant.
When you're eager to get out. No, because when you and I go from the pregame show up to the press box, we always go through the club there.
Yeah,
and there's people just getting onto that long single elevator and then getting on a long single escalator, and it's I
would point out too, to the best of my knowledge, you also are not drunk when you're getting on those escalators.
Usually.
And looking to get to the next drink either.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Like you don't want to lose that buzz.
They should put a bar on the escalator.
They should, yeah, with cup holders. They should have cup holders in the banister there.
When you're not allowed to, when there isn't a log jam at the escalator, you're not allowed to walk up it. I got chided by a security guard.
Really? That's exercise.
No walking.
They should have lauded you for trying to improve and build on your physical fitness.
It's a safety concern, just like the smelling salts being banned.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that today.
So the smelling salts were banned, and as it is whenever there's any rule change in the NFL, people get irate about it without even knowing what they're irate about.
Yeah.
I was actually kind of angry at first, too, because I was a smelling salts guy, ammonia packets guy.
Yeah.
And the reason the NFL is banning it is that they say that it can mask concussion symptoms. So they don't. So as soon as I heard that, I'm like, all right, well, I can't argue against that. It makes sense.
Right.
I would, as a player, because the other thing they'll say is there's no proven performance benefits. And I think, back in the day, they used to try to tell us that there were no proven performance benefits to steroids. That's what they would say, Sean.
Yeah.
Scientists would tell us. Yes. And you'd look around.
What are those scientists doing today? Did one of those scientists serve me my fries?
Well, it's like they would take a therapeutic amount of testosterone given to somebody that already has healthy testosterone levels, and that didn't do anything. But when it came to what they were doing at the University of Nebraska back in the day,
right,
or Michigan State, my God,
geez.
Apparently Tony Mandrich got no benefits from steroids.
No.
So the thing about the smelling salts for me was, I don't know if it would make me run any faster on a treadmill or anything, but I always felt sometimes it's a stress response, like a fight or flight response sometimes, that you get kind of lethargic. So, there'd be times, right before games, that I would kind of feel lethargic. And I'd never seen the smelling salts before until I got into the NFL. And I saw other players using it, and so I tried the ammonia packets.
Okay, yeah.
And for the first time, it was like, oh, boom! It lifted me right out of that lethargy.
Huh? Yeah.
So I don't know, did it help my game or not? It felt like it did.
Right. Well, George Kittle was upset about
George
this
Kittle
yesterday.
says he uses them every drive.
He said he might retire now.
Yeah. Now they banned.
That's the case.
They banned ephedrine back in the day.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that they did. That was I needed them to ban ephedrine.
Yes.
Because that was.
What is ephedrine?
Ephedrine was. Let me switch my mic here.
Okay, yeah. What does ephedrine? There we go. Bought you enough time. Ooh, that's a good sounding mic right
ephedrine.
there. Ephedrine.
Let me check my level. Ephedrine.
Yeah, ephedrine.
Okay, so the mini thins, and they banned those in 2002, I think.
Yeah.
Because they were at the time a bunch of athletes had cardiac arrest when they were using a combination of ephedrine and a few other things. That was when Corey Stringer.
Passed away.
Yeah. So they banned ephedrine, and that was a good move because I would use that, and it's basically it was like legal speed almost.
Wow.
But you could buy it in a gas station.
Yeah.
Mini thins. But there would be times in college where I would the night after a game, I'd be laying in my bed and my heart was just.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Seth's banging on his chest with his hand, for those who
and for a
can't see on the YouTube.
For a 320-pound guy, I don't think that was the most healthy thing I could
Being
have been
320 pounds isn't the most healthy thing you can do.
Shut up.
You were doing it yourself. You were doing it for your job. I get it. Yeah, but
it's the most lucrative thing I could do.
No, totally, dude. I would put on 100 pounds in a second if it
Sean.
got me your salary.
No, but so they banned that.
Seth Payne career earnings.
And I feel like that actually would I actually felt better after that. I felt like I was a better player because I calmed down a little bit and I could see the game better. But there were a lot of guys that took mini thins back in the day.
Man, all right, so the smelling salts banned. As far as what's going on out here, we're live at the Sports Performance Center at the Greenbriar. Big thanks to Mike Tolman for joining us. The McNairs will join us around this time tomorrow, 9:30 Houston time tomorrow. They're just doing some kind of skeleton walkthrough stuff right now. I guess the most significant thing today, Seth, is that Christian Harris and Dameon Pierce are both with the defense doing the walkthrough drills.
Yeah.
So no pads on these guys today, but as opposed to the entire preseason so far, where both have been working out off to the side or inside the stadium, or in this case, inside the Sports Performance Center. They're both out here, with the offense and defense. I haven't really seen if either of them have participated in a drill yet, but they're standing with their teammates.
One guy we haven't mentioned as I'm watching the walkthroughs here is Zach Thomas, the offensive tackle.
Number 78.
He took some reps with the ones the other day as well at left tackle. So I think the competition certainly for the swing tackle and the swing interior offensive lineman, I think that's wide open.
That's going to be, dude. And do you think Blake Fisher's in danger of getting cut?
Oh, boy, wow.
You just brought up Zach Thomas as a tackle.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
I think it's a possibility.
Right. So if we take inventory at tackle right now, it's Ariante Ursery, it's Cam Robinson, it's Zach Thomas, it's Blake Fisher. Mm-hmm. Titus Howard is bumped out to right tackle to play some.
Trent Brown, presumably, will come back from
he comes off
his
pup.
injury at some
Maybe
point.
Start digging deeper. Austin Deculus is out here. I think Fisher's ahead of Deculus. But
I felt it was notable that they were giving Zach Thomas reps, even if it was because of injury with the ones.
Blake Fisher is healthy, and he's not getting reps with the ones.
Yeah.
And that's why I think it's a fair question to ask. The number that D'Amico brings up anytime you ask him about the offensive line, because he's been asked a ton of questions about the starting five, he will seem to shift the conversation over to the 9 we're going to take with us into the season. His number doesn't seem to be about 5. And if you start doing the math on some of it, this is yet another position where there could be a really interesting cut that takes place. Drew Scruggs, is he in danger? Now, he's been getting reps with the 1s, but it's not like he's had a great camp. He was with the 3s a week ago.
Yeah, I guess that's the uncomfortable part of looking at the offense moving forward, is that there's guys that are holdovers from before who, when you put them with the 1s, I don't feel awesome about it. Yeah. And all it took was one shifting of Titus Howard out to right tackle, and you realize how thin the depth is, or at least the uncertainty of the situation.
Or how they feel about guys.
Yeah, Nick had told us that he felt by the time of the Minnesota game they hoped to have a pretty good feel for what their starting offensive line was. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if they're on that timetable anymore.
Yep.
I wonder if it's going to be more of a drawn-out competition.
All right, let's pay off on the tees. This was Adam Schefter on with Ty, the guy, the McAfee's buddy, Ty Schmidt, I think his name is.
Okay.
Schefter was on with him, it looked like on a podcast, and they asked about Matthew Stafford's situation. Stafford has not practiced yet in Rams camp because of a back ailment. Mm-hmm. So how serious is that is a fair question for probably the team that has the most questions outside of L.A. about that is the Houston Texans, who play the Rams in Week 1. No Matthew Stafford means you either get Jimmy Garoppolo or Stetson Bennett. How serious is this issue with Matthew Stafford right now? This is Adam Schefter.
My understanding is it is a total maintenance issue. Yes, he has had some back discomfort. He's had some pain. 37 years old, but they don't want to put it on Terry's body. He knows how the game works. He knows how the offense functions. He knows how his teammates think and operate. And so they are intentionally keeping him out in the interest of maintenance, self-preservation, and just wise caution. And my understanding is if the Rams had a game today, Matthew Stafford would be playing without a question. But it's August 5th. Again, there's no urgency to get him out there. There's still plenty of time before the season kicks off.
Okay, again, my recommendation still to the Rams would be let him sit for a couple of weeks in the regular
season.
Well,
all right. Now, the Rams, one of the big questions about the Rams is always they don't play their starters much at all, if at all.
Preseason.
I think they very rarely play their starters in the preseason. Yeah. And then they get off to slow starts. Are those two things intertwined? Theoretically, yes, but who knows? I hope they are. Because if the Rams get off to a slow start, that benefits the Texans who play the Rams in Week 1.
Yep.
So I buy Schefter's explanation for it because the Rams have been very conservative in the way that they treat their starters traditionally. So it would make sense that they're just being hyper-vigilant or hyper-conservative about how they're bringing them back.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I don't know if
that game, I'll tell you right now, I'm taking the under in that game. You got the Texans team that has been granted, we haven't seen anything in the preseason yet in an actual game. I'm basing this off of practice and common sense. But Rams that doesn't play Stafford at all in the preseason going against this Texans defense.
Yeah.
And you got this Texans offense that's very much a work in progress as of right now, and I think still will be when the regular season rolls around, going against at least a very good Rams defense in the front, you know, where this is a good matchup for the Rams, let's put it that way, to go against the Texans' offensive line that's still in the formative stages. Feels like an under to me, Seth. I don't know what the number is.
No, I'd agree with you. They're
blindly taking the under.
I honestly think if somehow it ends up being Jimmy Garoppolo or Stetson Bennett at quarterback.
There might be some pick sixes.
If it's Garoppolo especially. Yeah. I think Garoppolo will throw 29 interceptions against this defense.
He might. He's not careful with the football.
So in which case I would take the over because of pick sixes.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, you're right. There's going to be pick sixes, so it might be or short fields, for the offense. Yeah, for sure. By the way, congratulations to Will Anderson, number 46 in the NFL's top 100.
Yay!
We just talked about that earlier because they were at 47. They had stopped at 47 yesterday with Tyreek Hill. And Jonathan Grenard was 48. So Will Anderson Jr. a couple stats. So I'm expecting that Daniil Hunter is going to be even higher than both of these guys.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah. So 46. We got 4 more Texans to go. I love this. I know you hate it.
No, I don't hate it, Sean.
Yeah.
I try really hard to love it.
I love it. It's to me, anything that power ranks things empirically via subjective ballots from players, I am here for.
Yeah.
46, man. 46. He was unranked last year, Seth.
So which that means in the top 20.
Yeah.
That's why I get excited about it, okay? Yeah. So the way they do it is they have the players rank their top 20 players. So if you're on the list at all, then somebody out there has put you in their top 20
A lot
list.
of people if you're 46.
Right. So that is a true – I think the actual ranking is completely bogus, but it is a tip of the cap that many people put you in their top 20.
Yeah. Well, they say that – I read that article in The Athletic last week about the process.
Yeah.
They say there's about 1,000 players that end up voting. They say that about 300 to 400 players each year actually get a vote or named on a ballot.
Oh, okay.
So there's somewhere out there, there's a bunch of guys who were 20th on like 2 or 3 ballots. There's like 300 guys that actually get a vote somewhere along the way. But it's the top 100 that get the most.
We were going to do a thing once, and then Mike and I decided against it, where we called up our ex-girlfriends, and had them rank us in various.
Why didn't you do it?
I felt like maybe it wouldn't be the best thing for my marriage. I don't know. I felt it would be the kind of thing that Brandy would be like, "Yeah, that's cool. That'll be funny." And then after like the 19th or 20th girlfriend, it might have gotten kind of.
Oh, you were gonna do a bunch of them. Like a bunch of, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it was going to be. Yeah.
I thought like your main one.
It was going to be a recurring thing. No, I can't do the main one. Or what? Well, then I got to be like, oh yeah, she was the main one. Yeah. That's really bad for my marriage.
Brandy ended up number 1. Not like the team that wins the national championship gives a crap who voted for who after.
We could have done it with. I should have done it with Meltzer. Wanted to do it.
Yeah,
I think he was the one that didn't want to do it. I was open.
Does
to
Meltzer
it.
have enough inventory to fill several weeks of that gimmick?
I didn't want to ask that question, but yeah, that might have been an issue.
You didn't ask that question even privately?
No, I didn't want to ask it right now.
Yeah. I got you. I got you. Yeah, that's because if it's going to be a gimmick, you got to have enough weeks or days for it to sustain. And I'm not saying that to throw shade. I mean, like I'm trying to think of like how many serious girlfriends I've had. It's not that many.
We should revisit this because it doesn't have to be the risque stuff.
Right.
I mean, for ratings, it would be best to do the risque stuff.
Yeah.
But you and I are both happily married. We should do something just in terms of like attentiveness or cleanliness.
I think Amy would find out
hygiene.
if we did this exercise with my ex-wife. I think Amy would find out she's got a much better version of me now than existed before. I think she would actually come away feeling pretty decent about it.
You could do it
because we wouldn't do. Yeah, you don't want to do the risque stuff. Is a little personal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You do but just do the like okay. Was he a good listener?
Good listener. Yeah. Was he? Did he share in the responsibilities? That kind of thing. All those. That's really about it.
If there were any kind of responsibilities with a high school girlfriend, I'm going to tell you right now, I rate her a 1 out of 10.
Well, yes. I was thinking of the ex-wife, but thank you. Yes, that is true.
My high school girlfriend that told me I had to decide whether I love football or her.
That's a good.
And I was like, well, you're currently my least favorite ex-girlfriend now. That's what I said.
Oh man! All right, we're going to talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a little bit. Ben, are we doing crosstalk? Are the fellas in the studios up there? Are they there?
We're right here.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going? I missed you.
I missed you too. I still miss you, John. But we'll be together again soon enough. Yeah.
No, I mean I missed the crosstalk too.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about too.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. So
don't you hate when one person cares more about it than the other person?
A little bit. That's kind of what Seth and I were just talking about. Now I know where I stand with John Lopez.
John and I are in the boat of I don't know if I want to reach out to some of these girlfriends because they've just been trying to find out where to serve this warrant, and lo and behold, they get a call.
That restraining order is always a little dicey. Yeah.
Anytime documentation shows up, it's not good. Documentation's bad. Mm-hmm. How are things back in Houston with you boys?
Fantastic. Keeping up. I mean, I was just chatting with...
He is lying out through his teeth. He was just battling traffic.
Oh, no. That part was... Yeah, that was stupid. But anyway, no, I was just chatting with Parker, our program director, and we both agreed, we both landed on, wouldn't it be nice to have less belt to ass and more offense doing something?
That's what yesterday was.
Yeah.
Yesterday
kind of, sort of, right?
Yeah. But it wasn't. It was like yesterday. Sean was the old. It felt better. It feels better when you stop banging your head against the wall.
Yeah.
My head feels better now. Yeah. So it wasn't like it was awesome.
Right. That time that I was banging my head against the wall felt better when I stopped.
As one does. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. But it was. Yesterday was much more even, I would say. Mm-hmm. Monday was as we've talked about with you guys at 12:40 each day. Monday was a disaster, but yesterday was much better. Doing a walkthrough stuff. I don't know how many hot takes are going to come out of today's practice, but they are back in pads tomorrow. So, but it's been great out here, man. It's been great, and I guess the biggest news today so far is that Dameon Pierce and Christian Harris are at least both back and integrated. Not practicing on the side fields, but they're at least with the defense and offense. So it feels like we're getting closer to the two of them coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of getting back up to speed, you guys had to stretch a little bit, right? Like you're used to going, giving us a little bit shorter of an outing. We had to stretch you into a full starter. How are you guys doing today?
Today? Yeah, we've been openers for the last 10 days. No, we're fine. We're good, man. It's there's a lot to talk about.
I gotta spew nonsense into a microphone for 2 hours instead of spewing it to Sean in a car.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I do want to say this. Y'all were just talking about the numbers game along the offensive line.
Yes,
that's actually a segment we put together today. I did the math, and the math is going to tell us a lot.
Can we? Okay, because I have spitballed a few other positions because I think running back, now that Damien's back out here, I think even before Damien got out here with the way Jawar Jordan's been running, and Woody Marks was going to make the team anyways. But I think running back, I think wide receiver, defensive tackle. Look, we did a 5 or 10 minutes on that quote that D'Amico had yesterday about Tommy Togiai being the most consistent guy on the team. And if you look at it right now, we're like looking out on the field right here. He's with the 2s and the 3s right now, you know. So he's been good he played well at the end of last year.
But I think by far it's offensive line. By far the numbers game is at the offensive line most interesting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the physicality on the offensive line yesterday was that was promising. They got some good push in the run game, and I think the more promising part about that, and it's not like it was all of a sudden an all-out ground assault or anything, but that you could see that Nick Chubb, he still has his vision. He can still run with power, and it's anybody's guess as to exactly what he's going to look like when he sees tackle football, but there's an element of him and just his overall ability as a back. Whether he ever gets up to 90% of what he was or not, who knows? But there's something there.
Did we thank the A&M Auto Leasing? I just want to make sure that we always thank
no.
A&M
Well, I got to get again. Like I got to stretch out those hammies. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Hey, John, back to the offensive line real quick. So D'Amico keeps bringing up that it's about the 9 guys they want to bring into the season. You know, people ask about the starters. He always kind of shifts the conversation over to getting the best 9 guys onto the team. As you're doing your back of the cocktail napkin math, which I'm assuming you did, just jotting down a bunch of names. Like, how many names are in the mix right now? Do you think, like realistically, to have an argument to make the team on the offensive line?
Well, the total number would probably be 11 realistic. 11 realistic, because there's 6 that are absolute locks that are fighting for the 5 starting spots.
Okay, let me ask you this: what is the most realistic hole there would be in the offensive line?
Blake Fisher.
Okay, yeah, Seth and I just had this talk 10 minutes ago. Yeah,
second rounder getting cut in his second year is that's a rarity.
Well, and when all the behavior of the team right now is, if you wonder why we're talking quiet now, guys, it's because Blake Fisher might be able to hear us. But when the behavior of the team, when every opportunity they've had to bump him up and get some reps with the ones, they've opted not to throughout camp. You know, they could have put him at right tackle, you know, when they were doing that shifting with Ariante Ursary. He could have been him instead of Zach Thomas yesterday with the ones. So, yeah, that's a good topic, John.
Thank you. I bet you're wondering what the question of the day is, and you missed it.
Oh, yeah, what is it?
What do you wish you had 10% of, as in the NFL having 10% of ESPN? I'll give
just
you
a steak, right? We're not like
just a 10% steak, and
we're not slicing a piece off of something.
Yeah, I'll give you some examples to get the thoughts rolling here. Okay. I wish I had 10% of Taylor Swift's followers.
That's a good one.
I wish I had 10% of HEB shelf space.
I bet you do.
For OG
I bet you do.
I wish I only had 10% of the body fat I have right now.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, or just a 10% body fat.
Or 10% body fat. Yeah, I would settle for that in a heartbeat.
Really good one.
Yeah.
I'd say I wish I had just 10% of the problems in life that I have.
Oh, God.
Not that I got a bunch of them or anything, but 10% of it seems like anything that annoys me in a particular day or anything.
We're basically
No, you know what? I don't take that's too few.
Yeah,
that's the stresses make you feel alive.
Just to keep you on edge. Keep you focused.
Yeah.
So we're basically tithing today is what we're doing.
Yes.
It's a 10% day.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Except not to the NFL or to Disney.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, the ESPN was busy yesterday, man. They made that deal with the NFL, and I don't know if you guys saw. I know neither of you guys are wrestling nerds like I am, but they partnered up. They're partnering up with WWE. Yeah. They're going to be carrying all the pay-per-views on the ESPN app. They're paying WWE like $325 million a year or something.
Yeah, and you got to remember, I'm not a WWE nerd, but I am a sports business nerd, and so that immediately got into my wheelhouse. I find that interesting just because how many times has ESPN tried to make the ESPN Plus or Watch ESPN or whatever iteration that they're calling it some level of like useful? I think this might actually be the thing that does it.
I'm telling you, it will. They're stealing it from Peacock, so I don't know. You know, like I'd be curious if that's a relationship that NBC feels like was working for them, or if ESPN just basically money whipped WWE.
Yeah,
NBC was out on that, but yeah, I thought that was. It's just interesting seeing wrestling butting up alongside. I mean, it's obviously different, but butting up alongside sports is pretty incredible if you're somebody who has been watching it for the last 30 years.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, going from that space of almost being like kind of jeered at in a way, but now it's, I mean, you're putting it alongside all of the other sports. But some of that also is like a larger conversation about ESPN and where they are headed. I mean, I just saw that they hired a content creator specifically to be a content creator for ESPN. which feels recent as like 5 years ago.
Yeah, and she's like a lifestyle and sports commentator. It's not even as
times are changing, man. Times are changing. All right, fellas. Well, we'll be talking to you guys in the not too distant future, right? 12:40 today.
Yes, that's right. Go watch that practice, fellas.
Yeah, I don't know how much of stuff we'll have out here, with it being kind of a walkthrough-ish sort of thing, but I guarantee you we'll have some stuff from out here for you.
And we'll have I'm going to interview Daniil Hunter as long as I don't drop the camera and stop recording in a minute and a half into it like I did with Kalen Bullock yesterday.
Yeah, dude. Guys, I interviewed Jalen Petrie yesterday, and I uploaded the interview to Instagram, and I get a text from my son like 10 minutes later, like, Pop, your interview cuts off after 51 seconds on Instagram. Yeah. This is right after Seth posted his video of his camera falling down during the Kalen Bullock interview, and I'm like, yep, they sent the right two guys to the green.
Content creators, baby.
Sean and I are making
they should have brought me out there, man.
Argument for keeping the 50-year-olds in the organization. Yeah.
Bring me next time, man.
Yeah,
I know, dude, for sure. For sure. Oh, Figgy, I actually have a question for you off the air, which I'm sure John and Reggie will be thrilled about, that I'm usurping their producer to help me post something on my Instagram stories.
Yes, exactly. Actually, 100% good with it. 100% good with
it. I'll do it during a break. All right, fellas, we'll talk to you in a couple of hours.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
12:40 your time. Appreciate you guys. Do I still say you've been listening to KILT, AM, KILT, FM HD2?
We're still in the contiguous
Houston,
United
an Odyssey
States.
sports station. Do I still say that?
Yes. I believe so, just like you did.
Well, I think I just did. Do I still say Lisa?
Yes, that as well.
I think I just did. And I believe this is when I say antibodies to use, Seth.
Antibodies and a vat of mini thins to use.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Always been looking for a vat of mini thins. I appreciate that. All right, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop as we sign off. Day 3 at the Greenbriar. They start now.
You're damn Skippy. We start now. Happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I did miss that.
I did too.
I did miss that.
Yes.
Still getting back.
They buy in. They buy in.
100%. I mean, look, you got to sell, right? Like you got to sell the experience, and of course they always do that. Very much excited for if I am in the rotation of random people that Seth calls at 2 a.m. I think I heard that this morning. You always want to make sure you listen to those fine fellas. But let's get going on a Wednesday here, as you heard them. Another day of practice, a light walkthrough. We'll hear from them again at 12:40. What some of their takeaways were, and maybe we'll break down some of the thoughts that we had just generally about training camp. You get involved with the program as well, as you hear John Lopez, Figgy Fig, of course, and myself, Reginald Atatula, rolling with you. But you always getting involved in the program is always part of the deal. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. One more time, 713-572-4610. 4610, but also appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. All right, Lopez. I think we've gotten, how many? Is it 11 days?
Yeah, we're pretty much 2 weeks in.
Well, actually, no.
Weekends and stuff.
13 days of practice?
Well, here's how this is why I came up with this question. They started 2 weeks ago.
Whatever. So 12.
We're 2 weeks in.
12, because they had 2 off days.
Yeah.
Good math.
Yeah, so it's a simple question, Figgy. I want you to think about this. Like, think hard.
13.
Put your thinking, yes, I did.
Because the first day counts too.
Yeah.
Regardless. This is why as America, we need to do better at math. Just in general. We're not very good at this.
I just counted the days we were out there, boots on the ground.
No, you're right.
On the ground, us there.
Yeah.
It's been 12 days.
2 weeks today.
We watched 12
together.
practices.
And now that we have established that, it was 2 weeks ago.
Well, technically,
today,
it was 15 days.
when we were out
When they
there.
walked into the building.
Once again, we have established the baseline here in broad form. A simple question with maybe a very, very complicated answer.
Two varies, huh?
Yes, 2 varies. It's a simple question. Which Texan has had the best training camp so far?
713-572-4610. Weigh in.
Yeah. Who's had the best training camp? And I want you to think about this. Not who's the best player, not who's going to be a starter.
Kalen Bullock.
Who has had the best training camp? Is that your answer?
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought about. Not the best player, not who's going to be the best this season, but I feel like we just been hearing his name and gushing over his name all training camp, man.
I think we're going to have 3 different answers. Who do you pick?
I mean, you're not wrong. I do want to stop a second and highlight the idea that Kalen Bullock has had a fantastic camp.
I don't think you're wrong either, necessarily, in your opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it's a wrong answer.
I think it's very easy to get to the answer there because you go, all right, what portion of this team in general has been the secondary. The secondary has been phenomenal, or maybe not easily, but I think the secondary has definitely showed up in a huge way, taking the ball away. And if you talk about the people in that secondary who have showed up probably the biggest, it's very easy for you to look over and go, all right, that's Kalen Bullock. I think that would be one of the answers that I would give. Another one that I would very much give, and maybe I'm looking so much through the lens of what we have done with kind of our pet cats. We knew Kalen Bullock was really good. We did not have answers on what this young man was, and I think that he falling in line somewhat like Kalen Bullock has had an incredible glow up to the point where I wonder how much run he's going to get. I throw in Jalen Smith, J-Rock, has had a phenomenal camp himself in going from a third round, or was it fourth round pick, somewhere in there? Yeah. Of course, third. There we go. And then really looking like a dude who I feel comfortable, at least right now, we still need to see preseason, throwing out there at any given point at one of those corner positions. He has been phenomenal playing against the top and playing against the very, very good players. I mean, he's running with the ones and still getting turnovers and breaks, pass breakups and stuff. He's been really, really good.
Keep in mind, we're saying best training camp. They have done the most for themselves. I came up with two, neither of whom are Kalen Bullock or Jalen Smith.
All right, I might be biased.
But no, I think they're good answers. The two I came up with, well, I'll give you one, so I don't have to waffle here.
No, it's fine.
Kamari Lassiter.
That's a great answer.
Kamari Lassiter
my second one.
Has done the absolute most for himself. In my view, the Texans, against this offense, which maybe we need to, because the offense, as we've talked about, has not been fantastic, he's becoming a shutdown corner, which means the Texans have two shutdown corners.
Correct.
That changes games. That wins games. Flat out. You can win games if the offense doesn't do much of anything with two shutdown corners. We've seen it in this town, back in the day and more recently when cornerbacks, get pick sixes and field position and all that stuff, et cetera, et cetera. But I also want to mention my second one, just as a mention here, because I think he's done the most for himself, and that would translate into who's had the best camp, and that's Jalen Noel.
That was one of the guys that was going through my mind, but I was just I don't know how easily I can make that note when you talk about just the place that the offense has been, the number of days that we've looked at and we've gone, the offense has kind of been rough, and sometimes he hasn't had the opportunities. But no, you're right. Jalen Noel, I went from, I don't know how much I can lean on. They're going to have these guys have to be impact, but Higgins is going to be a guy who's a starter.
Sure.
Noel is going to be a depth guy. Third round pick, but then you also had a number of, with this wide receiver depth, number of guys that can contribute at this level. That's one of the things that kind of made it interesting, the depth of this room, knowing that, hey, you have a Justin Watson that you feel like can contribute. Xavier Hutchinson, they like a lot. Yeah. Even Mechie, as much as we've kind of complained about has that performance shown up, we know that he has some talents. Jalen Noel has been the dude who has flashed, dare I say, of all the wide receivers the most.
Well,
he just gets open in a way that is phenomenal, because you think about him and the speed, a little bit of a gadget anomaly, and we know that special teams is going to be something that he factors in on. Yeah. But as a wide receiver, he just gets open, and I dare I invoke this name, because I don't think that he fits exactly in the same way, but he almost is like Tank Dell in that way, in that, hey, there's just something about him where you 1 + 1 = 3 in a way, where you go, all right, he's fast and everything, and that's cool. He's is kind of a little guy, but he just gets open. He makes plays, and ultimately that's what you're trying to do here at camp.
Yeah, and this would have been my argument for Jalen Noel if I hadn't chosen Kamari Lassiter. And I think this is big points. He could conceivably save you a roster spot, and that you can't put a price on that. He can give you an extra roster spot, because not only would he be a wide receiver, but he could be integral in the special teams, and as a rookie, they might even use him in special teams coverage in some cases. That's a roster spot. You can't put a price on that when you're cutting down, especially when you have so many good defensive players, et cetera. He'll save you if he continues to do what he's doing. That's another body you can put somewhere else.
Yeah, especially how the Texans been rolling the last couple years with the special team spot.
Right.
Because you had like Sims there, and it's just like they don't really use him as receiver like that, but you could use this guy for both. And really be effective.
And there's that roster spot. And then here's another kind of point for Jalen Noel. The offense has been bad overall. We can agree on that. You could argue that only two players have really stood out on offense in total. and nursery. That's it. Like the standouts this camp on offense, true standouts, not what you expected. Again, not starters. Hey, Cam Robinson, Jared Patterson, whatever. Not receivers like Christian Kirk, which you knew you were getting, but true standouts on offense. I think you could argue Jalen Noel and Ursery.
And I think Jalen Noel would stand above Ursery with all due respect to him. Yes. I think the Ursery becomes intriguing to us because of the questions that arise there. I do wonder if you just have an offensive line that you felt confident about, and we're just looking at what Ariante Ursery has done. Now I feel like I'm negging the dude, and I feel bad about that. If you look at just what he's done camp-wise, I don't know that it's been phenomenal. I've been interested in, obviously him being one of the better of those guys. I think Noel, you could just say, stands out no matter what camp. You drop him in any of the 31 other camps that are happening, and I think it is noteworthy what he is doing and how he's showing up. So, no, absolutely, that's a part of it. One of the names that obviously is going to come up with anything with here is the 832 CJ Stroud, and I don't know how you can justify that as an answer. I don't think, and I kind of want to examine that a little bit because CJ Stroud, he needs to have a better year this year. As much as I think we would push back on the notion that he had a bad year last year that some people hold, this hasn't been a phenomenal camp for him. You can point to reasons why that's the case, which is picking up the entirety of a new offense. I think we'll talk about that some more later on in the program today. But also, we were talking about it just yesterday. The accuracy is not quite the same as what we anticipate typically from CJ Stroud.
Yeah. No, it's not, and I don't see how you could get there. Just one, and this is going to maybe I'm reaching a little bit, but in terms of just a really good camp, I think Titus Howard, he has embraced the guard position, and when they needed him to pop out to tackle, no harm, no foul, no problem. I'm gonna go out to tackle. Leadership in the room, as they talked about, and we talked about this yesterday, just how toxic, so to speak, was the offensive line. He seems to be a leader now, taking guys. I think Titus Howard has had a good one.
I think that's fair. Somebody mentioned Davis Mills, and I don't know.
Fair.
Can he be eligible for this in particular?
Fair.
He's been really good throwing.
I was going to say, do you feel like he had a better camp than CJ? I know I'm stretching, but
no. We
just talking about camp.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I know you're not hinting at anything other than he's had a good camp.
And I'm just saying I'm judging off of him being the backup.
And if we're talking
in the backup
camp,
role,
which is what we're talking about here, I'm with you. I think he's got great arm strength. He's been more accurate, et cetera. He's not going to be even hinting at the starter. Again, let's reiterate that. But he's had a great camp. Yeah, I think Davis Mills had a great camp.
That's a good thing for him too.
Are there any other places that you look at? I know that on the text line, someone is mentioning the tight end room. And they've had their ups and downs. I think that there's definitely been, because we were looking to Cade Stover as maybe having a step forward, and he's I think those guys have shown up more in interviews and in conversations about them from coaches, which I guess also is part of the all-encompassing camp, being as trying to figure out what this offense is. I think that they also hinge so much on this offense showing more and more of what it is, especially in the pass game. And I think that probably at least hampers them in my mind.
Yeah. I think you could argue a couple more players. I wouldn't put them in the class of what we picked. Figgy picked Kalen Bullock. You picked.
I mentioned
Jalen Smith, and I picked Kamari Lassiter. I wouldn't put him up there, but you could argue Will Anderson.
Yeah,
you could argue Will Anderson. We know what to expect, and he's a starter.
It seems like his camp's been getting better each year.
He seems to be just getting to the quarterback at will, even more so than last year. So he's had a good camp in that regard. Clearly against the run, obviously. I think you could argue him, but again, maybe not in that class. I think you could argue Toa. That guy was a surprise last year, and he's just taking it to another level.
That's a possibility. Yeah. I think it gets hard when you start getting degrees of the defense just because everyone is having such a good camp, which is why the guys that we mentioned kind of show up a little bit different because they've kind of stood out a little bit more. But everybody on the defense, I think you can make an argument for. I feel like I have done a great disservice to this one particular gentleman on offense by not mentioning him, and it's Jawar Jordan.
Yeah.
Jawar Jordan, as much as any running back has shown up in training camp.
There's an opportunity.
He is, yes, and I think that also adds to it. But he has had a standout day in a way that I don't know anybody else in that running back room has. Maybe yesterday shows up a little bit for Nick Chubb, especially with the big breakout run that he had. Other than that, I don't know that we've had a lot of great things out Joe Mixon in training camp right now. You kind of were hoping to have some guys stand up and stand out a little bit to give you some ideas. And right now, you're still in that place where you're having to have some conversations or have some thoughts as to how that room shakes out and who ultimately, or not even just who ultimately is there, but how the workload will be divvied once you actually get into regular season play. So shout out to Jawar Jordan, who, second year guy and was kind of just pushed to the practice squad, held on to, maybe because more of his size, but he could tote the rock.
Yeah. And just real quick, by saying who's had the best camp, you can also kind of, lament the fact that these positions didn't have someone step up so far, and that's Woody Marks. I mean, that's a draft pick, 4th round, which is high for a running back. And I think another one is you mentioned the tight ends. We haven't had a tight end just like boom, that's the guy.
Which is interesting with the tight ends because it feels like all of them have done a little bit of something.
Yeah.
I think again, we can lean on some of where the offense is, and then they're facing off against what has been the best portion of your team in camp, which is that secondary, especially those safeties who have been coming on pretty strong. So I think I give them a little deference there. As it feels like all of them are having a better camp as opposed to like one guy being a standout above the rest. I don't know if that matters. And then finally, before we turn this over, a little bit of a shout out to EJ Speed and Aziz in coverage. Like I think that's a great point. 832. All those guys getting involved in
I don't know
kind
about
of
EJ Speed
pass breakups.
I had high hopes for him, but Christian Harris comes in, is immediately ahead of him on the depth chart right now with the ones. I need to see more out of him.
Yeah, you might have to see a preseason game or two.
Yeah.
No, for sure. For sure. And Kicks Rocks, you will get the point for Jawar Jordan on your podcast list. Absolutely. But I do want to give some thank you for allotting that point audibly. But a lot of praise to Christian Harris, who was out there. I mean, it's a light day, and they're just kind of doing mostly kind of walkthroughs. But Christian Harris back on the field today, and also immediately jumps in with the ones alongside Aziz Al-Shaair. We'll talk about that more because I think that is an interesting note and maybe what that could mean for the defense this season. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on Wednesday. All right, coming up next, let's get into the Astros, who got yet another victory in what was an opener day. Shout out to A.J. Blueball handling a majority of the pitching situation. But now you're in this place where the stretch run is beginning. So let's have a conversation about this Astros team headed into the stretch run next.
Ready? Texas.
somebody else's house and you can't find a
Dumb and
not
Dumber?
awkward at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is, too.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
And just like that, the Astros, again, a 3.5-game lead in the AL West. Another victory on the road in Miami yesterday. And shout out to the Pen and AJ Blueball for being the, I guess, primary pitcher. I forget what they call the guy who's going to handle the main majority of the bulk.
The dude that can get the
opener
win is what they call him. Yeah. But it sucks being the opener. You can't qualify for a win.
Well, honestly, I had not even realized how much of a struggle he had with that particular role in his past, but he did what he needed to do in the Astros. Yet another victory, 7-3. Probably more importantly, the idea of being able to generate runs again, outside of just that really cool fourth inning that they had a couple days ago. They continue generating runs in all sorts of different ways, including a home run from Jose Altuve early on in this game to get them started, get these pitchers having a little bit of a run support. But yeah, you're back in that place where you have a little bit of a lead, and now we look forward, and the stretch run of the season is ahead of you, right?
I think it begins today.
Why today in particular?
Well, Arrighetti is back, and behind Arrighetti is hopefully one more pitcher that can come in and be so. A lot of things factor into it. The number one factor for me is there are 48 games left in the season, if I saw that correctly and did the math correctly, which is always a little
That's
dicey.
correct. 64 and 50, so you've played 114.
So there's 48 games left. And my point on this is there's no more time of, well, this guy's going to be on the DL, that guy's going to be on the DL, let's bring along these guys, IL. Sorry.
I try not to be that guy.
I'm mixing sports. Anyway, maybe they're going to come back. They're going to have a 2-week, assignment to try to get – no, there's no more time for that. You have 48 games left. You need to get these guys back. That was me kind of slamming.
Okay.
I was slamming the table a little bit there. I'm sorry. I got a little exercise there. But there's no more time. There's no more time for, well, it's a long season. Biggie, it's no longer.
It's not early.
It's not early.
It's early.
It's not early anymore. If they're going to make the stretch run.
Come on, man. It's only August. It's early.
I've never heard that. It's only August. So you got to get your one of your starting pitchers back. More to come. Jeremy Pena is back, baby. What is he, 6 for his last 17 since he came back, something like that? Jeremy Pena's back. Yonder Diaz as a catcher hits home runs. I can't figure it out. All his home runs are as a catcher, not as a DH. Correa, we know what he can do. Jesus Sanchez can bring it a little. You got the pieces. You've changed your makeup of your template, I should say, of how you win games. Yes, you love the long ball. You got one yesterday. Yes, you got a triple from Jeremy Pena, but the conga line thing is real. You've got a terrific defense now. Like, there's no more messing around, no more putting it off. This is the stretch run.
No, I think that's I strongly agree. And I think the biggest thing is the thing that you highlighted, the thing that we've talked about a lot. And the thing that I think is probably the biggest question mark is who are the pitchers that you can get in to give you that level of confidence in what you're doing come postseason? Because, even Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, there is questions, and I hate to raise them on, what is more so Hunter Brown when you get to the latter parts of the season. Does he wear down? So, giving yourself not only a third pitcher, but maybe another pitcher even that you feel confident in, so you give Joe Espada some choices and some selection when you get to the postseason. And at this point, I do feel confident about you getting to that postseason in that good way because you start for the Astros. And, here in the next week or two, there's a few series that you go, okay, this could be somewhat telling. You'll be back in Boston here in the next series. Or sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. And of course, I lost it as soon as I wanted to go to it. But you'll be facing off against Boston again here next week. You'll get the Tigers on the road in Detroit. That's obviously a good one. But, there's a lot of series. You still got 7 games against the Orioles. You still got another 7 against the Angels. You've got, the Braves in here. You've got a lot of series where you can continue to make your run, give yourself a better circumstance, maybe even get yourself out of the opportunity of having to play, the indignity of playing one of these wild card teams coming in. I think that this is the time where you set yourself up for the possibility of pennant success as opposed to, what you did last year, which was get yourself to the postseason and then ultimately have a disappointing postseason, if we're going to be completely honest. I think that this is the opportunity that you have to give yourself and set yourself up for success.
Yeah, and you're set up. The roster is perfect for how you play right now. I mentioned the defense yesterday. At one point yesterday, the Astros had 6 Gold Glove winners on the field.
At various points, yeah.
No, at the same time.
No, I mean, but Gold Glove winners at various points.
Yeah.
But that's right.
So you got the defense back. There's no more Zach Shorts and, all these other, all due respect, coming up and you cross your fingers. Like, this is when it has to happen, and it starts with the pitching. And it starts with the, no more openers, and thank goodness you got the win. It has to happen. And I think Joe Espada has really taken advantage of sort of the transformation of this team, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, you do have to give him credit. Like, I think one of the big things that you clearly like a lot, and I like a good amount myself as well, is taking the opportunity when you need to find a way and learn how to manufacture runs. They seem to do a little bit of that. Were they always the most successful? No, but of course you were working with the Sugar Land Space Cowboys at the major league level. That got rough for a good amount of time. But what that seemingly has done has given them a better instinct on how to create runs. Yeah. Now, when you have guys that are more successful getting you extra base hits and things of that nature. And yeah, Jesus Sanchez from the 832. Would you agree with this? Very similar to Uncle Mike when you talk about Michael Brantley.
A professional hitter.
He does give you that. And a smiler, too. He seems very happy with what he does. But yeah, now you end up in this place where I think the only real question is how many wins can you get yourself? Like, how much of a groove can you get yourself into? And obviously, most importantly, which of these pitchers, and hopefully all of these pitchers come back in a timely manner, which it does feel like we're getting, as I think it was Christian Javier had another outing for Sugar Land yesterday. 3 2/3, 1 earned run, 4 walks though. But I mean, that's all things that you hope that you can get settled in. But which of these guys can come in and be successful at this level, and how quickly to give yourself a good chance of being the AL championship winner and the representative in the World Series. That's ultimately the level of success that the Astros have set themselves up for, or have set as the standard for themselves over this decade plus run that
I don't think are going anywhere.
They won last night again. I think they were in. Who were they playing again? They were playing the Yankees. That's right, the Yankees.
They're not going anywhere. So you've got to make that run. The other thing that I think is crucial here for the Astros is the way that we talk about Joe Espada, the way that he's running things right now. Not only does he have the players defensively and manufacturing runs, he's got options at the ends of games. And that, as you know, that was very much a frustration for me the last couple of weeks because now Mauricio Dubon, he can do so many different things. He can play second if he has to. Obviously, Altuve can DH, but then you have Sanchez, then you have Urias, you have left-handed bats.
Did you see Urias yesterday at second with that trap?
Yeah. So the options defensively are there, too, in late-inning situations. Make the run. There's no more putting it off.
No, I think that this is as much adversity as the Astros have faced, and maybe I'm speaking a little bit too soon because you're not entirely out of the woods here. This is lined up probably as good as you could ask for, considering the amount of adversity that you have sustained, right? Like, you could also be in a circumstance where the injuries are hitting now and you're not seeing, at least conversely, where you're seeing kind of guys start to come back at this time period. So, look, all things considered, like, it sucks that we have had to go through this with the Astros in this season, but it does look like things are starting to line up in such a way where the Astros will still be able to take their shot in a very strong way. And I think that, as you mentioned, like tenacity on the mound. What do you expect from him today?
I just want 5+. Just give
5,
me,
huh?
Yeah, just give me 5+. I mean, I'm greedy.
Yeah, I was like, he ain't even giving you 5 in his rehab starts.
Just give me 5+. And by the way, did you notice that this whole conversation we didn't even mention Lance McCullers Jr. or Yordan Alvarez?
All right, real quick before we move on.
So you think we don't need them to make a run?
I'm saying don't count on them.
Oh, okay.
And you can, and this is the time to make a run. Right.
Are you in a place where you believe that with one or either of those you don't, or okay, let me phrase that properly. With neither or maybe just one of those guys that you can do what you need to do. Like, are you in a place where you're willing to write off either one or both of them for the entirety of the season?
Yes, that was the whole gist of this conversation.
You kind of got a plan like
you
that.
have to.
Yeah.
You have to count on not having them.
Yeah, and then when you do get them, that's a bonus.
Yes,
it's like, okay.
Exactly.
I didn't think I would get to that place with
Are you
Jordan.
there?
I'm not even sure if I'm fully there because I still think the value of Jordan is magnified in the postseason. When you get up there, like I do think that Carlos Correa, especially with as much of a clutch hitter as he is, like maybe he gives you that. Not maybe he does give you some of that, but it's not going to compare to what Jordan is in those spaces.
Right.
I think that that's also going to be something that is going to be helpful for me personally. Not that they're gearing anything for me in this final stretches. Can you be a team where you are this level of dangerous to opposing teams and opposing pitchers, even without Jordan? I think that'll be really a good thing to get some level of guidance on heading into the postseason. Because if that's the case, boy.
See, I don't see that with Lance McCullers, man.
No.
I just, even if he do come back, I'm not counting on him to turn into Lance McCullers of a couple years ago in the playoffs and throwing 49 curveballs in a row and all that stuff. Yeah. I lost 49. Faith. Yeah, I just lost faith in Lance, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if Lance does make it back, like best case scenario is that he slides into your pen, right? In like a postseason circumstance.
I hadn't even really thought about that. Yeah.
I just don't know about him as a starter.
Yeah, who you got starting over him, though?
Well, right now, let's see how Arrighetti does. We still got Javier and Garcia out there, fingers crossed. Yeah, I mean, maybe he is the best in the pen.
Yeah, so Arrighetti, it'll be interesting. We get it earlier today. 3:40 first pitch. Here is you got Arrighetti on the mound. And the opposite pitcher, Jason Junk. And I don't know if that's how you say his name, but that's how I will be saying his name. Like I have a strong feeling that there might be pitcher. It might be a Yunk in there or something. I don't know, but I'm calling him Junk.
And that's a Raul pitch. Look at that junk.
Look at this trash pitcher
throwing that junk.
All right. Yeah. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. 713-572-4610. What do you wish you had a 10% cut of? Let us know, because it sounds like the NFL now has a 10% cut of ESPN. We'll talk about that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, your new vehicle awaits.
flu-like symptoms or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll get back to some training camp thoughts here when we go around the NFL. And, of course, make sure you keep it locked. Miko. And then 1240, we'll talk to Sean and Seth.
That's a day.
From West Virginia and get some of their thoughts on what is a walkthrough day. However, there's still some interesting notes, including Christian Harris back on the field and in with the ones alongside Azeez Al-Shaair. Plus, on the offensive line, that little musical chairs that we had yesterday with Cam Robinson out, Cam Robinson remains out. The musical chairs look exactly the same, including Ed Ingram being the right guard instead of maybe like a Juice Scruggs, who was slid in there earlier. So we'll talk about some of the ramifications of that as well. But question of the day right this moment, and again, 713-572-4610. What do you wish you had a 10% cutoff or a 10% stake in? Because the NFL, and we talked about this or we mentioned it earlier in the week, they have officially, gotten into bed with ESPN in a different level as they have taken over 10% of the Disney subsidiary, and they have kind of passed on some of their assets, some of their programming assets under ESPN's domain to kind of further that partnership and obviously make a little money.
Yeah, just on that real quick before I tell you what I want 10% of. Now,
there's some things to talk about here.
Now, it's easy, and we're getting some of these. I want 10% of Amazon. Yeah, look, 10% of Chick-fil-A, 10% of, all the – that's the easy thing. That's the money. I'm talking to get people's wheels turning a little bit. Like the examples I gave, I want 10% of Taylor Swift's followers. Can you imagine what Figgy would do with 10% of Taylor Swift's followers?
Man, you wouldn't be able to say a bad thing about.
You said 10% of their followers. At first I was thinking the numbers. I want just like give me 10% of the fervor of Taylor Swift or the Beyonce followers. Like I want that. Just give me a little bit of that fervor.
So start thinking about that, and I'll give you some more example. By the way, 93.6 million is the number of followers. But real quick on this, I hate it. Yeah, I just hate it. I hate that the NFL is doing this for a couple of reasons. Let's talk about content first. A lot of people are out there saying, oh, well, Scott Hansen is still going to be doing Red Zone.
He is.
They're still going to have the production and direction.
Yeah, NFL will still be producing it.
Of all that. Inevitably, things change when this happens, man. Inevitably.
Yeah. That's kind of with anything, man. Yeah. We talked about it with Shipley's, how a company from California, and it just threw everybody off. We were just like, I'm never going there again. The stuff might not change, but it's kind of a bad mental thing.
It might not be overnight. It might not be, that noticeable at first, but it's just inevitably when you own 10% of the company, you dictate. This is the second reason I hate it. You're going to have an influence on content, and I hate that. I hate that the NFL has influence on NFL content.
Sure, that's journalism, guy. I think there is an argument to be made that, hey, we've already kind of been in this space with the partnership that's been there and the ways in which, you can take this back to, when was this, the early aughts, when ESPN had the, Playmaker? Was that one got out of here? Now, of course, that was a rights issue, but it's like they were tackling some issues that were kind of unsavory in a way that was a little bit more open and honest, and probably a little callous or cavalier if you want to be fair. And the NFL was like, nah, they put the kibosh on it. Of course, they're going to have more opportunities to do that, but they've been in that space to some degree. The question I have is not necessarily on the everyday, because I think the everyday the NFL is good with. I think that continues to happen. It's things like when, specifically someone like a Don Van Natta, when he pops up and does some of his reporting. Is there some impact there? The things that might not that might not look the best for the NFL, and honestly are the ones that the biggest ones, like the things that we get into when someone like a Dan Snyder is, operating under malfeasance and really treating his treating
that all
his
falls
employees
under the same umbrella.
Yeah, I was even going to say players. Like, how would the coverage of Deshaun Watson been if the NFL had
Deshaun
some
and
type
any number of
stake?
others? Because here's my point. It's fine to have some influence because that's a, quote, partner, and you have a contract with them to air their games. I get it. But there's a big difference between having a partner and someone having part ownership. And that influence just bothers the heck out of me. I've said this before. I love working with the Texans. I love working with the Texans. But I am never going to work for the Texans. And there's a big difference.
Man.
There's a big difference there. The Texans are fantastic with us. We can say pretty much, and you've heard it, pretty much anything we want about that team. And there's a big difference. That's what I'm talking. 10%. I'd like to have a 10% stake. I'd like to have a 10% stake of Figgy's sense of style when it comes to his hair.
Yeah. Just the hair?
Just the hair.
So you can use it on all that 10% of your hair up there, huh?
I got 10% hair. Why not? Figgy has a good. He mixes it up too. Different looks.
I mix it up too much.
I like it. I'd like 10% of HEB shelf space for OG sauce.
That's a lot of I feel like I understand.
I want 10% of everything.
The number is already set, but just think about walking to HEB and 10% of the shelves is just not barbecue sauce in general. One barbecue sauce. It's just one. Can you think of how weird? That's just one of the sections. We done cleared out the dairy section and it's just barbecue sauce.
I got a whole aisle of just OG sauce.
That'd be so weird. How about some other ones? I think that there's been some really good ones that are coming in, both on the text line and on the MOKM Injury Lawyers live stream. How about this? Shout out to Kicks Rocks being altruistic. 10% of the amount of the players on the IL for the Astros. If we just get those back.
Oh boy. That's a good one.
10%. You got almost 20.
They have at least, yeah.
You had almost 20 at the height. If you give me two, who are your two? Who are your two that you get back?
Jordan and who's the other one? I don't know about Jake Myers or
another name that we did not bring up in our conversation.
Yeah, I forgot about Jake Myers.
Oh yeah, what? Jordan and Isak, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, those are probably your two biggest power hitters. You didn't go for one of the pitchers, though.
Luis Garcia would be my other one. That's a good 10%. Give me 10% of that. Yeah.
See, Kick Rocks, I know that you said no, 10% left on the IL. I don't feel like that. I feel like at that point you're doing 90%. Like I feel like you're switching the game up at that point. Somebody said they wish they had 10% of Dell computers. Like just the computers you want? That's a lot of computers.
That's a lot of computers.
That's a lot. That's more computers than even I'd be comfortable with.
Well, I don't know about that. That's saying a lot right there.
10% of the lost loose change in the world.
Oh boy, loose change.
You're a millionaire at that point. And that's the low end. Like you're definitely a multi-millionaire at that point.
It would be a son of a gun trying to put those in those little paper tube things.
Yeah.
Take them to the bank.
Take them to the bank. Hey man, I would just treat that like my job because you would have a mess of loose change.
18-wheeler of those little bags full of coins.
Just yesterday, I used cash for the first time in I think literal months, and I had a little bit of change, pocket change. I think a few pennies, a quarter, dime. Before I reached my apartment, which you can attest is not more than 2 blocks away from here, I had lost change. That's not like I'm not joking. Like I legitimately lost the change. It fell out of my pocket.
Yeah, as soon as you get in the car, man, you sound like Sonic getting hit with the ring, losing his ring.
How about this one? Give me 10% of the Eagles' offensive line. That's a good one.
How do you get 10% of 5 though? You get half alignment?
Yeah, half alignment. Let's call it 20 for these purposes.
Are there any other sports?
Give me Lane Johnson.
Are there any sports ones that you want? Like any other sports ones?
10% in sports. Oh, that's a good question.
I'm trying to think. I'm inspired. Look, Houston sports is already in a great place.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see how do we make it just a little bit better.
Give me 10% of the Super Bowls the last 10 years.
I was going to say, this might be a little nerdy. Give me 10% of Mike D'Antoni's offense for the Houston Rockets.
Oh, wow. That's a really good one right there.
I love what you're doing there. If you can guarantee Or,
Hell,
hey,
just hire him on the damn staff. What is Mike D'Antoni doing? He's probably in West Virginia right now.
10% of the BS.
Sean need to hit him up.
Yeah, that's right. Let's just send Sean on a little bit of a venture out from
y'all hung
practice.
out with him before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Last time y'all went out there.
We were in West Virginia. He actually invited us to his house, had a nice dinner, nice spread, good conversation. He was great. He was great.
I appreciate this from a very hot potato. Good name as well. 10% of the BS calls the Chiefs get. Yeah, man. If we could just add in,
I knew our listeners would come through.
Yeah, like if we could just get some of the a little bit of home cooking.
They breathed on C.J. Stroud.
See, I don't know about that one, man, because I don't want to be sitting here fighting with other fans.
I'll take it. I don't care. I don't care. I'll take it.
I ain't got time to be trying to defend the damn refugees and all that stuff.
Hey, bro, it's Astros fans here. Like, look, as a staff, record label, and crew, we're not too unfamiliar. Plus, if you can go scoreboard, and if you end up getting hardware, I imagine a lot of people make that trade. Like, would you rather?
I'm not defending no referees, man. I could defend my team. I could defend everything, man. I ain't got time to be defending. What's his name, Hughley or whoever.
Sean Hughley.
Yeah,
just ask Show about it. He'll tell you how.
That's stressful. He's about to lose his mind on these airways, man.
He'll show you how it's done.
Calling everybody out.
He's got it down to a science.
Someone said 10% of quantum physics knowledge. I like this one. 10% of Mike Leach's brain. Because the thing that's funny to me is I just can imagine you getting the 10% that is just like wild animal thoughts. And you don't get like the knowledge of, offensive football and air raid. Yeah. Like you don't get that. All you get is just, I now know about primates, like funny anecdotes and
useless knowledge
stats about primates. Like I could easily see you getting that, but I have a feeling that if you picked Mike Leach, that you'd be okay with that as well.
Reggie texted in 10% taller.
Like Skilo? I mean, look, actually, you joke. I would love to be 10% tall. When I was a kid, as much of a dork as I was, like, and as much of a basketball lover I was like, just give me the 6'2". If I could be 6'2", I can be point guard size and maybe make some shit.
I need to be about 50% taller. So I ain't gonna waste my little 10% on that. And I wish I had 10% of JR Sport Brief voice.
Oh yeah,
he got an amazing voice, man.
Yes, he does.
If I had a strong voice like that, I'll be good.
Somebody said, give the Texans 10% of the favoritism shown towards the Chiefs. We said that. 10% of the athlete I used to be. Why not go higher? Like, give me 10% of the athleticism that Will Anderson Jr. has. Ooh. Like, get me in that space. Or Amen Thompson. Like, give me that. Like, that's where I want to be. I'm trying to jump over some people. See if I can go make some shake overseas or something. All right. That's the question of the day. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where I think today comes on the top 100 in the NFL. We'll talk about that and more next.
Live from CFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's go around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We begin as we're doing is headed towards the 2025 season. Week 1 will be at SoFi Stadium versus the Los Angeles Rams. And who is going to be at quarterback remains a conversation, as yesterday, kind of a bombshell is dropped when it comes to Matt Stafford and his health. This is Adam Schefter of ESPN giving an update on the quarterback for the Rams.
My understanding is it is a total maintenance issue. Yes, he has had some back discomfort. He's had some pain. 37 years old, but they don't want to put him out there. They don't want to put any wear and tear on his body. He knows how the game works. He knows how the offense functions. He knows how his teammates think and operate. And so they are intentionally keeping him out in the interest of maintenance, self-preservation, and just wise caution. And my understanding is if the Rams had a game today, Matthew Stafford would be playing without a question. But it's August 5th. Again, there's no urgency to get him out there. There's still plenty of time before the season kicks off.
So that was yesterday, earlier, and then we found out that apparently he's dealing with an aggravated disc, because that is a pair of words that you want to make sure that you say very carefully. But an aggravated disc, according to Ian Rappaport. So he's been receiving epidurals to aid in dealing with the injury. And that very much feels like that falls in line with my line of thinking that trick backs don't stop tricking.
Yeah, let me give you a confession. It's absolutely how I feel.
These are my confessions.
Matt Stafford is not going to play against the Texans. I don't feel it. You have an epidural just to manage the pain and numb it, and maybe for examination purposes, and an aggravated disc. As someone who's lived with an aggravated disc for the better part of 20 years, I'm not 37 anymore, but brother, that I can't. It's more of a confession than anything, but not based on a whole lot other than what we're reading. I don't see him playing against the Texans.
Well, if you don't see him playing against the Texans, like
it's Jimmy G time, baby.
Are you just looking at him not playing at all? Because it feels like he would have the best chance of starting against the Texans the first game of the season. They're going to, as you heard Schefter mention, they're going to manage him all the way up. Yeah. And, he's at a place in his career where you could reasonably not expect him to, end up in any of these preseason games and get ready and, be ready in fullness, like in all reality, as opposed to what we might say is get ready. Know what he's doing, step on the field week 1 and be ready. If that's the case, like he would just stop playing football, right? If it's to the point where he can't be ready for week 1.
I mean, it may come to that. It very well. We've seen the videos of Aaron Rodgers hobbling around, and he doesn't have a bad back that we know of. Just trying to move at age 41. Is he 41? Whatever he is.
Who's that? Stafford
Aaron
or
Rodgers?
Aaron? Yeah, I know that he's past 40.
But I mean that at 37 with a bad back, moving around. You could be right. They may try to start him against the Texans. I don't see where he will be the same Matt Stafford, and I'm about as big a Matt. You know that. I just reading the old tea leaves here. This is not good, man.
No, and
good for the Texans.
Yeah, and you always got to be very careful when you start, veering into these spaces, because I don't want it to appear as if I'm wishing harm upon anybody.
Yeah.
But that's also a very dangerous proposition if he is out there starting in week 1.
Yes.
As we have seen, when you got 51 and 55 just meeting at the quarterback, and you could have a number of hits there with an aggravated disc.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, dog, like you could end up with even more aggravation, and the type of aggravation that could really have you sit down for a significant amount of time.
I totally agree, man.
So, yeah, that is very interesting, especially for a Texans team that we know this offense is still coming along. We know that there's some things that we're still hoping to see. It'll be the first time in a regular season game where Nick Caley is calling offensive plays. There's questions about, what it looks like for the Texans in week 1 versus the Rams. There's also questions for the Rams as what it looks like health-wise from the quarterback that is absolutely necessary, in their success. Yeah. It looks very different with Jimmy Garoppolo than it does
It absolutely
with
will.
Matt Stafford. So, yeah, that is something that we will have to continue to watch. But it got even more interesting finding out exactly what Stafford was dealing with. An aggravated disc in his back, it seems like. So they're monitoring that situation. It seems like a lot of people are in the place where they're like, no, there's probably maintenance, but then also maybe not. Like we're half and half, but we'll ultimately get a better idea once we get a lot closer to that. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. Another opponent of the Texans. Now, of course, this is just a preseason opponent, but the Vikings having a little bit of more news for themselves. Jordan Addison, a wide receiver for them, was suspended 3 games for violating the policy. He was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol last year, and he eventually agreed to a wet, reckless plea bargain, which points to the idea or the acknowledgement of alcohol or drugs being involved. So he'll get 3 games for that. And this gets interesting for me with the Minnesota Vikings because that NFC North is a very, very hard-fought division. You can already see that coming through. Depending on how you feel about the Bears with their come up, but the Packers are a very good team, and the Lions still have the bones of a good team. It'll just be interesting to see what their coaching situation is and how they, kind of fill those spots vacated by their 2 very good coordinators who just got head coaching jobs. But that Jordan Addison played a big role in that offense last year, and I imagine that would be a big deal for a J.J. McCarthy coming in as a rookie.
Well, that's exactly where my mind went. You have one less weapon for a rookie. Well, in essence, rookie quarterback, first-year quarterback maybe, and that'll be big time for them. 3-game suspension though, that's you mentioned it. The division that could be the difference. Just 1 or 2 of those games.
Right,
yeah.
And so I was looking at it, and some of the guys that like Addison, I think he had something like 700-800 yards last year in 15 games. And of course, I'll double check this to make sure that I'm not steering you astray here when I say that. And yeah, 875 yards last year after a 900-yard year the year prior. Like Addison has been very good for them. Opposite Justin Jefferson, it's very necessary. For looking at behind him, a guy who I think that they would play is a rookie in Ty Felton, and that they would have to put in there. And he's had, he has some, I don't know what the right word is, but he has some weaknesses that would make this a little tough. Like he's physical corners knock him down. He's kind of a lighter guy, so that'll be something that the Vikings will have to deal with. And I think that might knock them, in addition to whatever questions you had about J.J. McCarthy having to step in for an admittedly best version of himself, Sam Darnold, last year. This gives me real concerns about what the Vikings are capable of.
Yes, because in the division, you're going to lose games that, in a weaker division, you would win with or without him. Obviously Lions, Packers, the whole 9 yards there. Bears, who knows? But, it's going to be big for them.
Fig, your guy, Will Howard, who was drafted to the Steelers out of Ohio State, apparently he suffered a broken finger.
Oh, man.
So
he's still going to play.
Play what?
That dude gonna play. If he had to play right now, he will suit up and play.
Oh, he's a gamer.
Apparently, he was a fan favorite out there at training camp.
No
but timetable for return is unclear for him. I think that really pushes him out of space. And to be fair, like we all know that Aaron Rodgers is going to be the space.
Soon.
No, he wouldn't, but that does suck for him. And I wanted to make sure I made note of that for you, Ohio State man over there. Some other things that are happening. You mentioned this yesterday, and I wanted to bring this to the fore because as we're talking about teams that have a lot of visibility on them, the Denver Broncos are a team that I think some people have talked about a good amount. We have not talked a lot about, but it does seem like a really good team. However, Sean Payton got out your origin at the very least. He said that the short-term goal is winning the division. Clearly, I think everybody's there. But this is a team capable of winning the Super Bowl. I've coached 6 teams that I thought could win the Super Bowl. Some went to championship games. Some went to the playoffs. This is my 7th team that I think has that close quote. How'd you hear that?
Well, I heard it and was somewhat startled, taken aback, whatever, because this is so unlike Sean Payton, who is one of those guys that doesn't really say a lot. Never would really rave about his team, sort of downplays things. He's out here saying, this team is capable of winning a Super Bowl. I was like, what? So he clearly feels really, really good about this team. He says he's only had, 6?
6 prior, and this would be the 7th. Yes, sir.
The 7th team that is capable of that. This is like the Astros saying, All right, we're going to tell you everything you need to know about every injury on our team. Because it's like, so, wait, what? You're going to do what? You're going to tell us that? No, it kind of took me back a little bit, I think. And it made me think a little bit about the Broncos more. You're like, okay, maybe they are. We know they have a good defense.
Yes.
And maybe they feel pretty good about Bo Nix.
Might get a little tricky during that when the Broncos, I think they come in here.
Yes,
right?
I believe they are.
Yeah, I think they is that right after the bye, I want to say, but might be a little tricky now.
3 weeks after the bye.
So that'd be what, week 9?
November 2nd, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I think that's another one that now, thankfully, as you mentioned, that's going to be here. As of right now, that's scheduled for a noon game. The new upgrades to the stadium, I wonder if that holds like the feeling last year where opposing quarterbacks come in and aren't the best versions of themselves. I wonder if that holds, but I can see what he's saying when you look at the way that this team is built, the way that Bo Nix seemed to latch on to the offense last year and over the summer, getting some level of insight from Drew Brees as well. Like, this could be, and then they drafted R.J. Harvey, who was a running back I liked a good amount out of UCF.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that I could easily see this being a very good team. That's going to be one that I think we circle even more so for the Texans as another one of those kind of measuring sticks as you face off against a number of those in the AFC. That's the tough thing, is that the AFC West is a mess, and at the top of the AFC, if you want to be a Super Bowl contender, is even tougher.
And the Broncos are kind of becoming a trendy pick in some circles to win that division ahead of the Chiefs. So we'll see, but definitely it kind of startled me that Sean Payton's feeling pretty good. He's feeling something out there.
All right, before we go here, I do want to give you the update to the top 100.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
No, I think you're going to like this one. Remember, the top 100 has been voted on by the players in the NFL, and we reach now the next level of this where we get to player number 46.
Who is it?
And yet another Texan. I believe the second Texan shows up after Joe Mixon has made it already.
Mm-hmm.
Will Anderson Jr., defensive end for your Houston Texans, shows up here at 46 overall. Thoughts?
Feels right, doesn't it? Feels about right, given all the players. Obviously quarterbacks take a lot, of spaces there. Will Anderson, 46, and with a bullet. I think he's going to be just rising all year long.
And worth noting, if you want a little bit of because I want to give you the other name. That's Trent Williams, the tackle for the Niners, would be 45.
49-year-old Trent Williams.
Could have had him.
Is that where you wanted to go with this? That was the first thing you want to mention, huh?
Could have had him.
All right.
Yeah.
It is true.
Apparently, he's injured too much.
Oh, yeah.
He's not the Bill O'Brien type of guy.
45, you said?
Yeah, he's 45th.
I'll take that. How many Texans offensive linemen are going to be on this list?
Buddy. If I see the first Texans offensive lineman, I will be thoroughly impressed, especially at this point. If actually,
you would
I don't know if
have
I'd be
one,
impressed.
but he in Washington now.
Yeah, he's in Washington.
I'd be real concerned about what happened with the top 100 voting. Like, I think that you'd have to question what the methodology is.
Nick
They got
Caserio must have hat the page or something.
He's got a lot of relatives. He's got a lot of that.
Now, worth remembering the way that the NFL has done the top 100. They've kind of put out little vignettes for every player that ends up.
Oh, yeah.
This is just a little bit from the vignette for Will Anderson Jr. That's voices that you'll hear. First, it'll be Derek Stingley Jr., obviously cornerback for this team. Then you'll hear from, and of course I forget the name as I go there, I believe it is Deion Dawkins,
yep.
offensive lineman. Is he with the Bills right now? And then finally you'll finish it out with Josh Hines-Allen, who obviously is a pass rusher for the Jags.
He's a leader, first and foremost. Every single play he going to give you 100%. He never take a play off. He never take no time off. Without him, we wouldn't be where we was at right now.
Just very agile, very athletic, tricky, very tricky. Like, you don't really see, like, oh, he's going to push you backwards, and then he pushes you back.
Will's been playing very aggressive this year in the same division, so we play the same team. So I'm always inspirating rushes, like, okay, boom, this is how they just got killed.
Look, man, it kind of surprised me because people talk about his agility, which he has.
Yes.
But he's been more of a power guy.
That was exactly what I heard from when I heard Deion say that. I was like, oh, okay, so like, it's always good to get the guys who are very, uniquely aware of what those guys are because they have to face off against them, right? That offensive line perspective. He's like, obviously you mentioned that aspect, the agility that we wouldn't necessarily think to describe Will as, although he has all of that within him. But the idea that, oh man, you wouldn't expect him to get in here and get into your chest in that way. I was like, damn, I thought that was one of those things that you would use as a calling card. So like, Will's still at this early stage, because, again, there's a lot of room to grow. We know that he continues to add to his bag. Even right now, you're looking at offensive linemen, very good ones in this league, being like, yeah, it's hard to call it at times when you're going up against him.
And it also speaks to what we've seen from Will Anderson every year that he's been in the league, adding some more moves, adding some more tricks, and et cetera. I think people are noticing that.
Yeah, and plus, I did love the idea that Josh Hines-Allen in the division makes mention of, that guy's in the division, we're playing the same guy. So sometimes when I'm looking at, trying to figure out how do you beat this team, I look to Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Like that is some of the highest praise that I can imagine you get as a pass rusher, is that someone else who is, competing against your team is looking at you like, okay, that you end up showing me the blueprint of how to attack other teams. That is huge, especially Josh Hines-Allen, who, again, no scrub by any means, a very good pass rusher. So salute to Will Anderson Jr. And I'm very interested to see how he's on. People know of Will as a good pass rusher, but I don't think people talk about Will as one of the best in the league.
Exactly.
Where he very much can be. And the way that it's going right now in camp, I would love to see where Will ends up next year, because I guarantee it's much higher than 46.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. With a bullet, he's ascending.
Yeah, so shout out to Will.
Us talking about this list.
Yeah, man.
There we go.
We finally got a conversation out of it.
I can't wait to talk about the next one.
Well, maybe not.
Who do you think is the next Texan that shows up here? Like I mentioned, we've only had two, and no, there's not going to be an offensive lineman. I think I feel confident saying that.
I'm going to say Danielle Hunter.
You think Danielle?
Mm-hmm. 40, 41.
Okay. All right, I think that's that.
The top-ranked one is going to be Derek Stingley.
100%.
Yeah.
CJ probably will be in there.
CJ will be in here. I am confident
probably
about that.
now?
Yeah, probably.
I was going to say
probably now. I feel like you was more confident.
I was going back and forth, to be honest. But Derek Stingley's going to be the highest. CJ will probably be on there. Danielle's next. Anybody else? Am I missing someone?
I mean, I feel like we probably are in this moment. But there's still some ones that would be. I think I'd like to see, but I wonder if CJ ain't the one who's next. I still feel like I wonder what the player's relationship to what his game is, because we've seen, kind of other people, some prognosticators, talking heads, have seemed to be a little bit more down on CJ than we think they should be at this point. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about this offensive line for your Houston Texans. Does Trent Brown hold with this team? Let's kind of do the math, as I think you've done a little bit here, Lopez. We'll do that next.
All right, Braun's Roofing, man. Skeeter Braun getting it done for.
Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, so we were just talking about the top 100, what Texans might remain.
We're dummies.
Notable omission, rather. Nico Collins probably be on there. He'll probably
Why
be on the
do
top
these
40.
guys on the radio have jobs?
I ask myself that sometimes.
Why do we have
so
jobs?
if I go with the Texans that I think will show up, clearly I think Sting
These
will be,
are the guys that's covering the Texans. I'm sure getting a bunch of those tweets and texts.
I bet so. I think Stingley is the highest rated. I imagine Nico's the second highest rated. I could easily see him in the
Sting, then Nico, then who?
Then Daniil, and then CJ probably is the next guy that pops up. In my
You think
mind.
Daniil is next?
And we were just talking about this. It feels like Daniil probably has had a good camp because, like, from the Nico perspective, he almost fades into like, being invisible in our sight. We've taken him for granted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to the point, and I don't want him to do this, but he kind of don't even have to show up for real or show out in camp.
And he doesn't
because we know what he's
mind.
going to do in the game.
He doesn't even mind being taken for granted. It's his whole career. Kind of lost in Minnesota. Never got the due. I mean, didn't he have like 19 and a half sacks?
Daniil. I was like,
I thought you talking about Nico.
Yeah, I was like, hold on.
Daniil.
He's still the wide receiver. We're going to need to make sure to show him love.
He's kind of the same way, though.
Yeah, no,
To some degree.
Yeah.
I think Daniil, very much so. That's his personality. Yeah. I'm just going to put my nose to the grindstone and be really, really good at what I do. Yeah. I do think that you'd be very wrong to take that approach from Nico, even though you're right. Like, he's a very low maintenance dude. At some point, that becomes an issue.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not saying it's him in particular, but at some point, even the best, especially at that position, at some point they go, all right.
Yeah,
this is enough.
He's a diva.
Turn into a diva. And that's something that I don't think you want to do with Nico Collins.
No.
And to be fair, I don't think this team will do with Nico Collins. Now, one of the ways in which you need to make sure you handle up so that you can get Nico Collins the ball is pass protection. And this offensive line has had some struggles with that to this point, I think you could say. And so the guys that you're going to have are going to be very important, but also which guys you keep on this roster is going to matter as well in how you're going about this. And Trent Brown hasn't yet practiced with the team. We're still holding out in what this team ultimately thinks about him. He was slotted as one of the backups on the depth chart that we got that apparently Omar put together that D'Amico just signed off on.
Salute to Omar.
Yeah, shout out to Omar and his ball knowledge.
Did I mention buy or sell is tomorrow?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. But you asked a question I thought was interesting. Do you think that Trent Brown ultimately holds the key to Blake Fisher's continued tenure on this team?
Yeah, let's do the math and check my math, as people like to say. Shout out to Apollo 13.
I already established that my math today is not too strong.
Check my math on this. So Trent Brown was brought in, obviously very much knows this system, very much has pelts on the wall, has been cleared, and this is key, cleared for football activities, which means he's out on the field, he's in the meetings, he's helping out, et cetera, and it's just a matter of getting him going. So I would suspect veteran like that, maybe the next week, maybe the next 2 weeks, we'll see him out on the field.
I sure would hope so.
Right? If he's been cleared for activity. So let's talk about the math here. Last year, the Texans kept 9 offensive linemen.
And D'Amico used that number as well, talking in the media. So 9 would probably be a good place to use.
That's the next thing I was going to say. We've heard him. No, it's fine. That's the point. They had 9 last year. He said all he's worried about is the 9 they're going to keep. So let's go with the number 9. 6 guys are 100% locks to make this team, presuming they're healthy, because 6 guys are battling for 5 spots based on everything we know to be starters. Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jarrett Patterson, and Jake Andrews are battling it out at center.
Correct.
Titus Howard and Ariante Ursary.
That feels I'm with you there.
So there's 6. So you got to find 3 more spots, okay? Juice Scruggs and Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram got some reps even in the walkthrough today with the 1s.
Yes.
Juice Scruggs and Ed Ingram seem like they're going to be having an advantage, if for no other reason than their interior linemen. You need interior linemen. You also have an interior lineman in Titus Howard that can play tackle and has played tackle this year. So that's 8, brother. That's 8. That's 8. That's 8. If Juice Scruggs and Ed Ingram, if you're and there's more reason to talk about this, but if you're inclined to believe you got those 6 and then you have Juice Scruggs and Ed Ingram, you're at 8.
And I do wonder if someone had the same quick thought as I did where it goes, are you guaranteed that you need both Juice Scruggs and Ed Ingram? I think the way that I would look at this is Juice is the guy that I know that they feel comfortable playing on both sides of that interior of the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
However, Ed Ingram is the guy who it seems like they've landed on wanting to slide up there and get reps with the first team. Now, how much of that is, the musical chairs that's all and throwing different guys out and seeing what sticks, that is a possibility because Ed hadn't been up with those ones at any point to this point.
Right.
Up until 2 days ago.
But he's been in the mix. He's been on the field with the twos.
Yes, with the twos and threes.
Yeah.
No, don't get me wrong. But this is the first time that they've slid him in with the ones at any point. And that's a hurt. Now is back with the twos more so.
Yeah.
Again, how much do you make of that? That's a question that you can answer in a different space. But I do think that maybe they view Ed Ingram higher at this very juncture, but Juice moves around for the versatility, so that might have both of them earn a spot.
It seemed like they just looking for some backup plans just in case somebody like a Cam Robinson is out for some time. And so they trying to get a feel for what works better.
And just in general, it's one of the things we mentioned a number of times, and if you've followed this Texans team for at least a year or two, you see they have had to move guys around. They've had to play musical chairs. So I think they want to make sure that they are ready for any possibility and what are the different mixes and matches that we might have available to us if that point arises for us.
You mentioned mixes and matches, so let's go there because that's the next point I was going to make. So you have 6, Juice and Ed Ingram, depending on how you feel about it. You have 8 that are in the mix. The advantage with Jared Patterson and Juice Scruggs is they can play. Jared Patterson can play guard.
True.
So they're interior linemen. Jake Andrews not so much. He's a little undersized. Ed Ingram is a guard. So there's 4 guys right there, 5. If you count Titus Howard, but he's a lock that can play the interior. So what you're looking for is a swing tackle.
Absolutely.
You're looking for a tackle. Keep this in mind. Zach Thomas has taken reps with the first team, I think, yesterday. Zach Thomas is in the mix. Trent Brown obviously is in the mix. We just talked about that. And Blake Fisher. That's 3 that has to go into one spot.
Or maybe 2, because, again, that he also played guard thus far in camp.
But you got 5.
No, but I'm saying is maybe if they're not so sold on maybe like a Juice Scruggs, which would be wild considering that where he had been just last year as a starter for you, maybe they end up in a place where they go, hey, Zach Thomas can play outside and inside, and that versatility matters to us. I don't know, right?
But does that matter as much when Titus Howard can do that? He can. He's done it this week.
Right.
He's gone to tackle.
But I also know that they would much rather move some other people around than have to move him around too much.
But the confidence level with him at the tackle position?
100% fair. I hear what you're saying.
It seemed like they might be a little more comfortable with that situation, knowing what's going on with Blake Fisher.
And Titus Howard has embraced it more this year. I mean, it's been a non-factor. Like, you want me to play guard? Cool, I'm a guard. Oh, I got to play tackle? All right, let's swing out the tackle.
Yeah, just wanted to mention more of the permutations. But I think ultimately what you're trying to get to is you need one more tackle, and the tackles that you're looking at are Zach Thomas, who I imagine is probably below these 2, but there's a question mark now. And then Blake Fisher, who is a known commodity, but it seems like that knowledge is fading or is being placed below Ariante Ursery and the prospect of moving Titus Howard off of a home base that you're setting up for him. Or Trent Brown, who is a known commodity in some respects, but not here because he has not gotten out the field, and we don't even know how healthy he is at this moment.
Right. So 3 goes into 1 if we're playing it this way. And my question, what I was really getting at, and this sounds crazy, man, could Blake Fisher be on the hot seat here?
100%. Absolutely.
100%. Could Blake Fisher be cut?
A possibility there. Now, the thing that's interesting is, and I have to go back and remember because, of course, in this moment I'm forgetting, has Trent Brown played on both sides when it comes to tackle? Because Blake Fisher was the swing tackle last year before things shook up, and then he ultimately manned that right tackle spot. If Ariante Ursery is indeed a starter, and I know that, hey, if circumstances arise, they can move him, but, are they going to have? Is your swing tackle going to be a starter, or are you going to want to have somebody behind him who also can play on multiple sides? Especially if he's the guy who gets injured. Now you are without swing tackle. Or has Trent Brown had that experience as well?
Trent Brown started 16 games for the Patriots at left tackle in 2018.
There you go.
Also played left tackle in 2022 and 2023. This is getting wild, man. This is getting wild because you got 6 locked up. I mean, that's a given. The 2 other guards we talk about seem to have an edge. That's 8. So how does 3 get into 1 between Trent Brown, Blake Fisher, and Zach Thomas?
It's gonna be worth watching, but it starts with Trent Brown getting back out there, and that this is where that return to football really matters.
Yeah.
There's been a number of guys we've talked about: Christian Harris, Dameon Pierce. It looks like we're there for those guys. The next guy we're waiting for is Trent Brown, and seeing what that level. Because I mean, there's some things and some metrics you could look at to where Trent Brown is one of the better offensive linemen that you have rating wise.
Oh, if healthy, like if we see a healthy Trent Brown, then it's not even a question, right? Because they have more confidence in Trent Brown. They brought him in for this system.
I think so.
Right?
Right, that familiarity with the system. Played 3 games.
Healthy.
He got hurt, and in those 3 games, he wasn't very good, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So what does he still have, right? Because you also don't want yourself in a Shaq Mason situation. And I think Shaq was good when you first had him, but you saw the drop-off that ultimately happened just because he has some level of familiarity with, I don't know, coaches or whatever. Does not inherently mean that what you get this year is what you want. But, yeah, that is clearly a battle that is very much shaping up now. And, you know, how quickly things change in a few weeks, because Blake Fisher was looking like he was having a battle for the starting position, and now it looks like he's having a battle to stay on the roster.
And as Sean pointed out, you know, given the opportunity, this is a great, point. Given the opportunity for Blake Fisher to slide in at tackle, they chose other people.
Correct.
Kind of telling.
All right. Look, that remains to be seen, and I think that preseason games will also be a big deal in this.
Yes.
Like, he's going to need to show, Blake Fisher, that is. Do you think that Trent Brown kind of is the incumbent in that space, for lack of a better term, of like
the way I put it, he holds the keys.
He holds the keys. So
yeah.
But I guess the question is, does he have to play really well in camp, or outplay Blake in order to get it, or do you feel like if they are neck and neck, he gets the edge?
If they're neck and neck, I think it's him.
Somebody said, I think Trent Brown is the next Tony Baselli as a Texan also.
Maybe. That's what I'm saying. If healthy, it's not even a question, but that's a big if.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a little bit of representation in the Little League World Series. And also, I did mention at one point a date that you need to circle on your calendar. It's coming.
What's Coach D'Amico's goal for the Texans?
BexPrime.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, a number of things that are popping here on this Wednesday in the Loop, so let's get going, including, let's start here. Little League World Series, clearly the biggest thing that's happening in sports. It might be the most interesting thing that's happening in
most interesting thing we've watched
in
the last
TV.
couple of days.
Well, I mean, I think Astros baseball has been interesting as well, and we'll get to that because they got a shout out to Richmond, Texas' own. The Lamar Little League team is headed to Williamsport as representing the Southwest region.
How about that?
You love to see it as they got a victory last night. It was walk-off, too.
Mm-hmm.
They finished it off. So shout out to Richmond, Texas' own, showing up. And they were technically the East Texas team.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
So
Southeast? No, Southeast was someone else. They were East,
Yeah, so their East Texas team, they are headed to Williamsport. So shout out to them getting a victory there. Some other things that are popping as well. And this one really is popping as of 12 minutes ago. The Boston Red Sox have officially finalized an 8-year, $130 million extension for outfielder Roman Anthony. He's a rookie. He's 21 years of age, and he's been pretty damn good for the Red Sox with 828 OPS early on. Getting an extension done early, and of course, why do I care about this for the Red Sox? Good for them. That's cool. I feel like the Astros also have a rookie outfielder who is very young and been very good. In fact, very vital for this team. This feels like this could be a foundational kind of, or maybe not foundational, but kind of a blueprint of sorts for the Astros to get Cam Smith done. They need to get this done early, right?
Cam Smith? Early?
Just go ahead and get him extended. He seems like he is going to be an everyday player for you.
That goes against a lot.
I was about to say, do the Astros? I was about to say the Astros MO.
I was like, am I being pranked? Was that the prank? Was that the payback?
No, I'm saying if things properly.
No. They're not going to.
Nah, they're going to take advantage of all that, man.
Arbitration, and then arbitration again, and then arbitration again.
Does that not feel like we're on the same hamster wheel?
Yeah, we are on the same hamster wheel.
That's their role, man. That's what they like to do.
That's right.
And just to let you know, this is a comparison that's made. 21-year-old Roman Anthony, 828 OPS, as I mentioned, 1.8 WAR in his first season.
Jeez. You
look at Cam Smith, 22-year-old rookie, 702 OPS, 1.7 WAR in his rookie season.
Yeah.
This feels like that would be the value.
I mean, I like where your mind is, but it's also a little scattered right now. You're not. We're talking about the Astros.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about the Astros.
Fair enough.
Here. Yeah.
So some people don't want to get Cam Smith paid. I hear it. Okay, that's very good. We'll keep moving along. But no, that is interesting to see, and maybe if the Astros continue to get on their general MO, is this something that we look back on and we go, hey, that might have been the way that you should have handled it with Cam Smith, who's already demonstrated himself.
I think you're right on that. Yeah, I think you're definitely right on that. We've done it already with a couple players.
Yeah. Some other things that are popping. Let's get this, because I know at one point Tolman, the owner of the Rockets, was vying to try and have a WNBA expansion team here in Houston. And I know that some people were like, we want an NHL team first. I can't do nothing for you on that front, but what I can do for you is remind you, earlier in the week, I think it was Monday, in fact, we told you about how there is a ownership group in Boston that bought the Connecticut Sun, which is one of the 13 or whatever, 14 WNBA. And the thought was maybe they get to move it to Boston and, kind of in that same area. Well, the WNBA has said that cities that applied for expansion would get first dibs on Connecticut if they moved out of Connecticut over Boston, which would then put, in theory, Houston in play for a team. So this could be a way to backdoor in possibly a revival of the Comets. I don't know if this actually happens, but interest?
Oh, 100%. This is the time to get in. I mean, I know the price is going up because of Caitlin Clark and other reasons, but this is the time to get in, and absolutely 100%, don't even think twice about it. It's the Comets. It's going to be the Comets again. Don't get fancy with any new names. And it's the Comets is what you got to bring in.
Now,
I ain't going to go with the Houston Sun?
Come on, man.
I mean, it would fit. The way that she was talking about training camp, the Houston Sun would be, it might make more sense than Connecticut Sun.
Why the hell is the Connecticut Sun? That's what I was just about to ask.
It makes more sense.
Does it fit with the Mohegan Sun? Is that what the
Oh, maybe. Is that in Up in the East Coast?
I think so.
Up in the New
Isn't
England
that
area?
Connecticut area? Ain't they where they play in Connecticut?
I think so.
All right. But no, I don't think it happens because I don't know that the Boston ownership group is bringing it to Houston and then having to figure out the deal with, with Tolman and the Rockets in order to house them and everything. I do wonder. Now, they are putting in money for, I think part of the sale is $100 million for practice facilities and everything. But I don't know that. Feel like if there was a team coming to Houston, the joint ownership model would make a lot more sense than like a separate ownership than having to, get the tenant organization. An agreement
out here. I'm sure they probably want to keep that fan base that's near that place, right?
Probably, but it would be a good fan base here.
It would be.
Yeah, no, I would, but I mean, if going from Connecticut, son, to all the way to Houston, that's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me, Rob, because we mentioned this off air, but I didn't bring it up around the NFL. Did you see Mike Vrabel getting in it?
Dude, this was bizarre, man.
So if you don't understand what I mean when I say Mike Vrabel getting in it, literally getting in it.
Yeah.
So we know training camp, scraps, brouhahas, Donnie Brooks will break out. We had one of our own at the Greenbriar with the Texans. It was involving Dalton Schultz and C.J. Gardner. Actually, Dalton Schultz and Russ Yeast, and then C.J. Gardner-Johnson had in a play or two prior a little bit of an altercation with Cade Stover. Well, apparently the Patriots got their version of that today where, a dog pile of sorts had built up. Is there video of this?
I'm just looking at a still picture. He's got a big cut on the side of his face.
Yeah, and it seems like Mike Vrabel got into the dog pile trying to break it up and ended up having blood on his nose akin to when he was playing linebacker for the Patriots. That is wild, is it not?
D'Amico, step your game up, man.
Yeah,
Jump in that pile, man.
This is big points for that annual coaches picture. Who wins the fight. Mike Vrabel's getting some points here, man.
Yeah, and I don't like that because D'Amico was always very high up in that. I mean, we still feel like D'Amico could get in there and pull these guys apart if he needed to, right?
D'Amico was he was filmed or taped or videoed, is probably best running gas today.
Yeah, way to stay fit, baby.
But that's still not roaming the sideline with an ice pack on the side of your face like Mike Vrabel.
You know what?
How did he look once he was available to the media? He go out there with an ice pack and a black eye.
I'm sure we'll get pictures. I'm sure we'll get images. Yeah.
I would like to think that D'Amico was smarter than to jump into pile with his players. I think that he recognizes that that's not the best use of his skill set as the head coach and kind of the CEO of what's happening on the field. I feel like he recognizes that he has to be above that a little bit.
Yeah, nah, he ain't gonna do nothing like that. But Mike Vrabel, that fit his resume.
No, 100%.
Like when I seen it was Mike Vrabel, I wasn't even surprised.
No, like he's the number one pick if you're going head coaches that would. If you just had a Mad Lib and you go, insert name here, coach jumped into a pile. He's the number one seed, right? Like
who's the coach that will fight a player or jump in a scuffle with a player?
Dan Campbell or Mike Vrabel?
Yeah, Dan Campbell is the next one.
He might be Dan
Campbell might be number one.
He might be.
You think so?
Oh, God,
I think
yes.
so. I think so.
Didn't Vrabel get out here saying he was going to cut off his little man to try and win a Super Bowl?
Yeah,
Vrabel might be 1A. I'll put it that way.
Oh man,
very good.
I still can't. I just can't stop looking at it. He's roaming. He's coaching. He's on the field practicing with a big old ice pack on the side.
There might be something to be said that Vrabel feels his most comfortable around football with blood running down his nose.
Yeah, this is true.
Like there are some players that they just look like that they are more suited for the football environment with blood running down there. I feel like that's the J.J. Watt situation. He might go and put a little bit of like ketchup
Brian
on
Cushing.
his nose. Yeah, the Cush say it's this. I feel like I have
taste it.
Right, it tastes like football.
It tastes like.
I want to eat your children.
All right,
praise be to Allah.
I was like, all right, Mike Tyson, we might need to reel that one back in a little bit. How about this? I mentioned that there's a day that I think you want to put on your calendar, especially if you're a true Texan Houstonian. I know that a majority of us like Whataburger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Vast majority of us.
Vast majority of us. Well, apparently, August 8th is Whataburger Day, National Whataburger Day. I did not know this was a thing. I am learning about this as we go.
National
Whataburger Day is what they have. Now, I don't know if Whataburger was just like, we're just going to call it National Whataburger Day, especially since, they done expanded to a place where they in all these other states as well. However, you get to celebrate too, because supposedly there are 75-cent burgers on Friday for National Whataburger Day.
Them lines are going to be out the door.
Insane. insane.
That's one of those moments where I'm like, I'll skip it.
So you out?
Yeah.
No, the line's gonna be insane, man.
For the 75-cent burger?
It's gonna be insane, man. I'd rather go back tomorrow and pay $8 for.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you bougie. That's crazy. I'm gonna give me my 75%
All right, you stand in the line 2 blocks down.
That's crazy.
Here's where I'm gonna date myself. I remember paying 75 cents for a Whataburger.
You went down to the.
I remember.
You went down to the soda fountain with your best gal.
Yep. Me and my best girl would ride our bikes over to Fredericksburg Road, about a mile.
Get you
from
some
our
milkshakes.
House.
Get a milkshake for 50 cents.
Strawberry milkshake and a Whataburger for 70. I remember it, and I'm proud to say it. I'm not embarrassed.
So are you gonna get your nostalgia on? Or are
Maybe
you
I'll ride a bike.
bougie?
Maybe I'll ride my bike over to Whataburger.
Yeah, you and your gal.
Yeah.
That same gal.
I can't believe Figgy is too bougie.
Yeah.
For a 75-cent burger.
Man, you don't
That's
understand.
crazy.
Those lines are going to be insane. It's not just going to be. Hell, a regular Whataburger line be insane at some point.
Yeah.
I can't imagine 75
they're
cent
long
burger.
right now.
That's
right. Yes.
Yeah, so I can't even imagine how that would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting that burger. I'm sorry. 75. Somebody said that's what DoorDash is for. By the time you spend pay for DoorDash,
Yeah, it'd be $75.
Are they doing that for DoorDash too?
I have no idea. I don't. Yeah, I was like, look, I'll see if I can check the press release to see if they
I ain't
have
gonna
anything
lie.
more in there.
You pray for your Whataburger workers too. Man.
That is true.
Oh, yes.
That's going to be tough.
That is true. Somebody said that's standing in that line would be the equivalent of me waiting at Golden Corral on Veterans Day.
Maybe that'll be a question of the day one day. Restaurants that you've just quit. I used to go to Golden Corral all the time, like when I was young, all the time.
Oh yeah, the all-you-can-eat buffet.
And then I just quit Golden Corral. I haven't got.
I went one time since I've been living here. I went to the one over off of I think it was over by Main Street, over by NRG, and I kind of regretted because it was already going down.
Yeah,
it was rough, and I was just like, man, I'm not feeling this
places
food at all,
you just
man.
quit. Golden Corral is probably number one on my list.
I don't think we were a Golden Corral family.
Luby's, I quit Luby's.
Oh, I look. Actually, I think a year or two ago, and it just didn't hit quite the same.
Yeah,
but it might have just been that one experience. I'm not willing to give up on you, Luby. But as a family, we weren't a Golden Corral family. I think we were a Ryan's family.
I liked
you remember
Ryan's.
Ryan's.
I liked Ryan's. Yeah. That was an Austin thing. That was a Central Texas thing.
Somebody said, "Why would you stand in line for 2 hours to save $8 to $10, even if you make $5 an hour?"
It's the principle.
Yeah, it is thank you. It is the principle of the matter here.
And the nostalgia. Riding my bike over to Fredericksburg Road
That's right.
for 75 cents.
You got to record all of this too, man. You just being in line. Are you going through the drive-through or are you walking in?
Honestly, I think that the smart play, and I might be messing this up by telling people, I think that they'll have it on the app. Order it in on the app. Just take your time, roll over there, and then just stroll in and pick up your food. I feel like that's the play.
Man, those workers are going to hate it.
That's
Ooh,
right.
Man.
They're
That's
gonna
right.
hate that day.
That's right. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody says, so are you guys saying Fisher is another Caserio O-line bust? I mean, as of right now, bust is used too frequently. However,
stay tuned.
If you were trying to choose right now between success or bust, it's much clearly the latter rather than the former.
I would say disappointed for sure. I don't want to say bust yet, but
stay tuned.
It's very disappointing. I'd be shocked that they moved on from him this quickly, though.
Yes, we had people on the text line saying, "Hey, what if he just happens to have an injury and he's on the injury?" Yeah, that ends up being the way that they play it to give them more time. But right now, he is on the bubble, which of course is not where you would have hoped a second-round pick like Blake Fisher to be. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud talked to the media today after practice. We'll hear what he had to say. Next.
Fall is back. The preseason kicks off in Minnesota Saturday afternoon against the Vikings. Hear the action here with pregame coverage starting at noon. Kickoffs at 3 p.m. with Mark Vandermeer and access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, happy Wednesday to you. It's been a good day thus far in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Still to come, we'll talk to Sean and Seth. I believe Seth will also join at 12:40 to get a little conversation about Texans training camp. They're live from West Virginia, courtesy of Fly by Yingling, so we thank them.
They've been doing a good job with the social media, too, man, with the interviews and all that stuff.
That means something special for you.
Yeah. No, I really enjoyed it, man.
Don't ask them that. They think they're stumbling all over the place.
No,
but you're right. You're right.
Everybody got to start somewhere
because
I think in the past we didn't really have that great of a social media presence like that. But they're doing a really good job. See Sean bring his ring light out there.
Yeah.
Seth was doing the same thing, but his ring or cameraman and fell down and fainted, according to that video.
Yeah.
But they're doing a really good job.
Yeah, so definitely check in with the fellas on social media where they're getting some of those interviews today. I believe Titus Howard after practice for Sean
Hunter.
And Daniil Hunter after practice for Seth. So it's Sean T. Pendergast and social media. Go check them out there, and we'll get a little bit of insight of what they heard from those guys at 12:40. But real quick, Astros-wise, we know Spencer Arrighetti is going today versus the Marlins. They've made the corresponding move in order to activate him. So, AJ Blueball, thanks for your service. Thanks for getting a victory. But back to Sugarland for you.
What a good day he had, too.
He had a great day, but I mean, I think we all know what it is. In fact,
this kind of speaks to what I was saying. It's time.
It is.
It's time to start elevating everything.
Appreciate your service, but we got some business to handle.
And this is how it should have been. Like with all of those instances where you have to bring up a Brandon Walter Brandon Gordon or whatever. Like when you have to bring these guys up, or Colton Gordon rather. I didn't mix them together. When you have to bring those guys up, rather than what you have had to have been doing with the Astros, where you bring them up and they are here for a foreseeable future and having a number of starts, it really should have been, here's a spot start. Thank you. Get back to the place where you can also continue your development and what you need. And thankfully, the Astros are starting to get closer to being in that place again. All right. We'll talk more about that as we continue, but let's talk about the Texans and the practice that they had today. More of a walkthrough, but here's C.J. Stroud talking to the assembled media after today's practice.
Hello.
Live yesterday. I feel like it's ready to kind of play another opponent.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's been good to play against our defense and them to go against us. A lot of good on good. So, yeah, it's about that time, you know, guys get tired of each other and want to play somebody else. So.
Ideally want to do in the first preseason game, a long time for the first.
They feel, you know, suit for me. I like to be out there and, you know, get hit once or twice or whatever just to, you know, feel the emotion again. It's a little different than practice. So, but whatever, you know, D'Amico decides, and I'm good with that.
D'Amico at the end of last year was real adamant about wanting to get the team over the hump, past the divisional round. I was just wondering, have you noticed a sense of urgency from him throughout these training camp practices?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's had that, you know, since the start. Hasn't just changed, you know, but I think every day is intentional, every day is urgent. I think every day he's done a good job of trying to push guys to that limit to, you know, where it's going to be hard in those games. So, personally, I don't see a difference just because he's been that way, but I think that's a good thing. But, yeah, I'll definitely say, you know, the other guys are starting to buy into him more.
How much does this feel like your rookie year learning a brand new playbook again, like you came to the NFL?
Yeah, it's a little different just because, like, I know, like, more coverages. I know, like, style, trees. I know coordinators. You know, I played against a good amount of, you know, different schemes. So it's a little easier. And then, you know, it's a lot of similarities from what Nick's bringing to what we're doing in the past. So it's a little similar in those lights, but it's not as hard as my rookie year was. Like learning Chinese. This year is a little bit of that, but not as much. It's a little easier.
You're taking more ownership of the offense. Where do you think that's going to benefit you specifically in the offense?
Yeah, just, you know, being able to, you know, see things that maybe coaches are able to have a different point of view. I think that'll be helpful for our guys. And, you know, it's still not going to, you know, just be easy just because we say we're doing it. I'm going to make mistakes. Also going to, you know, do things right. So it's just learning from my mistakes and trying to be better.
Have you had to change your preparation now that you've
Not really, because even like when I wasn't technically doing that, I was still doing it just to know when I had to throw hard, know when I was getting blitzed. So it's the same thing now. It's just picking it up or learning. I mean, doing the same thing but in a different manner. And yeah, so it's. I never really. I mean, I changed it a little bit, but not like a ton. Probably being like a little brother. You know, always like wanting to fit in with my siblings and like them most of the time not wanting to. So like being hard on myself, like what did I do wrong? Like for them not to let me play the game. So probably stems from that. But you know, my siblings love me. I love them. But yeah, so it's a little bit of that. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. At times it can be, but I think I try to balance it. That ain't Pippin. I'm just playing. You good. I'm messing with you.
It's a leaf setting here. You know, it's a beautiful breeze, a little cooler than Houston. How does being at the Greenbriar affect the Stoerner camp for you guys?
To me, it's the same. You know, at least you try to treat it the same. It's a little different. It's beautiful out here. The weather's great. You know, different, but cool. I like it. I'm a city as well. It's cool. It breaks the monotony of camp, and you know, you just bond with your teammates more. Ain't really much to do out here, so. Yeah, every day we're growing. We're, you know, everything's starting to come a lot easier. We're starting to make more plays, know what guys are good at in the scheme, and trying to fit the guys to do those type of things. So, you know, it's not overnight. So, in our defense, they've been together for 3 years almost, like a lot of the same guys. So, you know, they're making calls and checks quicker sometimes than we can, and then it's vice versa. So, I think it's good. You know, we're one of the best, I think the best defense in the league, you know, and it's been hard, but it's also, you know, very great for us to get a good challenge every day. Yeah.
When it is difficult like that, going against the defense, or maybe a play doesn't go the way you want it to, how tough is it to still kind of take the lesson from the play, even if maybe this part of the play didn't go right, this worked, let's learn from that? Like, how hard is it still to kind of take the lesson even if the play doesn't work?
Yeah, it's you know, like it's the difference. It's the balance between being a competitor and then being like, you know, fall in love with the process and not the or the progress and not like the result in the moment. Because sometimes you can throw a ball and it look like a bad ball, but bad communication between, you know, myself and the receiver. So that's just like one point of emphasis on, you know, like having to work through those kinks, because that's what comes in with like a newer scheme. And that, like, you know, you still don't want to be turning the ball over or, you know, like see bad plays. But I think we've gotten past that part in camp, and, you know, now it's just like more competitive on both sides. And but yeah, you got to be able to still compete and like hold yourself to a standard that you're not gonna, you know, make mistakes. But when those things happen, learning from them and just having that balance. Yeah, it's dope to see those guys come back. You know, it's not always easy. You know, they feel like they're like isolated from the team, and I think the most important thing is just getting them around us and, you know, around the guys. And I think, you know, those guys are, you know, pivotal to our success. And so I'm excited to see those guys come back and, you know, work their tails off. Yeah, it's exciting. You know, it's very great. You know, he comes from a different style that, you know, that I'm used to, you know, at least in the NFL. So it's cool just to learn something new and put another tool in my toolbox. And yeah, I mean, there's another thing kind of, you know, to the other point was like sometimes in our scheme, our defense, you know, it's not going to work against them, but just to get the reps down, even though like it might not even work, like it helps. And I think he's very positive when it comes to that. He understands that. So I think it's been great, you know, to just get down our foundation, and now we're building from like more of a game plan emphasis, and I think that'll be fun.
CJ, the 1,000-yard rookie receiver is kind of becoming a lot more common in college and now in the NFL. What do you think is kind of contributing to that uptake?
I would just say like keeping the main thing, and staying focused on what got you there. I think a lot of times, you know, guys come to the league and, Could be coaching, it could be outside noise, but they changed what they've been doing. And of course, you have to like adapt. But I wouldn't say like, especially if you're getting picked in some of those top rounds at receiver, they picked you there for a reason. And I think like as coaching and as as a quarterback, we got to find ways to make our receivers good in what they've been doing, and of course try to make them grow. But I think it's a big part on myself to get guys comfortable in the offense, in the scheme, and make them feel like they were in college just having fun. I think that's where you get those plays and those type of seasons. So. I don't know. It's hard. I'm very competitive. I don't like losing. I don't like making mistakes. But I would say I just, in those moments, try to just breathe, relax, try to just calm my mind, and, just trying to just find something positive. Like, I always try to remind myself, like, this is cool. Like, I'm in the NFL, I don't, like, God didn't have to bless me with this, but he chose to, and I got to steward it the right way. And I don't think, like, I can complain every day if I really wanted to, but like positive that. So I try to just try that and just be grateful for the little things. And then, even though they're not little, they're huge, they're big. Like I woke up this morning, and I'm able-minded, able-bodied, and I'm just blessed to have that. So I would say that helps me be more positive and have better body language.
I remember when you guys practiced with the Rams a couple years ago, whenever it was, you talked about how much Sean is a teacher and so helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see some of that as well in Payne? I know he's your coach now.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, yeah. You can tell that them two guys are very close, and they talk the same. Like they have the same like tone of voice, which is kind of funny. Like same energy. Like Kale's, he's like a little turned up. Well, not a little. He's a lot turned up. He turned up to the max. And I'm more of a chill guy, at least like on the field. So yeah, it's good. It's like yin and yang, But he helps me. I help him. I think. But yeah, he's very like Sean McVay like, and so when I met Sean last year at practice, it was very similar to like what I get now in practice or like in meetings and stuff.
You mentioned earlier you've seen a lot of defenses. Are there any defenses or specific games that stand out that really gave you a learning experience that helped you grow?
I think every game you can find something. It's really just like learning the tree and like who the defensive coordinator is like, see a D-line guy, see a backer guy, see a DB guy. Because a lot of times, like they try to like make plays for their group, and that's something that I try to remember. Sometimes guys just call whatever, and you don't know. So it's a million different type of defenses, and you try to just learn your foundational stuff and then grow from there. So it's really about, what you do to help control that. But yeah, it's not easy. There's a lot of smart guys. I think some of the best guys I've faced, I'm not going to go there because they're going to put on ESPN. So thanks. All right.
There you go. CJ Stroud, quarterback of your Houston Texans. Woo, there's some interesting stuff in there. Before we even get to any of that, I think let's talk with Sean and Seth about that when we get a chance to talk to them from West Virginia here at 1240. But, and I'm sorry, if it sounds like now I'm nitpicking CJ and this is going to come across as just like a criticism, and I don't mean it as such. He just doesn't sound like himself, so to say. Like, again, and it could easily be a number of things, including the weight of picking up the entirety of a new offense. He just doesn't sound like himself. Am I bugging, or is that something that you're hearing?
No, I hear you on that. I think – you ever had one of those days where there's like so many things going on in your mind and you just kind of feel like you're not yourself? I kind of feel like that's what it is. Like he's got so much stuff that he's got to process and talk, and he talked about some of that. It's hard, but not as hard as the rookie year. It's not overnight. He said in terms of. I think it's just like my mind is just filled with stuff.
To me, it sounds like the Texans are maybe 2-5 right now. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to find an answer on offense where, you kind of sound a little defeated. We can just take it a day at a time and just it sound like he's already defeated.
He literally said, keep the main thing, which is just kind of a crutch. Like
Yeah.
Forget about everything else. I'm just trying to learn this. You know?
It sounds like, hey, we trying to work through this.
Yeah.
Type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll break that down more. I think with Sean and Seth, that'll be a good place to have some of those conversations. But yeah, CJ, I always gives you as much insight as he has available to him. But yeah, today particularly interesting, at least from my perspective. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is right about that time when we get our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that next.
Our guy Clint says, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, boys, I don't know why, as many years as I've been doing this and been around sports my whole life, I don't know why the dumbness of fans continues to surprise me. I shouldn't be surprised. Idiocy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Idiocy of fans.
That feels
surprises
harsher,
me.
though.
Yeah, and it should be harsher.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, not that we're like afraid to discuss, but we just haven't really discussed for a number of reasons. Certain objects being thrown onto WNBA games.
What was the object?
It was a phallic object that some people use as a toy in certain situations. An adult toy.
Which, by the way, give me 10% of that company, the green one. Because, it's been talked about, it's gotten some run on social media, etc. Fans have thrown this object at various points. I believe 3 times previously.
3 times in the WNBA. Yeah. We've seen it happen at football sometimes, but this year it was thrown once, and I think it hit towards the bench. Sophie Cunningham, one of the teammates of Caitlin Clark on The Fever.
Well, keep that name in mind.
She got on social media like, hey, idiots. I don't think she said that. Like, hey, can y'all stop throwing these on the field, on the court? And then I think it might have been yesterday.
And then she said somebody's going to get hit.
And then she was the one who got hit on the court yesterday.
You can just aim onto the floor.
Well, that's it. Poor choice of words.
An object that just flew in as the free throw was being made. It looked like that hit a player, too.
It hit Sophie Cunningham. Oh, they're idiots. They're dummies. They're so bad. It's not funny, but yet because of what it is, it gets a lot of run.
It's so stupid,
it's
too, man.
Stupid. It's absolutely stupid. I just don't get it.
And I hate to be the dude who has to be serious. It's also dangerous. Like,
well, that's what I said.
See, the first couple times it's kind of like, ha.
Yeah.
But you're throwing something on the court that can hurt a player.
You're hitting players.
At that point, it's not fun anymore.
Yeah.
This is where it does kind of suck that this is a women's sports, because I think that it's significantly less likely to happen in this way.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where, the Ron Artest Mad Max variety of player.
Sure.
This is where I'm like,
when Sophie ran into the crowd and started fighting whoever threw it.
And I can tell you this as a second part of my confession. I wouldn't have handled it as well as she did. She kind of, the LA player kicked it away. She kind of just
Kelsey
laughed.
Plum, I believe.
Yeah, and she went to the LA bench. They were kind of laughing about it and all that. I wouldn't have handled it that well. I would not have handled it that well.
Somebody said beat the thrower with it. All right. Nah, we've had this conversation a number of times over the entitlement that some fans seem to have is really problematic. Like this. All right. I'm not gonna lie. It shouldn't be something that you do. It's not funny enough for you to be out here doing this.
Yeah, my mind is like, damn. So you just how did you sneak that in?
That's what somebody just texted.
How did you sneak that in?
Well, it's rubber, so a metal detector would not.
Is it?
Would not find.
How you know this?
I'm guessing it's going to look like it's rubber.
I didn't realize
my other question is, what if you do get caught? How stupid would you look?
Oh, that's mine.
Yeah. They escorting your ass out because you threw that on the court.
Yes.
You got to feel like a
And
jackass.
oh, by the way, as a follow-up to the follow-up to the follow-up, they found another one that someone was going to throw. Same thing, same color.
Wow.
Why is it a lime green one all the time?
I mean, it catches it's very eye-catching, I believe is how you grow up.
Grow up.
Grow up.
Yeah. These are my confessions.
All right, wow, something really crazy happened in the Little League World Series, and I'm very tempted to make my confession about, you know what? Bleep it. I'm doing it.
Yeah, I'm about to say, if you don't make it yours, I'm going to make it mine.
Yeah.
So the Florida team, this is the Southeastern Final. This is to try and go to Williamsport.
Yeah.
The Florida team had a dominant 4-0 lead over South Carolina.
They had some big boys.
Yes.
Big old dudes.
And then Florida loads the bases up, and I'm talking South Carolina, yes. Loads the bases up. And I'm talking about, walk, hit by pitch, and then ultimately some big hits that has South Carolina walk it off. And it reminds me of in sports, I'm not often like feel super sorry for someone, but I always sure who's there and just can't get right, because that is the loneliest place in sports.
Yeah.
Can't nobody come and help you. Can't nobody come and save you unless the manager comes get you, and that's not really a particularly good feeling either.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that there's an opportunity for that to be magnified because it's a kid out there on the mound. Like, you could just see him. He was
that
sick.
kid was crying,
No, he was
man.
literally
You could probably
crying.
look on the YouTube on the stream.
Yeah.
I was sitting there closing my eyes like, oh my God, man.
And by the way, though, on the positive note, how about my guy? Little 5'1", 95-pound Jacobson is his last name or something like that?
I would be lying if I tried to tell you.
Look at him. Look at him. 5'1", 95 pounds. Got the rally going with well, he actually didn't get it going, but he got the scoring going by drawing a walk against a guy that was 5'10", 195 pitching.
Yeah, and he was just in hell. Like, he just couldn't hit his spots, and it really is. And very rarely do I have any level of like discretion on this. If I see a pitcher who's out there just flailing, and it really does, flailing where you just can't get right, I'm going to sympathize regardless of who. And I don't know if this is a defect in me, but I just get real sick. In no other sport am I like this, but when you have that pitcher out there who is just out there
Little league
and dying on the mound, I get sick.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Man, I almost deleted my Twitter account, man.
You did not.
I did, for real. I'm sick of it, man. So I ran across this tweet of somebody saying, I need a new camera and laptop. And somebody retweeted that and said, please wait until August 25th. And thank you. So I'm looking through the comments like, what's going on? I didn't know if it was a sale going on or don't buy it until, like, I'm searching through all of these comments trying to see. This person did not respond. So everybody trying to figure out what's going on and all that stuff. And people like, wait, what's August 25th? And this person replied and said, all the Mercury retrograde energy is gone, basically. Shadow period ends.
What?
Bro,
some astrology
you wasting my doggone time searching, thinking I'm about to get a laptop for the low or something like that, because I kind of been thinking about getting a laptop.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you waste my time.
Waste my time.
Trying to search and see what's going on August, almost Google, August 25th, see if something was going on. Man, we need to get that crap out of here, man.
Yeah, that's...
What the hell do that have to do with a laptop?
I saw a comedian put this out here, and I think I am going to jump on this train. I think that we need to start treating people that subscribe to astrology as just like science deniers. Like, you're just let us shame them in the same way that as a society we've decided to shame science deniers.
They need to be in there with the flat earthers.
Correct. That's exactly. You got it straight up. We need to talk about them like the flat earthers.
Talk about energy. They need to keep that same energy.
That's right.
They talk about flat earthers. Yes. I was so mad sitting there. Everybody in the comments like, "What's going on?" And, man, get out of here with that.
So you're saying the Earth is not flat?
We're not doing that right now.
I say anything. So they need to be in the same category.
That's right. That's right.
These are my confessions.
All right, so those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's head to West Virginia to get a practice report from Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne and have a little bit of a conversation with the fellas. We'll do that next.
Live from West Virginia, courtesy of Yingling.
888-800-1054. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 in the books there in West Virginia. But, I mean, I guess I could tell you that, but I'd much rather let's talk to Sean Pendergast, who joins us now for a practice report live from West Virginia, courtesy of Fly by Yingling. And I believe, do we have 100% more Seth Payne today?
Yeah,
we do,
There we
Even
go.
better. It's like the shot in the arm that I needed. Fellas, how you doing out there?
It's good. We're having a good time. Today, you know what? Today was the first time I caught a whiff of the reason that it's White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, is because there's sulfur springs here. So, you're driving down the road and you're like, is this me? Is this body odor?
Our Airbnb owners warned us about this smell.
I grew up in a place called Clifton Springs, where I was born in a place called Clifton Springs, which had sulfur springs, which back in the day they would sell you, it was like, oh, it's got magical healing powers. And it was a resort back in the 1800s for the wealthy and elite. Mm-hmm. And then somewhere along the way, people realized, like, oh, no, it just stinks.
Yeah. So, and I, guys, stopped at a place I've been looking to stop at this entire trip called Route 60 Bar and Grill for a burger. And I have to say, the burger was outstanding, and I learned a lot about this place. It was the front for all the sports gambling in White Sulphur Springs. An 80-year-old man named Buddy told me that. He was sitting next to me at the bar. There was another 80-year-old man named Jeff at the other end of the bar with a cowboy hat and a mullet that told me how good smoked bear tastes. And I asked, how do you know how good smoked bear tastes? He said, want to see the bear that comes into my backyard every day? Yeah. And I said, sure. And he showed me a picture of a 500-pound bear, and apparently this bear is related to several other bears who have been consumed by Jeff and his family.
Farm. He just keeps waiting for one to grow up and then kill it.
An impromptu bear farm is what he has.
When we were there before, we had an Airbnb that was out a little bit out of town, and we saw bears regularly. That's why I asked you about that the other day.
Yeah. So I say all that to say I learned way more at this bar than I learned about the Texans at practice.
I was going to say, you might have had the most Sean Pendergast specific interactions. I think it was set up for you. I don't know if AI could have put a better situation up for
It was so good.
West Virginia has a version of the talk, and I gave Sean the talk, which is that black bears aren't that scary. So you don't have to worry. I don't want him to come in screaming or something if he sees a black bear. Like grizzly bears are the ones you have to worry about.
Right.
Black bears are pretty. They're more scared of you than you are.
They're like house pets.
Yeah. Well,
I wouldn't go that far.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah. You don't want to tempt them or anything.
Okay.
But, yeah.
All right. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. I wanted you to weigh in. We had that discussion on the offensive line, and I'm going to try to keep it brief because we want to get into other things with you guys. But the math that I did is there's six players that are going to be locks to make this team. Six, including Jared Patterson and Jake Andrews. Those are the six that are going to be vying for the starting spots. Then there's Juice Scruggs and Ed Ingram. So that takes us to 8, which means, in my view, there's 3 that has to go into one spot at the swing tackle. That's Blake Fisher, Trent Brown, and maybe even Zach Thomas.
Yeah.
So I wanted to get your thoughts on that position battle. I landed, I don't know about Reggie, that Blake Fisher is definitely a candidate that could be
good chance. The only thing I would wonder about is maybe he had something going on medically in the offseason. There had been reports that he was trimmed down this year, but when you look at him, I don't know if it was trimmed down in a good way. He doesn't look like a guy who underwent a transformation from his first year to his second year, and it's not off the table right now. I think that based on what they've seen from him at camp so far, if they're going to make it a genuine competition, then he's certainly going to be talked about, I would guess. And now Trent Brown, they could probably protect him by putting him on the PUP or something at the beginning of the season. But he's got to be
on the 53 coming out of camp
to start before you cut him.
Yeah. So that's a thing. I would say about Blake Fisher, guys, that the behavior of the team out here at camp would indicate that there is a lack of confidence in Blake Fisher, just based on him taking 0 snaps with the ones, even when there's been opportunities to bump him up with Cam Robinson going out. So that's number one. Number two, I would say there is a 0% chance of Blake Fisher getting cut and this might be semantics, but I think there's probably teams out there that see him as a second-round pick a year ago that had high scouting reports on him that quite honestly look at their offensive line room and coaching staff as being superior to the Texans. That's not hard to do. Over the last couple of years, I don't know what Cole Popovich is going to be, and say, look, we get him in our building. Like Jeff Stoutland would probably be chomping at the bit to get Blake Fisher as a Philadelphia Eagle. So maybe there's a trade, not for a second-round pick where you recoup all the value, but maybe day 3 pick or one of those trades where it's Blake Fisher and if that were to happen. So I think there's zero chance he gets cut, but I think there's a decent chance he's not a Texan when the season starts.
And I think there's also a chance that there might be an offensive tackle on the Texans this year who's not on the roster right now, like George Fant a few years ago.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yep.
Yeah. All right, fellas, we're talking to Sean and Seth out there in West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. I don't know if you guys got an opportunity because I know that you talked to Titus and Daniil respectively, but I don't know if you got a chance to hear CJ after practice. First and foremost, just in his conversations when he's had an opportunity to talk to us, he didn't sound like himself, does he? Like, that's something that we were kind of hearing, and I don't know what to make of that, but he definitely doesn't sound like the typical CJ that I've gotten used to hearing.
We played some Evan Washburn audio this morning, and I felt that way listening to him talk to Evan Washburn of CBS yesterday.
And it was interesting because his message was he has to, had to learn about kind of maybe making his inner circle closer and understanding when he has to say no, and just understanding that you can't give everybody access all the time.
Who his real friends are. Is kind of what he was saying. Yeah,
and it's because we've seen this out of CJ. There's times where, in the middle of a season, it feels like the weight of the world is on him, and he kind of sounds that way. And I guess, you don't necessarily anticipate it at the very beginning of the season in training camp, but that's kind of the mode that I've sensed out of him. But it might be as simple as the things I heard some of his answers today as I was waiting for Daniil, and he's got a lot going on in terms of learning this offense, and he's spinning a lot of plates in the backfield as he has more control of the offense. And it might be as simple as that, is just the guy's thinking about a lot of football right now.
He seems like he's operating with less joy in his football life.
That's good.
Is the way, well, maybe it is. But if this were wrestling, this would be the beginning of a subtle heel turn.
Joy is a success thief, okay?
Yeah.
How did
we put your head down and you be miserable and get it done?
I got you.
I'm just impressed that Sean got to the heel turn out of this conversation.
Subtle heel turn. The little seeds get planted when you go, this guy's not acting like he normally does. If he shows up wearing black at his next thing, that'll be another thing. Like when they start wearing darker colors, like, it's a darker personality. It's the imagery that comes with the literary genre of WWE.
Well, you know what? We talked about this morning, guys, when we played the clip of him talking about how you got to kind of, what did he say? He had to understand who's got your back, and you
that was the gist.
You can't give everybody access and everything. There is what I said afterwards after that clip was, there's a reason that a lot of successful people are also jerks. They're able to kind of separate. You have to have a certain amount of a jerk in you to be able to say no to things. And I would be all for CJ that all of a sudden just said, no, I'm drawing the line here. You're out. You're out. You're out.
No, make it like
I am going to be laser focused on success and a few people in my inner core.
Yes, he should fire people like The Apprentice. We need a reality show. That's what we need.
We've also been kind of kicking around the wide receiver room specific to Jalen Noel, because my take is impressive. He's one of the few guys on offense that has been impressive pretty consistently. Like, he can save you a roster spot. Basically because of he add a roster player basically because he can do both. And I'm just curious your thoughts on Jalen Noel and the back end of the wide receiver room.
I think that the influencer there,
Braxton Berrios.
Yeah, Braxton Berrios. I think it feels like they really like Braxton Berrios.
He's a spouse of influencer. Or
yes,
it is.
But he's got his own though too.
Does he?
Did a conversation with Mark and John about kind of that element of. I think he makes some money off of his Instagram.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's put together pretty well.
Yeah, he is.
Not like Daniil Hunter, my guy. Okay, Sean. All right. So
he frightens me. You know that. Braxton Berrios.
No, but Braxton Berrios, I think they really like him as a returner and as a receiver. He's a guy that he's
catching everything.
He's catching everything, and he's kind of like, I'm not going to make a direct Tank Dell comparison, but he's a smaller guy who kind of just moves differently than other human beings. And he's a proven returner in the NFL, where Jalen Knowles still proving himself as a receiver and a returner. So I'll be surprised if Braxton Berrios isn't that guy.
Yeah, well, I think, John, I think I know where you were going with that, which is like, okay, if they keep the guys we think they're going to keep, and then you got these 4 guys left for the last 2 spots. Let's say they keep 6 receivers. We know there's 4 that are making the team. Hey, but if Knoll can return, then they don't have to keep Braxton Berrios as like this year's version of Steven Sims. That's what they did last year. They kept 6 receivers and Steven Sims to return. That's the fly in the ointment, though, is that Braxton Berrios has been every bit as good a receiver as a lot of these guys out there. I would be nervous if I were Xavier Hutchinson or John Mechie right now.
Yes.
Those are the guys I would be nervous, because Mechie especially, because I don't know that Mechie does much on special teams, whereas Hutchinson does. So, that is, to me, the most intriguing cuts are going to be coming at the back end of the receiver room. There's going to be either an accomplished NFL receiver, or in the case of someone like Mechie, someone who is highly drafted and just hasn't reached their potential, that are going to be available. And they too, like Mechie too, similar to like what we just talked about with Blake Fisher, he would be a candidate for like one of those, hey, this team had a good scouting report on him. How about Mechie and a 6th for a 5th or something like that?
We're talking to Sean and Seth live from West Virginia after another day of Texans training camp. We were talking, obviously, depth chart yesterday, and in a way, it kind of popped up again with seeing our guy Christian Harris out there, but not just seeing him out there in the walkthroughs, but with the ones. Is this enough to just kind of melt away your Christian Harris concerns, or are you still in wait-and-see mode?
Oh, no, that's like asking me if I'm cool with Jordan's hand.
Yeah,
no, that's going to be there. As long as it's still anatomically attached to his body, I'm going to worry about it.
Right.
At least if they would just amputate it, then I wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. So with Christian Harris, it's once he comes back and he's got a sustained string of games where he looks like he's all right.
The one day in July in Houston where it's 84 degrees. You guys cool with the weather?
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Because for me, it was like the confidence, not just that he comes back in, and I know on the depth chart he had shown up as a second string guy, and they immediately, in meetings or whatever, but they immediately throw him in with the ones, Well,
Damian also, and now Nick Chubb didn't practice today, but Damian also got plunked in there with the ones today on the offensive side.
I think I wouldn't read too much into where they were in walkthroughs today. I think that with the linebackers especially, they've got some different types of linebackers that they're going to use in packages. So E.J. Speed might not be a starter, but I think he's going to see the field a lot.
He's had some good practices.
Yeah, and he does I wish. It annoys me that his name is Speed and he is fast.
Yeah,
because I have to say it every time.
Oh,
I can't help but say it. But he's really fast. And so there might be games where To'o is starting and Christian Harris is on the sideline, and then with other games they might decide that Christian Harris is a better matchup for whatever reason, or EJ Speed.
Yeah, and Seth, I want to hone in even more on your expertise, because this is something you know even more about. We talked about him yesterday. You talked about him today. What is Tommy Togiai doing that is all of a sudden getting him in the mix?
He's really, he doesn't fit the combine profile of what you want your ideal defensive tackle to be. He's not a bigger guy. He's not super athletic or anything. But he's very good with his hands, and he's got a powerful punch, and he's stout and functionally quick. It's not deceptive quickness. It's just that he moves really efficiently, and he's got the D-line techniques down really well. I think he's a guy that's bounced around the league to 4 different teams now and probably picked up some things along the way. But I know D'Amico there's a role for him potentially as a Kurt Hinish type of guy that can go in there and be exactly where he's supposed to be, and then there's still unknown upside with him. He hasn't played that much football.
Well, and the thing that makes that room, and I'm going to use the totality of the defensive line. I'm including the ends and the tackles in the same room. The thing that makes that one so tough to forecast is there's so many of them now that are on the PUP list.
Yeah.
Foley Fatukasi, Danico Autry, Derek Barnett, Kurt Hinish. They're all on none of them have practiced yet, and we're 12 practices in now, and we're 2 weeks away from decisions needing to be made on some of these guys.
Yeah.
So that's going to be, So I don't know what D'Amico called him the most consistent player on the team in his media
well,
avail
and their
yesterday.
dependability, especially when you're looking at a guy that might have to come in while a starter is out or something. A lot of times you want a guy that's not going to screw up your defense, and then it can also make some impactful plays. Yeah. And Togiai, when working against the 2s and 3s, he gets into the backfield. He takes a real efficient route to the quarterback. He makes some plays against the run, and I could totally see him working his way onto the roster. And at the very least, I'd be surprised if he's not on the practice squad this year.
As again, another depth chart thing for me is seeing Jakob Johnson sliding in with the tight ends, not a specific fullback spot, and slot it in 5th, and then also with them bringing in Dalton Keene. Any thoughts on what's happening here with the way that they're utilizing fullback / tight end?
It's a good question.
They haven't run a single snap with a fullback
not here, right?
Yeah.
They did a little bit before they got here, but they haven't, for a team where we were kind of thinking, oh yeah, this is going to be old smash mouth football. All right, if we'd love to have a fullback, but we want to be sure it's somebody that we can use as a fullback, and he's good. We don't just have a fullback just to have one. But they're going to want a guy that can play tight end and fullback or H-back or whatever you want to call it and line up in multiple places. I think it's a huge open-ended question right now, and it might be one of those things too where they're kind of trying to keep it secret from the media and everybody else right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, real quick before we let you go, I know you talked to Titus, Sean, Seth, you talked to Daniil. Anything that you want to share to kind of tease those things forward for us with the conversations you had?
Yeah, after I hopefully figure out how to edit this interview that I did with him, and by that I mean just to be sure that I recorded it at all. Daniil Hunter had told everybody that he gained some weight in the offseason. And my first question to him was where and how? How? I interrogated him. What the hell are you talking about? You've already got as much muscle as a body can handle. Gave a very interesting and surprising answer to how he gained the weight.
Titus?
It wasn't steroids.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Yeah. Titus with me volunteered a lot about what he feels like his role is as a leader in the offensive line room.
All right.
I asked him to compare this year to last year, and he talked pretty openly about the attitude in the room. Word dog came up a couple of times in that answer. So he was pretty open about how he feels about this group. Talked a little bit about C.J. Stroud with him. And found out that if he were to, if his favorite WWE wrestler is Dave Bautista, he would come out to Randy Orton's theme music. Finish move would be, that's my tease right there.
Okay, and I'll tell you another question I asked him, and I honestly didn't expect it. He gave a very thoughtful response, because I told him, I said, I know there's a knee-jerk answer to this, but I want you to think about it. And I asked Daniil, if you had to get in a fist fight, I know you would never do it willingly, but if you had to, who would you want next to you? Your old coach Mike Zimmer or D'Amico Ryans? And he sat and he thought about it for about 20
because I'm sitting
seconds.
here going, Mike Zimmer, really?
Yeah.
He's psychotic.
Yeah, Zimmer's a son of a gun, man.
Yeah. He's going to pick up a tire iron or something, you know?
Well, if you're allowed to use weapons, then Zimmer.
Yeah, he ultimately chose D'Amico, but I'm not so sure that he was convinced that was the right choice.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Last tease on the Titus interview, he told me the thing that he's most jealous about when it comes to Laremy Tunsil.
Oh, wow. See, I love that you guys were just trying to one-up each other on your teases,
Yeah,
because they were all
good.
very
Dueling
good.
pianos. It's not one-upping. We're equals.
I gave away the answer on mine, though. It's because it's going to be bad for radio. It's like a 25-second pause. He thought about it.
Really?
He's so thoughtful. Yeah.
You know you can shorten the pause when you edit it. You know you can do that.
So I'm not as dishonest as some people.
Wow.
Even though I admitted to lying to our audience this morning 17 seconds after lying to them. Yeah.
All right, so you can hear the fellas again, 5:20 correct, and then 7:40? That's when
5:20 and 7:40.
Excellent.
I know where
excellent.
Sean tells me to.
And then, of course, 6 to 10 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Sean and Seth, appreciate you guys giving us some time, fellas.
Talk to you guys tomorrow on the Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. And
look at
talk
you.
to you a little extra. And we'll talk to you guys again tomorrow. We're hightailing it out, so maybe it might be a phone call as opposed to a
Good luck with that.
studio call.
There's no cell service there.
We'll figure it
Let's
out.
go crack open some Yinglings.
We'll figure it out.
No matter when we talk to them, they'll be brought to you and joining us, giving a practice report brought to you by Flight by Yingling. So appreciate you, fellas.
Let's go crack me one right now.
Yeah, go enjoy yourself and
All
stay
right,
away
see
from
you
the
guys.
Bears. Yep.
All right.
All right,
Love
those
you,
are the
boys.
fellas. Yep.
Yeah.
Love you too.
Good stuff.
I felt like I had to say it back once he said it.
Well, you have to.
It sounds like I'm getting off the phone with my wife.
I love you too.
Love you too.
All right, coming up next, CJ Stroud not just talked to the media, but he also talked to CBS Sports, Evan Washburn. And there was some good and some bad in this, and I kind of want to break this down. Plus, one of the things that he did say earlier today really caught my attention. I also want to talk about that. We'll do all of that next.
All right, guys.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to Sean and Seth joining us a little second ago, really, before the break there. And really not much to see today in practice. More of a walkthrough. Some notable things that did happen, though. Christian Harris back with the team, as was Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce got the first reps in the walkthroughs, for whatever that's worth. Nick Chubb was not going today. And then Christian Harris slotted in immediately next to Azeez Al-Shaair. How much do you want to read into that? Only God knows, but they're back. That is a good first season game on Saturday. Was it 3 p.m. thereabouts against the Vikings?
Is it 3?
Yep, kickoff at 3, but you can hear Texans countdown at noon.
Beginning at noon. How about
You'd
that,
love to
Figgy?
see it right here on Houston Sports Leader Sports
That's
Radio.
going to be fun just listening to that again.
Yeah.
It's just a vibe, you know?
Yeah, just hearing Sean Pendergast just crack the mic and be like, hey, happy game day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't even thought about
feeling,
that.
man.
Yeah.
Excited for that. Someone who doesn't sound all that excited, to be completely honest, is CJ Stroud. And it's been odd hearing that all camp.
Listeners noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the same thing.
And I think a number of people are in the same place that I am, where I don't think that it inherently means bad things for CJ, but it just is odd to hear, and maybe it's just part and parcel, as we were talking about with Seth, the idea of, all of that he's learning and taking in and processing when it comes to a new offense. Or it might be something outside of work entirely. It's a personal life thing that sometimes we can forget these players have.
Yeah.
But regardless, it just as evidence in some ways, and also to get to this, Evan Washburn of CBS Sports sat down with CJ yesterday, or at least we saw it yesterday. I believe he sat down yesterday, though. And I think CJ sounded somewhat similar, but there was some good and some bad, I think, within the 10 minutes or so of the interview with CBS Sports.
Yeah, what we were talking about earlier with Sean and Seth, and we were talking about, and listeners noticed, I think it's noticeable here, but listen to the content as well. And I got a couple of questions for you after we hear this. But first, Kaylee wanted to learn about quarterbacks. Listen for that in this piece, right?
He's somebody who is a fiery guy, brings the juice every day, has a bunch of energy. So he helps us in that area a bunch, and very smart, knows, a lot about the past of where he's been in New England and LA. Is very knowledgeable about the game, and he wants to learn about quarterback. That's one thing I liked about him is, he didn't come in just saying, hey, read this way, read this that way. He gave me a lot of ownership on, the reads and, how we're going to, break things down. So that's been a lot of fun doing that with him. And, it's been good, though. I've been learning a lot. Watching a bunch of old Patriots stuff, so it's cool to see Brady and Edelman and Gronk, kill guys every year and, have their ups and downs with the offense. And they were in it for so long, so it's year one, so, we're not going to be that level yet, but we're getting closer and closer every day.
So there's some good and there's some bad in there.
Okay.
So the good we know, giving him some ownership, what CJ wanted, allowing the offense to sort of develop around him. Knows a lot about the game in terms of the offensive game, and then in the midst of it, he says he wants to learn about quarterbacks.
Nick Caley, that is.
Yeah, Nick Caley wants to learn about quarterbacks, and I went, I don't know how good I feel about my offensive coordinator wanting to learn about quarterback. And let's keep in mind, and maybe I'm biased because a lot of people might be biased because he's been a tight ends guy. He's been an offensive line tight ends guy with the passing game coordinator, whatever he was called. In L.A., but then he told us last week, never called a play in my life.
That's right.
I hit funny. I'll leave it at that.
I understand, and anytime that you have somebody that does not have a level of experience, especially when you're looking at having high-level performance, which is what you're going to need to be a Super Bowl contender as we want this team to be. In fact, there's been a number of players that have mentioned that this is a Super Bowl caliber team. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, one of the main ones that I'm thinking of in this moment. Yeah, the lack of experience was part of the conversation. When we were talking about who would fill that seat that was vacated by Bobby Slowick, that was part of the conversation. That's one of the reasons why Chip Kelly was such an interesting possibility at that time period. Now, ultimately, he'll be coaching with the Raiders, but, oh, man, a dude with a level of experience that understands this. This points to that, but I think that it doesn't hurt me nearly as bad because you have Gerard Johnson, who's also in there, who has that level of experience with quarterbacks. And, as you are always quick to mention, has a level of experience in a number of offenses as well, and Nick Caley is open to collaboration.
That's the good news,
I think that's the part that helps.
Yeah.
But that does lead to, hey, the first time or maybe the second time that you see some issues where you go, hey, this feels like there's a disconnect with how the quarterback is operating. You will come back to this quote, right? Like you will come back to this quote and think about the ways in which he is learning on the job in some ways.
It sounds like he's going to be leaning on Gerard Johnson a lot, too.
I think he is,
especially for the quarterback part.
And CJ himself as well, right? I think that he mentioned again in his availability today, some of this is just inherent. You're going to have a different view than the coaches will from being that quarterback, but I think that also will go into not just, hey, what's happening on the field, but how do we want to attack this and go about it?
Yeah.
CJ's that's going to be part of it, and that's also part of the load and care that he getting there and playing quarterback and staying clean in front of this offensive line.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot good there. I think the collaboration part with Gerard, I mean, why would you not lean on that guy who's played, at the position at a very high level, who's coached in 4 different systems, knows the quarterbacks, is very tight with C.J. Stroud, et cetera. It just, like I said, it just kind of hit me funny.
But is it a good lean, though? Is because it's one thing if everybody got knowledge and you just that open book where you open to any type of coaching, no matter how long you've been in the game.
Yeah.
Or is it that, man, I really need you, brother.
Can you tell me what's going on?
Yeah, because we all been there where, hey, I'm open for you to help me, but when you need some help, you're like, hey, brother, I need you because otherwise I'm toast.
Yeah, and then there's the next one that it was a CBS Sports training camp tour. They stopped in West Virginia, spoke with C.J. Stroud, and then he was just talking about the comfort level with this offense.
Yeah, I would say, the ownership of, running the show of, run checks, mic IDs, pass protections. He really bought into it. But one thing that I try to tell myself is like, I have to fight to get to that point where like it's comfortable. And it's like writing ABCs, but I'm not there yet. So I just got to keep going and. Be hard on myself, but also, try to give myself a little bit of grace. But everybody's depending on me and, this offense and how we're going to roll. So, I really hard on myself about it, which I think is a good thing, but also, try to learn as much as I can while in that.
Again, good stuff, and as he's got the ownership. We've talked about it. The other part is he says, I have to fight to get where I'm comfortable, and I'm not there yet. And so this got me thinking about, and I don't think it's necessarily going to be bad like all year long or whatever, but it got me to the point of, are you comfortable with that learning curve? How long is it going to go? 4 or 5? I mean, how important are those games going to be if he doesn't quite have the mastery, that he's talked about?
I mean, that mattered early on. Like that was the decision making that you made when you hired Nick Caley. That was the understanding with, I imagine, when he walks in with a binder or a dossier or a slideshow and says, this is the way that I'm planning on attacking this. When you understand all the things that have been laid out on, hey, we're going to, tailor our system to what's happening here. We're going to empower C.J. Stroud, and we're going to call plays in such a way, with also the understanding that he's a first-time play caller. This is all what you signed up for that particular learning curve. You have to be comfortable with it. If you are comfortable with this hire, which I think a lot of people have gotten comfortable or have gotten to that place, it just means that you're going to need to be able to run the ball to help him get to that place. And I do want to make note, as CJ was talking there, it was in comparison to Tom Brady running an offense that is similar to this one. And so I can understand how, from CJ's perspective, being how many months in to this particular offense, going, yeah, I am not in a place where it's second nature like it was for Tom Brady in the ways that I'm looking at him. I understand that, and I feel like that is fine. Just what level of mastery and, how much actual thinking is he going to have to be doing early on in the season will be something that remains to be seen. And that'll also matter in how these things execute, but I think that's where you lean on. Your defense is going to be otherworldly, and hopefully you're able to toe the rock and rise wing and maybe give your defense opportunities to breathe.
I think we're going to see a lot of runs, more so than maybe even we considered. I also feel as if, as football fans, ourselves included, we're not the most patient people in the world.
Really?
Is
that so?
we're not the most patient people in the world. And are we willing to maybe for 4 or 5 games take a step back, thinking that you can maybe be better in the long run? That's kind of where I am with this.
And that's tough. You have to be there, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the place where you have to be, but it's worth acknowledging it, right? Like there is a learning curve that's going to track into the regular season. And hell, we talked about this, or at least we've seen it in a general sense with Bill Belichick Patriots teams, they were not their best selves for the first third of the season or quarter of the season. They also worked their way into seasons, and that might be something that you just have to kind of come to grips. Not even might. That is something that you'll have to come to grips with at the very least this season, and hopefully only this season, but maybe even in the future, that with a more game plan type offense where you're trying to find week to week, what is the best way to attack this team. It's gonna be a little bit of time finding the ability to do that from a consistent place, because one of the things that allowed Bill Belichick to do that is a level of institutional knowledge. Hey, when we've seen something like this in the past, we have done this that has been successful. Or what is the pass that you're trading on right now? Yeah. Nick Haley doesn't have much of a pass. Doesn't have any of a pass as a play caller specifically, but doesn't have much of a pass with what this system is with this team. C.J. Stroud is learning it, and obviously has some feelings of how offenses generally work, but he won't have the intimate knowledge of how this one works. Yeah. I think that they will have to build that repertoire of what we've done in the past when we've seen these types of things, and that'll take some time.
And then here's my last question for you guys, and it's clearly unfair, but I think it's kind of what they're talking about and what we're talking about when they say, well, he's been watching film of Tom Brady since 2001, since he took over the offense. This is the Brady offense. He's trying to do. Listen to what we're saying. CJ, be like Tom Brady. I mean, that is to say the least, a big ask. Tom Brady took over that offense week 3, whatever season it was of his, in 2001, and they won the damn Super Bowl. I mean, so do that. I mean, is that where we are? Like, you got to learn it like he did.
And the thing that you also have to remember is that Brady was in that system. He just hadn't been
right.
The guy at the
top. It wasn't
the
Brady system.
Yeah. Right. But I don't know that, in fact, it should not be our expectation that from that perspective, but get a grasp of it as soon as possible and be able to do it to the best of your ability, understanding that it's not an offense-forward team. Yeah. This is a defense-forward team, and this is why running the football is going to be important. And when we do have opportunities where, hey, it makes the most sense, teams are vulnerable for it, make the plays that you need. And I think that's why it's been more interesting that, hey, he hasn't been necessarily as accurate, because that's all we need you to do. In fact, this is the thing that I find encouragement when we talk about Tom Brady. There's multiple Tom Bradys that we're talking about. And I think it's easy for us to think of 2007 Tom Brady, which is not the Tom Brady we're talking about. Early 03, 04 Tom Brady is just execute what's happening, make the right play, like, Patriots,
he wasn't
do your
that
job.
Team.
He wasn't.
It wasn't offensive genius Tom Brady.
No.
And I think that's very doable.
That's around the time we people kept saying, "Oh, he's a system quarterback." That was that whole conversation too for those first couple years.
And I think that there's some solace in that, right?
Yeah.
CJ obviously
especially with the defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is an otherworldly defense, and they've confirmed it thus far through training camp. This is a offense that, hey, we know that they might have there's some governors on there. There might not be as high of an aptitude or altitude for this offense as other ones that you might have imagined or other ones in this league. But again, I think that you can get things done without having to be there. Can you, though, operate at that certain level with the baseline, which is why it's probably good that they've constantly harped on fundamentals. Yeah. If they can get that baseline there, I think that you can find a level of success. But, yeah, I think you're right. Early portions of the year might not be as pretty as we'd hope. There you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Still a very interesting conversation, and I thought there was even more within that. We were talking about with Sean and Seth some of the other things that CJ was talking about
today.
About making sure that he doesn't give everybody access to him as one of the things that he's kind of picked up over the offseason. It does seem to point to, hey, man, he is also growing as a human being and having some things that are happening in life that might be changing the general demeanor that we hear. But, yeah, he's got a lot in front of him, but I also don't think that we have to put him up to that standard that could easily set up for us. All right. Coming up next, it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah. So I got the Houston Texans Madden ratings top 10. Where do CJ Stroud fall in this?
Okay.
And you might be shocked where he might fall. Plus, how far is too far pranking somebody at a wedding? Especially if you're the bride.
See, if you're the bride, probably good. If you're someone like John Lopez, I'm very scared for where this goes. However, we'll hear about it next.
What's Coach D'Amico's goal? entry into the 2025 Real Fishing Tournament. That's sportsradio610.com/contest for more information.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610 on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Before we get to your Houston Texans Madden ratings here on Sports Radio 610, I got a personal question for you fellas, man.
All right. Okay.
So I went to the doctor yesterday, and my doctor, salute to my doctor, she asked if I wanted a tetanus shot. And I guess I was overdue for one. And you get those every 10 years.
You need to get them, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do I really need to get one, or
yes? Because
she kind of made it seem like it's up to you. And I just said, what the hell, do it. But my arm is sore right now.
Yeah, those
It
hurt.
felt like I got hit by a bullet.
Yeah, you need to get a tetanus shot because most of us, well, especially my generation, they wear, the time, they have a timestamp on them.
Yeah, I think it's like, she said 10 years, and I was in year 11.
Yeah, you scratch your arm on one rusty nail when you're working around your house.
And it's over.
And, well, it's not over, but
that's cute. You think I'm working around the house. That's nice.
And see, that's why I asked that. I'm like, do I really need one? But I guess I might be around that age where, maybe a freak accident can happen.
Yeah.
And so I just said, what the hell? So I got it, but my arm is sore as hell.
You did good. You did the right thing. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's get to these Madden ratings for your Houston Texans. I got the top 10 list right here, and I think we talked about the top 5.
Are we guessing this, though? Point. Are we doing the guessing game?
So I want y'all to guess where C.J. Stroud is.
Okay, so there's a top 10. He is in the top 10, correct? I can fairly assume that? Okay, all right. Thought question?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
All right,
top 10?
So we feel
so top 10 rated. So the highest. So we talked.
I'm not looking.
We talked about this before.
We did a little bit.
Yeah, the top 5. I think Stingley was number 1.
Yes,
he got a 93. Daniil Hunter got a 91. Joe Mixon 91. Nico Collins 89, and Will Anderson Jr. 89. So that's the top 5 right there.
Okay.
And do you think CJ cracked this top 10?
Sounds like I should say no.
I think he did.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think, who are the other players once we get past Nico, Joe Mixon, Will Anderson Jr., Daniil, and Sting that would have a better Madden rating than C.J. Stroud as a quarterback?
Kamari
is a good answer. I think
Petrie.
I wonder how Petrie shows up in Madden.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through the rest of this list. I'm going to shout out their rating. So next, at 87, you have Nick Chubb, which I was...
I should have said Chubb.
I was surprised with that one.
But they're assuming health in these things,
Yeah, but that's still a high number, especially the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And maybe he was at 99 or something, or 95 or something. Maybe this is a big drop-off for him, but I was kind of shocked. If you get an 87 type of Nick Chubb, then you good money.
Yeah.
The next one blew me out the water. And I wonder, and I know Reggie liked to compare the Madden stats to real life.
That's right.
Yeah, so I wonder how you feel about this one. Coming in at 85.
Let me guess. Christian Kirk.
Ooh, is it Dalton Schultz?
Nope.
Okay.
I was reaching.
Is it an offensive lineman?
Trent Brown.
Oh my God.
Lord.
Wait
Trent
a
Brown.
minute.
Talk about assuming health.
Yes.
Hold on. Wait, press pause.
He is at an 85.
So there is an offensive lineman on the 2025 Houston Texans team that has a better rating than C.J. Stroud.
Yes, sir.
Hey, get Ocho Cinco on the phone. I need to talk to him about something. What is happening?
Yeah. So coming in next, you got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, not the other C.J.
Wait, hold on. So C.J. Gardner-Johnson also a lower overall rating than Trent Brown.
He come in as an 84.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie.
Okay.
Comes in at an 83.
Some love for Jay. Well, I mean, at this point, we're talking about wow, CJ is not an 80. Is he even in the 80s? Are they going to have him as a 79? I might need to fight somebody.
Coming in at 83. Jimmy Ward.
Oh, Jimmy Ward.
Coming in at
What a blessing that we've not had to think about Jimmy Ward considering his particular circumstance.
Yeah. Coming in at 82. Tank Dell.
What?
Oh, okay. I wasn't thinking about him being. Wow.
Coming in at 81, C.J. Stroud.
All right.
From the 281, maybe that's why CJ sounded down his Madden rating.
Hey,
I mean,
I would have been pissed.
He would have good reason for that. I need to look at what the Madden ratings look like for all of the quarterbacks, like relative.
You could probably do that right now.
So how many players is that? Where did he rank?
So he was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
Yep, didn't make the top
12
10.
when it comes rating. Yep, and then follow up by that to round off the top 15. Kristen Kirk at 81. Kamari Lassie's at 80.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So quarterbacks that had a higher rating than C.J. Stroud. Clearly Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Stafford at 5 with the 88. Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, Baker Mayfield, Jaden Daniels with an 85, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, and Jordan Love, Tua Tagovailoa.
All right, man.
And then C.J. Stroud. That is.
So he's 15th among quarterbacks.
There is a real, and we've talked about this, right? We've talked about how the outside noise, especially after all of the pressure, people gave C.J. some knocks for last year. I didn't think that it got that low.
Yeah.
From people on the outside.
Yeah, I didn't either, man.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe last year really hurt. I want to see what he was last year.
Oh, yeah.
I need to see what he was last year because they did give him some because his rookie year, I think he was kind of low.
Like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. So I wonder what was that love, the love he got from last year.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, but those are your Houston Texans Madden ratings, man. I think for what it's worth, remember we always had fun with this. Who was the lowest Madden rating on the Texans? It was always John Weeks.
Yeah,
I think he had like a 46 or something like that. The lowest one on here is Graham Mertz.
Graham Mertz?
Yep.
What is he?
I want to say he's 63 or something like that.
Poor Graham Mertz.
So yeah, that's your lowest rated. So let me know how Madden is. I think it'll be coming out this month.
It has to. Yeah,
this month. All right, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So with this story, I want to go to our joke correspondent, John Lopez. I want to see if this is pretty fair. So a wedding happened, and
I'm also a relationship correspondent.
Ooh, buddy.
Yeah. I want to see how you take this.
Our correspondence will be a real problem.
So a groomsman said his wedding day was ruined by a prank his bride pulled on him during the garter toss. So what happened was she blindfolded him and made him think he was removing the garter from with his mouth from her leg. Instead, it was a male's groomsman, and she stood behind him to block and watch.
Yeah.
And so when the blindfold came off, everybody laughed except for him.
Yeah.
So he felt humiliated and said, "Wreck this trust and intimacy with his new wife."
Yeah.
So I want to ask y'all this: Do you feel like this is fair game? Do you feel like he's overreacting a little bit, or is this a red flag?
No, he is absolutely. This is a him problem, not a her problem. It's a wedding. It's the time of the wedding where after the somber ceremony, the serious ceremony. And
it's like somber might not be the right time for a wedding.
Look up the word somber.
Okay, all right. He gonna hit me with the Merriam-Webster today.
Yeah,
all right.
look up the word.
Check the tape.
Yeah, check the tape.
Check the tape.
And after all the introductions and the speeches, this is the fun part of the wedding. People are dancing in the middle of it. They cut out. You've been to a million weddings, Figgy.
Yeah.
And they have the fun and they're drinking. And she pulled a little prank on him. He pulls the garter off a groomsman's legs instead of hers. This is funny. It's good. I think it brought life to the wedding. This is a him problem, not a her problem.
I think I would like to know more about the couple, because if this clearly a couple that joke around all the time, then it's fair game. But if she didn't know he's very sensitive about this type of stuff, then I think it was a red flag. Not because she did it, but
because she didn't know.
She clearly don't know this guy.
Yeah.
If you feel like he would have thought that joke
like that, that's fair.
She felt like he thought that joke would have been funny. She don't really know him like she thinks she do. And also, in my mind, in my sick mind, I'm just thinking about a guy just trying to go up this hairy leg or something.
How did he not know, by the way?
I have no idea. I don't know how they did this, but I'm like, damn, girl, your leg kind of strong. You got a little chunky leg. What's this leg? Man, you need to shave, girl. What's up?
What's weird is I have heard of this happening. So, like, for some reason, you know how some things that we've just kind of ingrained in society and we haven't actually thought about it? Because in theory, if I had not heard of this thing before, I'd have been like, that's really weird. Except I've seen people do it before, and it's just like, oh, yeah, that's the thing that happens at weddings sometimes. I do think that he's being a little bit of a baby back, you know what?
Yes.
Like, oh, man, she hurt my feelings. Hey, dog.
Yeah.
Come on, man. This is the fun.
Dragging this out, man. Yeah, stop dragging this out.
By the way, so shaded as to be dark and gloomy, of a serious or grave nature.
There you go. Serious
of a
nature.
dismal or depressing character.
Read the second one again.
My man just the general connotation.
Read it again. What
the
did you
general
say?
connotation.
Hold on. I'm just curious. I didn't hear it right. Read that second one again.
That is one of the. But you have to understand the connotation that you're putting out here is that they just had someone who basically just died out there.
No, the term that often has been used in the past is somber and solemn. That doesn't mean bad and serious. It means, bad and gloomy. It's a serious occasion.
First of all, you're throwing too many big words.
That's right.
Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Y'all sitting there arguing about some words,
That's
man.
right.
Yeah. Because I was right, Figgy.
Shut your wordy ass up.
Right. That's what In the Loop turned into, man.
Shut your wordy ass up, boy.
Like, not Stats. We was over here arguing about the definition of a word.
That's right. Someone did say, though, maybe he learned something about himself that he didn't like that he knew. Somebody said maybe he likes to do. I don't know.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Maybe he enjoyed that more than he thought he would.
Was he a little disappointed?
It's like, oh, you mean that wasn't your leg?
That was you.
I kind of like that.
Oh, that was you, pal. Okay.
Hey, sometimes you got to come to terms with things. It seems like Scott on the YouTube page says that CJ had an 81 rating last year as well.
Really?
Okay.
Because I know his rookie year, he had like a 72 because I remember they was on camera and he was pissed about it.
Okay.
Yeah, dang, they ain't showing CJ no love, man.
What do you think they would have to do this year in order to get? Because now I want to get the full profile of what are all the metrics. Like obviously, is it the throw power? It can't be accuracy? Is it awareness? Like what are they utilizing?
Wins
to? No, but I mean,
I think that's a factor.
But it is kind of like a formula, like these various different metrics then add up to your overall. And I'm now going to go find myself a situation where I can see what they have that makes up an 81 for CJ Stroud.
Yeah, but I think the part that pissed me off is when you start naming names like Tua.
Yeah.
Ahead of him. And I'm just like, wait a minute. Like, I feel like he's better than Tua.
I agree. I think most people would.
Yeah, so
but again, the yards, Tua had a lot of yards.
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. Lopez, do you know a guy by the name of Dr. Umar?
Dr. Umar.
I'm being serious, man. What you laughing for?
Because
Based on Reggie's reaction, I feel like I'm being set up.
No, not at all. I'm just thinking about the possibility of Lopez watching Dr. Umar religiously, and that's a hilarious thought to me.
I do not.
Okay, so Reggie, can you explain to John Lopez who is Dr. Umar?
All right, Dr. Umar.
What type of guy is he?
He's a pseudo-intellectual that very much kind of puts himself, is on the very strongly into a Pan-African kind of perspective to an extreme degree, if that makes any sense. I think that's the best way I could put it at the very outset without getting too.
So this might be the first and last time I play some Dr. Umar on the show. I don't want to lose no listeners or nothing like that. But here is Dr. Umar telling the story how he almost drowned when he jumped into a pool and couldn't swim.
My 6th and 7th grade year, my father took me to my first family reunion, Baltimore, Maryland. I'll never forget the family reunion. Why?
Why?
Because I jumped into the swimming pool at the deepest end of the Days Inn Hotel, and my sister jumped in to save me. I didn't know how to swim, but I said, you got to get over your fear. And I jumped in the deepest water, couldn't swim. My sister jumped in and almost drowned her, so she left me out there, and then a snow bunny came. And I saw two big white titties and I grabbed them. Black power! I said we want black power! I grabbed them two white and that snow bunny saved the life of the future prince of Pan-Africanism. Wherever she is, I want to say thank you to that flat butt, big white woman, because if it wasn't for her breasts, I might not be here now. Black power.
Yeah, that's a lie, right?
I have no idea what was the point of him telling that story?
I think he just brought up a story.
It is a story.
I mean, congrats on touching breasts. Like, I think
if he did there.
So the moral of that clip is he do like white people. He do like white people. Somebody saved his life.
Why is he like this? Is the question I have.
So if you that woman that saved him, reach out to him, man.
Don't reach out to him because he talked crazy about you.
He want to thank you for saving his life.
Indeed, reach out to her. What another edition of Figgy's mixtape. Of all the things that you said, still mad about CJ being at 81.
Yeah.
That is,
I'm really disappointed, especially last year his number was 81. Mm-hmm. Now, if it was like 88 or something like that and they just judging off of this year, then I get it. But come on, man.
Yeah, I need
you're better than Tua.
Yeah.
I am very intrigued. Yeah. I don't even play Madden no more. It has gone beyond my capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is very much a simulation, but they make you work to play that game now. And I'm sorry, it's beyond me. However, I might go and get into it just to figure out, hey, how did we end up in this place? Like, what are we saying about CJ?
Well, you need to figure out. I'm giving you homework. I shouldn't do that.
That's fine.
You need to figure out the actual formula.
Yeah. I will say the good thing about that is if you're playing with another team, maybe doing franchise mode, it shouldn't take that much to trade for him, right?
This is true.
Yeah, you should get him for a third-round pick or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay, not a bad.
Maybe
not a bad way to go about
I don't know nothing about trades and all that stuff, but it shouldn't be too much. You shouldn't have to give up the farm or nothing.
Okay, right. Interesting perspective. I don't like that you're getting CJ away from the Texans.
For a third rounder.
Even the digital Texans, but that's fine.
But sometimes people be playing fantasy
for sure.
franchise stuff, and maybe you could trade for CJ Stroud.
Maybe so. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Maybe the thing that I need to do, especially as we're gearing up for fantasy season, is see where his average draft position is. See how like the fantasy people and the people that are putting money on it feel about CJ as well. All right, but coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We will do that next.
Texans football.
umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Thank you, Figgy. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Wednesday, appreciation again to Sean and Seth, courtesy of Flight by Yingling, giving us some practice report updates. They'll talk to you again. You'll be able to hear from them again, I should say, at 7:40 with Area 45, and of course with the fellas we're about to chat with here in a second at 5:20 on The Drive. So thanks to those guys. Also, I didn't want to hit you with this, Lopez.
All right.
I was going to thank y'all, but y'all still got a whole segment with me. But I saw this, and I thought this was very interesting. Obviously, we got a lot of young guys that are planning on making impacts around the NFL. That's how it happens every single year. You have some rookies that come in. In fact, we got our own rookies, and a lot of them who have demonstrated pretty well in camp, all things considered. But of the top 3 overall picks in the 2025 NFL draft, obviously you had Cam Ward, you had Abdul Carter, you had Travis Hunter. Like, you have those guys, and all of them stand to be real, I guess, points of emphasis for oppositions.
Yeah.
Right? There should be significant players. Which of them is going to be the biggest problem for opposing? 1-3-5-7-2-4-6-10 is the text line.
Oh.
Because you got a quarterback, the number 1 overall, but a quarterback, mind you, that has been pretty denigrated in a way that I almost feel bad for him. Like, nobody's giving him kind of the love of a number 1 overall pick that we typically see. You have a Travis Hunter that's going to go both ways. We see that. For how long, I don't know. We'll see what it looks like. But early on, a lot of praise from him at camp. And then Abdul Carter, who is just a pass rusher du jour. Like, he does exactly what you expect of a pass rusher, and that is something that you have to look out for every single time out.
I don't know where you're going to land on this, but I'm still going to say Travis Hunter. I get, there's a lot of discussion right now about, boy, how could he physically do this over the course of the season? It just going to take. He was listed as first-team wide receiver, second-team defensive back. Clearly going to take a lot of snaps in the secondary. But I'll say now what I said before the draft. He's the best player in the draft. Just regardless of position, he's the best player in the draft. I'm going to stick with that. I think he can just make the most plays. Now, it might run its course quickly, but I still think he can make the most plays.
Without question, it's Abdul Carter to me.
Really?
Without question.
Okay.
Like, this is the position I think is probably the easiest of the positions that we're looking at for these guys to learn and jump into at the highest level in the NFL. And he was already a very, very good pass rusher at that. To jump in and go see ball, get ball, to have that perspective, he's going to make an instant impact. I think you were talking about Travis Hunter as the best player. I think you could easily was the best player. So you already have those. And I think that the reason why I bring this up is the 2 guys that are in the AFC South, they will be guys to contend with, but I don't think at that same level because Travis Hunter in both ways. I do wonder, yes, he looks good for a rookie in these spaces. How good is he as a wide receiver just in and of himself? Like, as for a defense that's planning against him, is he such a good wide receiver that he changes the way that you play defense? I'm not sure if I'm there yet. And then as a cornerback, is he capable of taking someone away? I'm not sure if I'm there yet either. I think that he's capable of playing the positions. I don't know that he's the highest levels of those positions.
I don't know if he has to be, a shut-down corner to be an impactful corner because he makes so many big plays.
Okay.
I don't think he necessarily needs to be the precise route runner to be a game-breaking receiver because he makes so many big plays. His athleticism, his ability to make plays, which is a thing, that's why I'm going to stay with him. Look, people can argue, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, hell, even Cam Ward. I think the guy who's maybe impressing the most is probably Cam Ward at this point.
And that's where I wanted to get to. Cam Ward, being a quarterback, I think obviously that is something that teams are going to have to game plan for. The game plan argument I think I can make on Travis Hunter in a way that I can't make for Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward, you just have to look up and you go, that is an offense that I don't necessarily view super highly right now, and they're still in the midst of a transitionary period where they try and make themselves a better team around him, which I think is going to be necessary. I do think he's going to be a solid player. I don't know what the ceiling is on him, but at quarterback, it's the steepest margin or the steepest position, and I think that there's still room to be developed for the roster that's around him. So I think that when you take all of those things into account, it feels like Abdul Carter is going to be the biggest impact player of those three.
Yeah, look, steepest, in terms of learning the position, but the most impactful because of, we all know, hands on the ball every snap or whatever. So, yeah, I think, Cam Ward would be third for me, obviously as well. But I got to go with Travis Hunter. I just think he's a supreme talent.
Fair enough.
It doesn't come along very often.
713 says 1,000% incorrect. Rookie pass rushers aren't good. They rarely get good the second year. Look at J.J. Watt and Will Anderson. Yeah. I mean, they got better for certain. I mean, we can agree to disagree in that space, and you are entitled to that opinion. I do think that he has the best opportunity to be a problem when it comes to other teams. I'll be interested to hear what the fellas of the drive think when they get an opportunity to get in here. But, yeah, look. Did you have a feeling on that, on which of those guys? I don't think that he did. But, yeah, I guess we're not going to get to that space. But you're not concerned about either of the guys in the AFC South, though, like in a real way for the Texans, are you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, a little bit.
Really?
You have to be. I mean, because we're playing the what-if game right now with this team. So they're playing the what-if game there as well. Like, what if Cam Ward is really good? Yeah, there's a level. We have to ask that question as well. What if Travis Hunter can handle it for even 14 games?
Yeah.
And as great a playmaker as he is, absolutely. I think you have to worry about those guys.
I think that with the way that the Texans are situated, like the strengths that you have lay very nice, those guys possibly showing up. Hey, a quarterback and Cam Ward being really good.
By these guys, yeah.
You got possibly the best tandem of pass rushers along with possibly the best tandem of cornerbacks, and then some good guys on the back end of that as well.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're a really, really good rookie, you still, even the best have had issues against this kind of defense. So you have that.
Yeah.
But then on the other side of this wide receiver, hey, again, facing off against the likes of Kamari or Derek Stingley, best of luck. And then on cornerback, I mean, maybe if he's the second cornerback on like a Jaden Higgins, you have an opportunity to really take something away. But I'd take a decent amount of your wide receiving talent, especially if you have Nico Collins against them. When you talk about Travis Hunter. So I think it overlays nicely your team versus those rookies.
I'd still like the odds. All I'm saying is you do worry about those guys because of their playmaking ability.
Fair enough. Let's chop it up with the fellas of the drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing here on a Wednesday. Fellas, it's Clint, it's Ron. How y'all living?
Living good, man.
Yeah.
Fantastic day. Why not, man?
Hey, Clint,
killing it.
You weren't wrong about them corners. In giving a good cushion on their lineup here when it comes to our guy Ron. I hadn't realized it until I looked at it.
What the hell?
We had a hair conversation yesterday. I told him that your barber somehow had yours growing back, and he reversed aged you and had you fixed. When you first got here, I'd have bet $1,000 that you were going to go ahead and peel it off by this point.
I had 13 months.
You gave yourself 13 months?
I tried to recite the story of Courtney seeing you on TV and all that, but
and then maybe 17 if I kept it real low, like the late Kobe did.
Get you the old Doc Rivers, making a hairline without any hair.
But if it wasn't for Harold.
Well, Harold.
If it wasn't for Harold, we wouldn't have found out. We wouldn't have found out about B and his powers. Oh, Harold, I had that cyst back there that I surgically tried to take apart myself first for a year with Christmas ornaments.
Once he had Harold removed, all that blood started circulating to his hairline.
Christmas
and
ornaments and sharp knives, and I couldn't get my hair cut for like 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Hey, man, like people be seeing you sometimes. I saw you on TV one time. You was like, you got to let me in." He said, "Let me just at least line it up." And they lined it up.
You was back in business.
I said, "We're back." As I tell you, hey, the story goes, we were in Kansas City. I used to do the CBS affiliate. I used to do TV, and I told my wife, I said, "Courtney, like, you got to be honest with me. You can't Savannah James this thing. You can't, like, if it's going bad, you got to tell me." I did a hit. KCTV5. I came back home. She had that thing on pause.
Oh, yeah?
Wow, you had an intervention and everything.
She had it on pause, and she said, "Look, hey, man, you might want to look at it. My whole left side was just the whole left side.
My man had roll covers back there.
Was lifted, man. She had it paused, man. And she looked like she directed it just the right spot.
Yeah.
And on this TV the whole time, this is a 25-minute drive home.
That sounds like that come to Jesus moment I had with Cecil.
This whole side right here was Oh yeah, we did. We had a come to Jesus meeting with Cecil Shorts,
And just so folks don't get mad or freak out, because Cecil's one of my favorite people. He came and asked.
Yeah, he did.
I didn't just tell him, hey man,
Cecil,
you got to shave
Cecil is the one who introduced me to B, my barber.
Oh, really?
He's the one who introduced me, and yeah, we took that haircut from B because we talked him down. Now Cecil don't get his haircut no more. His boys do. They don't get his haircut.
I'll never forget him coming in this booth. I need you to be real with me, T-Mill.
Yeah, we did, man. We said, hey, man, that's Charles Barkley said it's time to come on home.
It's time. I'm not going to lie. There's a level of solace I take in knowing that there's someone who's gone through this in my midst, and that you would be honest with me if I got to that point where I needed to, make that particular call.
It was strong.
Do you guys want to weigh in on this? I saw this question: who's going to be the bigger problem for opposing teams of the first 3 picks in this year's draft? Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, and Abdul Carter. Is there one that comes to mind for you guys as the bigger problem for oppositions this year?
One more time. I'm sorry. I was distracted. Say it again.
Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, the first 3 draft picks this year. Which one of those will be the biggest problem for opposing team?
Oh boy. Well, I mean, Travis Hunter gives you the most opportunity with playing both sides.
I'm going to say immediately, my immediate response is Cam Ward, because I am a believer in Cam Ward. I think everywhere he's gone a short time. He's only been there, I think, 2 years at Miami, right?
Yep.
And he was at the other 2 places for 1 or 2 years.
I think he just did 1 year at Miami, didn't he?
Was it the last year at Miami?
I think it was just 1 year at Miami.
Was it only 1 year at Miami?
Yeah.
Maybe because he declared to the NFL.
Arizona State and Carter-Worth?
It was Washington State.
Washington State.
And then
and he is a Texas kid, by the way.
I'm a big fan of his, and that was one of my confessions last week. I don't like that, but I'm a big fan of his.
I am too. Everywhere he went, in less than 2 years, let's call it 2 years or less, he left at a significantly better place. And so that leads me to believe that he's going to do something similar in Tennessee. But, boy, that Abdul Carter catch you're talking about, boy, there's some reports out there that he is an absolute problem.
Well, and that's the other thing is he's got a lot of other problems up and down that defensive line with him.
Around him.
So you can't, he may have the best, maybe arguably the best defensive tackle in Dexter Lawrence inside, and not to mention the other stuff around him.
Yeah.
Yep. That's going to be some people's problems.
Didn't they get Brian Burns, too? Did I just make that? Didn't the Giants get Burns? Don't they have Burns and Thibodeau?
Yeah.
I actually didn't remember that.
I felt like they spent money to get Brian Burns last year.
You are correct. They sure did.
Burns, Thibodeau, Dexter
Lawrence. Defense going to be good for no reason. Ain't that a shame?
Russ up there again with a great defense.
Yeah. You get yourself to 3rd and 7, boy. You got a problem over there with them.
You got a big problem.
3rd and 7, boy. Woo.
All right, fellas.
I'm through dancing. I'm going with Cam Ward.
Did you finish up with an answer here, Ron, or are you just going to let them roll?
I'll say Hunter. I'll say Travis Hunter, just with the offense and defensive ability to affect the game. I'll go there. I like Cam Ward. I didn't think C.J. Stroud had enough around him either his rookie year, and we didn't know a whole lot about his offensive coordinator, but I can't make the bet that he's going to pull that off. That Cam Ward's going to pull that off much as I like it.
That's how I felt as well. But look, regardless, always fun to get a chance to talk to you, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, and excited to hear what you guys got on a wonderful Wednesday show. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and it's good to be back in the building with you fellas. And we'll have some fun today, baby. It's a good Wednesday. We will talk to Seth and Sean a little bit later on. We'll talk to them. We got a busy show. We'll talk to them in the 5 o'clock hour because Roflo will be with us to talk about these Astros who are about to get started here.
I'm faded right now.
There you go, in about an hour and a half or so. But he'll join us, and it's Wednesday, so we'll talk to B. Scott to get a Texans report. So we got a full show lined up for you on this Wednesday. Again, as I said, Clint, you got the Astros who are looking to get the sweep. They get swept over there by the Red Sox, and now they go into Miami and look for a sweep with Spencer Arrighetti on the mound today. So a little day baseball. We'll keep you up and a rest as they get going at 3:40, which is weird. Usually East Coast, they'd have been playing by now already, but they're going 340.
Could be a great day, man, for the Astros. It's been a good couple of days here with this series, with the offense just exploding there, and it could be big if they can go ahead and handle business and get this sweep and get it with Spencer Arrighetti doing work on the bump. That would be that, as an Astros fan, it'd be a nice little rebound from that heartbreak in Boston.
As you said, man, if you could just avoid sweeps, they'll be in good shape. The lead is still 3.5 now. As the Mariners, they're getting hot too, but keeping pace. I think the Rangers beat the Yankees to send the Yankees. I think they're 6 straight loss. So keeping ahead of the Rangers and the Mariners or the Astros, but we will keep you updated on what's going on there. The lineup is out for the Astros today, as Clint said, Spencer Arrighetti. We'll get into him a little bit more later on to let you know what Joe Espada has said about his plans for him today. But the lineup is out today. Astros are going to lead off with Correa, Clint. Correa playing third base and is going to lead off. That doesn't horn you off?
I mean, I'm hopeful for the best, and I think he can produce. It's still Los Correa, but I was just talking when you were out yesterday, Ron. I was telling Luke and Clint, I came across some wild-ass numbers and stats regarding Los Correa, 4th position, that cleanup spot this season, and he is substantially, like, the numbers are insanely better for Correa whenever he's hitting cleanup.
I think you made some great topics.
Points.
I missed it. Because this is how you know how nasty Tyler is. He just ran past that. That doesn't get you horned up? Like that.
No, you said horned off.
Did I say horned off?
That don't get you horned off. Oh yeah, let me tell you about this. Let me tell you about this Correa in the 4-hole.
2 o'clock on Sports Radio 610. I'm guaranteed to be horned up.
Any kind of horny horn. He's automatic. It is so a part of him.
I fully expected horned up, and I was going to be, damn, that was good. And you went with off. I went, whoa, that's great.
I stopped myself, too.
That is a little aggressive.
Tyler rolled through it like it's a regular saying.
Hey, thank you, Tyler.
But how about that? To your point, Tyler, how about that? Tyler went on this. I mean, he held up the closing of the show yesterday with Correa in the 4-hole. Let me tell y'all about this stat I found.
Now they leaned him up.
And Spada didn't wait 24 hours to say, no, to hell with your stat, Tyler. I don't care how good he is.
The hell, Joe?
I'm not even going to do what makes sense and put him in that 3-hole, that 4-hole, that 5-hole. I'm going to lead him off, man.
Yep. I think this is Dana, personally. Correa, Sanchez, Altuve is playing second base. Walker, Caratini's catching tonight. Diaz, who's starting to get hot from the plate, is the DH today, with Trammell and Smith, and then Dubon is up playing shortstop as Payne gets. That is where we are. Ocho, Ron, stop worrying about the Mariners and Rangers. The Tigers are about to lose, so we have a chance to tie them in the loss column for the 2 seed in the AL. Ocho, I'm not. I just simply read off the damn standings. Hold on,
so update.
I just read off the standings. Damn it, Ocho. Good Lord. I was a little concerned about the Mariners a couple of days ago at 2.5. I really was after that sweep. We'll see. We'll see what rolls through there.
2.5 up with this Sugarland. I almost said Skeeters.
Yes.
Well, I like Skeeters, man. I mean, Skeeters was so fitting.
And I got to yell skeet.
Skeeters was so fitting, man.
Such a skeet, man.
I mean, we got mosquitoes around this joint that'll pick you up and drag your ass off if you ain't careful, man. That was so fitting.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Space Cowboys.
I mean, you come on the heels of getting swept by Boston, and you got a bunch of Space Cowboys in the lineup and in the starting rotation, and here comes the Mariners, who just what they had, about 50 home runs to their lineup at the trade deadline.
Yeah, they did some things. No, man, they're keeping them at bay. If they can get a sweep to cancel out what happened in Boston, that would be big, and they would have an even road trip right there with that thing there if they can get it done against the Miami Marlins. It's big because the Marlins were coming in hot, winning 5 in a row before the Astros got a hold of them. All right, Clint, as we know, they are in West Virginia right now during training camp and through type of practice, but I still think there was some some really good news and talking points that came out of that. As I said, we'll talk to Seth and Sean coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. But, Clint, we saw Christian Harris and Damian Pierce today. They got extensive work, both of them, right? And when we say extensive work, everybody was out of pads, right? There was more of a walkthrough day. But they were actually walking through and in with their position groups, in with getting snaps with the offense and the defense in a way we hadn't seen. We'd either seen them yesterday or Monday off on the side doing work and not really participating with the team, or in the building somewhere and not even outside to see them. Today they were actually in drills, going through the walkthrough, and both of them got extensive work with the first teams, including Damian Pierce. He got extensive work with the first team, according to Aaron Wilson. And when they lined up the first team defense, Clint, Azeez Alshire was one linebacker, and Christian Harris, who has not been on the field. Hell, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was playing second team for about 2 weeks before they let him on the first team.
Wow, dude.
Christian Harris walked right in and took the spot that Henry To'oTo'o had been playing, and he was with the ones as they were walking through alongside Azeez Alshire, which was interesting to me, Clint, immediately.
Yeah, it is interesting, but if you really look at me too. If you look at the theme of camp here, it's on brand for the Texans. The whole rotation, you better stay ready. You never know when I'm going to throw you in there. You never know, I'm going to surprise coaches and players. D'Amico said yesterday, I even like to throw it on my coaches sometimes of surprises and see how they're going to respond and what their plan is. And so here's the deal: is I think it is a test for those two guys. I don't for in any way, shape, or form expect to see those guys this weekend.
Yeah.
Versus Minnesota. But we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Look, I think when you look at Christian Harris on this defense, that's a game-changing type player. And if you look at the offense now with no Joe Mixon for the foreseeable future, all of a sudden Damian Pierce becomes a game-changing piece. Damn sure in the preseason. Damn sure in the sense of getting reps. You don't want to overplay Nick Chubb, right? To be honest with you, you'd rather not give Dare Ogunbowale a boatload of reps. And so what do? How do you get through the preseason? I would think they're going to bank on Damian Pierce there until Joe Mixon gets back. Damian Pierce, the dynamic went from Damian Pierce's days are numbered.
That's why actually the other week you said you think he still may not make the team.
Oh, I thought he was done. But then the Joe Mixon deal, I didn't know. I was not even aware that Joe Mixon was going to miss this much camp, much less potentially week one. Up to week one. Change the dynamic in the running back room. I like Woody Marks. They like Jawar Jordan. I don't know. I've not seen enough to say I like him or I don't like him. Again, Dare Ogunbowale is not a guy that I want to be my plan. I don't even care if it is with Joe Mixon being injured. I don't want that to be part of my plan going into the season. But with Damian Pierce right now, he has got to be your number 2 running back behind Nick Chubb. Assuming he gets healthy in week 1, Joe Mixon's not ready and he's ready. He has got to be your number 2 guy. I don't know how you go into a game with a new system where your quarterback, your whole offense appears to be struggling, learning and picking this thing up, 2 weeks into camp. I don't know how you go into that thing with Woody Marks or Jawar Jordan as your number 2 running back and think that's gonna have legs. So Damian Pierce, the significance and the importance of Damian Pierce has done a 180 for me with the Joe Mixon news.
Yeah. When that's the thought is because and Nick Chubb ain't gonna get right off the bat.
That's right.
All of those carries, and then are you ready to go to Woody Marks? Like, are you ready to go? Like, you would think you want a veteran that you are comfortable with, and at this point, that's why I said, man, Damian Pierce is missing some crucial time to really give himself a chance. And now I think with that Joe Mixon injury, he does have a major chance. But to me, like the Christian Harris thing is, I love it. I believe he just brings something to the table that I don't think anyone else back in the room. And I just, you never knew what was going on because last year it felt like he was getting healthy scratches just defensively, but playing special teams in the playoffs, and it felt like maybe this wasn't just an injury thing, that this was something more than it. Well, I mean, they didn't warm up. Hey, man, get on in there. You're right there next to him, and I like that plan. I personally feel a lot better about Aziz and him in there, or him being one of the guys in there all the time, because EJ Speed's been there every day, and as you've said, hell, I don't think they just bring in EJ Speed to be sitting on the bench. Yeah. Henry To'oTo'o has been there most of the time and maybe was one of the most improved players on the team last year, and he walked right in, and they put him in with the first unit, which I think gives you maybe a clear – maybe I'm thinking too much of it, but to me it gives me a clear thought that they think really highly of him, and he is what their plan is to be a starter.
I don't think you're overselling it, Ron. I mean, let's be honest, Christian Harris is that caliber player where when you're healthy, he walks in and he takes Henry To'oTo'o's place, period. But when you look at it, to me, I've said this all along, like, I believe that your two Mike linebackers are Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o. And your two will linebackers, your number two inside backer, that more of a speed backer, is EJ Speed and Christian Harris. Christian Harris is healthier than EJ Speed in that. And then in obvious passing situations, boom, you put them two in there together, and you got some real speed, you got some real athleticism at that position. I think if he's out here in the field together, I think offenses are going to target the linebacker, the second level of defense. I think they're going to attack it early and often, and I think you got problems. You got problems if you're, especially when you got the rush that we have, people trying to get the ball out early. You can get the ball out early on those two guys, and so I like the move. I think it is I think it's on brand for the Texans to throw Christian Harris in there with the ones to test him and see how much he's been paying attention. But I do think I think the reality is EJ and Christian Harris, I think, will end up being the other inside off-ball linebacker, and I think To'oTo'o is ideally right behind Azeez. Those two guys are Mike linebackers.
Yeah, Frank Z on YouTube and Twitch says, if DP plays Saturday, then something's up with Mixon. I don't think that matters at all. Something is up with Mixon. There's no whether Dameon Pierce plays or not. Like, there is a chance that he doesn't play week one. Right? There's a chance. Yeah. Like, they've already talked about when Ian Rappaport first reported this, saying he could be out the entirety of the preseason and training camp, which leaves week one up. Right? He's not going to be. Joe Mixon got 30 carries week one last year against the Colts. Yeah. Right? That's not happening this year. And so whether Dameon Pierce plays or not, as Clint said, I'd be surprised if he does. If he walks right, I mean, he hasn't even been in pads yet. Right? He hasn't hit yet. So I don't think he's going to play. But no, there is Joe Mixon that gives him a space where he may not be ready.
Yeah, well, I mean, just the importance of Dameon Pierce. Look, there is, I mean, it would be, in 2025, the way they treat these players and take care of these players, it would be borderline criminal for him to play in a game on Saturday. Literally, he has participated in one walkthrough this training camp. We're living in a day and age where the ramp-up period and the acclimation period was 5 days, 4 practices in 5 days for the entire team. And now the thought is a running back's going to go through a walkthrough on Wednesday, probably a walkthrough on, or maybe a little practice on Thursday, travel Friday, play Saturday. I just don't see them doing that to a player. Now, crazier things have happened, and Dameon Pierce may be a guy that they need him to go out there and play well so that they can trade him. So maybe there's some things that outweigh, the practice. But having not taken a hit yet to do that the first time in a game situation against the Vikings, that would be a little risky, I think, for D'Amico and Nick's blood. Hell, that'd be risky for my blood, and I'm old school.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue here, Astros, they get going to try to sweep the Marlins today, coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get you ready for that. And simply this, how much stock are you putting in Spencer Arrighetti's start today? We'll tell you what you need to be looking at and how you should watch this one today. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, whatever you're watching today, I hope it's in Astros. By the way, Academy Sports and Outdoors, the Astros apparel, the selection is second to none. You got to get by their hats, jerseys, T-shirts are tremendous. All the they got keychains.
Training Camp Live. Then even more inside information every weeknight on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Busy show coming for you. We got Roflo coming up at 3:40 to get his thoughts on the Astros. By the way, the Astros last night, they did what they had to do. They beat the hell out of the Marlins, and the bats have been out, and that is big for them. Listen, you know you got a bullpen game going. It is big for you to kind of get them some room to work with, and right off the bat, the best Astro of all time, Jose Altuve, hits a two-run bomb to kick things off. And they win 7-3, win the first two games of this series, and now going for the sweep as they start play at 3:40. We will keep you updated, so stay right here on Houston Sports Leader and The Drive as we will let you know. But today's a big one, Clint, because Spencer Arrighetti is back. He's not pitched since April. He has had two starts this year. He has pitched 9 2/3 innings, and he is returning. His last start in Sugar Land last week, he went 4 2/3 innings, 79 pitches, and he had 5 Ks in that game. And as we did hear from Joe Espada today, he said that what they're looking for with Arrighetti is for him to get 80 to 85 pitches to work with today. So that is the pitch count for him, 80 to 85 pitches for Spencer Arrighetti, and that's what they're looking. So hopefully he can get in. Again, 79 pitches. He got almost through 5 in his start in Sugar Land. Obviously, that is going to be different than facing the Marlins, but that's what they're looking for. And I throw this out to you and the folks, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in as well. What is it? How much stock are you putting into what you see today from Spencer Arrighetti?
Well, I'm putting a lot in it, Ryan, because, look, I know he's not the only one that's coming back in the near future and over the next, call it 50 season. But I think he is the top prospect of all the guys coming back.
He's the top one.
I mean, I expect him to come back and continue developing and maturing and performing the way that we watched him previously last year. And I think after last year coming into this season, before he decided to play long toss in left field during Mariners batting practice, I think it was safe to say that the expectations were that he's going to be a third starter in this rotation. And he was going to be potentially a really good third starter. The question was more of how good of a third starter is Spencer Arrighetti going to be. And given the fact that he didn't have Tommy John, there was nothing wrong with shoulder, back, elbow, neck, anything that's going to – it was a hand and it was a fracture, and he should come back as strong or stronger than he was before. And so this is not a throw-in with a new tendon in his damn elbow. Yeah. This is something that I expect him to be good. Maybe not great, but I expect him to be good. And, I mean, this is the guy that I'm banking on. This is the guy that, as Astros fans, we got to be banking on more so than the others to fill that third spot. I mean, Christian Javier's more than capable, assuming but he hadn't pitched in forever. There's other guys, but damn.
His is Tommy John. Garcia's Tommy John. This one is more not really anything to do with his elbow or shoulder or anything. It was just a freak bone break.
Yeah, but shoulder. His shoulder, some kind of shoulder injury. So all these guys are coming back that have had to some degree, elbow or shoulder injury or surgery, and I don't really know how their body's going to respond to that. It's Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, hell, he should come back stronger I mean, he should literally physically, like in the last, 4 months? Or was it been 2 months?
Before April.
I mean, his ass should have been hammering the weight room. Couldn't throw.
Yeah.
I mean, he should have been hammering the weight room. He should be in great shape. I mean, there's no reason not to be. And so, yeah, I expect Spencer Arrighetti, maybe not tonight to be nails, but I expect him long-term to be a real factor in the Astros season and in the postseason for the Astros.
Yeah, to me, there is no reason for anybody to walk away from today's game pissed at Spencer.
No. I'm not overreacting.
Like,
yeah, no.
There's no now. If he comes out here and goes, 5-6 innings, 4 Ks, and 1 run, yeah, you're gonna be excited. But if he comes out here and throws 3 2/3 and gives up 3 or 4 runs and doesn't look clean, that's fine too. I mean, I don't expect that he's going to be sharp. I don't expect that he's going to be right now. I would say, what do you say? 5 starts, maybe 3 to 5 starts, where you're looking at. All right, let's see if he's getting himself comfortable.
Yeah,
let's see if he's getting himself, used to not pitching in 4 months.
Man, it's so hard for me though, Ron, because it seems like the only way that I'd be disappointed is if he doesn't have control, if he doesn't have command of the ball.
I mean, you may be disappointed, but I wouldn't say.
That pisses me off when it's anybody.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to be like, boy, we are screwed now with the Spencer Arrighetti.
No, I'm not going to overreact and be out on him. No, but I do. The pitch count's cool. Even if he gets hit around the park a little bit at the big league level, cool, not a big deal. But if he goes out there and really struggles with location to the point that his pitch count runs up and he walks a bunch of guys, that just gets under my damn skin anyway. So I'll probably be a little beside myself with that. But.
Yeah, we start 6, 7, 8, and I think that's why for me the Lance thing has become a little bit more serious, right? We started getting past 10 starts with Lance, and before he had that absolutely devastating blister that, I mean, I don't think, with the exception of Marvel characters, would be able to get through it. Before he had that blister, like, there was the concern of, like, damn, man, he is, like, it's not early anymore, man. We're about 10, 12 starts into this puppy, and he is still throwing 25 pitches, it seems like, an inning. Right, to me, I don't expect him to be sharp. So, someone said, if he can give me 5 innings, I mean 5 innings, man, hell, he ain't thrown 5 innings yet. I mean, if he can give me a good 4, and let's keep, that's a pretty good thing. And his velocity is up. That's a pretty good thing. I like the expectation for any of these pitchers. That's the other thing about trying to get a guy like Dylan Cease. Dylan Cease is ready to go right now. Like, those guys are ready. They are in regular season form right now. Whenever Christian Javier hopefully gets back up here, or France, or 3 Technique, Luis Garcia. Whenever they get up here, they're not going to be in mid-season form. They're not going to be in playoff form, right? They're going to need some starts to get under their belt to hopefully get back to pitching at that type of level. So hopefully he does. So have a good one. Sorry, AJ. Oh, AJ Blueball, he took the hit. He's the one that had to go down. Big performance from him last night.
Hey, we talked about Kikuchi and Blueball yesterday. We all in one first segment, man. It was great.
That sounds about right.
It was great.
That sounds.
I don't know how comfortable Luke was with it, by the way, but he played a lot.
His pretty ass. He's fine with it. All right, coming up as we continue. Yesterday, I heard yesterday the offense had a bounce back performance. Heard they played well. Heard they ran the ball, was physical. I listened to Seth and Sean talked about they had a good performance. It's good to hear positive stuff going on with the Texans offense. I do, however, have one question about something I did see what occurred with their offense yesterday, and I think we can discuss that coming up next.
God bless, brother.
Live from West Virginia, Pendergast shared his thoughts on day 1 of camp practice at the
9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Okay. Smacking that thing, huh?
Little Akon.
Smack that, huh?
All on the floor.
Smack from the bottom, or you come up top or side? Never mind.
All on the floor. Until you get sore.
I'm high and outside.
You're high. Yeah, you're high outside.
I'm high and outside. You get on that crease on the underside. It's just more of a little playful jiggle kind of
I'm
thing.
an uppercut.
I'm not much.
I'm coming.
You're coming underneath an uppercut.
Yeah, uppercut.
Yeah, some upward direction is key, I would say.
So you're flirting with the high part of the strike zone.
I'm more
high cheese.
I'm either lateral, like direct lateral approach, or slightly downward.
Yeah. I'll tell you this too. Hand slightly cupped. Major key alert.
No,
I don't know.
No, that wasn't a question. I'm letting y'all know.
Oh, I know you're letting you know. I'm just.
That's just factual. Gotta give the Drive family some tips on smacking that ass.
My man said, "Ron, that was Champ Slice. That was a windmill." No, I think that's
windmill technique works.
How are you cupping it?
Yeah, I don't. And you're not getting good sound out of it.
I'm not saying like I said slightly. A slight cup to the hand when smacking that ass, it make a world of difference.
I mean, you're going to hurt somebody.
Now,
sometimes you want to.
Sometimes I do.
Filthy animal.
Sometimes I do come over the top as well.
Oh, it's a good, firm contact, not hard. Just a firm contact.
Depends on the lady and what you want.
Good firm contact.
You can't come soft in it.
Everything hits flesh at once, right? There's no fingers first. Like Tyler, it sounds like you're digging your claws in first on your.
I didn't say anything about scratching up a cheek, man.
Well, it seems like you are. Like, just get some good.
No, it's a slight cup.
Because you're going slight cup. It seems like you're coming in and you're holding on. Like you're coming in and holding.
Yeah.
Like a Charles Barkley golf swing. Like
you're
I get
coming
stuck.
into a slap to a palm. That's what it sounds like you're doing.
It's all circumstantial. It's all circumstantial. A ton of ways and routes and avenues you can go with this smacking it at ass.
I'm going for. I'm at the end of the quarter. I'm going for a 2-for-1. Bam, bam.
Oh,
I like that.
Like these guys do their high fives now on the bottom side,
I'm getting my shot up with 27 seconds left to be able to come back on the other side to get that 2-for-1.
That's original right there. That's like thinking with some creativity, like a McVay offense or something. I like that.
Smacks, mine are selfish smacks.
You son. Let her have it every once in a while, all right?
You don't have to be asked to do it, do you?
No. I don't even know if she enjoys it. It is fully selfish. It's just something about filling my hand up all at once. It's something about it does it for me. I guess I should probably see if it does it for her before I try it again, huh, boys?
Well.
It's just something about, getting you. Just knowing you.
Clint's asking questions later.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, babe, by the way, you like that for the last 4 years? I guess more like 10 years, but
there you go. Let's go for more like 12.
Well, surely none of us are married to any women that wouldn't speak the hell up and tell us if they didn't like it, though.
Yeah, I don't think she dislikes it. Hell, I wouldn't do if she did, but I just wonder if I doubt it does as much for her as it does for me.
I've heard of.
Ooh, that's aggressive.
I just ate some.
Well, if I hear that, it's damn sure because in my hand. I promise. It's damn sure because it's too hard of a smack. I promise you that.
The quarterback.
But yesterday apparently was a great practice of cuffing or slapping around by the offensive line. Yesterday, I heard they were physical. Heard it was a better day for the offense. I know it was rough because I was here Monday. Sean Pendergast said, and the promo was running. It looked like two different franchises. He said the offense appeared to be completely on Monday, but I was listening around and reading around. It looked like from at least especially a running game performance, and that's the one thing we don't know that's hardest to see in training camp. that it did look like the offensive line in particular was more physical and played more violent up against that front seven that the Texans put out. So I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think now I don't know how good it was or wasn't yesterday. I don't know that even when you're there that you can see a whole hell of a lot. Now Sean and Seth both, there was a big difference between what we had seen previously and what we saw yesterday, or what they saw yesterday, in a sense of it was a full pad, short yardage day, and Nick Chubb, he ate. Nick Chubb had a day. Ron, I said this yesterday, man, and I understand wholeheartedly why we focus so much and everybody focuses so much on the pass protection. It's easy to see it was a major problem last year. It's easy to see that it's a major problem this year in training camp. It's easy to see on a daily basis when somebody misses a block or when somebody struggles, because you see CJ gets impacted, the pocket collapses, right? But the reality of it is, I'm more interested in whether the Texans can be all the things. Team, I'm more interested in are they that than I am can they protect. Yeah. I mean, that may sound crazy to some people, but I just think the protection.
It will help their protection.
I mean, if they can't protect C.J. Stroud to a respectable degree, D'Amico and Nick should fire everybody on the offensive side of the football at midseason. Like it's like I'd be everybody. You're all gone. You've all had multiple opportunities.
Could you imagine that press conference? Clint, week 10,
clear in the house.
Week 9, help. That's it, guys. Come on.
We're gonna bring Pep back. We're gonna bring Pep Hamilton back.
Let's get out. Hey, Ed, get your stuff. Let's go. Lincoln, get your. Let's go.
Just all
get out.
It's what I wish the Astros would do right now with the training staff.
Davis, put your playbook down. Let's go.
Come on, General Mills, get the hell out of here.
I mean, that's how.
Come on, Ben.
That's how bad I think it'll have to be in order for them not to be at least a respectable pass protecting football team. If the reason I'm more interested in the run game stuff is because if they're operating as one, if the standard, the accountability, the chemistry in that O-line room has changed to the point where they're actually physical and can run the football, that is an absolute game changer. So to your point, short yardage day yesterday, apparently they had the physicality. The O-line showed up in the right frame of mind. They had some success. To me, that is a big deal, and it's as big a deal as any bad day they've had in the past game.
Let me ask you this. Along with hearing the one thing I saw yesterday was Kamari Lassiter had his best practice of camp and really stepped through and had multiple picks, Clint. And those picks came off C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Right? And C.J. Stroud, I'm not as certain, had his best practice yesterday. Davis Mills, I read, had a pretty good practice, but he threw a couple of more interceptions to Kamari Lassiter, and I'm not keeping account of it, Clint, but it does feel like as they're doing 7-on-7s in teams, Clint, that there are multiple interceptions a day coming from C.J. Stroud. And I'm curious from you, are the interceptions that we're seeing in practice coming multiple times a day, are they concerning to you at all?
Yeah.
They are?
Absolutely. Now, not knowing what they were trying to get accomplished with that particular play, not knowing whether the receiver ran the right route or the quarterback made the right decision, not knowing how many of the interceptions were truly good throws that got tipped around. I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but just generally speaking as a quarterback, like for me yesterday, I hear about the 2 interceptions, and then I hear everybody talking about, it was a better day for the offense. How? Like, if your quarterback's going out there and throwing interceptions and getting sacked, how is it a better day for the offense? Now, it came to light that Davis Mills lit them up. Davis Mills lit the 2s up pretty bad yesterday, and so that obvious overall offense. But, yeah, the interceptions from C.J. Stroud, they seem to be – this year they seem to be less focused on interceptions as they discuss things and kind of as they respond to things. And we've all just kind of swept these interceptions under the rug. But, yeah, CJ, the turnover, when you're throwing like the last practice I watched, there was he had two team periods. He got 4 reps in each one, 8 total plays. 2 of them were runs. 6 passes. You had 3 or 4 sacks. You had a scramble. So your point is you're very limited in the reps that he's getting anyway. And when you're throwing interceptions, it's a tough pill to swallow, no doubt. Any way you slice it.
Glenn, I have never given a damn about training camp interceptions. I will never forget Patrick Mahomes went through a point when I was covering the Chiefs. He threw like 7 interceptions in 2 days, and it became a huge deal. Like it became a national conversation. Oh, my God, he threw 7 interceptions in 2 days of practice. He's really throwing interceptions. And I remember just laughing at it. Who gives a damn? The guys are taking chances. This one I do check up a little bit, Clint, because they ain't throwing the ball down the field a lot.
Yeah.
This is a lot of – it's not a lot of like, all right, hey, man, yeah, man, Hunter Brown got lit up for 3 home runs because, he's just throwing fastballs every time because that's what he's working on. It's not like they're like, hey, man, we're going to stretch the field today. Like, we're throwing the ball downfield. We're working on that to put the ball in more harm's way. They're not throwing a lot down the field. They're doing a lot, timing stuff of what you would think they're going to do, and it's picks 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. Yeah. It's picks in the flats. It's stuff like that. It's coming across the middle to the tight end that's right in the middle of the field where Kalen Bullock is doing things. So I normally don't really take a lot into it, but these aren't interceptions of, all right, man, we're pushing it down the field and I'm throwing it into tight coverage, or I'm putting it in harm's way and taking chances.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I would say, I don't want to spend too much time. There's I'll never get on these airwaves. I don't care if it's practice, 7-on-7, team, blitz period, 2-minute. I don't care if it's a preseason game. Interceptions always matter. Turnovers always matter. It doesn't matter. That is just the case. So it's always very, very real. But there is a dynamic of the Texans are trying to install this offense. They are not game planning for what the Texans defense is throwing at them. Like, ideally, in a perfect world, you'll go into week 1 in the Rams and you'll know, hey, with the Rams, their favorite 2 or 3 pressures are these 3 right here. And when they pressure, they free 70% of the time, right? And so you've got a game plan for those 3 pressures. You scout it. You know what you're looking for. When you see it, you identify it. Boom, you got an answer that's built specifically to beat that pressure. That's not going on over here with the Texans right now. They're not game planning the Texans. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't at some point decide to. You get tired of getting your ass whooped. At some point, we're going to put a couple of wrinkles in here.
And there's a deal of some of it is like these guys have been watching these routes and OTAs.
Absolutely.
And some of it is that. Yep. I'll listen to that as well. But it is. I mean, we're rolling 2 to 3 a day.
Yeah.
So it's what we're seeing in these.
I'll listen to any of it until anybody shapes their mouth to say it doesn't matter, because it matters.
Coming up, the Astros, they get going here in about 40 minutes or a little over 40 minutes or so, looking for a sweep. Is there something that is happening today in the lineup that the Astros should do moving forward, especially when they get to the playoffs? Let's discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. We
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hot dog, boy, I'm telling you, man. Headphones got caught up in.
Mess around and get these old headphone wires tied up in one of these wheels on these chairs, and your ass is in trouble.
You're going to be late for break.
You have to lay down on the floor and do the show.
I was about to say, I'm going to do this without a mic this time. Or on the headphones this time. Welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive at 3 o'clock hour. Coming up a little bit later on in this hour, not only do the Astros get going at 3:40, but we will hear from Robert Flores, MLB Network. He will join us, and we'll get his thoughts on the Astros and their newest. Well, I guess he's new, but Carlos Correa, an old friend, joining the club and everything else as we are entering into the stretch run of the Major League Baseball season, as it is August at this point now. So we'll talk to Roflo coming up here in a bit. Clint. The lineup is out today as the Astros will look to sweep the Miami Marlins on the road right after they got swept by Boston. They look to make that thing up. The lineup is out. As we know, Spencer Arrighetti is pitching coming up today here, his first start since April. But the lineup is out against another guy who I believe's last name was made up. Jansen Junk. I don't believe that there have been junks for the guy. I believe Jansen, maybe his father, his grandfather, somebody went in there and changed their last name, like Terry Hulk Hogan changed his from Bolea to Hogan. I believe that this Jansen Junk fella, his last name, and he is not coming from a bunch of ancestors of junk. I don't believe that seems to be made up, but Jansen Junk gets the ball for the Marlins today. The lineup, Correa leading off to the chagrin of Tyler Milner. And then Sanchez, he's batting second. He's been really, really good at the top of the order for the Astros. Altuve, who went deep yesterday, is batting third and playing second tonight. Walker Caratini is catching. I'll say tonight one more time, and I'm going to take myself out. Caratini is catching today with Yainer Diaz as the DH. Trammell is in center field, Cam Smith, and then Dubon is playing shortstop as Jeremy Pena gets the day off. And Clint, there is a part in that lineup that I want to go to, and that is Victor Caratini catching today. Clint,
I've been in such a good mood, Ron.
Because
last night I was losing my ish. I don't know if you saw me on Twitter.
I listen. That when the postseason starts, and that's going to be probably for the Astros when the games really, really matter, unless this West thing gets closer. But Clint, when those get over, they're going to have a real serious conversation about who is going to be behind the plate defensively. I know Yainer Diaz is the young future catcher for this team and a guy that he's starting to swing the bat again. He went deep again yesterday. But Clint, his defense is so bad. So bad. So bad. That game Sunday in the fourth inning, those pass balls that he let get past in Framber's start against the Red Sox, those were absolutely unacceptable from a major league catcher. It's just ridiculous. Those were pass balls that were in the air that went past him. Let alone that he can't throw a soul out. I there is I know you're not a huge defensive person, Clint, but they're losing games, and they're going to lose games. And the playoffs, as we know, are always usually tight games. And
it's Little League BS, man.
If you have any kind of speed, you can get to third.
Yeah.
You can get to third by stealing bases off of Yainer Diaz. And you might get to third because he doesn't catch it. He was so lazy not to get down and block those pitches or to move his body over to get in front of him to catch him. I know he swings the bat well, but I mean, he is a legit liability behind the plate, Clint.
No question about it. I've been saying it. I just don't understand how it's not viewed as a major concern, not just now, but a month ago. This is against quality baseball teams. It's going to end up hurting you, not just a little bit. It's going to hurt in a major way. I mean, because look, you can also, I mean, if you really want to get nitpicky on him, which you don't need to, because like you said, he is just lazy, nonchalant about all of it. But if we really want to be honest about him, like his inability to accurately and effectively frame a pitch.
That too, yeah.
I mean, if you watching the next time he catches,
did he do this number?
He overcorrects. He'll take a ball that is slightly outside. Instead of framing it over the outside corner of the plate, he tries to pull it all the way into the heart of the plate. And it's like there's no way. You ain't fooling nobody with that. Now the umpire maybe the umpire's not paying attention. Maybe it's not a big deal. But you watch other catchers, man, and there is just a slight tick of the wrist to get that thing on the edges. And you watch him every time. It's an exaggerated, over-exaggerated jerking of the mitt across the plate. And I just don't. Like, I don't think any of it's good. And I'm with you. We've talked a lot about, hey man, you got too many bats. You got too many infielders. You got too many DHs. He's going to have to catch.
Listen, Clint, I know, but they're at least going to have to, taking him out when the game's tight late. I mean, like, let me ask you this. Is he that much this year a better hitter than Victor Caratini? To oversee, what he does defensively? I don't think so. Victor's not great defensively, but Victor's catching the ball. Like, Victor's going to keep those two balls that Framber threw in the fourth inning on Sunday. I mean, he's going to catch them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, he's gonna catch him. You may have a chance to throw some of these guys out. Clint, they started an offseason. They said, we've got to move the best player in the history of the franchise from second base to the outfield because the defense is so poor. We got to move Altuve.
That is a Stroud goat.
I'm just saying they moved Altuve specifically because the defense was. My God, and we sat here and said, yeah, I know Altuve's not a great defensive player, but I never sat and just thought, like, God, man, they're losing games. I mean, the only time is when he couldn't throw the ball to first base during that COVID season.
Them damn yips.
For he had about a 3-week period where he couldn't throw the ball to first base. But outside of that, I didn't think it was that. Like, you watch every night damn near with Yiner. Anybody with any kind of speed.
I was cussing him last night, dude.
It was just go.
Like, he gets up on that strike three pass ball to the backstop, and he's like, head up his ass, like lily gagging over to the baseball, and I'm like, what are we doing? The bat is nice, and I had a lot of you Astros fans come at me on Twitter about whenever I was in my anger tweeting about Yiner's glove. Y'all were telling me, but his bat. Yeah, and he's been hot, and that's great, and I'll take every run I can get with the Astros in 2025. But that doesn't excuse this BS behind the dish for Yiner. It's pitiful.
Yeah, text line coming through. All you guys do is complain, always focusing on the negative. They're in first place. Man, we're looking at what's going to happen when they get in the postseason. The Astros already play tight games. And the postseason, as you all know, you've watched it, is full of tight games. And there is a massive issue and liability of somebody who touches the ball every single pitch.
And I would add on, Texter, we don't just complain and complain. We just taught you how to properly smack some ass a second ago. So just relax, grumpy ass.
Yeah, and
look, I don't know.
Positively about Spencer and Gritty earlier.
I don't know. I don't know how.
I'm an optimist.
How do you talk about the Astros 4 hours a day and not talk about Yainer Diaz being a liability behind the plate? What do you want to hear?
That is well
what
said.
What do you want to talk about? You want us to get on here and stroke Jesus Sanchez?
No, I just said
and
Altuve
Dana
was
Brown for the moves. I mean, what do you want to hear, man? Like what? How, if you're an Astros fan, I don't know one Astros fan right now that if you walked up and had a 10-minute conversation with them about the Astros with no distractions, Yainer Diaz behind the plate and how bad it's been isn't going to come up. Are you all just like that? Like, I wonder if that individual ever has a conversation that has a negative, like a negative connotation. Like, is it just avoid negativity in your world at all?
Sunshine and rainbow.
I mean, what do you want to hear? What do you want to listen to? What do you want to watch? Do you want a stroke show?
It is so bad, Clint.
Not do you want to stroke show? I mean, do you want to stroke a radio show that is just a stroke job all day long? Man, get the hell out of here, man.
Hughley is came in
soft ass talking about all y'all are negative, man. Have a real conversation.
Can't promise I won't turn it down, but I'm still so serious about this, Clint. I would look at it if by the grace of God, Yordan Alvarez could find himself back on this team. I know it is so bad in important playoff games. I could entertain putting Yordan in left field, Altuve at second, and Diaz as the DH with Caratini catching. Like I could entertain that thought.
Yeah. No.
I could
only
entertain
way,
if you really want it, because I mean Alvarez. He's not an awful outfielder. It's more about him hurting himself.
But the problem with that, Ron, is then the guy I just mentioned, who has been done well, and you made you traded for him. You know, at the trade deadline, if Yordan plays left, then he's got a DH, or he's got to sit the pine.
Sanchez, yeah.
So I mean, that's where the problem comes with Diaz. When it's a third baseman, a second baseman, or a left fielder, or a DH, you can work that. You can't throw another position in, right? You know what I mean? Like you can't throw another position in right now. Or if Yordan comes back, you can't throw another position in and get them in the DH mix because there's not enough DH spots.
You don't see this at catcher a lot, but it is almost a thought that you have to. Like we talked about, hey, late in the game, if it's a one-run game in the eighth inning, do you take Altuve out for defensive purposes?
Right.
I think you have to entertain that with Yainer Diaz, because in a one-run game, if you're leading and anybody with any kind of speed gets on, I mean,
yeah,
they're gonna get in the scoring position.
I didn't see this one coming, Ron. I'll be honest.
I knew
he wasn't going to be Maldi. I knew he wasn't going to be Machete, but I didn't see this. I mean, it's
he's going to have to put in some serious work in the offseason to get his game to fit, because he's going to be he's got to be the future catcher for you right now. Yeah. But it's that Sunday. I mean, it's one thing you're not throwing a soul out. I mean, okay. But that Sunday, and he did, as you said yesterday, he had another pass ball yesterday.
And jogged to it.
Yeah, he used to go get it. But that one Sunday, that was 2 runs between him and Framber, who can't field a bunt. And I mean, a pass ball into the air.
It's maddening.
He did this. He did like an Olay sweep twice.
Wow, it looks like that spanking of the ass you were doing a second ago.
That's an odd.
It's a variation.
But it was, and I'm just like, what is going on here?
I mean, like you said too, like with that moment you just mentioned, 2 runs, and like you said a second ago, I mean, how many games have we seen this year with a lack of offense for these Astros that ain't in freaking 2-1 losses?
It's
like, come on.
Now, luckily,
more.
Luckily, his bat is starting to come around. And you could say, but man, boy, we get in the 7th inning, this sucker's tight in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Hey man, we might to move on. I mean, because it's like Little League.
That is a no-brainer move right there. I mean, because you're putting in Caratini, who is 1, a switch hitter, and 2, just damn sure just as clutch a bat, if not long term this year, going to be the numbers going to be similar. So, I think that's definitely in the cards.
Yeah. Because I'm telling you, if we were in the playoffs and that game against the Red Sox, would that be a team you could play in the playoffs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're the hottest team in the league. I might have taken him out. I may have mid-inning taken him out. I may have put Victor Caratini in after the second one.
Vic, get the equipment on.
Come on, man.
Well, you didn't bring your shin guards. You used Diaz.
He's injured. I'll take it for Wednesday. A little stock up, stock down right here for the Houston Texans as they're in training camp. Stock up, stock down coming up next.
All right, y'all, we got to talk about this cold Coors Light now. It is the world's most refreshing beer, and that is the absolute truth. There's no doubt about it. It's the beer that's made to chill. It has been keeping Texas chill since August of 1978. That's when them first 23,000 cases I always tell you about were shipped directly to the great state of Texas, and that sign of respect that was paid to all of us beer drinkers here in the Lone Star State by them fine folks up in the Rocky Mountains. All right, I tell you, you got to be a
Just head to sportsradio610.com/contest to sign up for your chance to have John Lopez on your boat with free entry. sportsradio610.com/contest for more information.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm going to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right. Every hump day, every Wednesday, right here on Houston's leading afternoon sports talk program. That'd be this one, The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley. We do Stock Up, Stock Down, and we are talking Texans. They are in training camp, obviously. And right now they are up at training camp in West Virginia at the Greenbriar. You're going to hear from Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne live from up there in the 5 o'clock hour later today. A little stock action for Texans camp as it continues on. And I want to start with you, Ron, the show, Hughley. Stock up for you, Ron, at this moment in time for these 2025 Texans in camp.
My stock up is what I believe is the story of the day today, and that is Christian Harris. Christian Harris, who I have said I believe is one of the most talented defensive players on this team. He brings something to the tab in linebacking core. He is fast. He can move. He can run. He can tackle. If you need to look back what he's capable of, the hell with what D'Amico had to say about him being the best linebacker, most talented linebacker he's coached. By the way, he's coached what many people believe to be the best linebacker in the game, and Fred Warner, not to mention a very athletic Dre Greenlaw. But that's Christian Harris. And Christian Harris, Clint, they do walkthroughs today. We ain't seen his ass on the field once. They do walkthroughs today, and Christian Harris is number one on the defense. And this is a defense that has been kicking ass, taking names every single day from this offense, playing well. E.J. Speed has played well. Henry To'oTo'o has played well. Azeez has been picking people off and played well. But nonetheless, Christian Harris, we ain't seen his ass with the team. This is the first day he's been on the field, Clint, and Christian Harris is dressed and put in with the ones with Azeez Al-Shire. So my stock up, and I agree with it because this has a chance to be one of the best draft picks if he can stay healthy that Nick Caserio has had when it comes to value and everything. A linebacker as good as him. Go watch what he did to Lamar Jackson in that playoff game, man. Mm-hmm. He is special. So stock up to Christian Harris coming right in and being with the one.
Love him jumping right in there. Love the fact that he's healthy, but love him jumping right in there because, I just think that this defense is going to be at its best when you have a true Mike linebacker and a unintended DJ Speed. And so I think you got your first string is Azeez Al-Shire. Your backup Mike is Henry To'oTo'o. I think your first string will linebacker, if you will, I think is going to be Christian Harris and or E.J. Speed, one of those two. I think that is the best look for this, the best structure, if you will, for this linebacker room. And so, it's on brand for the Texans to throw those guys right in there as soon as they possibly can be on the field. But I think this one is real. The interesting thing, and we hadn't talked much about this, maybe we will down the line here, but when you look at this defense, I think this defense, as we've come to know it this training camp, is already one of the best defenses in the league. And if you really look at it, there's been no Foley Fatukasi. There's been no Danico Autry. There's been no Derek Barnett. There's been no Christian Harris. There's been no Jimmy Ward. You got a lot of guys that are going to factor into this thing. And I'm not talking about depth players. I'm talking about guys that are going to factor into this thing.
They weren't even on the depth chart.
Yeah. You got guys that, 3 or 4 or 5 guys, that just changed the defense across the board. And we haven't even seen those guys yet. Good to finally see Christian Harris at least on the field in walkthrough fashion with the ones.
Sticking right there with you, Dirty Red, our former NFL quarterback, Clint Stoerner. Your stock up for the Houston Texans in 2025 to this point at camp?
Mine's Kamari Lassiter, and this isn't a Kamari Lassiter stock up from last year where I didn't know if he could play outside corner. Clearly, he proved me to be done a phenomenal job. But I think even this training camp, from the time we started this thing, the talk was about Derek Stingley Jr. getting the big money, being one of the best corners in the league, Will Anderson, Danico Autry, yada, yada, yada. And if you listen to what not just D'Amico Ryans, but I think a couple of players have said it as well, Kamari Lassiter and his physicality and the intensity that he brings, the emotion that he shows, is literally not just a piece on this defense. He is at times the thermostat in the room. He is the one that's dictating the standard that needs to be set or met. He is a much bigger piece to this defense than just cornerback 2. And I just to no surprise, but I think it's starting to take hold on this defense and become real. He's a guy that moves the needle for this defense, I think, consistently. So I'm going to go with Kamari Lassiter in a big way.
And they're going to need him because he is going to get I still think he is still going to get a lot of opportunities because I think that's the side of the ball or the field teams are going to try to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're smart, they'll go away from Stingley Jr., but, boy, the way he's making CJ pay. Woo-wee.
Got those stock ups out of the way. The good news, now we got to talk about the bad. Stock down for the Houston Texans. You are listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every Wednesday this time. Stock up, stock down. Back to you, Ron. What's your stock down at this moment for the Houston Texans?
All right, I just want to make it very clear. During that exchange, we only got one text in during that exchange about all the good things that we said about the Texans. But here we go. But here we go. Now it is the stock down. For me, stock down is Nick Caserio and in particularly his offensive line drafting. And we look at it today, Clint, and this is something maybe we could talk about a little bit later on the show. We see and understand that Blake Fisher is not somebody who he drafted in the second round last year that started playoff games and games down the stretch of the season, is not even the next guy on the list when it comes. Now, hell with not starting. He's not the swing tackle, right? They decided to move 3 positions instead of just moving him in to a tackle spot. So that looks bad. And then they did the ones today, Clint, and of course, Cam Robinson was still not out there even in the walkthrough. And today's ones, Clint, was Ariante Ursery, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram at right guard, and Titus Howard at right tackle. Juice Scruggs was the one who had gone in at right guard previously when Cam got down, and now it's Ed Ingram, and now Juice Scruggs, somebody else, they moved up to go get in the second round. And then we all know about that person they traded to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson to Philly and Kenyon Green. You got 2 second-round picks in Blake Fisher and Juice Scruggs, who one, it doesn't not only look like they will not start this year right off the bat, they will now also potentially not even be the next guys to go in if somebody goes down. And so to me, that is a stock down for Nick Caserio. He's been really good in a lot of other places. Kamari Lassiter, the cornerback position, he's been good. The receiver position, he's been really good. This offensive line thing has just not gone his way.
Yeah, not a lot of good things, in the last year or so regarding the Texans O-line. Get better, Caserio. Clint, stock down for you to round us out.
Well, I'm gonna stay right there on brand with the offensive line. I'm not gonna put Nick in the crosshairs, even though that was tremendous. That was tremendously laid out there. I'm gonna go with Juice Scruggs. I just, I would have lost a good amount of money. I thought Juice Scruggs would definitely be in the best 5 on this team at guard, center guard. One of those 3 positions I thought he would be when this whole thing set out. And to your point, Ron, it looks like that he's competing with Ed Ingram at this point in time to be in the 2 deep if Titus Howard is believed to be a guard. There's a chance that Juice Scruggs could not even be in the 2 deep. Now, I think when this thing unfolds, I think the last thing they're going to do is bury a former second-round pick in his second year. I mean, there's just too much security comes with being a second-round pick for that to happen. But, boy, I thought he would be a shoe-in for a starting interior offensive lineman. And here he is, looks like he's fighting for his it's juice.
Maybe they're trying to teach lessons to those guys, but even that's not a good thing, right? Not if Ursary is able to jump right in and be a starter.
Well,
you hope he works out.
You would expect, here's the thing. You would expect, I would expect Juice Scruggs at the very least to be at the center guard position what Titus is to the tackle position, right? Like right now, Titus is your best option at tackle. If adversity hits immediately, boom, go right now. Put Titus Howard at right tackle. We'll figure it out inside. I would think that center guard, the minute that something happens, any center guard, across the board, the minute anything happened, boom, Juice is the guy, no doubt. But that is not the case. It's not the case at center. It's clearly not the case at either of the guard positions at this point in time. So I expected a little more out of Juice, big picture, this season in camp, and it seems like he's going the wrong direction. We'll see if that comes to fruition, but it seems like he's going the wrong direction.
All right, coming up, our guy Robert Flores is, as the Astros get going, he'll join us to talk about what we're looking at with this stretch run and how people are looking at the Astros. We'll do that next.
All right, if you got Big Beautiful available.
project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Some people need to get those verbal hands every now and then. In fact, more often than not.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As the Astros, they're about to be underway as they are looking to sweep the Miami Marlins, coming off the sweep from the Red Sox, looking to sweep the Miami Marlins as he gets the ball for the Astros. But we are joined by our guy, Robert Flores, MLB Network. Make sure you catch RoFlo as he co-hosts MLB Central weekdays at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Plus, MLB Network has the Mariners and the White Sox tomorrow afternoon, so check them out as well. But, RoFlo, we appreciate you jumping in. The Astros are looking to sweep one of the hottest teams in baseball coming into this series, the Marlins, who had won 5 straight. But I think the big one today is Spencer Arrighetti. He has not pitched since April, and they are pretty strong when it comes to the first 2 guys in their rotation, but they need to find other guys behind them.
Yeah, and Arrighetti is part of that equation, or at least potentially, along with guys like Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers. I think that's one of the X factors for the rest of this season for the Astros. What does the rest of the rotation beyond Brown and Fromberg look like? And I would also throw J.P. France into that mix as well. When Arrighetti, when he's right, he can be very effective. And I thought he was very impressive at times last year. And unfortunately, we just haven't been able to see him very much this year at all.
Well, what do you think? I guess how optimistic are you? I'm not, because if you look at each one of the guys that you mentioned, I mean, Spencer Arrighetti having not pitched for 4 months is one or 3 months, whatever it's been, is one thing. But the other guys are double-digit months and long-term have been out. I mean, when I look big picture, we got about 6 options here to make a dent in this starting rotation, and I just got to believe that 1 or 2 of them is going to work out. How do you feel about the role of the 3rd and 4th starter for the Astros not biting them in the ass long-term?
Yeah, I think that's what, just going back to the original question, I think that's the X factor for this season. It might be the X factor, guys, because when you look at what the lineup now looks like with Pena back, with Correa, Christian Walker starting to swing it a little bit, Jesus Sanchez, and if Jordan comes back, that's a very deep, flexible lineup. But you're right. What's the pitching staff going to look like beyond Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown? And I think it's let's just throw a whole bunch of dudes out there, and maybe one of them, like you said, is going to stick and maybe make an impact.
RoFlo, your colleague Tom Ferducci on the deadline day said that the Astros got the best player traded on the deadline in Carlos Correa, which was interesting to me when you look at a lot of the names that went around or that was traded. Suarez is one that comes to mind that went to the Mariners. But when you look at Correa's numbers, obviously that for what he had been doing in Minnesota. Where do you see Carlos Correa right now and the type of addition he is to this Astros team?
Well, I think it's almost 2 layers to this question or to that question. They needed someone. If Isaac Paredes doesn't get hurt, I'm not sure that Carlos Correa is back on the Astros. I really believe that. As far as what is he going to be, I think returning back to the Astros organization, I don't think that should be dismissed. I think that is a thing. That is something that impacts this whole idea and notion. But he has struggled with injuries, and he will be the first to tell you he was not the best version of himself in Minneapolis. Can he get close to the 2021 version of himself before he left? I don't know. That remains to be seen. But I think returning home and being back in familiar surroundings, I think that will help.
Why? Why has he said or expressed, or what's the thought of why he wasn't his best self in Minnesota?
For that, I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that he, sometimes injuries are bad luck, right? Plantar fasciitis, for instance. I don't know why he got that. I don't know why it cost him so much of the season, but I've had it, and I know it hurts like hell, and you got to sleep with this crazy sock on while you're in the whole thing, and it's ridiculous looking. But I don't know, but I do believe that there is something to certain guys once they come back to a place where they've had success, they can sometimes find it again.
What do you think of the Diaz situation behind the plate on the defensive side? I don't even know if that's on nationally on y'all's radar, Roflo, but I know here locally. I mean, and of course I don't view baseball, Major League Baseball. It's hard to in our business. I don't view Major League Baseball like, it's a long season. There's 162 games. No, I watch every game and I may panic a little bit. And I've been on the panic train with Diaz behind the plate, and it's more or less the lackadaisical, nonchalant stuff that gets him in trouble consistently, knowing it's going to bite him in the playoffs or when it matters against good baseball teams. Is that even on y'all's radar nationally when you think about the Astros? And if so, what's your thoughts around Diaz behind the plate?
I know that last year during the postseason, Tom Verducci did a great breakdown of the Astros. I believe it was Game 2 against the Tigers where they had a lead and ultimately couldn't hold it. And a lot of the blame was placed on the relief pitchers, but there was one particular sequence where Yainer Diaz did not put forth either the best effort or the best, how can I say, resource for fundamentals. And yes, it is something that we have talked about. Now, as far as, to be fair, this year, I have not noticed it as much as I have in years past, and certainly last year. So I feel like he's gotten a little bit better, but admittedly, I don't know what the metrics say as far as framing and pass balls and things like that.
All right, Robert Flores joins us. Make sure you catch him as he hosts MLB Central weekdays 9 a.m. And also tomorrow on MLB Network, Mariners, White Sox, and that's a big game for the Astros because the Mariners they have been surging. They got a lot of maybe no team more aggressive at the deadline than the Mariners. Is this a real race to you right now? Like,
yes.
Do you think the Mariners are capable of catching this Astros team?
I think the Rangers also are capable of catching this Astros team. So this is a 3-team race. I would be shocked if it didn't come down to the final week, days of the season.
Really?
I have a feeling that I think 2 of those 3 teams are getting into the postseason. I don't know if all 3 are. That's just my gut. I think that what the Mariners have done, they finally have a lineup that potentially can match their starting pitching. The Rangers have had the best starting pitching all along. I would slight edge or even over the Mariners, but their offense has been in such shambles throughout the year. They're starting to get right. But if you're the Rangers and you can get in and you can throw DeGrom and Eovaldi in a short series, that's really tough to beat. But I think this is a compelling race. It's not a 2-team race. It's a 3-team race.
Roflo, real quick, you mentioned Yordan Alvarez a little earlier. This hand has been, we've got 60% healed. We've heard 80% healed. We've had setbacks. What are you hearing nationally on the Yordan Alvarez front?
I don't know. It's the damnedest thing. I don't know, guys. I'm assuming he's coming back. The last thing that I read was Dana Brown saying, I believe I read this last week, that there's a good chance Jordan could be back with the big league club by mid-August. Mid-August is next week.
Come on, Doc.
I don't know, man. I really don't. I know that this is something that he has struggled with before. I remember last year, if memory serves, he missed some games with this. But yeah, I'm with you. I know Astro fans are frustrated. I get it. But I don't know what to tell you.
You know, the most interesting thing, Roflo, with and I think as an Astros fan, I can speak for some of us. I mean, it's one thing that a player's not ready to be back. I think can go, hey, man, I hate to see it, and it sucks as a fan, but it's part of the game. The most interesting part of it is, and I know you've answered this question multiple times, but the most interesting part is Dana Brown, just his injury reports, and really the Astros' ability to communicate or not communicate. Like, just say no comment. Like, the inability to accurately, communicate with the fan base, the media, ultimately with these injuries, I think is what's it's almost become comical at this point with these guys.
Well, look, the Astros run their organization how they see fit, and they feel like they're doing the best that they can for their club and what's ultimately best for the organization. I believe that as much disclosure and information is best. Obviously, there's certain instances where you want to keep things in-house, but I really don't see why having the same message consistently throughout the organization and being as forthright as possible is a bad thing. And that I'm not saying that the Astros haven't done that. I'm just saying that I don't know why. They seemingly are. I will say this. They seemingly are one of the few organizations in baseball where this comes up, right? And I don't know why that is. Enough of the other teams in the league to know why that is, but clearly they have a reason for it. But the bottom line is Jordan needs to be able to get back. If Jordan Alvarez does not come back to this team, they're not winning the World Series. They're not getting to the World Series. I mean, you can put that in bold headline, giant font, and that's not a hot take. That it is what it is.
All right, Astros fans, that's Robert Flores of MLB Network. We're out of time here. You can get after him on Twitter and Instagram and all that. He'll be waiting on you.
He closed the door with aggressiveness. He said that ain't like a promo to me.
Rob,
that is a spoiler.
We appreciate it, brother. Thank you for giving us a few minutes of your day, man.
You got it, man. I'm at the gym, and I'm just wondering why I work so damn hard and look so damn mediocre.
Hey, just imagine what you'd look like if you didn't.
Championship hair.
Come on, baby. What lens are we looking through? All right, y'all. Check out Roflo. He's a co-host on MLB Central weekdays at 9 a.m. Central Time. Plus, MLB Network has the Mariners and White Sox tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Central as well. Roflo does a tremendous job on the show. He's made for TV. Don't let him fool you, man. He is he's a beaut, man. It's always good to have him on. All right, now C.J. Stroud, y'all. C.J. Stroud speaks from camp today. Will we see more C.J. Stroud in preseason week 1 versus the Vikings than expected? How's the install going? How's it feel going against this championship single day? Hear from your quarterback next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live.
Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're working with Clint here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby, hard as hell to say. 22 if you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know who to call. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. All right, now, if you're out there and you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, we greatly appreciate you. If you're listening on an AM/FM dial, we greatly appreciate you as well. But we want everybody out there, no matter how you listen on a daily basis, we want you to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. You never know when we're going to have some kind of big-time giveaway, like $20,000 in a trip for four to Las Vegas for the big college basketball tournament. You never know, man. Stuff like that. It happens on the Odyssey app as well as we podcast. Tyler podcast every single segment of The Drive, and ultimately every single segment of Sports Radio 610, 6A to 6P is podcasted every day individually. Right there on the Odyssey app. There's also a rewind feature, so if Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne, if they have Nick Caserio on for 42 minutes, you can always use that rewind feature and go back and listen to that. You don't have to wait and try to catch it later. You can go back right there in the moment and listen to it. So the Odyssey app is absolutely clutch. It's the way to go. AUDACY. All right, now the C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud did speak after practice today. We're working on getting some of that audio to you. We'll get that to you ASAP. But there is one question that he was asked, and C.J. didn't answer it real directly. But I do think it's a question that we need to address. C.J. Stroud. Today, by the way, was a little bit more of a walkthrough for the Houston Texans. And so today there wasn't a lot to draw from, if you will, for the Houston Texans. But C.J. Stroud did speak. And here's the bigger question for me, Ron, is what should the Texans do with really their starting unit? But the biggest part of that starting unit that needs the work is Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud. How much work should C.J. Stroud get in preseason game 1 this Saturday against the Minnesota Vikings? You can say the hay is in the barn, right? Today was a walkthrough. It is training camp, so you'll probably have some level of walkthrough practice one more time before you travel and you play, obviously. So there will be a little bit of work done, but I would imagine most of it's going to be mental. I would imagine most of it's going to be the backups that are going to play majority of the game, getting some reps kind of deal. But the question of C.J. Stroud playing in preseason game 1, I think the expectation is typically, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, but in the past it's been 1 or 2 drives, just, hey, man, go through warm-ups, go through pregame.
Usually a drive, in that first preseason game.
I think the deal here is there a chance, and really, should C.J. Stroud play more in preseason game 1 this Saturday than we expect? Because, look, there are some issues. Issues may not be the right word. There are some things going on in Houston that would conversation, right? There's no question about it around the quarterback. Offensively, camp has been a mess. This has not been what one would ever say. This has been a solid, clean, efficient camp for C.J. Stroud at this point in time. Now, the offense has been a mess. The pass protection has been a mess. And ultimately, I just believe, and I'm a firm believer in this, I believe that C.J. Stroud needs the whole offense, but C.J. Stroud needs to see a little bit of success along the way. Coming off that Rookie of the Year campaign in year 1 and year 2 of Bobby Slowick's offense, hey, man, preseason 1, just go out there, go through the motions, get in and out of the huddle a few times, maybe knock off a little bit of that rust, get them pregame jitters out of the way, and then put you a hat on the sideline, and let's get back to Houston healthy. I don't know if that's the same approach this year, Ron, given that training camp has been as messy as it has been for the Texans on the offensive side of the ball?
Yeah, I think they need work. I think they absolutely need work. This to me is not just where the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 priority is don't get hurt. That's not what this is. This is not a deal where that is the only 100% top priority. I think them getting work and getting live bullets as a unit together is something that is staying healthy. I think they really need to get some work in a game setting. So to me, I think multiple drives in the game. I'm not saying a half or a quarter. I think game 2 is probably the dress rehearsal and you get like a half. But I think at least 2 drives. And if one of us is a 3 and out, maybe 3 drives.
Yeah.
I think they need to get some work in.
Yeah, I think a lot of work is necessary, Ryan, because, I mean, here's the reality of it is you've been going against a championship caliber defense. You've not been given a chance because of the structure of practice to really get settled in and have some success and feel good about what you're doing, feel good about Nick Caley, feel good about what's going on around you. They need reps. And I'll say this. I don't know that the reps that they need, even more than what they're getting at practice versus our defense, are reps in a more vanilla fashion. The truth of the matter is, Minnesota's not going to come out there and throw the kitchen sink at them and just blitz the hell out of C.J. Stroud in the first half of this football game. Well, they might throw a blitz or 2 out there, yes, but it should be something that the Texans are prepared for. Your basic blitzes, your middle linebacker, your will linebacker coming on the weak side, bringing 4 weak, maybe bring a strong safety down and blitz a strong safety and roll cover over the top. But every offense in America has the ability to pick that up fairly quickly, and the Texans should be at that offense and with their install. But I think they've got to be considering playing him, C.J. Stroud, more than they typically would, and I would say significantly more, Ron. I mean, I would say a good way into the second quarter, like maybe even to halftime.
Really in the first one? I don't think they're playing that much.
I don't know.
I think multiple drives. I think. Like if they go 3 and out the first one, I would say they need probably 2 more drives.
Well, I think to me the best way to there's no doubt they need it. There's no doubt CJ needs it. But even if this is a run heavy approach, Ron, of like CJ Stroud getting out there and we're calling a weak run and a strong run, and we're reading safety rotation or over front versus under front, and we're going from one run, hey, CJ, here's the 2 runs, get us in the best one. Like going through those motions, and I don't care if you go out there for 3 downs and do that no matter what the down and distance is. That is unbelievably important. I don't think, like with the exception of C.J. Stroud, I don't know that Nico Collins needs to play a whole hell of a lot. I don't know that Nick Chubb needs to play a whole hell of a lot. I don't know that Titus Howard needs to play a whole hell of a lot. Those guys don't have to do the things that C.J. Stroud has to do. And so I don't know how important preseason is going to actually be for those guys. But when it comes to the quarterback and his job entails, processing so much information where this offense is knows it like the back of his hand, that has to happen. And right now, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no way around it. It is not happening at a quick enough pace in training camp, given the structure of their practices. It's not happening as quickly as C.J. Stroud or Nick Caserio would like for it to.
Well, Titus's ass better be out there every down that C.J. is. I'll say that. He better be out every down. But I kind of disagree with you a bit. I think they all need to be. I think as you're learning a new system, installing a new system, all of them together, to me, should be out there. I like running this. Someone texted in, CJ don't need to play more than 1 series. They have 2 more preseason games. Really, they got 1 more preseason game. Generally, no one plays the week before week 1, right? Like the last preseason game, a lot of teams don't play anybody. So I think they've really got this one and then the one against the Panthers, and I think they'll count those joint practice against the Panthers as a preseason type of game too. But I disagree. I think they need a couple series just because all of this is new, and like you said, there ain't been a ton of positive things that you're watching.
Well, I think that
execution-wise too.
The point here and the conversation is real because I don't think there's any doubt that this install year is totally different, and the reps are absolutely needed. Like it makes things different. Like we can't treat. I know now, like it was year 3 and it's in Bobby Slowick's system and it's this like Will Anderson. I don't need to see a whole lot from Will Anderson.
If Will didn't play, I'm
right,
fine.
right. But there's just when you're the quarterback and you're in charge of a new system and you're trying to learn it yourself just like everybody else, but you're also in charge of communicating it and executing it and making it go. Boy, you need some reps, and I just don't know how many reps C.J. Stroud is going to get in practice. Not against the ones and sit in a more of an environment where you're expected to have a certain level of success in a clean pocket and no chaos, and you're expected to execute. I think this is a huge opportunity. How will D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, how will they handle the dynamic in Houston right now with the offensive install going on, the fact that practice has been a mess, and now you've got a preseason game where you can get some real quality reps versus what is expected to be a vanilla look. I think it's a valuable opportunity. Will the Texans take advantage of it here?
But it's much more about themselves, right? Not as much about what the Vikings.
Yeah, but the reality is you go into it. I mean, they're just D'Amico's not going to show a whole hell of a lot, and neither are the Vikings. Here's C.J. Stroud right here after practice today when asked about his involvement in preseason game number 1 against the Minnesota Vikings.
It's up to the coaches, whatever they feel is, suit for me. I like to be out there and, get hit once or twice or whatever just to, feel the emotion. But whatever, D'Amico decides, and I'm good with that.
He seems to be in a good spot. He seems to be good with whatever they do, and that's all that matters. Ultimately, I think they got a decision to make to play him a little bit longer or sit him, maybe even play him less. Here is C.J. Stroud on needing to see some positivity, seeing something really, to be honest with you, other than just the chaos that our defense has created this training camp.
I don't know. It's hard. I'm very competitive. I don't like losing. I don't like making mistakes. But I would say I just, in those moments, I just breathe, relax, try to just calm my mind, and, just trying to just find something positive. Like, I always try to remind myself, like, this is cool. Like, I'm in the NFL, I don't, like, God didn't have to bless me with this, but he chose to, and I got to steward it the right way. And I don't think, like, complaining about – I can complain every day if I really wanted to, but, like, there's no positive in that. So I try to just try that and just be grateful for the little things. And even though they're not little, they're huge, they're big. Like, I woke up this morning, and I'm able-minded, able-bodied, and I'm just blessed to have that. So I would say that helps me be more positive and have better body language.
Well, if anybody can have better body language and stay positive through a rough situation, it's C.J. Stroud. There's no doubt about that. He is elite in that category, and I think he's being challenged right now with training camp and kind of how things are rolling. We shall see. Do the Texans play their quarterback C.J. Stroud, their starters, a little bit longer in preseason week 1, given that they're installing, given that there's a terminology, and given that it's been pretty messy offensively through training camp thanks to this championship caliber defense? Do they decide to make that decision, or do they err on the side of caution and just get everybody back healthy and back in training camp? We shall see. I do believe, Ron, that it is a real conversation with the higher-ups over there, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, and company. We'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. You got to look at it as really 2 preseason games when you talk about your starters, and we'll see how much they let them go in this first one. Coming up, we'll give you an update with the Astros, let you know how Spencer Arrighetti is looking to start. 3-2 right now. The Marlins lead, and we will get you updated there. And a couple of dudes are picking it up at the perfect time. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, there's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or
Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Coming up here in a little bit, it is Wednesday, and as we are ready to rock and roll, it is football every week now. The Texans will be playing games every week, except for the next bye week coming up, and it'll be a lot to get to, and that means on Wednesdays we talk to Brandon Scott, 440, so that's coming up next segment. Astros got going underway in Miami, looking to sweep. They got off to a great start. Dana Brown, he's good for one now. Dana Brown, I think he's a little aggressive in the way he goes about his business at times. But that son of a gun, he gonna execute a trade now. And I know it's early, but Jesus Sanchez looks good. Looks like that left-handed bat, young, and you're going to have for a little bit. He is in that spot where he's hitting, in front of Altuve and getting a lot of good pitches to hit. Today he's hitting between Correa and Altuve. It's been Payne and Altuve. He leads off, or his first at-bat after Correa goes down, he gets a double, and then that leads to eventually a 2-run home run from Christian Walker to give him a 2-0 lead. But then Spencer Arrighetti came out, and he has struggled in his first 2 innings. To be honest with you, not a lot of loud contact. He's got a couple of BS hits in there, a couple of dribblers down to Carlos Correa that have turned into hits. But Clint, so far in 2 innings, he's given up 8 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 3 Ks, 1 walk. And he's had a lot of traffic. He ended with the bases loaded and struck out, I believe, the last 2 in that inning to get out of it and to only make it a 3-2 game. Now it's 4-2 after 2 innings, and that right now, he has thrown 47 pitches. We know that 80 to 85 is the pitch count Joe Espada gave earlier in the day. But I am not that shocked by his performance thus far.
No. Look, you look at that many pitches in 2 innings and you think pitch count, but the reality of it is he's given up 2 infield singles. He's given up 5 regular singles and a double. There's really been the double obviously was an extra base hit.
Luckily for that one, that was a leadoff double, and
right.
That double didn't come with the bases loaded or full.
Right. So it's not like he's wild and he's ran the pitch count up. They've hit him at this point. So and again, they haven't hit him tremendously hard. It's just a bunch of singles, really. But nothing to really worry about. You turn the TV on and you look up and it's 4-2, and you're like, oh my God! In the 3rd inning, he's thrown 47 pitches. What the hell is going on? It's not near that bad. If you're just looking at it through the Spencer Arrighetti lens, it's not as bad as it sounds. You could have some real issues with giving up hits with runners in scoring position, which obviously he has, just not as much as he potentially could have, and a bunch of walks, and that hadn't happened. So not a great day, not a good day. But
it's the first one.
Not nearly as bad as 4-2 through 2 innings with 47 pitches thrown. First, appears at first glance.
Yeah, it's not. Like I said, I see some people texting in, he's throwing BP fastball. He's throwing. I don't think so. He's been 93, 94. He threw a nasty get out of that first inning with the bases loaded. that the guy didn't see well at all. But again, like I said, as I said earlier in the show in the 2 o'clock hour, there's nothing that is going to should get you or get me. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. They're screwed. They didn't get Dylan Cease. Now, they may be, but not today. Like, maybe 6-7 starts down. But this is his first start against major league hitters since early April, right? Like, it's probably going to take a little time. So it's all right. We'll see how long he can go. Again, 47 pitches. So, maybe if he'd had a couple of quick innings, he can go a little bit further. But this looks like a 3-4 inning type of performance from him today. But again, they trail 4-2. Christian Walker goes deep. And I will say, Christian Walker, we talked about it at the break. Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz at the plate needed to really step up and come along. They have done that. They have started to do that in the second half. I don't know, maybe we're getting some bats back in the lineup that's settling where they are. But Yainer Diaz and Christian Walker, those two guys that you thought would probably be your 4 and 5 hitters this year have dropped a bit. They've started to get it going.
Well, yeah, look, it looks a little different when you got Diaz and Walker get it going, and Jesus Sanchez and Correa are swinging it well now, along with Altuve had a light. Yeah, I mean, it obviously is. It looks a lot better, and those two guys coming around is going to give this team a chance to have some success late down the stretch as well as in the playoffs. So, those are two guys that, from a bat perspective, they're going to be in the lineup in big games. They're going to be in the lineup in the playoffs, and to get those guys going between now and the end of the season is huge, and it looks like they're turning the corner.
I know people don't like to hear this comparison, but this was probably around that time, year one. Now, not the next year, but year one, where Abreu started to play his best baseball. If you remember, late and then going into the playoffs, Abreu actually started to swing the bat his best, and hopefully Christian Walker can come around and start, pulling that off and doing that thing, because it is. I know Ruffalo said that he doesn't really see the Astros being real World Series contenders without Yordan Alvarez, and I would tend to agree. But it does look a lot different if those two guys are rolling. If those two guys are rolling, Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz, and they're rolling to a space where Cam can be a rookie and hit behind them and not have to be, expected to do more than you would maybe want a rookie to do. If Jake comes back, Jake can hit down where he is, and you're not expecting him to have to jump over. That's how it kind of changes things if those two guys can swing the bat the way that we would expect it.
Without Yordan, you don't have and you're not gonna have. And I love Altuve, but you don't have and you're not gonna have the guy that just strikes fear in the opponent every time he's at the plate. I think Yordan Alvarez adds that dynamic to this lineup. I think it's a good lineup that can score some runs and can win some playoff games. Yordan takes it to a whole nother level, and I think strikes fear in opponents.
Yep.
Makes Absolutely. The opposing manager think. And I'm not saying none of these guys do it. I think Altuve and Correa do it to a certain degree, but Yordan's on a different planet.
Yeah. Man, that Dairy Queen Reese's Pieces caramel concoction. That's the first time I saw that. That almost got a hold of me. Man, what I'd love to see, just pull up one of them drive-thrus right now and get me that Blizzard and have them turn it upside down to prove to me that thing is good and concrete. I'm in a bad place right now. Man, that thing almost took me out.
Hold on, so.
I'm trying. I'm good. Just hadn't seen that caramel and Reese's. What a combo. Wow. All right, coming up, Brandon Scott, our guy. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on with the Texans, as he's been keeping up with them all week as well, as this offense, hopefully they're showing some signs of life going up against this dominating defense. Brandon Scott, Texans Report, coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you all about Orchard. Look, if you're looking to sell your home and get into that dream home that you've always wanted, you got to lock arms with Orchard, y'all. It's There's several you can make. It'll end up costing you money. You'll leave money on the table, and Orchard can help you avoid all of that. You do not have to settle when you sell with Orchard.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on The Drive. It is Wednesday, 4:40, so we talked to our guy, our man's Brandon Scott. You can catch all his work, Sports Radio 610, as sportsradio610.com. Check out all his work. He's on In the Loop every single week on Fridays, so check him out, and he's with us each and every Wednesday. By the way, there was some soft contact against Spencer Arrighetti throughout these first two innings. Not from the leadoff hitter in the third. The bag, but yet again another a grounder, soft grounder to first is going to end up potentially being a hit. As the leadoff hitter for the Marlins, he is 3 for 3 right now, and that's right. He's been up 3 times, and we're just starting the third inning. So. It's been a tough one here a bit for Spencer Arrighetti. His first one out, 64 pitches. He's given up 5 earned runs. That's the latest there. We'll keep you updated there. But as the boys are in West Virginia, B. Scott, we've been hearing from Seth and Sean, and I will say, I saw Figgy say this too. A lot of people in Houston Texan media, they've been doing a great job covering it all across the board from there. So it's been good to see a lot of the content being put out from this West Virginia trip. But thus far, B. Scott, just a very simple question. Have you, from wherever way you want to take it, are you feeling better about this team as we are 13 days into training camp right now before it started?
I'm not feeling better about the team. I'm feeling better and more validated in our concerns about the team. Like everything.
So you're not feeling better about the team?
To be fair, going into it, I felt decent about the team. So, like, it's not like I felt like the team was in the tank or that they weren't going to win double-digit games. So, like, in that context, I feel fine, I guess, about the team. But in terms of do I feel better, are some of the concerns that I had going into training camp, have we quelled those concerns based off of the things that have happened at training camp, both of what we saw here in Houston before they left and what's been reported and what we've been seeing online from the Greenbriar? No, I feel like a lot of the issues and concerns that we had about the Texans going into training camp are still very much open-ended questions. When you talk about the offensive line, when you talk about the running back position, when you talk about the imbalance between how good and what the potential of the defense is versus the high and low potential of the offense. We know who the playmakers are. They got C.J. Stroud. Nico Collins is on the team. Joe Mixon, we imagine, is going to play eventually. They got guys on the offense, but is the offensive line going to hold up? Is Nick Caley worth his salt? Like, all of those are still, to me, open questions at this point in training camp.
How do you think because, I mean, this is a perfect segue into this question. We just had the conversation last segment. How do you think they handle on the offensive side of the football? How do you think they handle preseason week 1, given how messy camp has been to this point, as well as, hey, they're just in the middle of an install, and let's be honest, they got the point is to be better than you were previous years, and you're previously a 10-win team that made the second round of the playoffs. Like, do you think they use preseason game 1 this Saturday a little differently than in the past, maybe?
Yeah, I would be surprised if, and I thought I heard y'all talking about this earlier, if C.J. Stroud doesn't get at least 2 drives. Like, and I don't know.
He's got to have multiple series.
Yeah, I mean, and 2 should be about it. Like, there's a delicate balance here. It's not just like an easy answer of just, hey, go out there and let it rip, or, hey, kind of play it real soft and, you don't want guys to get hurt, but they don't get that valuable experience. I think both of these things are valid, whereas you want them to get that experience, but what is more valuable? Going into the season fully healthy, like having a healthy C.J. Stroud, a healthy Nico Collins, and all of these figures that we mentioned, or feeling better about what you've installed? something that you do actually have practice, a dedicated practice time to do. So, like, how do you balance that? To me, the perfect balance would be a couple of series, no matter how it goes. If it goes poorly, you know what practice looks like the next time you go out there, right? Like, you know exactly what it is you got to work on. I don't think you force it and do a third drive just because it didn't go well or just because the offensive guys are frustrated. But I do think that they need what you would understand to be like live reps. It's different going against guys that are intentionally supposed to not be trying to hurt you.
Yeah.
Right? Like, y'all are trying to make each other better, but you're trying to keep each other healthy and upright and all of the same thing, right? On both sides, honestly. So to me, I think that experience is valuable. They got to do more than just like one series.
Yeah, I just, it's hard for me at this point, B. Scott, to not think that, because what's going to happen is if C.J. Stroud plays 2 series, it's going to be kind of blase because you got ones versus ones. It's vanilla. It's the first preseason game. And then you're going to have a guy like Davis Mills go in there with Higgins and this group and do kind of what they did yesterday at practice and just rip it up, right? And it's hard for me to not look at, boy, it would be there's value in C.J. Stroud seeing a little bit of that success. Having one of those, let's rip it, see things clearly, let's have a little success. It's hard for me to think that it's not being kind of discussed and pondered upon whether they should use this preseason game a little different. I know defensively, you're 3 of D'Amico's defense. Will Anderson gets absolutely nothing.
I don't give a damn if any of them play.
Well, and also, like, to this end, what does – and I don't know. I'm throwing this out there. I don't know how much this is going to factor into the decision-making, but I'd be curious of how much the input of the offensive players themselves has to do with it. Like, if C.J. Stroud and the other leaders on your offense come to you and say, hey, D'Amico, hey, whoever, you know what, we think we really need work on this, and this, and we could use it against a different look. We could use it against a different team. We could use it in real live action. What does that input – how does that input – impact their decision making? I'm curious to know. I do think, just from my standpoint, I do think it should carry a little bit of weight. If the guys you're going to be relying on performance wise say they need more practice, say they need more work, they need more reps at it, I would tend to trust those guys. So I'm interested to see how that plays out too, because we heard C.J. Stroud talking about wanting to be out there.
Yeah, he sets up the coaches, but I get that though. Brandon Scott with us, Texans Report each and every Wednesday, 4:40. Brandon, on Monday when Cam Robinson got a little gimpy and was out, how surprised were you by the moves that they made in response to that injury and what we have seen since with that injury?
So I guess leading up to that injury, I wasn't as surprised. Like if you had asked me this question, hey, how much would it surprise you if this, and that happened, like say prior to training camp, I'd have been like, oh, man, no, I think Blake Fisher is firmly planted as the starting right tackle and certainly the swing tackle if he's not that. But based off of what we had been seeing going into that, but what we've been seeing here in Houston in training camp, Blake Fisher, it seemed to be falling a little bit out of favor long before this Cam Robinson injury. So by the time we get to the injury, I wasn't all that surprised at all, if I'm being real with you, because it didn't seem like he was having a really good camp to begin with. Like it's not just that Ariante Ursary is this mammoth of a man and he's a second-round pick. I think that there is clearly a hole that he's going to have to fill, which is right tackle, which is the position that Blake Fisher ideally, for him at least, would have been playing, right? Would have been in a position to take that job. So, nah, man, he was struggling leading up to that. We saw him struggle with, the not just the stars on the Texans defensive line, but the others. And it just hadn't looked good up until then. So I think it's a valid question of what exactly his role is on the team if, like kind of to what you were talking about earlier in the show, Ryan, man, they rearrange and reconfigure the entire line or aspects of the line to avoid going to him.
That's what I'm saying.
So what does that mean for the young
I was surprised by the Blake Fisher because he's been getting 2 reps. I know he hadn't had a great camp. Hell, neither had Juice Scruggs, but Juice Scruggs slid in there at that guard spot. I didn't know that we were one injury away, scrapping the Titus Howard at right guard situation. I didn't know we were one injury away with 2 second-round draft picks at tackle, back-to-back days, Cam Robinson. I didn't know that we were one away from scrapping because I would argue, right, that was the number one big answer to the interior offensive line struggles was to move our right tackle, who I still believe is the team's best tackle, but our right tackle, Titus Howard, inside, and bam, move him out. Here we go.
Yeah,
Come
well,
on in,
I would say it probably shouldn't have surprised you because since the beginning of time, as long as Titus Howard's been here, they love him some positional flex. If they can find him a reason, whether it's moving from tackle to guard or from guard to tackle. Don't threaten him with a good time.
Clint
and a
said he
reason
wasn't
to move the
surprised at
man.
all. He said nothing they do is gonna surprise
that aspect of it is what I'm saying.
Well,
like the part of Blake Fisher struggling as bad as he has probably is surprising, but them wanting to move around Titus isn't as surprising. I guess what's really surprising, bigger picture, is that you got back-to-back second-round offensive linemen in Juice Scruggs and Blake Fisher, who it doesn't seem like even Juice Scruggs is. I know he got to get a look, but he's fighting with Ed Ingram for the other guard spot, or I'm talking about for the backup guard spot.
Yeah, we know.
So you got like two guys that you just drafted in the second round in back-to-back years who just seem like guys on your offensive line, perhaps depth pieces, if that. So that I would say that part is a concern as they try to figure this offensive line out.
Yeah, it's interesting, overly, in my opinion, overly, but they are just wholeheartedly pot committed to, man, our best 5 offensive linemen are going to play. It's not about guard tackle. It's not about left, right. It is best 5 are going to play. And clearly the Juice Scruggs and Blake Fishers and those guys aren't in the top 5. It don't matter how you slice it. Doesn't matter that Juice can play all 3 interior positions. He ain't in the top 5. Hell, he's having a hard time being in the top 10. So what about the news coming out of today's walkthrough in West Virginia was Christian Harris was in at really with the ones next to Azeez Al-Shaair with the linebackers with the defense, and Damian Pierce on the offensive side of the football getting some run in walkthrough fashion, but involved with the team as if they are healthy and ready to rock and roll and going to practice moving forward. I don't expect either of these guys to play on Saturday. The ramp-up acclimation era of football that we're in, I think, would nix them from being able to play this Saturday. But the significance, let's start on the offensive side of the football, B. Scott, with this conversation. The value of Damian Pierce and the likelihood of him making this team has changed significantly with the Joe Mixon extended period of being gone injury-wise news that we've learned recently. So, I mean, at least I think. Do you agree with that, and where do you –
I mean, not only do I agree with that, I would even go further and say that the running back position – like I felt this way a little bit going in, but feel this way even stronger now that the running back position is the most fascinating position of all of the position battles that's out there because of this Joe Mixon thing, but just the sheer numbers game that bringing in that created because he's Nick Chubb. Mm-hmm. So it's like if this works out, Nick Chubb's on the team. And if it doesn't, then we kind of go back to square one in the initial conversation. But just his mere existence at camp changes the numbers game at the running back position. Yeah. And that's before we talk about, again, Joe Mixon being injured and Damian Pierce not being able to show up, also being injured until today. So I'm fascinated by all of it. Specifically, the news today is the timing of it with Damian Pierce. He's available now on for a walkthrough the day when the day after Nick Chubb hobbles off the field on a Tuesday, right? And Nick Chubb has kind of been hit or miss. He hasn't really necessarily stood out or looked like Nick Chubb at training camp. So I think it's a legit question.
You look nervous about that running back.
I think it's a open. I think they got a lot of candidates, guys that could spell Joe Mixon. I think if you feel good about Joe Mixon, then you probably feel good overall about the running back position.
I love Joe Mixon.
But I've been saying for a long time that they haven't had a valid option at backup, or at least themselves haven't operated like they felt like they had a valid backup running back option. And it seemed like this year perhaps they might. Maybe they would believe more in Damian Pierce if he's healthy and they're going into a scheme and a system that benefits his skill set more. Maybe Nick Chubb could tap into what he used to be, and you do have that backup running back. I don't necessarily feel any better about the answer to that question today than I did going in.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when Joe Mixon returns. I do think that's a big part of where you are at the running back spot. All right, B. Scott, we appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week. Again, catch him Friday as he's on In the Loop. What's up, Flower In the Loop? Check him out on Friday with the fellas. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you updated here as the Astros are going to try, still early in this game, going to try to get the sweep in Miami. But more importantly, it is the first outing for Spencer Arrighetti. We'll keep you updated on that. And the big news coming out of training camp day 13 up in West Virginia. We'll do all that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I've flipped several houses.
stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is the Astros. They're playing a little day baseball. We'll get you updated here in just a bit on what's happening in this game. Spencer Arrighetti, he is now out of the ball game, just left in the fourth inning. We'll let you know everything that's happening there. Coming up a little bit, Big T Mill's been in the green all week, baby. He's been in the green all that, but 60%. Let's see what he gets going tonight. So beware, or be ready for us here in the last segment as T Mill's best bets coming up. And also, right after we get done here, 5:25, you'll hear from the fellas in West Virginia, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. They will join us coming up, and we'll get their camp report here in just a bit. But Clint, the Astros, they are in Miami. They are trailing 5-2 as we're in the fourth inning. The big story today was about Spencer Arrighetti. This is his first game since April, coming off of the IL. He had a couple of rehab starts in AAA Sugarland as well as AA Corpus, but he gets in here. His day is done, Clint. And when I read the line, fellas, it is going to sound a lot worse than it is. But I'll let you give your thoughts, Clint, first on what you saw. Spencer Arrighetti, first game back, 3 2/3 innings, Clint, 11 hits, 5 earned runs, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and he allowed 1 home run. He threw 86 pitches, and that is his line on the day. Or it could get worse. There is a runner on second that he also is responsible for. But right now, 3 2/3, 5 earned, 11 hits, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. What did you think about his performance?
Yeah, it was not a great outing. It's not like he came out on fire, but the reality of it is there were several infield singles, just unlucky. There were several just regular singles. It's not that the pitch count didn't get ran up because he couldn't throw strikes. There was movement on his pitches. It wasn't like he was up there just getting hammered. I know there was a home run, but it had a little bit of everything mixed in there. That pitch count would scare me if I didn't see it with my own eyes. But I got zero concerns about Spencer Arrighetti. Now I would have liked for him not giving up 5, potentially 6 runs, all earned. I would have liked for that to have been the case, but. The reality of it is he hadn't pitched in 4 months. He's coming back, and today I thought the velocity was there. I thought the control, the location was there, the movement was there, and no big deal. Good to have the young fella back in the saddle.
Yeah, 11 hits in 3 2/3 feels like more than 5 runs. 11 hits. A home run feels more like than 5 runs. But if you watched it, Tyler, I think he's given up 5 to 6 infield hits. Correa has gotten 4 choppers that just had the right base runner running on them that he isn't able to get any of them out. There was a chopper to first where their leadoff hitter beat Arrighetti to the bag. There's an shortstop by Dubon. Like this isn't about 3 homers hit, 5 doubles or something like that. The bulk of these, I think 9 of the 11 are singles, is what they got. Now again, Clint, it is happening even with Victor Caratini out there. The Marlins are stealing bases at will, and you never really notice it. We talked about it with Diaz earlier. They should be out of this inning. And he should have pitched he should have gone a full 4. There should have been a double play, but because Victor Caratini didn't even throw the ball to second base on a steal. They got out of the double play, and the grounder to third that would have been an easy double play only resulted in a 1 out.
And the difficult part to watch on that is old buddy is closer to Maldonado than he is Pena. That just strolled down to second base and made it easily. And again,
I think Jordan can beat him in a race.
I'm thinking about Maldonado.
I know, but
Jordan, no question.
I think Jordan can beat that guy in a race, and you're not sending Jordan to steal bags.
But that old buddy was built like a fullback. I mean, big, thick legs. I mean, he had no business stealing a base unless they just get greenlit everybody in the Miami uniform at this point in time. So I don't know. Look, I don't know how much of this is on the pitchers, and I don't know how much of it's on the catchers. I refuse to believe that when it comes to just throwing runners out that Diaz and Caratini are this damn bad, because it's not even close. I mean, I can't tell you the last time I saw any of our get the flippant, lazy look of Diaz back there. Like it just – a lot of this has to be on the pitchers as well, but they got to get this thing figured out. I mean, it's a crying ass shame. Like you said, it's not going to show up in the box score, but that heavy-legged fella steals second base, and then there's a sharp ground ball hit to Correa at third. It was a surefire double play ball, and here we are with bases loaded and 2 outs in that same inning.
Call him that heavy-legged fella.
He was. I looked at there and he was running.
I don't know what happened.
Had legs like Granny Stoerner.
I don't. Hey, listen, I don't know, but I know Maldonado caught Framber. He caught Hunter Brown. He's caught Lance. He caught a lot of these cats. They wasn't running like this.
No, they weren't.
They weren't running like this. But back to the story of the day. Shout out to Christian Walker. He's got a 2-run homer for the 2 runs the Astros have here in the 4th inning. But I like what I've seen from Spencer Arrighetti.
Four infield hits, by the way. That's
is it just 4?
From a scorecard perspective, it was 4.
It was 4, and there's an error on Dubon. Hell, I thought it was more than that. But listen, it's been a lot of soft contact, and the thing that I know Lance struggled with when he first got back going, and which is understandable. Now, Lance, I mean, he's dealing with, 3 to 4 months. Lance was dealing with 3 years. But I know there's a difference. But Lance really struggled to control his off-speed pitches. And Spencer Arrighetti is not struggling with that today. His curveball has been nasty today. He's got multiple strikeouts with that curveball. Jump is pretty good, too. So I am encouraged with that. You know what I mean? You get the soft contact he's been getting. Those are going to be outs, right? And generally – that's going to be the odds of the case. So I feel pretty good. Again, those 11 hits are, I'd say 5 to 6 of them are soft contact hits that are more unlucky than it is.
Agreed.
He struggled. Again, you figured there would be some rust there, but the rust is odd. I don't see the rust when it comes to the feel for his changeup, the feel for his curveball. He seemed to be really, really good with that.
Yeah, there's going to be some frustration with the stat line with the box score ultimately, but it wasn't what it appears to be. I would be the first one to tell you pitch count ran up. Hell, it was ran up in the first inning, second inning. It was early, but it ran up in a little different fashion. This wasn't about the inability to throw strikes. So I'm good with Spencer Arrighetti's first outing since the injury in left field during Mariners batting practice.
All right, we'll keep you updated. Sorry, Tyler. We'll keep you abreast on what's going on in Miami as the Astros, they get out of a bases-loaded jam there. Hector Neris strikes out the final batter. It is still 5-2 going to the 5th inning, so still time for the Astros to come back and try to go ahead and sweep this Miami team.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, let's head to West Virginia training camp. We will talk to Seth and Sean coming up next segment. So some big stories we'll get to with them. Damian Pierce, Christian Harris, they were actually on the practice field in drills with their position groups and their defense and offense for the first time today. So that's the big story of the day. Also, Clint, I think another story. Cam Robinson, who had the little issue and injury, didn't practice yesterday, and then left early on Monday. He dressed out, Clint, but was still watching. So the first team offensive line was Ariante Ursery. I left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jake Andrews at center, even though we've been seeing Jarrett Patterson on the depth chart as a center, but Jake Andrews got most of the reps today with the ones. Eddie Ingram at right guard, and then Titus Howard at right tackle. And Clint, it had been Juice Scruggs. For you, when you see this now another day and Ed Ingram jumps over Juice Scruggs on this, what does this mean to you?
Well, I just think that I thought for sure that Juice Scruggs would be somehow involved in your best five, if you will, to use their terminology, but somehow involved in the starting lineup, guard, center, guard. He can play both guards. He can play center. He's a second-round draft pick. Look, I think he's, relatively speaking, I think he's been, he's played good enough football, the small sample size that we've seen to have a positive outlook on him. Well, I mean, to think that this guy now, he's not involved at all in the guard, center guard. We've talked at length. That's Laken Tomlinson at left guard. That's Jake Andrews or Jarrett Patterson at center, and then Titus Howard at right guard. Well, now all of a sudden Titus bumps out to tackle, and you've got a guard spot open, and it appears that he's fighting for his life to be in the two deep at the guard center guard position, and that I think on the offensive line is a little surprising. I don't know what it means in a sense of whether this offensive line can improve the way that we want them to or not. I don't think it really matters, obviously, but I just would have thought that he would have been he'd have been in the mix.
I would have too. Him and Blake Fisher, those are two guys that in some ways, especially if you'd have told me this prior to camp, we just talked to Brandon Scott. He said now that, we've seen camp, it's not that big of a deal to him. But those are two guys, Clint, that I would have guessed potentially were starters, and also potentially guys that you would look at as first guys that will go in if somebody got hurt, and those guys are battling for second string.
Yeah,
battling in those spots for second string. So interesting turn of events there. Again, we will talk to the fellas coming up. Much more about the big news with Christian Harris and Damian Pierce and them returning, and then specifically how they got run with the one. So that's coming up as we continue a little bit later on.
5 o'clock.
A big day for ESPN. A couple of things official. ESPN and the NFL announced a non-binding agreement under which ESPN will acquire NFL Network and certain other media assets owned and controlled by the NFL, including Red Zone Channel, NFL Fantasy, in exchange for a 10% equity stake in ESPN. And ESPN also obtained the rights with WWE to show their PLEs, their premium live events, including WrestleMania, including SummerSlam, including Money in the Bank, Royal Rumble, and they're getting in the wrestling business. They paid $325 million a year to WWE to get those rights. So two big moves by ESPN. The first one, I know a lot of people look at that back end part that the NFL gets 10% equity stake in ESPN. Will you, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well, will you all look at ESPN differently now when you think about how they're covering things, their content, now that the NFL has 10% ownership stake in it? Is that make you think twice about the message that's coming out?
No. I don't know. I've been involved with ESPN and SEC Network, the behind the scenes stuff. There will not change in content to any degree. There will not be a change. Now, if you were always wondered about how much of it was manufactured and how much of the screaming, debating stuff is entertaining to you and all that kind of deal, that's up to you. But there's not going to be a foot put down on anybody because the NFL has some ownership and you can't do this or can't do that.
Yeah, I don't think. This is just me personally. Now, I think I know I've heard Lopez kind of talk about it. Maybe there's some others that feel this way. I have never watched the NFL Network, like Rich Eisen, Charles Davis, all those guys, Daniel Jeremiah, Bucky Brooks. I have never watched them and thought I'm listening to, like, all right, they're in it for the league. Like they're
watching a bunch of homers. Yeah,
like
I agree. I haven't either.
I've never. I know there's some people, and we know the NFL owns that. Like, we absolutely know that. I have just never felt that way when I watch them, so I don't think that I will feel that way now with ESPN.
That's a great point. That's a great point. I agree wholeheartedly with you.
I have never sat back and thought, boy,
never, not one time.
I think they're hiding this because I mean Rich Eisen, I remember him from the draft. He was going at it about Shedeur Sanders. Like, what the hell's going on? Something's going on out, you know, that isn't normal, and you wouldn't think he would be doing that.
Yeah.
If that, you know, this is happening.
Look, I think here of ESPN, you know, the content, like for instance, there is, and I know this, a buddy of mine, Bo Mattingly, does this thing called Hogs Plus, and what it is they've got a contract with the university. They're a subscription-based program. They got a contract with the university to go in and have all they got camera crews all over the sidelines, you know, travel with the coach, all these different insider, opportunities are like they can put content out that nobody else can. Like, it wouldn't shock me one bit if ESPN didn't come out with a way with each franchise in the NFL to where there is a trusted behind-the-scenes content creators. Instead of the Texans having their own, ESPN would have a way to do documentaries on these players and capture all this content and then have their own individual. I would think that the 10% is more geared towards that kind of stuff than it is keeping our finger on what's being said or what's being reported. It's an interesting. A buddy of mine is absolutely killing it with a monthly subscription based, and he just it's wild. It's really good stuff if you're that big of a fan.
Yeah. Coming up, let's go down to West Virginia. Seth and Sean will get what their thoughts were from a walkthrough day and all the news that came out with the Texans. That's coming up next.
All right, fellas, y'all know all about Synergenics and low T.
a bit and to get their thoughts on camp. Some of the big news today, Christian Harris and Damian Pierce back in the lineup. And we'll get their thoughts coming up as a little walkthrough practice ahead of things against the Vikings coming up. The Astros got back a run, right? Dubon leads or gets him a double, then Correa gets another double to drive him in, which I believe had triple written all over it, to be honest with you. Carlos Correa, by the way, his speed has always confused me.
He's old heel to toe guy.
Like his speed, or just like a guy who is an incredible athlete that plays one of the most athletic positions, that in center field on the diamond. Like, do I know he's scoring on a double from first? I don't know. I just looked this up because he never steals bases. That man, how many stolen bases do you think Carlos has since 2018?
Tyler, on you. I already got the answer. We had this conversation.
I'm trying to get these guys connected, boys. Me and Cheryl are occupied. I apologize.
Since 2019. One. He hasn't had a stolen base in a season since 2019.
That's wild, especially the way these guys are running that wheel on our catchers.
What did you say? That long, that thick-legged fella who ran?
Mm-hmm.
He can get in. He has not had a stolen base since 2019. It is the wildest thing to me with Carlos Correa. But the Astros trail 6-3. Hector Neris gave up a bomb coming out, and they get that run right back. But let's head to our fellas, Payne and Pendergast, as they are live giving us a practice report from West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. Hey, fellas, we appreciate you joining us out there. I know today was a walkthrough day, but it did feel like the news of Christian Harris and Damian Pierce back actually on the practice field with their teammates and getting reps with the ones was a big deal today.
Yeah, that's. As much as you want to read into a walkthrough, the fact that I think they were out there and participating in the football drills and everything else like that that's a big deal because it suggests they're pretty close to coming back. And with Nick Chubb wasn't out there today, he'd gone off the field at the end of yesterday's practice. We know he's recovering from that really awful surgery from a couple years ago still. So the more bodies, the better. If they had to start a game today, I don't know if we read into today's depth chart. And just looking at the squad right now, it makes sense that Damian Pierce would be the starter.
Yeah, I guess. It's compared to other guys that are out there because Chubb and Mixon, obviously Mixon hasn't practiced yet in camp, and Chubb wasn't out there today. That was the most interesting thing to me, guys, about the whole thing was they both got plunked right back in there in the walkthrough with the ones. Christian Harris is out there with the ones, and Damian Pierce, who there's been some backs, behind Nick Chubb that have flashed a little bit in camp here. But they think very highly of Damian compared to some of the other young guys they have there. So, yeah, it was good to see both of them back out there. They're both moving pretty well, so we'll see what happens. The big tell, I guess, will be they're going to put pads back on tomorrow. So we'll see if either of them get in there and play and actually get some contact.
Seth, do you think that because we've been talking about it being Wednesday now and today was a walkthrough, tomorrow putting pads back on, Friday will be, I'm assuming, a travel day and then play Saturday. Do you think it would probably be with both of those guys, really? But do you think it'd probably be a little bit early for those guys to be ready for? I mean, this ramp up acclimation era of football that we're watching. I mean, wouldn't it be a little early for those guys to just jump right into a game?
Yeah, I don't think they're playing.
No,
I know that. Yeah, I'd be really surprised if they play in that game. And I think a lot of the starters. My guess is that because they have that joint practice with Carolina next week, coaches just love getting. They know they can get more reps versus good opponents when they can go ones versus ones in practice, but without as much danger of guys going to the ground. So those guys certainly, and then like we've seen with most teams in the preseason anymore, some of the starters maybe will get a couple series, but right now if I had to bet money on whether or not CJ Stroud plays on Saturday, I'd bet no.
I don't like that. I think this offense. I think they need. I think they need work. I think they need to get reps. There's a lot of install going on.
The
right
offense,
now.
right? And Clint, you can speak to this too. The fact that CJ does have so much more on his plate mentally this year in terms of operating and conducting the offense and all the pre-snap stuff they're doing. He does need reps, and if they go out there and run 12 run plays in a row and try to keep CJ safe, I'd be cool with that, just so we can get the time in the system versus full contact.
Yeah, they need to work on the run game
Yeah.
too. Yeah, it's everything.
Yeah, look, guys, I think, and look, maybe I'm thinking too deep into this, but there's no way that Nick and D'Amico and definitely Nick Caley, there's no way that they don't look at this and go, hey, man, we've had 2 weeks of camp and 10 or 11 practices here, and it's been messy offensively. Let's put it nicely. It's been messy offensively. We haven't got a lot of really good looks where the install is really important. This is an opportunity in week 1 to go against a defense that's obviously somebody that's wearing a different color jersey, expected to be very vanilla, and we can actually get a good look and a good picture at what we're trying to do. And so maybe some extended time for, in particular, CJ Stroud. I'm not worrying about guys that have to know where to line up and what route to run. I'm worried about the guys that have to process it, need to see it in real time, and and really as a quarterback, you need to have success at least in the basics of your offense. And so it's an opportunity for that. Whether they take advantage of it, we'll see.
Yeah, the offense, the offensive line, I really want all the offensive linemen to start except for maybe Titus. I want all those guys to get experience and show something. You talked about the vanilla defense. I'm not so sure with Brian Flores. I think Brian Flores knows one speed, and we saw how much his blitz packages and his disguises messed up the Texans last year. They better be ready mentally for that defense. I don't care if it's the backups playing or not.
You think he's going to get exotic in week 1 of the preseason?
I think he wakes up exotic.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
She's like my Aunt Sally. She's a crazy old lady.
Yeah, boy.
She wakes up exotic.
She wakes up exotic.
Exotic and erotic.
That's great.
Aunt Sally.
Yeah. I thought, obviously he's a blitz heavy guy, a crowd the line of scrimmage guy, and exotic look guy. But at this point in time, I can't expect this offense to be able to pick up all the different new wrinkles that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was talking to you about, Sean, in your social media post. I don't expect them to have all the answers for that, but the pressures, the basic pressures, they should have answers for at this point in time. So I don't know. I mean, that is something to consider. Is your opponent? He is a pressure first guy. There's no doubt about that.
Seth and Sean joining us from West Virginia. I am glad that you spoke yesterday about the offensive line looking more physical after what we've been watching. But because I am still at a place, Clint was trying to reel me in, and I'm not trying to make. I am at a full-on panic about this offensive line. I know they haven't played a preseason game yet. But I am a full panic on what the expectations are for this team and this offense and what this offensive line is going to allow them to do. I feel like they potentially may handcuff Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud in this offense because they're going to have to work around what they're going to be able to do. And I know it's early, but I am petrified for 3rd and 7 for this team.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to give you a brown paper bag to breathe into. If you want to panic, go for it, man. Right now, this is where I am with it, Ron. I expected hiccups, and to be honest, okay, it was a bad offense last year. You make a bunch of changes. You got a new offensive coordinator coming in. The defense is operating, I think, possibly at a level higher already than they were last year because of guys' time and system, because of health and everything else like that. So, I mean, it would be a miracle if offense in that situation came out and just started slugging it out with a really good defense. I mean, what did I say to you yesterday, Clint? Oh, yeah, it's like they're just getting out of bed trying to pull up their britches. Well, the defense is smacking them about the face with a tire iron.
They're all dressed
already,
yeah.
Like, hold on, I got to wake up. And the defense is just, die, you stupid. Yeah. So it's going to take a little while to come back from that.
Yeah, I hope it does. I'm with you. Some of it is like, hey, man, y'all just getting your asses kicked, like 10 of them. Like it's not like
you know what? It's totally true. They've had a few good practices offensively, but I like where I'm at right now. Until they go against another team, I'm like whatever your feeling was about the offensive line going into training camp, you can talk yourself into it. Still at this point, it's still just so early.
Yeah.
That if you went in optimistically, there's enough to talk yourself into your opinion. If you went in scared as hell, there's certainly plenty of material to remain scared. I haven't seen enough to move the needle to where I've got no overarching view of how it's going to look in week one.
As D'Amico always says, this offensive line is like a Rorschach test for you.
Yeah, that's right. It's whatever you see.
Well, look, the truth.
It actually kind of looks like a Rorschach test at times.
Some plays do, yeah.
When they're trying to pick up blitzes.
Blob around C.J. Stroud after every rush. Yes.
That's a dragon eating a quarterback. That's what I see.
Yep.
All right, fellas. Hopefully we see a little bit more tomorrow. Pads are on, and hopefully. By the way, real quick, you guys think Christian Walker, who just who hit a home run today, you think Christian Harris and Dameon Pierce participate in pads tomorrow?
Nope.
You don't think so?
I don't think they do.
I'm calling Oklahoma drill.
Just the two of them.
This the two of them off to the side repeatedly.
No, it's the two of them in those big inflatable sumo outfits just bumping up against
I think we should lay on that. Each one of them lay on your back, top of head to top of head, and when the whistle blows, get up and try to.
Let's go.
Damien's got to make him miss, and Christian's got to tackle.
And just got to tackle.
We'll huddle around them so they don't have anywhere to go, and they've got to go head to head really hard. So
I might illegally film that one. Actually, that would be entertaining.
Rorschach test a little too far out there.
All right, fellas, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Oh, we're still on. Oh,
yeah, that's it. There we go. All right, that's Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast, as they are live from West Virginia, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. We'll talk to them tomorrow, 3:40 back to the normal time. We'll talk to them, and hopefully we'll see these guys get on the field. As they said, they don't think so, but it'd be nice to see Christian Harris in pads and Dameon Pierce in pads as well. We'll get you updated here as the Astros are still trying to hang in there and get back into this game. We'll let you know what's going on there. And C.J. Stroud's been throwing interceptions in camp. Not normally a big deal. Is it any kind of a deal? Is it anything to you, Clint? We'll discuss that coming up next.
What's Coach D'Amico's goal for the
Buckner.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. I can't
All right, the Astros they're fighting back in this thing. 6-4, Marlins lead. Yainer Diaz with a great at-bat and gets an opposite field hit. And now runners are on first and third, and the go-ahead run in Taylor Trammell is at the plate. And he has been really, really good in this situation with runners on third, less than 2 outs. He's hard to double up, and he's been really, really good at being able to put together at-bats to get runners from him. Victor Caratini drove in Christian Walker from first on a double, and now he is there at third base with 1 out. So they're looking to get closer here as it is 6-4 in the 6th inning. Also, T-Mill's best bet's coming up, so stay tuned for that. He's been in the green all week. Fellas, by the way, Champ Slice. By the way, guys, I asked the missus smacking her ass cheek. She prefers the upward motion instead of the downward motion. She says the downward motion sometimes hurt. Added that to our science stuff. Was what Champ Slice said. Oh, boy. Taylor, as I talked up Taylor, he strikes out on a nasty
I'm going to go
pitch.
back to that smacking that. I want to go back to it.
Well, I think some of that has to be on you, Champ. You must be getting pretty aggressive.
Well, I mean,
I
mean, if you're doing any of it in such an aggressive fashion that it's painful, I don't advise going back at all.
Yeah. That's something.
Tyson
Tyler
spanking,
said earlier, sometimes a little pain is a little good.
My spanking is almost a gripping more so than a true like rare
that's
back.
what Tyler was saying earlier.
Yeah, well, was all
He's in a
that? You
cup.
sound like you're digging your nails into him, Tyler.
No. You're palming it. You're palming this thing. You're palming this thing. I mean, there's not a rare back and necessarily, leave like whelps.
Just firm. Just firm. Cam Smith up trying to get the Astros.
I like to remain contact.
You're staying in. You're yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm to contact, hold contact. I'm not swinging through contact like you guys. No,
I swing through.
I'm swinging two.
And I told you earlier, 2 for 1. I'm swinging in and then coming over the top as well. For the 2 for 1, Cam Smith strikes out. 2 big strikeouts for Bender there as the Astros get one more 6-4 in the 6th inning there, and they're trying to try to get this sweep as they are staying in it. From the text line, who in the hell slaps downward? I think. Do you slap downward, or you're just high? You stay high, but
I'm right to left. I'm right to left. No, there's no up directly down. But I would say if at contact. At contact,
your contact is coming either at least even or down a little.
Yes,
it is.
Yes.
I am coming. I'm uppercut.
I mean, one thing I would have to step back away and move to the side to get a good uppercut. I mean, where I'm at. I've got to really palm to the side of that cheek and just hold contact. Oh, you're going bam, bam, bam. Oh, there you go.
Baby. Going over the top, baby.
Wow.
Little swim move in there.
No, I'm lift. There's
smack to grip, maybe a little lift.
Yeah,
I like that.
I'm going to keep contact. I'm a big contact guy.
Yeah. Texans All Access. Not sure where Vandermeer and Harris stand on this, but Texans All Access coming up here from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, right after us. So stay tuned for that. And Area 45, they're back at it coming up tonight. So stay tuned. As we go there again. Best bets coming up in just a bit. All right, Clint, we've been seeing this. I saw it yesterday. The offense had a good day, but Kamari Lasser had a really good day as well because he got a couple of interceptions off of C.J. Stroud. For you, Are you concerned about the amount of interceptions we're hearing from it? It seems to be at least multiple a day.
Yes.
From C.J. Stroud during camp.
Yes, absolutely. If anybody ever downplays the significance or the importance or the impact of turnovers, whether it's interceptions, fumbles in the pocket, fumbles by a running back, if any coach is ever downplaying that or avoiding talking about it, there's a reason. There's a reason. And right now, if I were D'Amico Ryans, if I were Nick Caley, if I were anybody that's speaking to the media, the last thing I would do is act concerned about the interceptions as well. I would play the card of, hey, man, iron sharpens iron. Everybody's getting better. I would play that card as well because right now you're dealing with an offense that at the very least is frustrated because the way that this camp has gone. It's been messy. It's been chaotic. It's been inconsistent, clean, efficient, crisp, like you would want it to be when you're trying to install a new offense and you know you're playing catch up with 31 other NFL offenses around the league. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And so, yes, I don't know how more people aren't talking about the alarming number of turnovers and interceptions that the quarterbacks for the Texans have thrown. And if you look at C.J. Stroud in a vacuum, you look at him individually, yeah, there's a reason to be concerned. Now, I'm not overly concerned. He's installing an offense. There's a lot of thinking going on. There's a lot of confusion going on. They're more apt to have an issue where your quarterback's confused or your quarterback and your receiver are on two different pages. There's also a factor of you playing against a championship caliber defense every day that is disguising some things apparently. So I'm not, the clouds are falling worried, but yeah, you can never downplay turnovers. Never, if your quarterback's going out there and getting 15, 16, 17 reps in a game, in a practice, and we're talking team and 7-on-7.
He throws two or three.
And you're throwing 2 or 3 interceptions, you got problems. If you're going out there and your starting quarterback is dropping back 7, 8, 9, 10 times in an overall practice in team periods, and you're giving up 4 sacks, you got a problem. So, yeah, you can't downplay that. There's no question. Can't downplay it.
All right, let's do things here. Continue to try against the Marlins. Stay tuned as you can hear the rest of this, or at least a post game coming up with Area 45. I'm sure they will have that for you and let you know what happened there and see where the Astros stand after the final game of this series. But T-Mill, give us best bets tonight. What you got?
Yes, sir. More baseball. It's all we're rocking with right now, people. No NBA, obviously. NFL on the horizon, and we'll get there. But 5 more MLB bets after going green again.
There you go.
Monday and Tuesday. It has been quite a while since that's happened. We've hit 6 of 10 bets this week across Major League Baseball. First up tonight, I was on this one last night. I believe it was one of the 2 that didn't hit for me, but I like this one even better than last night's. Nationals first 5 money line at plus 125. In that same game, Nationals Athletics Nats plus 1.5 runs overall in that game at minus 135. Bregman's Red Sox minus a 1.5 tonight at great odds plus 145 as they are hosting the Royals.
Good God.
I'm sorry.
They just found ways to lose in this series. Go ahead.
I am on the Braves team total tonight, over 3.5 runs. I forgot to write down who they're playing, but I looked up the pitching match.